Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the White Lotus. 1,000 orioles sing amid the verdant willows, while myriad egrets soar high in the azure sky. Huang Wei, concealed within the throng, raised his sleeve to shield the two large white buns at his waist, fearful that droppings from the sky might mar the warmth of his treasured buns and jeopardize his fortune for the day. Rolling his eyes, he scanned the heavens. As he observed the dense flocks of birds above, a sense of unease settled deeper within him. He contemplated leaving and refraining from involving himself in the day's affairs. Yet, glancing at the dozen or so individuals kneeling on the platform, he deliberated for a long while and ultimately resolved to remain. After all, cultivators of the harmonization realm were figures he could scarcely hope to encounter in his lifetime. If he could partake of the blood of such practitioners by dipping his buns into it, it would almost guarantee the awakening of a unique ability. From that moment forth, he could leap through the dragon gate, no longer forced to endure a meager existence. Thus, the crowd below was a sea of black. Thousands craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Unfazed by the bird droppings that fell from above, they remained fixated on the platform. Should they be unfortunate enough to be struck, they simply wiped it away with their sleeves, their eyes never leaving the White Lotus disciples on stage. Especially the leader of the White Lotus sect, kneeling in the center, whom all regarded with an almost fervent intensity. To be precise, their gaze was fixed upon his neck. They awaited the stroke of the clock, when the executioner would wield his ghostly blade, and blood would spatter forth. The throng would then surge forward, clamoring to seize the blood of this harmonization realm master. Huang Wei was self-aware, recognizing his own meager strength and poor positioning. The prospect of snatching the blood of such a practitioner seemed almost impossible. Hence, he did not fix his gaze upon the leader, but rather on the adjacent holy maiden of the White Lotus. Among those to be executed, besides the leader, were the holy maiden and her two aides, as well as guardians. It was rumored that these three were also harmonization realm cultivators, albeit at the initial stage, while the leader stood at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. There was a thin line separating their abilities. Huang Wei found himself awkwardly positioned among the crowd, neither at the forefront nor at the back. Logically speaking, given his position, it was folly to aspire to seize the blood of a harmonization realm practitioner. Even the blood of the other White Lotus disciples on stage was beyond his reach. At most, he could rely on his height to intercept a few stray drops. Yet he still ventured forth, not out of a desire for fortune, but because he had traversed from the information-rich Blue Star, armed with an array of ingenious ideas. Upon learning of the impending execution of the White Lotus disciples, he had spent the night crafting two special buns. Thus, despite the fear of droppings raining down upon him, he dared to take a chance. The time has come. Execute. At the stroke of noon, the executioner on the platform drew forth the decree and cast it aside. Thud! The decree landed with a crisp sound. Puff! The executioner uncorked a bottle, spraying a mouthful of strong liquor evenly across the blade. Then he raised his arm. The gleaming blade shimmered coldly in the sunlight. Vacuum Mother! Lifeless homeland! In their final moments, the White Lotus disciples on stage shouted their rallying cry in unison. Crack! The birds above seemed to sense the atmosphere of impending doom, chirping loudly. As if under the influence of a purgative, they became even more sensitive and agitated, dark spots swirling downwards. What cursed food have those birds consumed, that their droppings are so sticky, blinding my eyes? Stinky. It stinks too much. Oh no, my bun has been soaked. What shall I do? The sudden turn of events caught the crowd below off guard amid the stench raining down. There was no refuge, no escape. They could only endure the avian baptism. In the midst of the chaos, Huang Wei calmly donned a duckbill cap and tightened the strap. 3 days prior, when the White Lotus disciples were escorted to this small town by the Luo River, flocks of birds had followed, circling the sky and lamenting for an extended period. It was a curious phenomenon. Upon hearing from others that dipping buns in blood could lead to martial prowess, his heart raced with determination. He resolved to seize this opportunity to escape his impoverished existence. Planning before acting, he had meticulously considered the events that might unfold at the execution ground over the past 3 days. Firstly, the birds above. Secondly, how to collect the blood. Thirdly, ensuring his safety. In response to the first concern, he had crafted a duckbill cap with straps to guard against the pecking of the birds. Now, it proved quite effective. All droppings were kept out of sight. Others were not so fortunate. No one had anticipated that these birds could produce such a volume. Their small bodies resembled Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. Filth poured down in torrents, seemingly endless. Even at death's door, they dared to feign mystery. "Executioner, do your duty," the supervising official declared, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept through, forming a protective barrier that deflected all droppings. The platform was left pristine and untouched, but the crowd below fared poorly. The front row was completely besmirched by bird droppings, sealed off from sight. Yes, the executioner's blade fell, severing a dozen fine heads, blood gushing forth. In that instant, as the heads fell, the birds above dove down in unison, launching a kamikaze attack on the officials on stage. With the droppings cleared, Huang Wei's heart soared with delight. He retrieved a bun from his pocket and hurled it towards the blood in the air. This was his second preparation. He had washed the bun free of starch, leaving only the glutinous core, enhancing its water absorption. Moreover, he had shaped the bun like a boomerang for ease of retrieval. Even so, he felt it was not entirely secure, so he tied a strand of hay around it as a string. The bun spun through the air, gliding through the blood. In an instant, its color shifted from pale yellow to deep crimson. Having absorbed a significant amount of blood, the bun grew heavy in the air. Its return slowed. By the time it neared him, it teetered precariously. He quickly tugged at the string, and the bun landed safely in his hand. Having not eaten since morning, he was now ravenous. Seizing 2 buns, he devoured them with remarkable speed. "Vacuum Mother! Lifeless homeland!" Suddenly, a voice filled with malice echoed. The blood suspended in the air paused momentarily before reversing direction. Even the blood that had clung to the buns was forcibly torn away, merging with the blood of the birds above. As the blood slipped from his grasp, the crowd below erupted in curses, frustrated by the unexpected turn of events. Among the sea of over 1,000 individuals, only Huang Wei managed to consume the blood-soaked bun. The others had yet to take a bite before an inexplicable force reclaimed it. Upon finishing the bun, the blood slid down his throat like sulfuric acid, searing with pain. Before long, a wave of heat surged within him, racing up his spine to his mind, causing him to faint instantly. As he collapsed, the blood and flesh on stage coalesced into a humanoid form. The supervising official, witnessing this, was consumed by rage. Impudent White Lotus rebels, even in death you cannot rest. With hands clasped and fingers interlaced, he unleashed a torrent of flames. The blood ignited with a crackling roar. Kikik, the humanoid shape, emitted a ghastly cry amidst the flames. White Lotus eternal, flowers bloom unyielding. Your trivial flames cannot harm me. The voices melded together, male, female, old, young, each contributing to a cacophony that resonated. The myriad voices combined to form a singular sound, akin to a demonic melody, shattering the eardrums of all who heard it, causing blood to flow from their orifices. They collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The supervising official seized the decree from the table and leapt into the air. "Since mundane flames cannot extinguish your spirits, then let you taste the might of the 9 suns' sacred fire." A bright, white light glimmered on the surface of the decree. With a flick of his finger, the radiant light instantly ignited the humanoid form. The flames surged, and in an instant, the figure shrank considerably. Yet, the White Lotus collective spirit remained undeterred, continuing to cackle. "Vacuum Mother, lifeless homeland. White Lotus blooms, eternal and unyielding." Upon concluding their chant, the spirit suddenly coalesced, taking on a tangible quality. Under the scorching flames, the figure began to transform, its hue shifting from red to white. A white lotus twirled gracefully in the air. In the next moment, the lotus appeared poised to break free and ascend. "Not good." The supervising official's expression darkened at the sight. Realizing he had been deceived by the White Lotus disciples into facilitating some forbidden technique, he swung his right hand, lengthening the decree to 3 meters. With great force, he brought it down. The blade cleaved through the lotus with ease, splitting it in half. Once severed, the lotus quivered violently, unable to maintain its form. With a resounding bang, it shattered, dispersing into countless smaller lotus petals that swirled through the air, penetrating the foreheads of the gathered crowd. Amidst the white lotus petals, a blood-red lotus slipped beneath a duckbill cap. Chapter 2. The Emergence of Fate. Hungry. So very hungry. In his dreams, Huang Wei gorged himself on a feast of delicacies, exquisite mountain treasures and oceanic delights. Yet, the hunger within him remained insatiable. The more he consumed, the more ravenous he became, caught in an endless cycle of hunger and consumption. A profound sense of panic filled his heart until he jolted awake from his slumber. Ugh! He let out a long groan. His stomach grumbled, and he opened his eyes, searching for sustenance. Amidst the haze of his consciousness, a white lotus suddenly blossomed in his mind. Instantly, a radiant panel materialized before him. Name: Huang Wei. Cultivation: none. Techniques: none. Fate: blessed by the blue star, favored by the goddess of fate, heir of the white lotus. He. Gazing at the panel, Huang Wei felt a surge of excitement. It had been 2.5 years since he traversed into this realm. Each day was a struggle, subsisting on meager rations and laboring tirelessly. His existence was akin to that of a beast, inferior even to livestock. Had he not been accustomed to the hardships of his previous life, it would have been difficult to endure. Once he calmed his racing heart, he immediately focused on the fate description. Blessed by the blue star red. When you slay individuals with a fate, there is a probability of obtaining fate fragments. Heir of the white lotus gold. As the most notorious rebel in the multiverse, when you kill righteous individuals, the probability of obtaining fate will increase 16-fold. Favored by the goddess of fate gold. Each month, you will randomly receive an exceptional fate. Hee blue. When you emit a strange laugh, you can forcibly seize an opportunity from another, but it will inevitably be discovered afterward. I can finally escape this precarious existence. Ignoring his gnawing hunger, the panel filled him with euphoric delight. The panel was straightforward, containing merely 4 columns. Yet the information it conveyed was profound. Both cultivation and techniques were blank, but the fate descriptions 1 red, 2 gold, and 1 blue were significant. The blue star's blessing, as the sole red fate, was extraordinarily powerful. Killing others to gain fate resembled leveling up in a game. As long as he was willing to exert effort, he would eventually ascend to the pinnacle. The subsequent heir of the white lotus, a golden fate, evidently bore the influence of the blue star's blessing. Otherwise, such a seamless connection would be impossible. The third fate, the goddess of fate's favor, was strikingly similar to the blue star's blessing, yet its effectiveness was markedly inferior. In his eyes, the unstable high-tier fate paled in comparison to a stable low-tier fate. The final fate, he profoundly illustrated this principle. Seizing opportunities from others appeared formidable, yet it would invariably lead to detection and retaliation. It was akin to a double-edged sword. Against those weaker than him, he could seize without needing this fate, but against those stronger, such an action would invite his demise. He would rather possess a low-tier fate with positive feedback than this perilous duality. The blue inscription of his fate flickered softly. Deep within, he comprehended that this blue fate was the exceptional one he had randomly received this month. In 30 days, it would vanish. It's good that it can disappear. I wouldn't want such a fate even if it were offered to me. But is blue truly considered exceptional? Huang Wei pondered, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, the goddess of fate's favor was merely golden, and beneath gold, blue was already commendable. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from outside. Everyone assemble! The jailer passed by the cells, casually unlocking the chains. Huang Wei gathered his focus and realized he had been confined in a cell without his knowledge. Inside the cell, there were 7 others, all silent as they stepped out of the prison. He wished to converse with them to glean what had transpired during his unconsciousness, but given the circumstances, he refrained. He followed closely behind as they exited. Navigating through the dim corridors, they finally arrived at a training ground surrounded by soldiers clad in armor, forming a circle. Within the circle stood several hundred individuals. Is there a problem at the execution ground? Huang Wei mused. Before his fainting, he had only participated in the beheading of the White Lotus sect's followers. Awakening in the cell under strict scrutiny, it was highly likely that the White Lotus sect had concocted some scheme. Within minutes, everyone had gathered. A middle-aged man stepped forward. Huang Wei squinted. It was the official overseeing the execution of the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect has committed countless atrocities, wreaking havoc for years, causing untold suffering and destruction to families. Recently, our esteemed national master of the Great Qian, after 3 years of pursuit, finally pinpointed the whereabouts of the White Lotus sect's high-ranking members and captured them all. However, the White Lotus sect is cunning at the last moment. They planted White Lotus seeds within each of you. Hundreds perished due to their dark arts, while the rest suffered ruptured eardrums and hearing impairment. The White Lotus sect must be exterminated. By the Emperor's decree, I am tasked with eliminating their influence and executing everyone here. At this juncture, the executioner paused, allowing the crowd to absorb his words. My lord, I merely wish to taste a blood bun. I beg for your mercy. I have no ties to the White Lotus sect. I know nothing of the White Lotus sect. I detest the rebels. Please, my lord, show us leniency. The crowd quickly grasped the implication of the executioner's words and fell to their knees in terror, banging their heads against the ground, their pleas filled with despair. All present were common folk, desperate to survive. When others claimed that consuming a blood bun could awaken supernatural abilities, they believed it without question. With their limited understanding, no one could discern the truth from the falsehood. Seeing potential benefits, they rushed to vie for the opportunity, oblivious to the underlying strangeness of the situation. If the blood bun truly wielded extraordinary powers, how could it possibly be accessible to commoners? Huang Wei understood the underlying truth all too well, yet he felt powerless. The Great Qin dynasty was rife with chaos, resembling the twilight of an era. For ordinary people, mere survival was a daunting task, let alone living a better life. In the 2.5 years since his arrival, he had never enjoyed a full meal. Daily hunger left him dizzy, yet he labored relentlessly for meager sustenance. At this rate, he would not endure for long and would become the most unfortunate of transmigrators. Thus, when an opportunity to ascend presented itself, he instinctively overlooked the potentially dire consequences, focusing solely on enhancing his chances of acquiring blood, dismissing the terrifying aftermath. Life and death were but fleeting matters. Fortunately, his preparations bore fruit. The birds in the sky, the blood of the White Lotus sect, and his own safety, all considerations converged. When the White Lotus followers were executed, he had not positioned himself at the edges of the crowd nor at the center, but rather slightly to the right within the throng. This strategic positioning allowed him to survive and retain his hearing. I know the culpability does not lie with you. You two are victims. Therefore, I will petition the court on your behalf for a chance to survive. As his words fell, the crowd immediately expressed their gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The executioner smiled faintly, clearly pleased with their response. He continued, however, the White Lotus sect's remnants still lurk among you, with the potential to resurface at any moment. We must scrutinize carefully to expose them. Thus, I require you to remain here for 3 months and learn a special technique of the White Lotus sect, so the remnants among you will reveal themselves. I am willing. I am willing. Driven by the instinct for survival, the crowd eagerly acquiesced. In chaotic times, ordinary people could only cling to life. As long as they could preserve their existence, they would agree to anything. Upon hearing the term White Lotus remnants, Huang Wei's heart sank, and he lowered his head even further. Deputy Commander Wang, you will teach them the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique. The executioner instructed an officer beside him. The 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique? Deputy Commander Wang was taken aback. This technique was a particularly sinister art employed by the White Lotus sect for cultivating human pills. Human pills, as the name suggests, involve transforming people into elixirs. Mastering it would culminate in the formation of a 9-layered White Lotus, enriching the White Lotus sect's cultivation. What? Do you have an issue? The executioner inquired, his expression unyielding. No. Deputy Commander Wang hastily replied, I shall obey your command. These wretched commoners, once infested by the White Lotus, are as good as dead. Teaching them the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique may even prolong their lives. They should be grateful to me. Indeed, my lord is correct. Deputy Commander Wang flattered, echoing the executioner's sentiment. Document and register everyone here. You are responsible for all matters, ensuring that every individual is tracked. Alive, they must be seen; dead, their corpses must be accounted for. With that, the executioner turned to leave, leaving Deputy Commander Wang overwhelmed by the enormity of the task. Hundreds transformed into human pills. Who would benefit from these pills? How could the deaths of over 1,000 be explained? The complexities of the situation were life-threatening. Yet, this grave responsibility now rested squarely on his shoulders. He felt a chill run down his neck, as if a blade were poised above it, ready to sever his head at any moment. Chapter 3. The 9 Transformations of the White Lotus Art. As he watched the executioner depart from the stage, Huang Wei keenly observed the changing expressions of Vice General Wang. Famished, with his stomach pressed painfully against his back, he was in desperate need of sustenance to fill his hollow belly, leaving little room for contemplation on the significance of the other expressions. Hunger, an insatiable hunger. Every martial art is a precious treasure, and you are indeed fortunate to have the opportunity to learn such skills. The master has decreed that as long as no abnormalities manifest within 3 months, employment will be allocated upon completion, ensuring a life free from want. While Vice General Wang confidently expounded on the stage, the crowd below could bear it no longer. The several hundred individuals present were destitute, their bodies lacking any significant fat reserves. After enduring severe physical trauma and going without food for a day and a night, the sun's relentless heat caused some to succumb to dizziness and collapse. That something's amiss. Someone has fainted. The fall of one individual triggered a domino effect, leading dozens to follow suit in rapid succession. Someone has collapsed here. 2 have fallen here. The sight of so many collapsing sent a wave of panic through Vice General Wang. The executioner had warned him before leaving that these individuals were to be refined into elixirs. Now, with the materials dwindling before the alchemical processes had even begun, if the executioner were to learn of this, he would surely face dire consequences. Quick, fetch the physician. In a flurry, he ordered his subordinates. Yes, his aides dashed out of the training grounds to summon several physicians. Upon arrival, the physicians surveyed the scene and observed the pallid, emaciated figures before them. The cause of the fainting spells was glaringly obvious. There was no need for a pulse check to ascertain that these individuals had succumbed to hunger. Physicians, what is wrong with them? The physicians remained motionless, causing Vice General Wang's anxiety to escalate. Could it be that these souls were beyond medical aid? Losing a few might be manageable, but if dozens perished, his own survival would be in jeopardy. Furthermore, as the physicians deliberated, more individuals continued to succumb, accumulating to over 100 lives, enough to ensure his demise 10 times over. Fear not, my lord, they have merely fainted from hunger. A bowl of rice soup will revive them. Hungry, they want to die? Though prolonged fasting could indeed lead to death, one physician clarified. Upon hearing that these individuals would not perish immediately, Vice General Wang's tense demeanor began to ease. Old Ma, quickly find some men to set up large pots and prepare rice soup for them. We must ensure these souls do not perish. Understood. An elderly man with graying hair acknowledged the command and hurriedly gathered a dozen soldiers to erect 9 large cauldrons, igniting fires and adding water and rice. Before long, the aroma of food wafted through the training grounds, drawing everyone towards the source. As the scent reached him, Huang Wei's senses sharpened, but he lifted his head to gaze at the 9 cauldrons. His throat stirred and saliva flowed freely. Following the enticing aroma, he mustered his strength to move forward. Upon reaching one of the cauldrons, he numbly accepted a bowl and drank it down in one go. A slight burn invigorated his throat, and the rush of warmth helped clear his mind. With clarity restored, he promptly took his bowl and joined the 4th line for his second serving. The steaming food filled his bowl, and although his throat still ached, he paid it no mind. Blowing gently to cool it down, he sipped slowly until the second bowl was empty. After finishing, he rushed to the 7th line for a 3rd helping. By this time, many had recuperated, regaining their senses, and some, like him, were taking a second bowl. However, a faction of individuals did not wait, but stood before the cauldron demanding a second helping. Soldiers, please, just another bowl. It's just broth, another bowl. Some have had 2. Why shouldn't we? The cries for fairness echoed. The soldiers, seasoned veterans with fiery tempers, were not inclined to engage in arguments. They snatched bowls and smashed them to pieces, gruffly declaring, "Eat if you wish, But if not, move along. We want food. Why are we denied? Others have, so why not us? Just as he settled into a moment's respite, the clamor of heated disputes reverberated from outside. What all this ruckus? Old Ma replied, those wretched souls are unsatisfied with their portions and seek more. Then grant them their wish. Let them eat. These individuals were crucial ingredients for the elixirs, and he needed to ensure their well-being without fail. Yes, Old Ma stepped outside and bellowed, everyone may have 3 bowls. Hear that? 3 bowls each. Hurry and serve the food. The commotion surged as individuals eagerly extended their bowls towards the soldiers. With the superior's orders, even the most irate of soldiers had no choice but to begrudgingly comply, scooping a ladleful. With the promise of more food, a long line quickly formed as everyone awaited their share. At this moment, Huang Wei found himself in no rush, leisurely lingering at the back of the crowd. After downing 3 bowls, his strength gradually returned, allowing him the mental capacity to ponder his circumstances. Those familiar with communal dining knew that the servers would not distribute food evenly. Rather, they would scoop indiscriminately, resulting in a bowl primarily filled with broth and scant solid food. Thus, those who were first in line often ended up with less, while those at the back had a greater chance of satisfaction. As fate would have it, when his turn arrived, he found the cauldron filled with a sticky, thick rice porridge. Observing the soldiers' nonchalance as they ceased serving and began feasting themselves, Huang Wei seized the opportunity. With no interference, he filled his bowl generously. He savored each bite, chewing slowly until each grain was thoroughly mashed before swallowing. For one who had endured prolonged hunger, gorging on too much food at once could easily lead to discomfort. Yet peculiarly, the rice did not induce a strong sense of fullness. It merely diminished his hunger. His stomach remained flat, not distended. Could it be that the panel in his mind was absorbing energy? The strange sensations within his body led him to suspect that perhaps the panel was indeed at work. Thus, he filled a second bowl. Once again, the sensation of satiation eluded him, so he proceeded to serve himself a 3rd bowl. The feeling persisted. After finishing the 3rd bowl, he chose to halt his consumption, partially due to the soldiers' demands and partially because the intricacies of the White Lotus cult remained elusive. The identity of its disciples was still unknown. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior now, it could easily attract the attention of the discerning, marking him as a target that if within 3 months the true inheritors of the White Lotus cult were not uncovered, such an aberration might lead to his identification as one of them. Deceit and treachery were not uncommon. Caution was imperative. After the meal, everyone sprawled in the shaded areas of the training grounds to digest. Huang Wei, however, found himself contemplating his future, with the panel at his disposal. He held a significant advantage in this world. With merely a martial art and some time, he could rapidly advance and attain the strength necessary for self-preservation. The martial arts would be taught to him by the soldiers. All he needed to do was survive. Survival, an ostensibly simple task, was in the waning days of a dynasty plagued by poverty and deprivation, the greatest luxury of all. All personnel assemble, a gruff voice rang out, prompting Huang Wei to lift his gaze and see Vice General Wang accompanied by an elderly Taoist priest with a snowy beard standing upon the platform. Upon hearing the command, he ambled leisurely into the gathering, positioning himself slightly to the right of the crowd, not too close to the edge, yet not too deep within. This venerable priest from Baiyun Temple will impart to you the 9 transformations of the White Lotus art, declared Vice General Wang. The 9 transformations of the White Lotus art? The crowd had never heard of it, but that did not dampen their eager anticipation. Tio master martial arts meant to ascend to a higher echelon of humanity, ensuring ample food, warm clothing, grand housing, and the company of a virtuous spouse. The 9 transformations of the White Lotus, blooming in 9 layers, is one of the fundamental arts of the White Lotus cult, capable of identifying its followers and enabling them to become martial artists. The elderly priest spoke with fervor, but Huang Wei found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend the specialized terminology. The others mirrored his confusion, their brows furrowed, struggling to grasp the concepts being presented. Chapter 4. Cackling laughter, but did anyone truly understand? The priest spoke for nearly half an hour before concluding, taking a sip of water and inquiring for responses. The training grounds fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to respond. After a moment of awkward stillness, the priest's countenance darkened, his irritation palpable that there truly not a single soul who comprehends? Faces remained blank and silence reigned. This infuriated him further, and he pointed at a man in the front row, demanding, "You, answer me. Why is there no response?" Those within the designated area exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of who the priest was addressing. All too intimidated to speak. "You. I mean you." The elderly Taoist flicked away the dust, which landed on the man's head. Startled, the man immediately knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. "In response to your honor, I am but a beggar, skilled only in the art of asking for alms. That a beggar. Asking for alms?" The Taoist was taken aback, perplexed by this pupil. Can a beggar afford to hire a martial arts instructor? As his gaze swept across the crowd below, he soon realized that all present appeared gaunt and impoverished, bearing the marks of destitution. The Taoist inquired of a nearby soldier, "What is the origin of these people below?" The soldier, fists clenched, replied, "In response to your honor, they are all impoverished beggars." Impoverished beggars? The Taoist was momentarily stunned. So, none of them possessed the foundation for martial arts. Indeed, the soldier affirmed, "Is this not absurd?" The Taoist exclaimed in exasperation, "Without a foundation in martial arts, should a mishap occur during cultivation, the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique could easily devolve into mere 9 transformations of the White Lotus elixir." The Taoist abruptly halted, as if recalling something vital. "You shall explain the origins of these individuals to me in detail." The soldier complied, recounting the events of the previous day. After listening to the soldier's account, the Taoist stroked his beard in silence, having grasped the intent behind the instruction that he promptly commanded the soldier, "Find those who are literate. I shall instruct them separately. Then you shall report to General Wang and seek a teacher." "Yes." The soldier accepted the order and turned to bellow, "All those who can read, step forward." Approximately 20 to 30 individuals emerged from the crowd, following the Taoist's lead. What is happening here? Were we not to be taught martial arts techniques? Why are all the people disappearing? Indeed, that official clearly stated everyone would be instructed, yet this old Taoist only desires those who can read. The crowd erupted in discord, yet Huang Wei observed keenly. The remaining individuals were utterly illiterate, their minds and bodies dulled from prolonged hardship at the bottom of society. Let alone mastering martial arts techniques, even learning to recognize everyday written language would require tremendous effort. The aspiration to learn the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique seemed as arduous as ascending to the heavens that he felt a deep sense of urgency. The golden opportunity had arrived. With wealth and prosperity within reach, that if he were to perish due to a lack of literacy, it would be an unbearable tragedy. Enough of this. You cannot even read, yet you wish to learn martial arts techniques? What a futile dream! The soldier's voice thundered, seemingly employing some technique, the sound waves resounding to silence all. "However, the general has shown mercy, bringing you a teacher to help you learn to read, that do not squander the general's goodwill. Should you fail to grasp the techniques in 3 months, well, you know the consequences." With the soldier's threats, all fell silent, standing frozen in place, too afraid to speak. After a prolonged silence, a white-haired old scholar ascended the high platform, producing a book and shaking his head as he began to read aloud. Huang Wei immediately sensed trouble. This old scholar merely recited from the book, oblivious to the fact that most present were less knowledgeable than nursery children, unable to recognize a single character. Though he spoke of what each character resembled and how to write it, the crowd could not comprehend a word. "Teacher, we cannot understand. Could you provide us with a book, so we might read along?" The old scholar, however, paid no heed, continuing to read for himself. The crowd clamored, yet no one came to address the matter. Huang Wei quickly shifted his position, quietly moving forward. Without the interference of others' voices, he could finally hear the old scholar's words. Yet they still sounded like an incomprehensible language, utterly foreign, and no need to worry. There are still 3 months ahead that we can take our time. We will surely learn. After all, he was a transmigrator, aware that progress must be gradual. Ignoring the rising impatience within, he reassured himself that mastery would come. As time passed, a day went by, and he managed to learn a few characters. 2 days passed, and he learned a few more. 3 days went by, and he acquired several more. A week passed, and he had forgotten half of what he had learned. Damn it. Huang Wei struck his thigh in frustration, feeling a sense of helplessness. This accursed old scholar cannot teach worth a damn. Under normal circumstances, Once one understood the language, learning commonly used characters would be swift. Yet here, there were no books, no teaching tools, no opportunities for practice. Relying solely on a single individual standing on a high platform to conduct mass instruction for hundreds was a recipe for failure that he himself struggled to learn, and the majority below him had made little progress. Nevertheless, a few prodigies emerged, managing to grasp genuine knowledge amidst the chaotic gestures. From the third day onward, some began to shine, stepping onto the platform to showcase their newfound skills. With the first, there soon followed a second. At that moment, 4 individuals gathered around the old scholar, engaged in lively conversation, completely oblivious to the murderous glares of the hundreds below. Huang Wei felt urgency rise within him. A 12th of the 3-month deadline had already passed. The old scholar's behavior was tantamount to squandering the lives of many. Looking at the old scholar, his gaze turned icy. This old fool was obstructing the path to success, an act deserving of death. Had he not been powerless, he would have surely dealt with the old man. Lunch is served. The soldier's voice rang out, and the crowd lined up to receive their meal. That moment, the group of 20 or so literate individuals, having been taught martial arts by the Taoist, emerged from the line, pushing past Huang Wei, who was currently serving food. Huang Wei felt indignant, but dared not voice his grievances, only managing to utter half a sentence. What do you mean? You can't even read, yet you wish to eat. Get lost. A chubby young man shoved him with force, causing him to stumble and fall. Thin and clumsy, after all this time, you still cannot learn to read, yet you wish to be first in line for food. Brother, Li's 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique is about to be mastered. Consider yourself fortunate to be pushed aside. Perhaps this stroke of fortune may even allow you to learn the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique. Laughter erupted among them, mocking Huang Wei, who felt a mix of anger and humiliation wash over him. Having lived in a peaceful and happy era, he possessed a kind heart. Even after 2.5 years of struggling in this new world, he had not lost his compassion. Yet the kindness nurtured in times of peace had become a burden in this chaotic world. You leave me no choice. Huang Wei clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. As if resolved to a certain decision, he cast a glance at Li Ping, who was mockingly observing him after collecting his meal. This is too much. Huang Wei rose from the ground, meeting Li Ping's gaze. Suddenly, he burst into a laugh, a cackling sound that grated on the nerves, akin to metal scraping against metal, discomforting all who heard it. In an instant, Li Ping felt a hollow sensation within, as if he had lost something of utmost value. The thief of that treasure stood before him, the lanky figure emitting that eerie laughter. With the success of his cackling, Huang Wei had seized a portion of Li Ping's fortune, successfully cultivating the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique. A prompt appeared in his mind, and a white lotus blossomed within it. 3 stamens rose upright from the center of the petals. Within him surged an inexplicable strength, feeling his body grow considerably more robust. Simultaneously, the complete method of the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique materialized in his mind, making the meaning of each character clear. He hastily glanced at his status panel. Name: Huang Wei. Cultivation: Body Realm, Refining Skin, Technique: 9 transformations of the White Lotus Fate. Favored by the Blue Star. Blessed by the Goddess of Fate, heir to the White Lotus. Ha ha ha. Yes, he could not contain his excitement that he had acquired cultivation, gained a technique, and resolved the issue of literacy. With one stroke, he had achieved 3 objectives. No longer needing to fear for his life. Elated internally, he maintained an impassive facade as he picked up the bowl from the ground, seemingly conceding defeat as he walked toward the end of the line. As he approached the rear, a crimson hue surged from the lotus base, flooding into the stamens. The stamens pulsated and contracted, resembling veins. Within a few moments, the stamens were stained crimson. Yet, as the blood color seeped in, the stamens lost their rigidity, bending precariously, as if they were about to snap at any moment. That moment, a flash of white light appeared, firmly locking the blood color in place. Then it began to shrink, shrinking until the crimson hue vanished entirely, restoring the original luster of pure white. Chapter 5. Seizing again, I had thought he possessed some skill. Turns out he is merely mad. How dull, how dull. A coward, utterly uninteresting. A group of individuals mocked Huang Wei with abandon, eagerly anticipating his resistance, hoping for an excuse to beat him. However, upon his voluntary submission, their interest waned. "Brother Li, let us depart, with the fun gone." They finished their meals and left. Yet, Li Ping stood motionless, as if in a trance. "What is it, Brother Li?" A companion nudged him, and Li Ping finally came back to reality. "It's nothing. Let us go." After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned to glare at Huang Wei at the back of the line. "This person has stolen my most precious possession. But what could it be?" After lunch, the old scholar resumed his lessons. Huang Wei, having seized the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique, now found himself comprehending many characters that as the lessons continued. He understood everything being taught, each word making perfect sense. "Old Zhang, how many have you taught in these past few days?" Upon hearing the sound, Huang Wei did not need to raise his head to know it was Deputy General Wang that asked the highest authority in this place. He was always surrounded by a throng of followers and flattering voices. Upon hearing this, the old scholar immediately shifted to a sycophantic demeanor. "You have taught excellently to date. We have identified 4 outstanding individuals who possess the potential to become scholars: Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu. Step forward and allow the general to assess your knowledge." Yes, the 4 stood up and stepped out, eager to showcase their learning. However, to their astonishment, Deputy General Wang slapped one of them across the face in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "What need do I have for scholars? I require them to understand literature and master martial arts." The 4 were petrified by this scene, hesitating to advance in just a few short days, having learned to read. A modicum of pride had taken root in their impoverished hearts, leading them to believe they could ascend effortlessly, only for reality to shatter their nascent arrogance brutally. What they considered unparalleled abilities were, in the general's eyes, merely a joke. The general sought not scholars but talent in martial arts. "Old Ma, take these 4 to find Taoist Qingxiu. Additionally, recruit several more instructors. They must be taught the fundamentals of written language as soon as possible." "Yes," Old Ma replied. "You 4, follow me." The 4 hurriedly complied. "Wait," they were called back by Deputy General Wang, causing them to shudder, fearing calamity would befall them. "You go and transcribe several copies of the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique. Instruct the teachers to only teach the characters above and nothing else." "Yes," Old Ma responded. Upon hearing they were not the subject of reprimand, the 4 felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted and swiftly departed. By the next day, 6 instructors had joined the training grounds, each presenting a small booklet and teaching the characters within, word by word, ensuring each student grasped the meaning. Huang Wei understood clearly. It was the secret manual for the 9 transformations of the White Lotus. The change in teaching methods resulted in a greater number of students comprehending the material. That very day, over 20 individuals learned the meanings of all the characters that a week later, more than 100 had mastered the written language and followed the old Taoist to study the 9 transformations of the White Lotus. At this time, Huang Wei also revealed his learning, graduating from the literacy class to join the old Taoist martial arts class. Under the guidance of the soldiers, he left the training grounds and entered a room where Taoist Qingxiu sat in the center. Surrounded by more than 100 students, the faces of the audience were somewhat familiar. They had crossed paths in the training grounds. With his eyes closed, the old Taoist spoke continuously, just as the soldiers departed and Huang Wei was about to settle among the crowd. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a murderous intent approaching, that he looked up to find Li Ping, whose expression was unfriendly, glaring at him. Unfazed by the menacing gaze, he responded with a smile before taking his seat. Since the beginning of their enmity, he had been preparing for revenge, attempting to provoke Li Ping with a mocking laugh every day. For 6 consecutive days, he had achieved nothing. However, just yesterday, a notification resonated in his mind. Successful provocation. You have seized a portion of the opponent's opportunity and successfully cultivated the Mingwang Fist. The Mingwang Fist was a martial technique inherent to the 9 transformations of the White Lotus, each complementing the other in a symbiotic manner. With this technique, he gained the confidence for self-defense that I end this ebb and flow of strength. Li Ping, a mere insignificant figure, no longer held any significance in Huang Wei's eyes. He merely awaited the opportunity to eradicate him completely. The 9 transformations of the White Lotus was one of the finest techniques for physical enhancement, reputedly created by a certain sage of the White Lotus cult based on the characteristics of the realm of magical power, serving as a unique foundational cultivation method for physical transformation. When the 9 transformations reached completion, it could condense a unique white lotus form, aiding in the advancement to the subsequent realm of magical power. Huang Wei listened intently as Daoist Qingshu elucidated the 9 transformations of the White Lotus. Confirming his own learning, he suddenly felt as though a veil had been lifted, allowing him to comprehend each aspect he had previously found perplexing. The physical realm was further divided into 5 refinements, refining skin, blood, sinews, bones, and organs. These 5 refinements progressed and complemented each other, and upon achieving mastery in all, one would ascend to the next realm, the magical power realm. After the old Taoist explanation, everyone was filled with yearning. Someone eagerly inquired, "Taoist, what is the next realm after the magical power realm? Please enlighten us about the realms of martial arts. The next realm?" Chuckled the old Taoist that I, having lived for 66 years, have only reached the 8th transformation of the magical power realm. Whether I can break through in this lifetime remains uncertain. You should not aim too high. To cultivate magical power within your body, as I have, is akin to smoke rising from your ancestral grave. Though he spoke with apparent self-deprecation, he was inwardly quite pleased that I am the city of Le. He stood as the foremost expert at the 8th transformation of the magical power realm. Even within the entire realm of Ingtian, across 8 counties, he ranked among the top 3 that he had long been in contention for first place with 2 others, with victories alternating between them. And what of the combined realm? Suddenly, another voice rang out, inquiring about the 4 cultivators said to exist within the White Lotus cult at the time of its downfall. The combined realm? The old Taoist chuckled once more, this time declining to answer. "Taoist, I learned the Mingwang fist last night. How far do you think I can go?" As the crowd grew restless, Li Ping stepped forward. "Oh, you learned the Mingwang fist? Excellent, excellent. Among those here, you possess the best aptitude," praised the old Taoist, opening his eyes briefly before adding, "Show me your form." "Yes." Li Ping immediately took pride in displaying the martial technique. The old Taoist expression turned to one of affirmation. "Well done. You possess the potential to surpass me." After saying this, he rose to leave. "Taoist," Li Ping called out, seeking more than mere praise. He wished for the old Taoist to satisfy his curiosity. The old Taoist walked some distance away, and just as Li Ping began to feel dejected, believing the Taoist's words were mere pleasantries, the voice returned. "Knowing too much will only bring you trouble. Cultivate your technique to the 9 transformations, and then we can discuss this matter." Suddenly confronted with martial arts, individuals of all ages, teenagers and middle-aged alike, were filled with excitement. They were curious about this new destiny and eager to learn all there was to know about martial arts. Yet, Huang Wei, glancing at the time, made his way toward the dining hall. "It is time to eat. Stop." As he sought his meal, some opposed his intentions. Ignoring them, he continued on his path that I in the grand scheme of things. A meal was of utmost importance that no one could hinder his progress toward dinner. Brotherly commands you to halt. Are you deaf? Someone sprinted from behind, reaching out for him. Huang Wei, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, sidestepped deftly and, with a swift motion, sent the assailant tumbling to the ground. "Do you dare strike back?" The bully, face smeared with dirt, seethed with embarrassment and fury, attempting to rise. Huang Wei stepped down firmly, pressing him back to the ground. At this moment, Li Ping and his companions arrived, surrounding him. "What do you want?" Huang Wei asked with a smile. "What do we want?" The group was momentarily speechless, uncertain of their intentions. Casting glances at Li Ping, under the scrutiny of the others, Li Ping felt a surge of panic that he was an ordinary person. He feared power and relished in bullying the weak. They had always been the bullies, never facing resistance. Now confronted with someone who fought back, they found themselves at a loss for words. Silence enveloped the air for a few seconds, during which Li Ping's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Flustered, he blurted out, "I want to beat you." "Beat me?" Huang Wei chuckled. "Then why aren't you making a move?" Huang Wei's nonchalance left Li Ping bewildered. He had anticipated pleas for mercy, tears, and cries that would incite his twisted desires. Not a calm demeanor laced with mockery, that if you're not going to make a move, then please step aside. I'm off to have my meal. Huang Wei turned away, shoving aside the person blocking his path, who stumbled back a few steps that he then disregarded the gazes of the crowd and walked away leisurely. "Hey, return what you stole from me." At last, Li Ping shouted out the confusion that had plagued him for days. "Stolen? That was taken by me. Chapter 6. Defamation. Though I don't know what you claim I stole, you must have stolen something. Li Ping hurried after Huang Wei. Huang Wei ignored him, heading directly to the dining hall to eat. Don't think just because you've gained some weight you can defeat me, that I've learned the Mingwang Fist. The Mingwang Fist. Huang Wei chuckled inwardly, well aware that this fool had indeed learned the technique, as the martial art he possessed had originated from Li Ping. However, a question lingered in Huang Wei's mind. If the effect of the provocation was to seize the opponent's opportunity, how had Li Ping managed to cultivate the Mingwang Fist after his opportunity had already been taken? Did the loss of opportunity not imply that the other could no longer cultivate? Contemplating this, Huang Wei furrowed his brow. This could not be the reason, that if it were indeed an opportunity, it should be of significant importance. Even if one could not obstruct the other's progress, they should at least intercept it. Why, then, had Li Ping succeeded in his cultivation yesterday? I cannot comprehend, truly cannot comprehend. He possesses scant knowledge of martial arts and is not well versed in the panel within his mind. All his thoughts and considerations are merely reflections of his past experiences on Blue Star. Perhaps amidst this, events transpired that defy his existing understanding. Master Qingshu mentioned that I am the most gifted individual among us. If you do not return what you have stolen from me, I shall make you regret it. To be disregarded by others is far more infuriating than physical assault. Clearly, I am a genius. The most talented student, apart from Master Qingshu, everyone else seeks to curry favor with him. Even the soldiers here exhibit a certain obsequiousness towards him. Why should Huang Wei be allowed to ignore me? Moreover, this person has stolen my belongings. What have I stolen from you? Do not slander me. Huang Wei replied with nonchalance. What have you stolen? Li Ping could not articulate an answer, but felt a strong conviction that his possessions had indeed been pilfered. After the last theft, he had mastered the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique. Following yesterday's theft, he had learned the King of Light Fist. Twice robbed, twice achieving breakthroughs in martial arts, he experienced an enigmatic sensation, wondering if continual theft might lead to ongoing advancements in his skills. Yet he recognized that this feeling was nothing but a fanciful notion, merely a psychological effect stemming from his irritation with Huang Wei. You know perfectly well what you have taken from me, that if you wish to prove your innocence, strip off all your clothing, so we can see that you have hidden nothing, and then we shall let you go. Humph. Huang Wei scoffed. Strip? Such childish antics. He ignored them and continued to eat. Noticing his silence, Li Ping exchanged glances with those around him, and several individuals understood the cue and surrounded Huang Wei. That if you do not return what you have taken, do not blame me for being rude, Li Ping threatened. Rude? Huang Wei set down his bowl and utensils, sneering. If you dare lay a finger on me, I shall immediately report you to Master Qingshu. Childish tactics are best countered with the simplest of methods. As the words report left his lips, everyone froze, exchanging apprehensive glances, hesitant to proceed for fear of repercussions. The do not forget, I am the most talented among us. Master Qingshu holds high regard for me, Li Ping protested, but Huang Wei interrupted him. So, you claim to be a disciple of the White Lotus sect. What disciple of the White Lotus sect? Li Ping was taken aback, perplexed. Apparently, you have forgotten that we are here to uncover the remnants of the White Lotus sect. Your rapid cultivation surely indicates that you have inherited their teachings. Speak. Is it you? At that moment, Huang Wei's voice grew stern, startling Li Ping. Upon hearing the question, cold sweat trickled down his back as others stepped back, isolating him. White Lotus sect? Where is the White Lotus sect? The mere mention of the remnants of the White Lotus sect captivated everyone's interest. And those who relished a spectacle surged forward, and oh wonder, Li Ping's cultivation has progressed so swiftly. It turns out he has inherited the teachings of the White Lotus sect. He was the first to master the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique. And now he has also become the first to grasp the King of Light Fist, while the rest of us are still struggling. Why is he advancing so quickly? Indeed, it seems he is a remnant of the White Lotus sect. There can be no doubt. The chorus of accusations swelled, transforming mere whispers into a cacophony of condemnation. One person, claiming Li Ping was a remnant of the White Lotus sect, may have been mere rumor. But when the multitude echoed the sentiment, it became an undeniable truth that Li Ping trembled in fear, hastily denying, "No, it's not me. Indeed, it is you. It is you." Li Ping's attempts at rebuttal were drowned out by the uproar of the crowd. He was terrified. He was genuinely frightened. The dread of death amplified his anxiety, compelling him to reflect on his situation in search of counterarguments. Yet, the more he pondered, the more disconcerting it became. How could a mere commoner possess such extraordinary martial aptitude? This was illogical. Was it possible that I truly am a descendant of the White Lotus? Caught in a self-incriminating spiral, he began to harbor profound doubts about his own identity. Let us hasten to report this. We have discovered a remnant of the White Lotus sect, and perhaps there will be a reward. Huang Wei stoked the flames of excitement. Strike while the iron is hot, in the frenzy of anticipation for rewards. Eyes sparkled with excitement. Some dashed off to report, while others seized Li Ping's arms, declaring, "Let us take him directly to Vice Commander Wang." Delivering a message was evidently not as effective as bringing the individual directly. "I shall assist as well." Li Ping's other arm was likewise grasped. And with no arms left free, Li Ping was hoisted off the ground, dozens of hands securing him above the crowd. "Release me. I am not a remnant of the White Lotus. My cultivation is entirely due to my own intellect, not derived from the teachings of the White Lotus sect." Li Ping cried out in desperation. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Everyone was absorbed in the exhilaration of seizing a remnant of the White Lotus sect, the veracity of the claims becoming inconsequential. The throng surged towards Vice Commander Wang. And the soldiers, too, were drawn to the commotion that moment. The vast training ground was left with but one individual. Huang Wei filled his bowl to the brim and leisurely enjoyed his meal. As a modern individual, he understood the significance of satisfying one's hunger. The physical realm seemingly divides into 5 refining stages: refining skin, blood, tendons, bones, and organs. However, the essence lies in sustenance. Food provides energy, which serves as the foundation for physical cultivation. The challenge lies in consuming sufficient nourishment without harming the body. This is the true consideration for those in the physical realm. Ever since acquiring the panel, Huang Wei discovered that no matter how much he consumed, his body could withstand it without any discomfort. Thus, every meal, he endeavored to eat more no porridge, only hearty fare. Now, with the training ground deserted, he seized the opportunity to indulge in more solid food. 1 bowl. 2 bowls, 3 bowls. After devouring 5 bowls of rice, he finally paused. This world thrives on formidable personal strength, and he remained under scrutiny in unseen corners. He could not ascertain whether he was being watched. Thus, he limited himself to a modest excess, quickly rubbing his stomach and hiding beneath a tree to digest. Time slipped away, and as he began to feel drowsy, distant voices approached. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the crowd returning, each individual animatedly discussing the events. Can you believe it? Li Ping truly is a remnant of the White Lotus sect. Thank goodness I didn't get too close to him. This is splendid. We have finally eradicated the remnants of the White Lotus sect. We need no longer live in fear. Vice Commander Wang even promised us meat every day from now on. At the mention of meat, Huang Wei's interest peaked. In a world where food was often scarce, the taste of meat had almost become a distant memory. Make way! Make way! 2 soldiers pushed through the crowd, bearing half a slab of pork. His eyes brightened, and he lunged forward, exclaiming, "Light the fire, set the pot. That must be quite heavy. Toss it into the pot." Without further ado, the soldiers complied, casting the meat into the pot. Sizzle! As the hot pot met the pork, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Inhaling the delightful scent, Huang Wei's nostrils flared with excitement. Yes, this is the flavor I crave. Chapter 7. The second random fate in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. Vice Commander Wang was a man of his word. Anyone who mastered the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique would be rewarded with a small piece of pork each day. Those who had only learned the written characters found their benefits diminished, receiving merely a taste of lard. For those who had learned nothing at all, not only were they deprived of food, but their rations were drastically reduced from 3 bowls of rice per meal to just 2. It was said that if one failed to learn within 10 days, their share would further diminish. With ample energy, the practice of the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique had become somewhat more efficient. However, it was awkward for him, as his progress in cultivation seemed to lack any talent. And he had not advanced to the second transformation even after half a month in pursuit of accelerating his training. He sought out various individuals each day to experiment with his fate. Yet he had not encountered a single opportunity. As the moonlight poured through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Huang Wei's face, He realized that it had been exactly 1 month since the appearance of the panel in his mind. Lying in bed, he felt a surge of excitement as he quietly awaited the transformation of his fate. The power of fate was immensely potent, despite having 2 top-tier fates that remained unutilized. Only one, the blue fate, had proven effective. Nevertheless, this blue fate had become his elixir of salvation. Were he to rely solely on himself, mastering the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique within 3 months would be a troublesome endeavor, let alone learning the written characters. With the fate, all he needed was a gentle smile towards others to seize their opportunities effortlessly, thus resolving monumental challenges. Time passed slowly as Huang Wei fixated on the fate within his mind. At a certain moment, the blue fate suddenly vanished, replaced by a glimmering purple hue. Stare at whomever becomes pregnant. Purple, open your eyes wide and fiercely glare at a living being, potentially causing them to conceive. This skill was remarkable, incredibly powerful. Huang Wei gazed in astonishment at the newly manifested fate in his mind, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The purple fate was formidable, yet it was not what he desired. With his average martial arts talent, he yearned for a fate that could enhance his martial prowess. Whether it be golden, purple, blue, or green, he would have accepted any of them to that moment. He remained trapped in a quagmire. Acquiring this fate was utterly useless. Pregnancy. Whom would he cause to conceive? In this past month, he had not encountered a single woman, not even a stray dog. It seemed he would waste yet another month. Sighing in despair, he succumbed to a deep slumber. After more than a month of practice, 42 individuals had successfully entered the realm of the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique, with dozens more on the brink of achieving mastery. Well done, all of you. Your performance has exceeded my expectations, praised Daoist Qingxiu, rare in his commendation following the morning lesson. Your cultivation has borne fruit and is now of great utility. Currently, there is a shortage of manpower in Le City. After discussions with Vice Commander Wang, we have decided to assign you to various departments to bolster our ranks. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. The TO become official officers and receive imperial rations was a dream for ordinary folk. Even Huang Wei felt a stirring in his heart. With imperial provisions came a sense of security, but he had grown weary of enduring hunger day after day. But do not rejoice too soon. Daoist Qingxiu dampened their spirits. Although we have identified a remnant of the White Lotus, it remains uncertain whether there are hidden remnants among you. Thus, when you are assigned together, be vigilant regarding the actions of those around you. Should you notice anything amiss, report it immediately. After issuing his warning, he called out a few names. Li Changsheng, Yi Yudao, you 3 come with me back to Baiyun Temple. Qingxiu, you old fox, you've snatched away all the talents, leaving us with nothing but the dregs to that moment. A deep voice resonated from outside. Huang Wei turned to see 7 or 8 individuals approaching together. Daoist Qingxiu pursed his lips. These people, you bald monks, should take delight. Each of them has been parasitized by the White Lotus and has long since transformed into your Buddhist forms. Haha, indeed. The bald monk laughed heartily, patting his belly. In that case, I shall let the others choose first. I will select after them. The monk generously relinquished the right to choose to the others. Look at you, bald monk. All the good candidates have been picked by Qingxiu, and the remaining ones barely grasp the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique after a month. They're all merely mediocre. Daoist Qingxiu stroked his beard and smiled, a pearl covered in dust. The true talents often remain concealed, difficult for the common eye to discern, just waiting for you to identify them. The others, hearing this, all internally cursed, what a shameless old Daoist. If the pearls were indeed covered in dust, it would be the old Daoist strength that would be best suited to discover them. After all, they had been screened once. Where could any pearls possibly remain? Grumbling aside, the group still chose a few individuals to supplement the sect's manpower. After a brief discussion, they divided the 42 initiates of the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique among themselves, leaving none of the others unchosen. Watching these individuals being taken away, Huang Wei felt a pang of regret. Initially, he had intended to conceal his talents, planning to reveal that he had mastered the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique in a few days, aiming to blend in perfectly among ordinary people. Little did he expect that unforeseen circumstances would arise midway. Truly, his cleverness had backfired upon him. Those on the verge of breaking through, come with me. Just as he felt despondent, Lao Ma's voice echoed. Huang Wei beamed as he stepped forward. Becoming a disciple of the sect was secondary. The key was to first step outside. His abilities were manifested through interactions with others. The confines of the training grounds would only stifle his intellect. Following Lao Ma, a contingent of 80 to 90 individuals marched out of the training grounds, finally free, the moment they stepped outside. Their footsteps became lighter and their breaths easier. Crossing the streets, they arrived at the county office, where individuals had long been waiting. Lao Ma engaged in a brief discussion before turning to leave. You are all now patrol officers, divided into day and night shifts, tasked with patrolling all the streets of Le City. Due to the potential presence of White Lotus remnants among you, you must all reside in the barracks near the county office for the next 2 months. The head of the patrol concluded, distributing uniforms to the group. At that moment, a thin, dark youth approached. You, and you come with me. Upon hearing his name called, Huang Wei followed suit. A total of 10 individuals stopped in front of a courtyard about 100 meters from the county office. The youth opened the door and beckoned. Come in. You may choose any room inside. 2 to a room. The others immediately scattered to inspect the rooms, while Huang Wei casually clasped his fists and inquired. May I ask your esteemed name? Call me Xiang Long. I am your team leader. Xiang Long responded succinctly. Huang Wei had many questions he wished to ask, but Xiang Long waved his hand. Do not rush. Let's rest first. That you'll have the entire night during patrol to learn more. Night shift? They were to start the night shift on their very first day. He was left speechless. Tell them to gather at the county office entrance at 10 tonight. Understood. Huang Wei moved from room to room, relaying Xiang Long's message before returning to his own room. His roommate was an ordinary-looking man, likely in his 20s, who had already chosen the bed on the east side before Huang Wei's arrival. The man flashed a simple smile. Brother, now that we are working together, let us look out for each other. We haven't yet mastered any techniques, so mutual support is essential. Huang Wei exchanged pleasantries, and after a few brief exchanges, the man lay down to sleep. However, sleep evaded Huang Wei. Having escaped from his previous predicament, the next step was to accelerate his cultivation progress. Martial arts cultivation fundamentally revolved around wealth, partners, techniques, and land. While he had the technique, partners and land were matters beyond his current consideration. Thus, the most pressing concern was wealth. With nothing to his name, his only asset was the newly acquired fate. This fate had but a singular purpose: to heal infertility. Among the 3 great acts of filial piety, none was greater than leaving no descendants. The continuation of life is an innate human desire. Everyone aspires to marry and have children. Yet some are burdened with unspoken afflictions that render them incapable of procreation. As long as he was willing to heal and save, he could effortlessly amass a fortune. Unfortunately, he could not at that moment. He remained within a 3-month monitoring period, and it was possible that someone was covertly watching him. Therefore, if he wished to earn money, there was but one path: heal a wealthy individual and discreetly acquire a substantial fortune. Chapter 8. Fishing in troubled waters. At 10 o'clock that evening, Huang Wei yawned and joined the others at the county office. Upon arrival, Xiang Long was already waiting at the entrance. Team leader, Huang Wei greeted him. Xiang Long nodded. Follow me. The group fell in line behind him. As newcomers, you must have many questions in your minds. I will inform you about the situation within the county office. Huang Wei listened attentively. Our head of the patrol is Zhang Dabiao, overseeing all the constables in Le City. Under Zhang, there are 2 captains, Zhang Heng and Lu Yong, responsible for the day and night shifts, respectively. We are on the night shift, so for now, let's not discuss the day shift. Under Zhang Heng are 4 squad leaders in charge of the 4 cardinal directions. From the direction we are headed, it is evident that I am responsible for the western sector. In this area lies the wealthy district, a hub for affluent merchants, renowned for its high value, thus necessitating thorough patrols. Prior to your arrival, I had only 2 subordinates, which rendered our manpower severely inadequate, allowing us to patrol merely the wealthy district. However, with your presence, we now possess ample personnel to cover all areas. Come, allow me to introduce you to the wealthy district, and those 2 individuals. As the group advanced, they soon encountered an imposing archway inscribed with wealthy district. Upon passing through the arch, Huang Wei was astonished to find people strolling on the streets. It is worth noting that in Luohe City, a curfew is strictly enforced, prohibiting anyone from venturing out at night. Yet, the streets of the wealthy district were bustling with activity, populated by individuals of considerable wealth and stature. Do not engage in any altercations with anyone, he cautioned. Xiang Long understood. Came to reply that in truth, it was unnecessary to remind them. None of the 10 were from affluent backgrounds and had long been accustomed to treading carefully. In the face of adversity, their instinct was to yield. Perhaps after a year or so, they might become more astute, learning to navigate the social dynamics and join the ranks of the opportunistic. Xiang Long took a few steps forward and paused before a tavern. That he pushed the door open and was greeted by 2 individuals clad in the same uniform seated at a table. "Captain, you've arrived," they exclaimed, rising to welcome him. With 10 new brothers, choose a few to remain on guard. One of them, grinning, remarked, "Captain, you truly care for us, knowing our struggles. The wealthy district is of utmost importance. I shall assign you 6. While I will take the remaining 4 for patrol duties. 6 for the wealthy district, for patrolling." Despite being accustomed to this world, Huang Wei still felt a sense of shock. That it was astonishing that a relatively small market like the wealthy district required 8 guards, while the vast other regions of the city were allotted only 4. If a problem were to arise, how could they possibly respond in time? However, the constables held a different perspective. "Do we remember Captain Xiang's kindness and wish to welcome our new brothers? So we have prepared a sumptuous feast. Waiter, bring forth the finest food and drink," commanded one of the constables. "Certainly, esteemed guest." The waiter made 2 trips, and a splendid array of dishes adorned the table, leaving Huang Wei mesmerized. That it had been too long since he had savored such delicacies that he had nearly forgotten their exquisite taste. Gulp. The remaining 9 swallowed in unison. A Blue Star citizen. Huang Wei had indulged in various cuisines and could resist temptation, but the others were not so fortunate. Having never encountered such lavish fare, the mere aroma was enough to make their mouths water. Xiang Long chuckled at their eagerness. "Eat, eat. Once you are well fed and satisfied, we shall commence our patrol." After a flurry of consumption, the table lay in disarray. Sated from the meal, Xiang Long broached the day's agenda. "Who among you wishes to remain? And who would like to venture out for patrol?" The allure of remaining in the wealthy district, where one could reap rewards, was tempting for all. The only one reluctant to stay was likely Huang Wei, for the area was cramped and densely populated, where every action was scrutinized, making it impossible to engage in any covert activities. His fate dictated that he must operate from the shadows. Thus, patrolling would allow him to amass considerable wealth. "I volunteer," Huang Wei was the first to declare. Xiang Long nodded in approval. Noticing the silence, he pointed to 3 individuals. You, and you, accompany me for patrol." The 3 marked individuals displayed a hint of disappointment, but reluctantly rose to depart. "Were it not for the higher-ups' orders, I would have preferred to assign you all to the wealthy district, as it is brimming with potential rewards. Should we resolve any issues, the affluent would be pleased and generously reward us. Nonetheless, we are all brothers here, and I will ensure you do not suffer. Aside from the monthly 2 taels of silver, I will grant you each an additional 10 copper coins daily as a stipend, along with a lavish dinner during your shifts," Xiang Long explained patiently. Hearing of the monetary incentive, the 3 exchanged smiles. "Every evening, after dining at Tongfu Tavern, you will pair off and head west. That I do not expect you to patrol meticulously. Merely conduct a round at the start and end of your shift. Other times, you may do as you please." Such freedom? The leniency exceeded Huang Wei's expectations. He had anticipated a more demanding schedule. "Do not rejoice too soon. The time allotted to you is for your training. 1,000 days of nurturing the troops is crucial for a moment of deployment, when the higher-ups require you to charge into battle. Ensure you have diligently honed your skills. Otherwise, your heads may very well roll." Xiang Long warned. That a chill ran through the group, and they promptly vowed, "We shall train earnestly and swiftly master our techniques." In the midst of their discussion, the 5 reached the base of the city wall. There are often individuals who scale the wall. Should you encounter them, do not make a sound and return to report promptly. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air, causing the 5 to look up in astonishment as a figure gracefully traversed the void, vanishing into the county town. "Quickly, we must leave," Xiang Long urged, lowering his head and beckoning the others to follow. To scale the wall, one must at least reach the blood refinement realm to possess the strength necessary to ascend the 8 Zhang high fortifications. Contemplating the prowess of such a master, they understood they were mere insignificant beings, wholly unworthy of confrontation. As they hastily entered the street, their anxiety eased somewhat, only to witness another figure soaring above. "This is bad." We are in grave trouble. You all return slowly. I shall hasten back. Xiang Long exclaimed, channeling his energy to race back to the county office. With their leader gone, the four exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. What should we do? Huang Wei declared resolutely. We must return at once. Return? One hesitated, their expression shifting before tentatively suggesting, we have yet to grasp the 9 transformations of the White Lotus technique. Returning would only create more chaos. Indeed, we must not create trouble for the constabulary. I believe it prudent to continue our patrol, Huang Wei stated, unwilling to engage in further debate. Turning to depart, in no matter. If you choose not to return, I shall go. His abilities could only manifest when confronting those with fate. Without means of investigation, he could not discern who bore such fate. Who was most likely to possess a significant fate? Naturally, it would be those renowned masters. Within a few hurried steps, Huang Wei was startled by the sound of an explosion. Following the noise, he realized it emanated from the wealthy district. The wealthy district? Huang Wei grinned. It was indeed an opportune moment to capitalize on the chaos that he tread cautiously towards the back entrance of the wealthy district, where ordinary citizens were fleeing in panic. The masters were either airborne or atop rooftops, embroiled in a fierce clash, creating a scene of utter disarray. Against the tide of fleeing individuals, he spotted a circle of constables surrounding a cloaked figure in black. The figure was bleeding profusely, evidently sustaining severe injuries, yet still propped up by a blade. Refusing to succumb, One constable shouted, "Surrender! You cannot escape." Huang Wei heard clearly. It was none other than the chief constable. Surrender? What a joke, the black-clad figure laughed. With your measly ranks of physical realm lackeys, even 100 of you would not suffice to bring me down. As he spoke, he erupted into a violent cough, spewing blood from his mouth, leaving himself wide open to an attack. Seeing this, the chief constable exchanged glances with a few of his companions before raising his sword and striking down fiercely. Chapter 9. A New Fate. The black-clad figure faced the onslaught of the constables with unwavering composure. With a swift motion, he wielded his sword, and in an instant, all their weapons were severed in twain, clattering to the ground. The chief constable was struck with terror, realizing that despite the grievous injuries of this individual, they were no match for him and his companions. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Flee! We must escape, or we shall perish. Without hesitation, he turned to run. And the other con you see, I have an elderly mother aged 80 above me, a wife of the same age below me, and 3 children awaiting nourishment. The man in black clearly had no interest in his ramblings. Turning his head, he demanded, I have a question for you. Huang Wei, trembling with fear, lowered his head, too intimidated to meet the other's gaze. You claim to be a newly appointed constable today, which implies you belong to the group that has been possessed by the White Lotus. Responding to the hero's words, Huang Wei replied, Some have indeed said so. However, I have never encountered the White Lotus. During the execution, we all lost consciousness. Cough, 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 splutter. The man in black coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood upon his face. Stop your prattling and tell me, have the disciples of the White Lotus been found? Or is there anyone among your ranks showing unusual signs? Yes, yes, yes. Huang Wei, disregarding the blood staining his face, hurriedly responded, There is one person whose talent is extraordinarily high. In just a few days, he learned the 9 turns of the White Lotus technique. Where is that person? The man in black pressed. He was taken away. I do not know where he has gone. Perhaps he is still at the training grounds, or maybe elsewhere. You don't know? So, you're of no use to me. The chilling tone of the man in black made Huang Wei's heart tighten, his eyes widening in alarm. I am useful. I am useful. His name is Li Ping. Moreover, esteemed hero, you are gravely injured and will need time to heal. During this period, I can assist you in gathering information to prepare for your next pursuit. Huang Wei, in his anxiousness, spoke of his worth. Who was he glaring at? The one who was supposed to conceive had yet to do so. The man in black, imposing and robust, seemed not to possess a womb. Without a womb, successful implantation of the fertilized egg is impossible. An egg implanted outside the womb is colloquially known as an ectopic pregnancy, which, if not treated promptly, can lead to the death of the mother. A fertilized egg can rapidly proliferate and consume the host's nutrients, completing its development wherever it lodges. Given the man in black's existing injuries, he should have been unable to withstand such nutrient depletion. Why then did he appear to be lingering on the precipice of life and death? Could it be that he had not succeeded in conceiving? The odds seemed too slim. While he lamented the low probability of fate, he understood that now was not the time for such musings. Once more he widened his eyes, activating his fate. Gaze upon whom you will, and they shall conceive. Gaze upon whom you will, and they shall conceive. Instantly, the physique of the man in black appeared to wither, as if he had gained some weight. It works. Huang Wei felt a surge of joy within, his eyes blinking fervently, igniting a burning sensation. With his life at stake, he paid no heed to the pain in his eyes, pinching the tear ducts at the bridge of his nose to let the tears flow forth, alleviating the discomfort. You think to be my servant? Countless have aspired to that role. Yet you are unworthy. The man in black's words dripped with derision, clearly intent on not letting him off lightly. You have forced my hand, driven to desperation. Huang Wei retaliated fiercely, consumed by reckless abandon. The activation of his fate occurred repeatedly, akin to a multitude of fish eggs filling the man in black's abdomen. Yet the man in black remained oblivious. With a tearing sound, the skin of his abdomen split open, and the contents burst forth. Ah! The man in black gasped, then succumbed to death. In that fleeting moment, a panel flashed in Huang Wei's mind. Blessing of Blue Star. You have acquired a fragment of the fate of a cultivation genius, Purple X2. Blessing of Blue Star. You have acquired a fragment of the trendsetter, Blue X5. Blessing of Blue Star. You have acquired a fragment of spirituality, White X7. Blessing of Blue Star. You have acquired a fragment of mild mental disability, White X13. Disciple of the White Lotus. The fragments of fate you have obtained have been enhanced. The emergence of the White Lotus disciple's fate left Huang Wei momentarily stunned. Was this man in black truly a righteous figure? Glancing at the ground, he saw a multitude of gestational sacs covering the emaciated figure of a man. The frail body could not support the mask, causing it to slip and reveal a skeletal visage. With fleas having not yet seen the person, he first heard her voice. Upon hearing the sound, Huang Wei felt compelled to intervene. Yet he was acutely aware of his own limited capabilities, while the woman was undoubtedly a disciple of a formidable sect. To rashly involve himself in the rescue could lead to complications, especially if the woman turned out to be an adversary. Could he withstand such a confrontation? I shall return and summon assistance. Rather than directly intervening, Huang Wei opted to seek help. How cowardly could this constable be? Enraged, the woman felt a surge of potent magical energy coursing through her, and she hastily steadied her mind to resist it. In that fleeting moment of mental distraction, the opponent's magic infiltrated her body, shifting the locus of their magical duel from her palms to her wrists. Alas, I cannot endure this any longer, as the force of magic assaulted her palm. The woman emitted a pained cry, which, to Huang Wei's ears, sounded both delicate and alluring, akin to a kitten tenderly licking at his heart, igniting within him a yearning to behold her. Following the source of the sound, Huang Wei stepped into a collapsed courtyard, where the majority of the structures lay in ruins. Wood and earth scattered all about. He cautiously stood in the courtyard and called out, "My lady, where are you? Are there enemies nearby? Come in." The woman managed to utter a few words, seemingly expending her last ounce of strength. Huang Wei discerned that her voice was still some distance away, so he stepped towards the entrance and peered inside. Through the gap created by the fallen beams, he spotted a man and a woman standing opposed to one another, indifferent to the debris crashing upon them. "Quick! Use your blade to slay him." Upon seeing Huang Wei enter, the woman cried out in delight, "I advise you not to act impulsively. The wrath of a sixth transformation magic realm practitioner is beyond what a mere constable like you can withstand." The moment Huang Wei stepped inside, the man's heart sank. At that juncture, the magical confrontation had reached a critical point. A single misstep could result in death for either party. That a casual slash from this constable could easily disrupt the man's focus, leading to his demise. In the exchange of words, Huang Wei quickly grasped who was virtuous and who was malevolent. Logically, he ought to slay the man and rescue the woman. Yet his fate was not so straightforward. To maximize his own benefits, both must perish. He desired to eliminate them both, but his strength did not permit it to provoke one would leave the other unrestrained. If he angered both simultaneously, he would face certain death. Thus, despite appearing to have many options, he was left with but a singular choice: to kill the man and save the woman. The do not heed is nonsense. We are both unable to move. A single strike from you, and this villain will meet his end, that if you can slay him, it will be a great achievement, and promotion will be assured. Huang Wei understood the implication. Stare at them until they conceive. He directed a fierce glare towards both individuals, bestowing upon them an enhancement. He repeated the buff several times, feeling reassured. During pregnancy, one must avoid excessive agitation, lest it lead to complications. Not to mention an ectopic pregnancy. A few small growths rapidly developed within the man's body, only to rupture due to the rush of blood, resulting in a catastrophic hemorrhage. The man's complexion turned pale as he felt his insides tearing apart. Torrents of blood surging into his abdomen. Hurry, his magic is faltering. Realizing the man's magical power was waning, the woman urgently called out. Huang Wei, without hesitation, raised his blade and struck. A gleaming arc of steel severed the man's head from his shoulders. Blue Star's favor. You have acquired 3 fragments of the Grassland Hero, Blue Fate. Blue Star's favor. You have acquired 7 fragments of the Spirituality, White Fate. With the formidable foe vanquished, the woman felt a wave of relief wash over her, collapsing onto the ground. That my lady, are you well? Huang Wei steadied her by the shoulders. Take me to the county office. Her voice was weak, and she fainted in his arms. The warmth of her body enveloped him, and the faint scent of her fragrance stirred something within Huang Wei that moment. The night was dark, and the wind howled. He could not see his hand before his face, and a beautiful woman lay in his arms. Utterly defenseless, he felt compelled to act. Scanning the area, he spotted a wheelbarrow in the corner. Huang Wei gently placed the woman onto the cart and tidied her disheveled clothing. Life is trivial, but one's honor is paramount. Upon arriving at the county office, he could only imagine how many eyes would fall upon them, that a little discretion could preserve her dignity and self-respect, as well as his own life. Disciples of esteemed sex hold themselves in high regard. Should she discover that he had witnessed something he should not have, even if he saved her life, he would likely suffer dire consequences. Even if they did not kill him, there would still be an inescapable punishment awaiting him. Present, the woman was unconscious, presumably due to the significant toll the previous events had taken on her. Having held on until now, she would likely remember little of what transpired before her fainting spell. If she awoke to find her clothing intact, she could easily fabricate an excuse to absolve herself. As fate would have it, as he pushed the wheelbarrow just a few paces, several figures descended from the sky. Junior's sister, a man with sharp brows and starry eyes, knelt beside the woman, his expression fraught with worry. Hero, the heroine is injured and requested that I take her to the county office. Huang Wei seized the initiative, distancing himself from any implication of wrongdoing to prevent this man from recklessly attacking him. Who harmed her? The man inquired sharply. Hero, the assailant is dead. The heroine's injuries are serious that we must hasten back. With this reminder, the man became alert, swiftly lifting the woman into his arms. Junior brothers, I shall take the injured Inger to safety. Continue your patrol of the city. Yes, Brother Ma. The chaos in Le City had subsided. Rescuing their senior sister was of utmost importance. The man nodded, soaring into the sky with the woman in his grasp. Constable, tell me, where is the fiend who harmed my sister? A fair-faced youth inquired. This way. Huang Wei led them to the corpse. Observing the decapitated body of the man, they quickly deduced that Huang Wei was responsible for the act. What transpired? Huang Wei recounted the events with transparency, detailing everything that had occurred. The masked figure you encountered was one of the remnants of the White Lotus sect, who sought to find their heir, but were thwarted by my master. This individual was a notorious villain, likely summoned by the remnants of the White Lotus sect to lend assistance. Upon hearing this explanation, Huang Wei thought to himself, as expected of a reputable sect, well-versed in the local power dynamics. Since you saved a disciple of the Yao Guang sect, we shall not be stingy with our rewards. Here, take this point. One individual tossed him a token, which Huang Wei caught. The token was crafted entirely of metal, one side inscribed with the character for Yao, and the other side with Ling. Presenting this token grants access to the Yao Guang Pill Hall in the Fortune District, where one can exchange it for various elixirs required for the physical realm. Huang Wei felt elated. Thank you. Thank you. He joyfully stowed the token away, marveling at the generosity of such a prestigious faction. We must continue our patrol. You should return as well to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. I shall head back at once. The group, preoccupied with their duties, prepared to depart. After bidding them farewell with delight, Huang Wei returned to his quarters. Chapter 11. Appointed as head constable overcome with exhaustion, Huang Wei collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber, remaining unconscious until he was abruptly roused. "Kid, I have questions for you." Startled, Huang Wei opened his eyes to find Ma Liang, Inger's senior brother, standing before him. "Hero, please ask away. I assure you I will speak candidly and without reservation." Huang Wei was uncertain of the man's intentions, so he aimed to avoid provoking him. "Repeat the events of your encounter with my junior sister yesterday." That he complied and recounted the tale. Once more to him, Liang frowned, his gaze fixed intently upon Huang Wei, as if he were trying to discern the truth from his expression. Huang Wei lowered his gaze, feeling a knot of anxiety in his stomach. The man had come to confront him, and his tone suggested he might have discovered something amiss at the scene. Could it be that he sensed the unusual state of the woman, who bore a concealed burden? Beyond that, it seemed he had no other secrets to expose. That so, you found nothing unusual about my sister? Ma Liang inquired. Huang Wei shook his head. "I am but a novice in the martial arts. I know not what to look for. I only know to save those in need." He expressed his ignorance and concluded with a demonstration of his benevolence, attempting to portray himself as harmless. Perhaps moved by his act of heroism, Ma Liang contemplated for a moment before saying, "You are aware that a great calamity befell the city last night. Few constables survived, and both the head constable and the captains perished entirely. Thus, I intend to recommend you as the head constable." "What?" The sudden proposition bewildered him. "To me? Head constable?" He pointed incredulously at himself. "Yes, it is you." Ma Liang affirmed with certainty that no, I cannot accept. Huang Wei vehemently shook his head. "As a mere novice in the refining skin realm, I cannot command respect nor bear such a heavy responsibility. Such fortuitous events do not befall ordinary individuals." He possessed nothing of value, and when a stranger presented him with an extraordinary opportunity, he could only suspect a trap. "Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Allow me to explain the benefits of being a head constable. The monthly salary for a head constable is 30 taels of silver, but I shall grant you 100 that you have yet to secure a residence in the city. Allow me to provide you with a dwelling. Furthermore, the constable is permitted to partake in the collective medicinal baths held weekly at the Yamen, which will expedite your physical cultivation. Additionally, you may purchase all elixirs pertaining to the corporeal realm at a 50% discount from the Yawang Dan Hall." Upon hearing these enticing benefits, Huang Wei experienced not excitement, but rather an overwhelming sense of dread. Such substantial offerings must surely conceal a far greater ulterior motive. It is akin to someone offering exorbitant interest rates to borrow funds. People rush to lend their savings in pursuit of lofty returns, oblivious to the fact that the borrower's true intention is to seize those deposits, with the high interest merely serving as bait. I ponder why I am the chosen one, for I possess neither literacy nor strength. That it would not have been possible for me to recruit you had the city's constables not been on the brink of extinction. Ma Liang remarked nonchalantly. "You saved my junior sister and demonstrated a kind heart. This was the most significant reason for my decision." Kind heart? What absurdity! Surely he must think to exploit this supposed kindness. "So, what must I do?" Faced with overwhelming authority, he had no power to refuse. He could only seek to comprehend the tasks ahead before plotting a path to survival. That in recent years, rebels have caused turmoil, and demonic beasts have ravaged the land, leading to the downfall of many cities within the Deqian realm. Leaving the populace in despair. This day, the White Lotus rebels were executed in the small city of Loa. Yet the White Lotus legacy remains unfound, inciting many unscrupulous individuals to covet the legacy in hopes of resurrecting the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus legacy. If memory serves, I possess a distinctly golden fate tied to the reincarnation of a White Lotus heir. However, I have yet to encounter any semblance of this legacy. During my training at the practice field, I once discovered a Li Ping who exhibited extraordinary talent for the White Lotus martial arts. He must be the heir. Huang Wei recounted his accusations against Li Ping. Li Ping. He may be the one, or he may not. Until the authentic legacy manifests, all information remains suspect. Liang had heard of Li Ping, but remained skeptical of his authenticity. The White Lotus sect is cunning. It has never faltered across millennia, capturing numerous individuals throughout the ages. Yet in the end, None were the true heirs of the White Lotus sect, that as long as the true legacy remains concealed. This city shall never find peace, as a disciple of the sect. I cannot linger here indefinitely. I require someone to closely monitor the happenings within the city and relay any discoveries regarding the White Lotus sect's whereabouts. Monitoring the White Lotus sect's movements. Is this not akin to surveilling myself? If that is the case, then it simplifies matters considerably. Huang Wei readily agreed. I am willing to assist you. Excellent. Ma Liang beamed. Your decision is astute. With my resources at your disposal, you can swiftly complete your physical cultivation and foster magical energy, achieving what many could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. The venerable Taoist Qingxu once proclaimed that the eighth transition into the realm of magical energy ranks among the top 3 existences within the celestial domain. Yet, in the mouth of this individual, it appears insignificant. Truly, the adage holds. One thrives best under the shelter of a grand tree. Here are 200 taels of silver. Take this for now. Report to the Yamen at dawn tomorrow. Ma Liang produced a hefty ingot of silver and placed it on the table before preparing to depart. Wait, hero. Huang Wei called out. Did I ask there anything else? I have only learned the Ming Long Fist. I am unversed in knife techniques or agility methods. Might I request 2 additional martial arts manuals? That is a simple matter, that I shall provide you with the 5 tiger breaking the door blade and the grass on the fly techniques. 2 manuals appeared atop the table. As he picked up the silver, Huang Wei sighed. His reward for servitude was quite substantial, for an ordinary person might never accumulate 200 taels throughout their lifetime. After stowing the silver away, he continued to ponder as he drifted into slumber. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Huang Wei arrived at the county yamen, which lay in a state of ruin, with some individuals clearing the debris. Upon seeing him, Ma Liang waved him over. County Magistrate Liu, this is the constable I have recommended for our county. The magistrate glanced at him and stated, Then let him take office. Thus, their brief exchange sealed Huang Wei's fate. With the magistrate's approval, Huang Wei took up his post. After donning the constable's attire, he entered the constabulary. Upon his arrival, several constables engaged in a card game immediately rose to their feet. We greet the new constable. Huang Wei replied nonchalantly, Please do not stand on ceremony. Share with me the state of affairs in the city. Unfamiliar with bureaucratic matters, he found it prudent to inquire of the constables. They spoke in hurried tones, gradually enlightening him about the city's circumstances. The leader of the White Lotus sect and others had been apprehended, yet the scattered followers had not relinquished their aspirations of rescue, repeatedly assaulting the county prison to no avail. When the White Lotus followers were executed and the masters retreated, rumors of the unlocated White Lotus legacy stirred many in the martial world to action. Eager to acquire the sect's pinnacle teachings in their frenzied search, they found no legacy. Only chaos ensued in the city. Huang Wei, bearing the fate of the White Lotus heir, remained oblivious to the legacy's whereabouts. So how could others possibly discover it? As long as the legacy remains unfound, these individuals shall not rest. That a sense of urgency welled within Huang Wei. As the constable, he must be the first to charge into any arising troubles. It was imperative to elevate his strength immediately. Feeling the weight of the 200 taels of silver in his possession, he turned from the constabulary and made his way toward the affluent district. The bustling marketplace showed no signs of the previous night's disturbances. Arriving at the Yaoguangdan Hall, Huang Wei produced his token and exchanged his silver for a trove of medicinal herbs. The corporeal realm primarily focuses on refining the body, divided into internal and external cultivation. Most martial sects emphasize external cultivation, refining skin, blood, tendons, bones, and organs, progressing step by step to elevate one's vitality to its zenith, subsequently generating magical energy to transition into the realm of magical prowess. The White Lotus sect, being a top-tier force, distinguishes itself from ordinary sects, employing both internal and external methods concurrently for maximum efficacy. Chapter 12. Multiples Activate. The room was shrouded in mist, suffused with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. At the center stood a massive wooden vat, beneath which a fierce blaze roared. Bubbling and boiling, the verdant liquid within churned violently. Should one dare to open the door, they would be astonished to discover an individual seated within the scalding water, eyes closed in meditation, their head tilted slightly back, mouth agape, revealing skin rendered crimson by the hot water. Above their lips, a white thread strung together a series of elixirs, while a candle burned away at the thread. Suddenly, the thread snapped, and an elixir fell into their mouth, igniting the next segment of the thread. After a considerable time, the flames gradually extinguished, the liquid ceased boiling, shifting from green to clear, and the string of elixirs was entirely consumed. The individual within the vat regained normalcy, abruptly opening their eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a resounding crash, the vat shattered, sending clear water cascading in every direction. Observing the disarray upon the floor, the man did not express regret. Instead, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, I have finally entered the blood refinement stage. My expenditure of 200 taels was not in vain. Feeling the vigor coursing through his body, Huang Wei felt immense satisfaction. After acquiring the medicinal herbs, he immediately dedicated himself to cultivation, devoting all his time to training at home. Aside from daily attendance at the YMN in 3 days, he consumed all the herbs he had procured and successfully entered the blood refinement stage. Name: Huang Wei Cultivation. Corporeal Realm, Blood Refinement. Technique: 9 transformations of the White Lotus Fate. Blessed by the Blue Star. Favored by the Goddess of Fate, heir of the White Lotus, impetuous, intuitive, proficient in causing pregnancy with a mere glare. His cultivation was clearly displayed on the interface, and after a brief glance, he closed it. Next, he retrieved a broom to tidy the room, dressed himself, and made his way to the county yamen. Upon arrival, Huang Wei made several rounds, ensuring everyone was aware of his presence before preparing to leave. Indeed, it was time to conclude his duties as a county constable. The experience was exhilarating. The myriad affairs of the yamen fell under the purview of the magistrate, leaving him with little to oversee. His role primarily involved directing the constables to patrol the streets and apprehend thieves and robbers. Disputes and trivial matters were entirely beyond the jurisdiction of the constables, in an era devoid of surveillance cameras. Addressing theft and robbery proved more intricate than resolving a murder case, a murder typically necessitated a motive, allowing for the narrowing of suspects. In contrast, theft and robbery provide no means of identifying the perpetrator, leading to a lack of reports due to unresolved cases. Even if someone persistently sought to report a theft, the constables could only feign documentation before dismissing the individual. Constable Huang, the magistrate requests your presence. Just as he was about to leave, a constable called out to him, what does the magistrate require of me? I am uncertain. Huang Wei found it strange. He had never interacted with the magistrate. So why would the magistrate summon him? Carrying his curiosity, he entered the magistrate's private chambers, where he immediately spotted a similarly attired young man standing beside the magistrate, who appeared only a few years his senior. I greet the magistrate, Huang Wei said, bowing respectfully. Huang, you've arrived. Please take a seat. The magistrate smiled warmly. How has your experience as constable been these past 3 days? Huang Wei responded candidly. It has been quite busy. There are matters everywhere, keeping me away from the yamen for an entire day. I anticipated your busy schedule. Hence I have specially brought you a helper. The county magistrate introduced the young man beside him. This is Zhou Ming. Henceforth, you shall entrust your tasks to him. Huang Wei was taken aback. Goodness! They were merely waiting for me to be replaced. I refuse to accept this. Who dares to gaze upon me shall suffer. Activate the twin pregnancy, the triplet activation, the quadruplet. Never mind, I shall halt the activation. The county magistrate, nearing his 60s, would surely find a cesarean section unbearable for triplets. Huang Wei smiled graciously. Thank you for your understanding. Magistrate, as for my duties, the magistrate interjected. I have a more pressing matter for you. Recently, there has been a surge of monstrous beasts in the majestic Julu Mountains, endangering the safety of the mountain villagers. You are to handle it. Monstrous beasts? Huang Wei was bewildered. Was this something a mere fledgling at the blood refining stage could manage? These creatures were already large, and as monsters, they possessed unimaginable strength and heightened intelligence. Ordinary folk would meet their demise upon encountering them. To dispatch him to exterminate these beasts was tantamount to sending him to his grave. This wretched magistrate, after merely 3 days as the captain, was eager to send him to his doom. Such malice. No, I cannot endure this any longer. Activate the triplet pregnancy, the quadruplet activation, the quintuplet activation. After planting 3 more seeds, Huang Wei finally ceased. Too many seeds would sap the host's vitality, leading to premature decline. That he wished to witness the birth of a child, yet was uncertain of the odds. Nevertheless, it must be at least 50%, right? Huang Wei pondered the probability of pregnancy, considering a timely replanting should he fail. Xiao Huang, you are not yet married, are you? Once you have dealt with the monstrous beasts, I shall take it upon myself to arrange a marriage for you. What a grand promise. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei immediately stood up, his tone resolute. Thank you for your trust, magistrate. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Excellent. The magistrate clapped his hands with delight. I greatly admire your spirit. Do not hesitate to voice any difficulties you encounter. While I face no significant challenges, it is merely that I lack a fine weapon and find myself financially constrained that I require funds. The magistrate was reluctant to part with them. Money is the root of life, and parting with it causes distress. However, this individual was recommended by the Yaoguang sect. He could not simply dismiss him out of hand. Observing the young man's eagerness, the magistrate softened his grip on his purse. Very well, I possess a fine blade. Consider it a gift, as for silver, I shall provide you with 3 months' salary. 90 taels will suffice. 90 taels, that is merely enough to send a beggar on his way. Huang Wei displayed a troubled expression. Esteemed magistrate, my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of blood refining, and I am on the verge of breaking through to muscle refining. Surely, 90 taels is a tad insufficient. How much do you desire? Huang Wei extended 5 fingers, revealing 8 teeth. 500 taels, what? The magistrate could scarcely believe his ears, astonished by the audacious demand. 500 taels is not excessive in the grand scheme of cultivation. It is but a drop in the bucket. Much like a celestial maiden, one who has experienced a highly educated former partner tends to be critical of the academic standing of subsequent suitors. If the previous partner was exceptionally attractive, they will scrutinize the next partner's looks with the same intensity. Regardless of what the former partner possessed, they will inevitably find fault with the next. If each former partner possessed outstanding qualities, the celestial maiden would be relentless in her criticisms of the next. Huang Wei found himself in a similar predicament, mistaking this peak for permanence, consuming medicines worth 400 taels within 3 days. Such lavish expenditure is something even disciples of prestigious sects seldom enjoy. Yet he deemed it his due right, believing this to be the norm in martial cultivation that he had forgotten that merely a month prior. He struggled to afford a meal and possessed not a single copper coin. Young man, do you comprehend the worth of 500 taels? The magistrate seethed with rage. Uncle, do not be angry. I have funds. Zhou Ming, standing nearby, produced a silver note from his pocket, attempting to defuse the situation. Here is a 500 taels silver note for you. Accepting the note, Huang Wei clasped his hands. I shall now proceed to eliminate the monstrous beasts in the Jiulu Mountains. His movements were fluid, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Nonsense. A mere captain dares to negotiate with me. The magistrate slammed the table, his expression furious. What is a captain but a robust dog? Such dogs are plentiful. If one dares to bare its teeth at me, I shall not hesitate to dispatch it. Yet this particular dog is not of my own breeding. It is nurtured by someone I cannot afford to offend. One must consider the owner when striking a dog. He could not directly eliminate it, but must resort to more convoluted methods. Zhou Ming, aware of his uncle's wounded pride, sought to console him. Uncle, fret not. The monstrous beasts are formidable. Given his cultivation level, he would merely be sending himself to his doom. With his nephew's reassurance, the magistrate's mood lightened considerably. I lament your 500 taels. It is akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, likely to vanish without a trace. The inheritance of the White Lotus sect is worth its weight in gold. A mere 500 taels is insignificant. The magistrate sighed in resignation. I hope we can seize this opportunity. The two resolved to dismiss Huang Wei, not merely due to the trivial position of captain, but rather in anticipation of the White Lotus heir, whose emergence remained elusive. They speculated that the heir was likely still within the training grounds, where individuals of limited talent resided. The outcome would likely culminate in their being absorbed by the magistracy. To preempt this, the magistrate had summoned his nephew to serve as captain, intending to cultivate a closer relationship with the constables, thereby facilitating the early discovery of the White Lotus heir and gaining a strategic advantage. Chapter 13. Verdant Spirit. The sea is vast, allowing fish to leap. The sky is high, permitting birds to soar. Huang Wei departed the magistracy without a hint of regret. Rather, he felt a profound sense of liberation. Within the magistracy, he always sensed an elusive watchfulness, as if someone were covertly observing him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. After leaving Le City, that sensation diminished significantly by midday. Huang Wei arrived at Qinghe village at the foot of the Jiulu Mountains. The village was bustling with life, rivaling the vibrancy of Le City. Due to the towering majesty of the Jiulu Mountains and the treacherous paths, Qinghe village offered a relatively flat terrain, allowing for easier passage. Many hunters who toiled in the mountains would rest in Qinghe village before ascending. The constables from the city have arrived. Upon reaching the village entrance, a child recognized his attire and shouted enthusiastically, "Big brother, are you here to exterminate the monsters?" 7 or 8 children surrounded him, their faces aglow with innocence. Huang Wei ruffled the hair of one child. "How did you know?" The village elder instructed us to keep watch at the village entrance and inform him upon the arrival of officials. The children chattered excitedly, divulging all they knew. "Take me to your village elder. I shall assist you in ridding the village of monsters." Upon hearing that he truly intended to exterminate the beasts, the children cheered and ran toward the village. "Big brother, we shall guide you to the village elder." The children led him through the village, stopping before a mud brick house. "Village elder, the monster hunter has arrived." The children clamored, banging on the door with great enthusiasm. "That he is here. He is here. Stop banging. My door, like me, is frail. It will surely shatter if you continue." The door swung open, revealing a white-haired, wrinkled elder. "So it is the captain. Please come in." The village elder, possessing keen insight, immediately discerned Huang Wei's official garb. "Go play now." The village elder produced a handful of candy from his sleeve and distributed it to the children. "Thank you, village elder." The children's eyes sparkled as they swiftly grabbed the candy and scampered off. The emergence of monstrous beasts in the Jiulu Mountains had persisted for half a month, resulting in several casualties among the villagers. During this time, we had repeatedly sought help, and finally, the captain has arrived that a significant incident had transpired in Le City, which had delayed the dispatch of aid. Only recently had the turmoil subsided, prompting my immediate journey here. Huang Wei detected a note of grievance in the village elder's words. Lives were at stake, yet the county failed to send assistance. Treating the villagers' pleas as mere inconveniences, that I in the face of such a government, how could one not harbor resentment? Thus, he offered an explanation to assuage the elder's discontent, aiming for full cooperation in the forthcoming extermination effort. After hearing his explanation, the village elder's tone softened considerably. "I have also heard of the White Lotus sect. These rebels deserve to be eradicated. The destruction of the White Lotus sect has severely weakened the city. The previous captain met his demise, that I have come to eliminate the monstrous beasts. I request the village elder to provide detailed information regarding them, so that I may prepare adequately, if I can eradicate all the beasts in one go." While Huang Wei's straightforwardness caught the village chief's attention, "Master Capturer, vanquishing demons is not a matter of urgency. I shall arrange a sumptuous feast of fine wine and delicacies to send you off." "No need." Huang Wei waved his hand in refusal, explaining that the affairs of the city were pressing and he was stretched thin, that it was best to eradicate the beasts swiftly so he could return home sooner. "Farewell, await my good news." With that, Huang Wei bid the village chief goodbye and set his course for the Jiulu mountain range. Upon exiting Qinghe village's western gate, he beheld a winding path leading up the mountain. Initially, the trail was sufficiently wide for 3 people to walk side by side. After approximately 4 hours of trekking, the path abruptly narrowed, allowing only one person to proceed. Another 5 hours passed, and the trail became pockmarked and strewn with loose stones. Huang Wei consulted his map to ascertain his location. The nearest demon beast, a black mountain goat, was lurking among the cliffs, ambushing the villagers. Looking up at the sheer cliff face, he saw nothing. The shadows of the trees made it difficult to discern where the black goat might be hiding, that he resolved not to search, but to entice the demon beast to come to him. Taking a deep breath, Huang Wei steadied his energy and called out, "Ba, ba, ba." The echoes of his bleating reverberated through the mountains, that yes, social creatures. Goats would likely investigate the sound of their that moment. He could strike. Having perfected his imitation of a goat's bleat, Huang Wei hurried a few steps forward. The narrow path, with its sheer drop into the abyss below, was not conducive to combat with a demon beast. He needed to find a more spacious area to prepare for battle. As he walked and searched, he suddenly leaped onto a flat patch of ground roughly 10 feet in circumference. Perfect! This spot was indeed suitable for confronting a monster. Satisfied, he drew his long knife and cleared the surrounding vegetation, creating a wide-open space in the mountains. One could often deduce the movements of fierce beasts through scents and droppings, allowing for timely evasion. However, snakes were notoriously elusive, hidden within the grass, and often struck before one could perceive them, leading to fatal consequences. Bah! Huang Wei, fearing the demon beasts might not find him, bleated again, just as he was getting into the rhythm of his imitation. A curious bleat echoed from above. Looking up, he spotted a completely black goat cocking its head at him. The moment their eyes met, he acted decisively. Stare at anyone, and they shall become pregnant. Activate. Upon invoking his formidable ability, the black goat's abdomen swelled rapidly while its body visibly shrank. With its belly distending and its form diminishing, the black goat bleated in confusion and tumbled from the cliff. Huang Wei gripped his long knife tightly and delivered a fierce strike. Thwack! The blade sank into flesh, cleaving the creature in two. The blessings of the Blue Star. You have acquired Spirit White. Fragments X17. The blessings of the Blue Star. You have acquired Mild Idiocy White. Fragments X12. 3 white fates coalesced into a new green fate. Spirit Green. You possess unique insights in the martial arts. As the green fate of Spirit manifested, Huang Wei instantly felt a change within himself. Whether in techniques or boxing styles, newfound clarity surged forth. Even the skills he had recently acquired in agility and blade work became considerably more comprehensible. The Spirit fate filled him with elation, while the other fate left him somewhat speechless. Mild Idiocy. Why did it keep appearing? He wondered why he had to slay so many dim-witted creatures to form a new fate. Though perplexed, he did not linger. Holding the carcass of the black goat, he poured its blood onto the mountain path 10 meters away. The keen sense of smell possessed by mountain creatures would draw them near upon detecting the scent of blood. True to form, within the span of a single incense stick, a pack of wild wolves appeared at the end of the path. The narrow trail could barely accommodate 2 wolves at a time. Drawn by the scent of blood, the pack advanced step by step, revealing more and more of their number. Huang Wei observed, astonished, that there were at least 20. Moreover, he sensed movement above, indicating that more awaited beyond. He could not afford to be careless. Quickly, he cast a pregnancy buff upon the wolves that a single tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves, let alone a lone human, that if all those wolves coordinated their assault, he would surely meet his demise here. However, he did not cast the buff on all the wolves at once. Instead, he targeted the 2 in front to eliminate them in waves. As the wolf pack drew closer to the black goat's carcass, the 2 leading wolves began to pant, their stances wavering. Huang Wei raised his knife and struck at the 2 wolves. Chapter 14. Blue Fate. The blade sliced through flesh, claiming the lives of both wolves. Wait, why did no fate appear? The anticipated fate did not materialize in his mind, leaving Huang Wei puzzled. The wolf pack continued to close in, leaving him no time for contemplation. He swung his knife at the wolves behind him, aware that with a wolf corpse ahead and its companions behind, and with a narrow path restricting his movements, he could not leap. The wolves showed no sign of resistance, falling to his blade one after another. As the number of wolf corpses grew, the pungent scent of blood intensified, inciting the remaining wolves. The 2 wolves at the forefront, oblivious to the danger, succumbed to hunger and began gnawing on the carcass of their fallen comrade. Such beasts were ultimately slaves to their instincts. Witnessing the wolves' behavior diminished Huang Wei's fear considerably. That moment, it dawned on him that there were not so many demon beasts in the mountains. Most were merely ordinary wild animals. With their low intelligence, wild beasts acted solely on instinct. Once tempted by food, their vigilance dissipated significantly. A cautious wild wolf could not inflict harm on an ordinary person. What then of wolves engrossed in their meal? When Huang Wei thrust his knife forward, the wolves did not even flinch. After dispatching a few, Huang Wei paused, contemplating a more effective strategy for eliminating the wolf pack. He sliced several pieces of meat, and upon recalling the newly emerged fate, he promptly adhered to the thoughts that surged within him, altering the circulation of his vital energy and blood. With each cycle, his energy and blood amplified significantly, invigorating his entire being and enhancing his physical constitution, until his energy and blood brimmed. A force coursed throughout his body, while a fierce fire smoldered in his heart. Seeking an outlet, waves of strength surged into his limbs and bones. The realm of blood refinement reached fruition. The stage of muscle refinement commenced. He had broken through to a new realm. However, before Huang Wei could revel in his achievement, an overwhelming sensation of hunger surged forth. Famished, utterly ravenous, the substantial depletion of his blood sugar caused his heart to race and his body to tremble, that he hastily gathered some dry twigs to kindle a flame. Then fashioned a skewer by carving a wooden stick to pierce through the wolf carcass, creating a makeshift grill, devouring the entire roasted meat in a gluttonous frenzy. Only then did the gnawing hunger within him subside. With his blood refinement perfected, given the vigor of my energy and blood, it would not be long before I could achieve the quintessence of flesh refinement, that I in one's late teens and early 20s. When energy and blood are most abundant, if one could consume sufficient nourishment, attaining the pinnacle of physical prowess within a few years would not pose a challenge. Yet in this world, very few individuals manage to fill their bellies at every meal. And ordinary folk often subsist on merely 2 meals a day, leading to severe nutritional deficiencies. Having suffered from inadequate development since childhood, the significant energy deficit rendered martial training a mere fantasy. Unless one compensates for the body's deficiencies with ample food and medicinal herbs, it would be impossible to cultivate sufficient energy and blood. Over the past month, Huang Wei had consumed copious amounts of food daily: rice, vegetables, and pork. After restoring his physique, he supplemented his diet with tiger and wolf tonics for 3 days. Coupled with the harmonization of his azure fate at this moment, his foundation was finally solidified. Henceforth, he merely needed to consume vast quantities of food to achieve the consummation of physical refinement. Crack! The sound of a dry twig snapping startled Huang Wei. He looked up to see a monkey tumbling down the cliff. Clutching a broken tree branch that moment, he realized a ferocious beast had been lurking on the mountain path above, chattering. A group of monkeys leaped between the trees, pointing towards the base of the cliff where a purplish-red triangular venomous snake slithered languidly toward him. Several birds of prey circled low in the sky, brandishing their sharp talons. Encircled by such a multitude of creatures, Huang Wei felt not fear but elation. After laboriously slaying so many wolves and repeatedly anointing himself with their blood. What was his purpose? It was to gather the menacing beasts and eradicate them all. The perilous and steep Julu mountain range harbored countless enlightened beasts. Relying on himself to search for them one by one would be an interminable endeavor. The longer he took, the deeper he ventured into the mountains, the more susceptible he became to negligence and peril from the beasts. Thus, he had never intended to delve deep into the mountains for extermination. Instead, he aimed to lure all the outer beasts out, securing 1.5 years of tranquility for Qinghe village. The pungent scent of blood mingled with the enticing aroma of meat. The tiger incessantly twitched its nose, advancing forward. The mountain path, once spacious enough for 2 wolves to walk side by side, now felt cramped with a single tiger, alongside the venomous snake on the cliff. The monkeys in the trees and the circling birds of prey, they all gradually closed in on him, that I in such a precarious situation. Any practitioner of physical refinement would tread cautiously. A moment's lapse could lead to death. Yet, only Huang Wei smiled, gazing at these beasts as though they were a sumptuous feast. Since it was a grand banquet, it warranted the most delightful approach. Stare and give birth to whomever I gaze upon. Activate! 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 The fate poured forth as if it were free, and in an instant, all the animals appeared to be with child. The birds of prey in the sky plummeted like dumplings, while the monkeys lost their balance and tumbled from the trees. Whether it was the tiger or the venomous snake, Huang Wei wielded his blade, dispatching them one by one, that all life forms within his sight fell prey to his lethal grasp. His mind was inundated with a barrage of fate fragments. Chapter 15. The Mountain God Blessings of the Blue Star. You have obtained 9 fragments of spirituality, white, blessings of the Blue Star. You have obtained 3 fragments of mild intellectual disability, white. The incessant notifications dazzled Huang Wei's senses. The good news was the abundance of fate fragments obtained. The bad news was that they were all of the spirituality and mild intellectual disability varieties, the beasts devoid of any other fate. Yielded dozens of fragments, all falling into these 2 categories. Despite his disappointment in the types of fragments acquired, he felt no dissatisfaction. For low-level beasts to drop fate fragments was already commendable. one could not be too demanding. Moreover, synthesizing higher-level fates would significantly diminish the negative states. Upon merging all fragments, he acquired 97 spirituality and 99 mild intellectual disability fragments. With such a plethora of white fate fragments, the progress towards synthesizing purple fate surged forward substantially. Elated, Huang Wei commenced the cleanup of the battleground. Most of the beast carcasses had tumbled into the cliff, disappearing from sight, leaving only a dozen or so corpses on the mountain path. Yet, these few corpses posed a dilemma for him. The robust energy and blood of the beasts made them the ideal sustenance for those in the realm of physical refinement, that if he could transport all these carcasses back, it would save him a significant expense. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to abandon the idea. The day was waning, and he needed to find a place to spend the night. With diminished vision at night, encountering beasts that hunted specifically in the dark would significantly lower his chances of survival. When weighed against the value of food, his life was far more precious. Nevertheless, he could not let this food go to waste. Huang Wei seized the beast carcasses and tossed them onto branches to dry for preservation. Subsequently, he carried one as he pressed onward. 2 miles ahead lay a mountain god temple, a common resting place for villagers venturing into the mountains. Beyond the temple marked the entrance to the deep mountains, where beasts swarmed and danger lurked at every turn. It was common for beaten beasts and ordinary creatures to be driven out from the depths of the mountains. Thus, the villagers constructed the mountain god temple at this boundary, where ordinary people could hunt outward, while only those who had practiced martial arts dared to venture inward. Recently, an influx of formidable beasts had emerged from the mountains, such as that tiger and the pack of wolves. Not to mention the ordinary folk. Even those at the pinnacle of physical refinement would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with them. As he sprinted along, a flickering light suddenly appeared ahead. Huang Wei quickened his pace, and upon nearing, he discerned the full extent of the firelight that a towering cliff had been artificially excavated, creating a recess that housed a wooden structure, the pinnacle of the building. Glass encased an open chamber from which the firelight emanated. A signboard affixed at the front of the structure bore the 3 grand characters. Mountain God Temple. Exquisite, Huang Wei exclaimed in admiration, recognizing the craftsmanship of a master. Pushing open the temple door, he took advantage of the firelight cascading from the roof to survey the interior. The space was modest, only covering about 40 or 50 square meters. At its center stood a 3-meter-tall statue, its fierce gaze and imposing demeanor commanding respect. In front of it lay an altar, upon which sat bowls and dishes filled with various fruits and meats. Having been unattended for days, the fruits had spoiled, and the meats had rotted. He stepped forward, clearing the bowls and dishes and casting them over the cliff, replacing them with his provisions. He then extracted 3 incense sticks from a nearby incense holder, lit them, and climbed onto the roof to add a spoonful of lamp oil. Having completed these tasks, Huang Wei could no longer resist his fatigue and lay down on the ground, drifting into slumber. As he slept soundly, a gust of wind swung open the temple door, the frame emitting a faint creak, causing Huang Wei to awaken abruptly. Grasping his long knife, he called out, "Who goes there?" The mountain wind howled, rushing in, yet no one answered his query. Warily, he peered into the darkened doorway, stepping cautiously towards the center of the temple. He had securely locked the door frame before sleeping. How could it have been blown open without cause? Surely, a beast must be at play. "Are you the heir of the White Lotus?" A hoarse voice echoed, as though it contained a lump of phlegm. The heir of the White Lotus. Huang Wei's heart sank. Had it not been for the words inscribed on the plaque, he would have been oblivious to the existence of such a fate. He had never reaped any benefits from the White Lotus. As though this fate were a mere illusion, he had never regarded himself as the heir of the White Lotus. Yet today, having been called out so directly, he felt a rush of panic. Something is amiss. Your aura is faint, like duckweed floating on water, lacking foundation. You are not the heir of the White Lotus. You are merely a puppet. As he spoke, a creature with a long beak and a bulging face, its eyes deeply set, entered the chamber. Huang Wei's heart sank further upon recognizing it as a mountain demon, a creature of the mountain, known for its high intelligence and ability to speak human language, making it exceedingly difficult to deal with. "I was unaware of your presence. What brings you here?" Huang Wei inquired, initiating a conversation while activating his gaze. After one attempt, the creature's expression remained unchanged. Had it not perceived the effect? He grew bolder. You humans are quite amusing, arriving at my temple to inquire about my identity. You are the mountain god. Huang Wei questioned, perplexed. Of course, it is I, the mountain demon cackled with a harsh laugh. Huang Wei had no faith in such deities, that if there were indeed gods, why did the common people of Dakian live in such dire straits? Unless they were all wicked or demonic deities. You doubt my existence? The mountain demon discerned his skepticism and questioned. Huang Wei nodded. I indeed do not believe in gods, that do you not believe in me? Why must you worship me again? The mountain demon retorted. Huang Wei thought to himself, what a self-indulgent creature. It has not even offered a prayer, merely exchanged offerings and added a spoonful of oil. Its purpose was to guide the hunters entering the mountain, not to pay homage to the mountain deity. Noticing the demon's silence, he continued, are you aware that you are a descendant of the White Lotus? Huang Wei replied, I do not know. That is precisely correct. The White Lotus does not reveal itself. It obscures the celestial phenomena. Until the true inheritor of the White Lotus matures, other descendants remain unaware of their inheritance. Once the genuine inheritor rises, others will also reveal their talents. However, in the end, the true inheritor will absorb the powers of the others, leading to your demise. Huang Wei was uncertain of the demon's words, but he feigned deep contemplation, and he found it odd that despite the ongoing enchantment of making others pregnant, the mountain demon showed no signs of such. Could it truly be a deity? A ludicrous thought surged within him, only to be swiftly dismissed that if it were indeed a deity, why engage in such lengthy discourse? It made no sense. Perhaps the reason for its lack of pregnancy was simply its overwhelming power, rendering it incapable of planting the seed successfully. Observing Huang Wei's indifference, the mountain demon was taken aback. You care not for your life? Pray tell, is there a solution? Huang Wei suddenly lifted his head and inquired, his words sounding like celestial music to the demon's ears. There is a method, but I wonder if you are willing to attempt it. The demon suppressed its excitement and feigned composure, urging, please do share. Abandon your physical form and serve beside me with your soul. Through incense and offerings, I shall cleanse your spirit that in 3 years, the marks of the White Lotus can be eradicated. Abandon my physical form? Huang Wei scoffed inwardly, setting aside the question of whether souls truly exist in this world. Even if they do, as a mere novice in martial arts, how could his soul escape his body and survive? It seemed the mountain demon harbored malevolent intentions, seeking his life. Realizing the demon was no benevolent being, his eyes widened in alarm. May I have some time to ponder? Huang Wei pretended to be in a state of confusion. Utterly flustered, sensing his hesitation, the demon pressed. What is there to ponder? Do you wish for death? Had you not offered incense, I would not have come to your aid. Fear not, I shall employ secret methods to ensure your body remains intact and your soul eternal. In 3 years, I will restore to you a pure and unblemished body. The mountain demon surveyed Huang Wei's physique, envisioning the delectable consumption of a White Lotus body, drooling at the thought. The White Lotus is no ordinary entity. Its bearers are individuals of great fortune. Even a mere companion White Lotus, entangled in the threads of destiny, might attract the true inheritor of the White Lotus, should it swallow the complete White Lotus. It would seize the opportunity to ascend to that unparalleled realm, a place untouched by countless others. Yet first, it must plant this White Lotus. Chapter 16. Special Destiny. Listening to the demon's manipulative rhetoric, Huang Wei felt a chuckle rise within him, that a mere beast attempting to tame a human. Such audacity. He remained silent, maximizing the efficacy of his enchantment. Even if this creature possessed some mystical traits, it could not entirely shield itself from the effects of destiny, since the destiny did not indicate a possibility of failure, and this mountain demon was indeed a living being. He firmly believed he could induce this creature's pregnancy. Had Huang Wei's cultivation been slightly higher, he would have noticed a multitude of purple light points emanating from his body, bombarding the mountain demon. The demon's form was cloaked in a veil of black and yellow light, creating a barrier that swiftly extinguished the purple light points upon contact. Yet the purple points were not entirely futile. With each collision, the black and yellow barrier dimmed further. Do not hesitate. The White Lotus has not yet fully fused with you. Extracting it now is still relatively simple, that if you wait a month or 2 until it completely integrates, even a deity would struggle to save you. The mountain demon grew anxious. This small official was proving impervious to its influence. Were it not for the importance of the White Lotus, which it feared damaging, it would have resorted to force long ago. The more it fretted, the more its agitation mounted, as if a source of fire brewed within its belly. Wait, how could a male mountain demon possess a life force within it? The realization struck it. The swelling sensation in its abdomen grew increasingly pronounced. In a panic, it attempted to suppress it with its divine power. A terrifying scene unfolded before it. Its divine power inexplicably vanished. It could only watch in horror as its belly expanded to the brink of bursting. With a resounding pop, its abdomen ruptured, spewing forth yellow and white sacs. Is this not my divine power? How did it escape? The last thought flickered in its mind before it collapsed, lifeless. Huang Wei sighed in relief, his heart finally at ease, only to be startled by a sound from behind. Turning, he beheld the mountain deity's statue cracking, a fissure stretching from top to bottom. The bizarre spectacle sent shivers down his spine. With the demon's demise, the statue shattered. Was there truly a deity? The voice of Blue Star echoed in his mind. You have attained a special destiny, divinity. Glancing at the term divinity, it seemed to suggest that this mountain demon was indeed a mountain god, that I have committed an irreparable blunder. The mountain deity safeguarded the villagers entering the mountain with its death. Does it not mean that no one will be protected henceforth? Furthermore, the deity claimed I bore the weight of the White Lotus and sought to help me extract it. The truth is, I truly possess a White Lotus destiny. My paranoia has led to the demise of the mountain deity. Now, I am left with no escape. How reckless of me. Oh, but I have also gained divinity. Since it pertains to the divine, perhaps it can aid me. Amidst his turmoil, Huang Wei recalled his new destiny and quickly examined it. Divinity, special, can integrate the destinies upon you to form a new one. Alas, it is of no use. The function of the divinity is formidable. It can refine lower-level destinies into a new, higher one. With this destiny, I could amalgamate negative destinies in the future, preventing the current situation where even a minor destiny could evolve into a blue one and still affect my intellect. However, despite its power, it offers no assistance in my current predicament. How could divinity, named after the divine, be so limited? Huang Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet upon reflection, if the mountain demon were truly a deity, how could it have been so easily vanquished? No, something felt amiss. A flash of insight illuminated his mind that if it were indeed a deity, it could not be so effortlessly slain, since he had dispatched it with ease. It must not be a god. Huang Wei swiftly recognized the flaw in his reasoning. The words divinity and the mountain demon's deceptive rhetoric had led him to mistakenly equate this creature's notion of a god with his own understanding of divinity. However, in terms of destiny, the two concepts were utterly incomparable. That I once believed I had stirred a great crisis. Yet it seems the demon's claims regarding the White Lotus may also be false. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Huang Wei finally regained his composure. Nonetheless, he pondered further. Why could the mountain demon immediately discern his identity as a White Lotus descendant? What connection existed between the demon and the White Lotus? There were too many enigmas, and he was at a loss for answers. After much contemplation, his mind grew increasingly chaotic, prompting Huang Wei to close the door and resume his slumber. Outside the mountain deity's temple, a fierce wind howled at a height of over 100 meters. Two figures stood side by side. Senior brother, do you think this person could truly be the genuine White Lotus descendant? To be honest, I am uncertain. The White Lotus sect has endured for millennia, spanning numerous dynasties, and never has anyone captured a true descendant before their full maturation. Point 1. Can only imagine the incredible concealment abilities of a White Lotus descendant. Nevertheless, it appears that even if this individual is not the true heir, they must be a branch of the White Lotus. That a branch of the White Lotus. The woman was taken aback. In recent days, this person has displayed not a hint of White Lotus magic, merely relying on those three basic skills. How could they possibly be a branch? Though this mountain demon is merely a wild fox spirit, its long-standing worship has imbued it with a degree of divinity. The fact that this person managed to slay a mountain demon protected by divine power surely indicates they harbor secrets worth our attention. It is a pity for the old Taoist Qing Su. Years of scheming have been reduced to naught. The old fool is inconsequential, but the matter of the White Lotus descendant is of great import. Should we report back to our sect immediately? Knowing, and do not be hasty in your report. Let us observe a while longer and see what transpires in the training grounds in 3 months. The majority of those who emerge have perished in the recent turmoil, leaving only a handful behind, that I still suspect the true heir remains under the command of that officer, Chu Tong. The woman nodded. Thoughtful, I shall heed my senior brother's counsel. Very well, the mountain demon has perished. No other beast will obstruct this person. There is no longer a need for observation. Let us return. The two figures swiftly rolled away, vanishing from sight. Upon awakening the next day, Huang Wei felt considerably uplifted that he no longer dwelled on trivial matters and resumed his task of eliminating the demonic beasts within the mountains. After the skirmish of the previous day, he had gained a profound understanding of his own strength. Ordinary demonic beasts could scarcely withstand a single strike from him, while those with slightly greater prowess could be subdued through his unique ability to instill fear. As long as he did not encounter a formidable beast that attacked him unexpectedly, he was confident in his ability to slay it. Thus, Huang Wei took the mountain shrine as his focal point, clearing all demonic beasts within a radius of half a day's journey. Wolves slain, badgers exterminated, snakes dispatched. Any beast of considerable strength fell victim to his lethal skills. Blessed by the blue star, you have acquired a spirit, white, fragment X. Blessed by the blue star, you have acquired a minor idiocy, white, fragment X, that a multitude of fate fragments burst forth, coalescing into strands of destiny, with a sufficient quantity of similar fate fragments. His 2 blue fate strands ascended to purple. Spirit, purple, you are a prodigy of martial arts that dragon's vitality. Purple, your essence is vigorous, bearing the potential of the Yellow Emperor. With the upgrade of his fate strands, an abundance of vitality surged within him, propelling his cultivation forward. Muscle refinement. In an instant, his entire body's meridians were transformed and invigorated by his essence. Bone refinement. His bones strengthened, their density increased. Visceral refinement. All internal organs radiated newfound vitality under the nurturing of his essence. His heart's rhythm surged from 80 beats per minute to an astounding 300. The liver swiftly decomposed harmful substances in his body, expelling them through the intestines and pores. The kidneys expelled copious waste, while all nutrients were absorbed completely. His lungs and spleen, along with all vital organs, underwent a comprehensive enhancement. After this transformation, according to the principles of the 9 transformations White Lotus technique, he should have compressed his essence as much as possible to amplify his strength before unleashing it in a powerful burst to complete the first transformation. However, under the influence of his fate strands, Huang Wei's vitality was extraordinarily abundant. His internal organs, driven by his robust heart, were inundated with blood and energy, far surpassing the requirements for the first transformation. The first transformation was completed, leading him into the second transformation. The torrent of vitality surged past the second transformation and continued unabated. Chapter 17. Experimenting with new fate strands. After synthesizing the purple fate strand, numerous surplus fate strands and fragments remained. The new divine fate strand could amalgamate various strands to form a new one, prompting Huang Wei to experiment with the capabilities of these new strands. That he first took 10 spirit fate fragments and 10 minor idiocy fate fragments. Combining them together, that a flash of light revealed a green spirit strand and a green recklessness strand. The synthesis result aligned with the system's outcome. Was there only one ascension pathway for fate strands? Or did the system impose limitations on their advancement? Huang Wei stroked his chin, pondering this question. After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the inquiry. The system's might was beyond the comprehension of someone as insignificant as he. Perhaps only when his strength reached a realm beyond the fusion stage would he possess the ability to glimpse the iceberg's tip that was the system. Having tested similar fate strands, he proceeded to experiment with different types. That I will first use 9 portions of spirit and 1 portion of minor idiocy. Then, I will use 1 portion of spirit and 9 portions of minor idiocy. Adjusting the ratios incrementally until reaching an even split, Huang Wei observed the freshly forged 20 fate strands, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. The combination of 9 portions of spirit and 1 portion of minor idiocy produced a weak spirit strand, resembling the original spirit in description, with minimal differences. As the spirit diminished and minor idiocy increased, the effects of the spirit grew weaker. Upon reaching an even split, the results diverged significantly. Ordinary person, white, unremarkable. Split personality, white, you are perpetually engaged in audacious antics. Huang Wei mused, uncertain whether the low level of the fate strands was the cause, as the negative fate strands seemingly exerted little influence over him. Despite possessing the minor idiocy strand, he did not perceive any decline in his intellect. However, the system appeared considerably affected. Previously, when slaying the cloaked figure, the inheritor of the White Lotus manifested to AT that time. He had been puzzled, wondering if there was infighting among official personnel that a few days prior, upon entering the mountains and eliminating demonic beasts, the inheritor of the White Lotus had also played a role. Leaving him distinctly incredulous that as he continued to slay demonic beasts over the course of 10 days, Huang Wei reaped substantial rewards. Not only did he elevate 2 types of fate strands to purple, but his techniques also advanced significantly, be its swordplay, fist techniques, or body movements, all became rapidly refined under the influence of the spirit fate strand. Had it not been for the absence of demonic beasts in the vicinity, he would have been reluctant to descend the mountain. His fate strands had already attained the purple level, and to upgrade to the golden level, he needed to venture deeper into the Giant Deer Mountain range to eliminate more demonic beasts. The map provided by Qinghe Village only extended to the vicinity of the mountain shrine. Further inward lay greater peril. The unknown terrain and formidable beasts posed too great a risk to continue. It was time to depart. Before leaving, Huang Wei glanced at his status panel. Name: Huang Wei Cultivation Level. Physical Realm, Pinnacle, Technique. 9 transformations, White Lotus Technique. 3rd transformation, Fate Strands. Blessed by the Blue Star. Favor of the Goddess of Fate. Inheritor of the White Lotus, Spirit, Dragon's Vitality, Stare, and you'll get pregnant. Viewing his status on the panel, he felt immense satisfaction. The physical realm had reached its pinnacle. And the 9 transformations White Lotus technique had attained its 3rd transformation, that if it were an ordinary technique, he could now embark on breaking through to the magical realm. However, the 9 transformations White Lotus technique was distinctly different. It required 9 rounds of body refinement before breaking into the magical realm. The greatest advantage of this approach was the absence of failure during the breakthrough, unlike ordinary techniques that carried the risk of failure. Upon completing the 9 transformations, one could also cultivate the White Lotus body. This body, once perfected, was said to significantly enhance the ability to break through to higher realms. Having reviewed the panel, Huang Wei leapt gracefully, employing grass on the fly as he descended the mountain. Big brother, you're back. Have all the demonic beasts been slain? We haven't opened a pot at home for days. My father has gone hunting in the mountains. Upon returning to the entrance of Qinghe Village, a group of children instantly surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Huang Wei affectionately ruffled the children's hair, smiling as he replied, all the formidable demonic beasts have been eliminated. So your fathers can hunt in peace from now on? Really? The children erupted in joyous leaps. That of course it's true. Lead me to your village chief, please. Wonderful. Big brother, you're so amazing. The children tugged at him, racing towards the village chief's home. Village chief. Village chief. Open the door. Big brother is back. The children energetically pounded on the door. Coming, coming. The village chief opened the door, and upon seeing the jubilant expressions of the children, he immediately understood the outcome. With elation, he inquired of Huang Wei, Captain, have the demonic beasts been dealt with? I have cleared all the powerful demonic beasts near the mountain shrine. The village chief grasped Huang Wei's hand, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Thank you so much. You have saved our village. Turning to the children, he instructed, Xiaohu, Xiaoniu, quickly return and inform your fathers to notify everyone to hunt in the mountains. Wait. Huang Wei interjected that I discovered that many female beasts in the mountains are pregnant. When you go hunting, remember to only capture male beasts in order to ascertain the probability of his ability to induce pregnancy. He had conducted experiments on numerous female beasts that he found that for ordinary animals, the likelihood of conception was approximately 60%. The physical realm bore no distinction from ordinary individuals, indicating that those at the physical realm possessed the same probability. The magical realm involved purifying the vitality within the blood to transform it into magical energy, which also appeared similar to the distinctions of the physical realm as for the higher realms. He remained unaware, having no means to comprehend them. Captain, rest assured, Our village is filled with experienced hunters who understand the habits of wild beasts that we hope for as many female beasts to become pregnant as possible and would never commit the folly of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Living off the mountains, the villagers relied on hunting for survival, understanding the principle of sustainable practices, and would not recklessly hunt for a few extra catches. That is good to hear. He had only just managed to ensure that numerous female beasts became pregnant. He also wished to witness whether they could give birth smoothly. This would help him determine the precise capabilities of his fate strand, whether it was akin to natural conception or artificial insemination. Captain, thank you for ridding us of the demonic beasts. Please don't rush to leave in the coming days. I have prepared fine wine and dishes, awaiting your triumphant return. Very well. Huang Wei agreed, as he had another matter to inquire about. The village chief, filled with joy, promptly instructed the children, Xiao Hu Xiao Niu, quickly inform your fathers and invite them to welcome Captain. Village chief, we will return right away. The children vanished in an instant soon after. A group of 7 or 8 robust men arrived. The gathering commenced with merriment, as cups were raised and clinked in joyous camaraderie. Amidst the revelry, a pressing question emerged. Village chief, I encountered a peculiar incident on the mountain, and I wonder if you are aware of it. The village chief, slightly inebriated, replied, Ask away, and rest assured, I shall leave nothing unspoken. There exists a statue of the mountain deity in the temple where I spent a night. At the stroke of midnight, the statue suddenly cracked. I am troubled and seek your counsel on what I should do. Huang Wei refrained from directly inquiring and instead expressed his concerns indirectly. I thought it was something of great consequence, but it is merely a shattered statue. It can be remade, he said. The village chief dismissed it nonchalantly. Indeed, when we are merry, we regard that clay figure as divine. When we are not, it is nothing more than a lump of clay. Let the constable assist us in clearing the beasts, whether it shattered on its own or was smashed by your hand. It matters not. Every time we venture into the mountains, we offer incense to the mountain deity, yet we have never reaped any benefits that on several occasions, when we neglected to offer incense, we encountered formidable beasts. Nearly losing our lives, this accursed statue should have been destroyed long ago. Yes, it should have been shattered long ago, the crowd echoed. And with each word, Huang Wei felt increasingly reassured. It seemed to him that the so-called evil deity was merely a figment of their imagination. And his final vestiges of worry dissipated. Chapter 18. Slaying the Taoist of Pure Void. The official's office faced south, and if you have neither reason nor coin, do not enter. Upon returning to the office, Huang Wei found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He was barred from entry by the constables. Why are you blocking me? He protested, clad in the garb of the constable yet being treated with mockery. The constables kept their eyes fixed ahead, silent and unyielding, refusing to explain their actions. Realizing the situation, it dawned on him that his position as constable had been annulled. Previously, the county magistrate had commanded him to exterminate the beasts on the mountain. Appointing Zhou Ming to take his place, he had thought the intent was merely to dilute his authority while placing a confidant to monitor his every move. Now, however, he understood the gravity of the situation. They had not only diminished his power, but treated him with utter disdain. Very well. It seems I was too lenient, Huang Wei thought. Seething with anger, yet feeling a strange calmness within, that he recognized that entangling himself with the constables would yield no fruit, and turned to leave. Tonight, I shall ensure that old magistrate pays for this. As he walked, his mood gradually settled, that in his newfound tranquility, a thought struck him. His position as constable had been conferred by Ma Liang of the Yaowang sect, not by that insignificant county magistrate. What audacity did the magistrate possess to defy the wishes of a senior disciple of the Yaowang sect? Surely, the old fool was risking his life. That it was evident that the two sides had reached an understanding. All actions taken had received the approval of the Yaowang sect. Ma Liang had instructed him to keep an eye on the constables, particularly for any signs of the White Lotus heir. Was it possible that the heir had been discovered? Huang Wei pondered over the details, striving to comprehend the current situation in Luo City. Buns, large and fragrant buns. The vendor's cries stirred his appetite. After 10 days on the mountain, feasting on barbecued fare had nearly made him ill. The sudden waft of delicious aromas caused his mouth to water. 1 basket of buns, please. Huang Wei tossed a few copper coins. Certainly, esteemed guest, here you are. The vendor swiftly prepared a basket of buns, and handed them to him. It has been months since I last visited La City. Has anything significant transpired recently? The vendor remarked. Noticing your constable's attire, you must not be from around here. There have been quite a few noteworthy events lately. Highlight a few of the most important. Huang Wei had only recently taken up the position of constable, and in 3 short days he had delegated most tasks to others, rarely appearing in public, let alone strolling the streets. Thus, very few recognized him. The most significant event would undoubtedly be the execution of the White Lotus sect leader and others. Recent happenings have all been tied to the White Lotus sect. Huang Wei tossed more coins. Please elaborate. The vendor pocketed the coins. That I heard from others that after the leader of the White Lotus sect was slain, his essence transformed into a multitude of white lotuses, passing down the teachings of the sect to a certain individual. Consequently, the executioner apprehended all who sought to consume human blood buns, intent on uncovering the White Lotus heir. Just 2 days ago, all suspects at the training grounds were taken away, supposedly to be imprisoned in the capital until the White Lotus heir is found. Taken to the capital, imprisoned. Huang Wei comprehended. It seemed the mountain deity had spoken the truth. There indeed existed a distinction between true and false heirs of the White Lotus. Thank you. He munched on his buns while walking home, humming a tune. Upon pushing open the door, he was taken aback. The Taoist of pure void was seated inside, a cup of tea steaming on the table. Upon seeing the hot tea, he understood everything. No wonder he had felt as though someone had been watching him. This old fellow had been spying on him all along. Without further ado, he glared. Whoever dares to pry shall find themselves pregnant. Master. Huang Wei bowed respectfully. Why did you not inform me of your visit? I would have prepared a proper reception for you. The Taoist of pure void remained expressionless. You need not call me master. I am not your master. Huang Wei, alarmed, replied, Master, what do you mean by that? Once a master, always a father. The skills you have imparted to me will forever earn you that title. The Taoist raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as though seeking to pierce through him. So, you acknowledge me as your master. Then tell me, are you the heir of the White Lotus? The Taoist's urgency escalated, culminating in a forceful thump on the table, causing tea to splash high. White Lotus heir? Why does this old fellow suspect me? Huang Wei wondered, perplexed. He had never revealed any telltale signs, though the act of glaring may induce pregnancy. The signs of such a condition are likely unknown to most, as it merely manifests as a minute white speck, existing only briefly, easily mistaken for other bodily tissues. Huang Wei uneasily inquired, Master, why do you suspect me? Why would I suspect you? So, you are admitting to being the White Lotus heir. The Taoist's eyes sparkled with fervor. Huang Wei shook his head vehemently. No, humph. The Taoist scoffed. You still dare to be defiant at the brink of death. If I did not possess irrefutable evidence, you might have deceived me. That I know not from where you fabricated your evidence. But I assure you, I am not the heir of the White Lotus. Huang Wei was bewildered by the Taoist's confidence. However, he had never received any benefits from the White Lotus, so how could he claim to be their heir? It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. You refuse to believe until you face the inevitable. That's so. I shall grant you this. If you have not received the inheritance, how could you have slain the mountain deity? The Taoist spoke with such certainty, as if he understood everything. Huang Wei feigned ignorance. The mountain deity? You mean that mountain ape? Who else would I be referring to? Is that mountain ape not an evil deity? Evil deity? How could it be an evil deity? That is a righteous God, safeguarding the safety of the mountain people. You have slain it, and now the mountain people will be in peril. But, Huang Wei countered, the magistrate ordered me to venture into the mountains precisely to eliminate the dangers. If that mountain ape were a righteous deity, why would it allow beasts to endanger the lives of the mountain folk? The Taoist was momentarily stumped, unable to retort, having stepped into the realm of martial arts at 15. He had achieved great success by 18, becoming a rising star in both Le City and the entire Yingtian prefecture. Yet now he found himself stagnant for 50 years within the realm of magical prowess. Time had dulled his once proud spirit, transitioning him from elation to anger, and ultimately to despair. Yet, he was unwilling to yield. Since the righteous path had proven futile, he would tread the path of the wicked. Thus, the mountain ape had emerged. Embracing the dark path had already wounded his pride, and now, being exposed, he was consumed by rage. Enough of this. I demand to know how you could possibly slay the mountain deity. How could I slay the mountain deity? Huang Wei retorted, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. Just take a look at your own belly. The Taoist glanced down to find that, unbeknownst to him, his belly had swelled. What sorcery of the White Lotus have you employed? With a swift motion, he summoned a whisk from his sleeve, preparing to strike. Huang Wei retreated, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, stop!" The Taoist's belly rapidly expanded, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. "You little brat, cease at once, or I shall tear you limb from limb." The Taoist struggled to rise, but his belly tightened, swelling further, leaving him with a growing sense of helplessness. Bang, bang. A series of fragmented sounds echoed through the air, prompting him to hastily lift his garments. Before him lay a distended abdomen marked with streaks of blood, droplets seeping forth. The sensation of tearing skin made him acutely aware that something within yearned to break free. Should his belly rupture, what chance would there be for survival? The esteemed elder Qingxiu, now alarmed, cried out, "Huang Wei, cease at once. A day as your teacher is a lifetime as your father. You must not commit such an act of treachery." With a sinister grin, Huang Wei retorted, "Only now do you think to plead for mercy. It is too late." His eyes widened in fury, and with a gaze that could induce pregnancy, he relentlessly stared at the elder. Before long, Qingxiu's belly swelled further, his expression one of sheer terror. "No, I still aspire to transcend the realm of spirit and soul. I seek unity with the heavens." Before he could finish, there was a resounding explosion, as if a ripe watermelon had burst, and his abdomen ruptured violently. Chapter 19. A use for your head. The blue star has favored you. You have acquired 17 fragments of the ordinary person, blue essence. The ordinary person. As one ages, they increasingly resemble an ordinary being. Having slain Elder Qingxiu, he found himself amidst a collection of worthless fate fragments, clearly mere materials for synthesis. That moment, a wave of malevolence surged forth unexpectedly. Huang Wei felt as though a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him, causing an involuntary shiver to traverse his spine. Why, having slain Qingxiu, did he not feel a sense of peace, but rather an intensified anxiety? As the saying goes, one can be easily stirred by a sudden impulse. Those with vigorous energy are more attuned to the malice of others, able to foresee danger. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the physical realm, having achieved the third transformation through the exquisite 9-turn White Lotus technique. His vitality was on par with those in the realm of magic. Yet it was this very vigor that allowed him to perceive a chilling presence lurking in the shadows, indicating the formidable strength of the unseen foe. Who could it be? He pushed open the door, stepping into a world of azure skies and brilliant sunshine, yet saw nothing amiss. Enough, he mused, I'll face whatever comes that I hold powerful techniques. Even a malevolent god could fall before me, let alone others. That it is often said that pregnancy is a form of parasitism. The fetus secretes hormones that evoke maternal affection, ensuring the mother does not terminate the pregnancy. This is indeed the case. The moment the gaze that induces pregnancy is cast, the afflicted party seldom reacts in time. By the time they realize their condition, their abdomen is often already prominently swollen, and their body exhibits abnormalities that at this juncture, he merely needed to urge a few more threads of fate to completely annihilate his adversary. Closing the door behind him, the malevolence was far from diminished. Huang Wei paid little mind to the matter at hand, grabbing a broom to sweep the remains into a pile, discarding the remnants onto the street for the stray dogs, and washing away the bloodstains. Meanwhile, in a tall building 500 meters away, a couple witnessed the entire scene unfold. In the dead of night, Huang Wei, clad in black and masked, stealthily approached the county office. Finding a secluded spot, he scaled the wall. I told you, add more vinegar and spice. Lately, I've developed a taste for it. Were you even listening? Remake it. Inside, the county magistrate reclined in a chair, sweeping all the food from the table to the floor. Yes, my lord. The concubine, eyes downcast, silently began to gather the scraps. Just before she exited, she turned back, unable to restrain herself. My lord, your tastes have become increasingly extravagant. Perhaps you should consult a physician, for reasons unknown. Every time he lost his temper, he felt a pang of discomfort in his abdomen. Thus, he tenderly stroked his belly, saying, What extravagant tastes! I do not hold your negligence against you. Do not speak nonsense. If I desire something sour and spicy, I shall have it. No more idle chatter. Through the paper window, Huang Wei observed the happenings within. To think that even at the brink of death, the old man enjoyed the blessings of a complete family. It infuriated him. He yearned to rid himself of this old fool that in 2 lifetimes he had remained a bachelor, unable to bear the sight of such affectionate scenes. Once the concubine departed, only the magistrate remained. Huang Wei drew his long knife, poised to end this wretch's life. "Uncle!" A familiar voice echoed, as Zhou Ming rushed in, his face alight with urgency. Huang Wei's expression shifted as he continued to eavesdrop. "That I heard that fellow has returned. Why have you not reinstated him as the head constable? The White Lotus inheritance has been seized by the commandant. What purpose do I serve here?" "Calm down, nephew," the magistrate soothed. "That boy extorted 500 taels from you. It cannot simply be brushed aside. I shall seek justice for you." "Uncle!" Zhou Ming exclaimed in frustration. "Wealth is but a trifle. Losing it is inconsequential, that we must prioritize greater matters." The magistrate was benevolent in all respects, treating Zhou Ming as if he were his own son. Yet his one flaw lay in his avarice. Upon seeing money, he was akin to a child seeing their father. The more wealth, the closer the bond. Biological father, adoptive father, and the father of one's choosing. Each tier more cherished than the last. 500 taels. Above the adoptive father, yet falling short of the biological one, that were he to plead earnestly, perhaps he could sway his uncle's judgment. Do I not know you? You are just like your late father, extravagant and careless, oblivious to the hardships of earning money. Were it not for your mother's frugality, our vast estate would have been squandered by you. Little rascal, uncle." Zhou Ming felt a flush of embarrassment at the mention of this matter. Distributing wealth fosters camaraderie. That my standing in the Chongqing sword sect is due to my adeptness at sharing wealth. If his uncle could not comprehend this, it was understandable, but to mock him incessantly was simply intolerable. "Enough. You needn't say more. I have my plans regarding Huang Wei. Time waits for no one. Return home and rest. I require my sleep, as I have been drowsy of late and cannot afford to stay up." The magistrate yawned and issued a dismissal to Zhou Ming, seeing his uncle's eyes begin to close. Zhou Ming, despite his reluctance, chose to remain silent. "Good night, uncle." As Zhou Ming exited the chamber, Huang Wei followed closely behind. The magistrate was pregnant, soon to become a father or mother. That to kill now would mean taking multiple lives in one fell swoop. He could not bring himself to do it. After all, the child was innocent, and it would be best for the child to be born. Zhou Ming, on the other hand, was alone and thus more deserving of death. The moonlight shone bright, illuminating the night, as if it were day. That in the desolate quiet of the night, the calls of a few night owls echoed. That on the cobblestone path, 2 figures approached each other. The person ahead walked briskly, and so did the one behind. That if the one in front slowed, so did the one behind. That they chased and caught up. They traversed 3 streets. That they neared the city gate. The figure in front suddenly halted, turning to face the follower with an air of arrogance. "To dare chase me through 3 streets in broad daylight in Loha City? You are the first. Speak, what is your business? What is your business?" Huang Wei replied with an odd expression, realizing Zhou Ming thought he sought something from him. That made sense. After all, he was the magistrate's nephew and a member of the Chongqing sword sect. Who wouldn't rush to curry favor? "There is indeed a matter at hand," Huang Wei said, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he hoped Zhou Ming would not take offense. "That I am a gentleman, capable of tolerance. Speak freely." "Did I wish to borrow Zhou Ming's head for a time?" "Your head? Very well." Zhou Ming chuckled, his laughter booming. "This is the first time I've heard someone ask for my head. Since you desire it, come and take it." Huang Wei unsheathed his long knife, initiating the gaze that induces pregnancy. The blade glinted in the moonlight, shining with a cold brilliance. Zhou Ming recognized the knife, scrutinizing it closely. Was this not the treasured blade he had gifted to Huang Wei? Upon realizing the wielder's identity, he scoffed derisively. "I thought you were someone significant. Turns out you were just a muddy-footed peasant. Did you grow a pair of bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare bare your fangs at me? Enough of your prattle. Today marks your end." With a move akin to Mount Tai descending, Huang Wei unleashed a mighty strike, wielding his knife with immense force. His vitality had reached the pinnacle of the physical realm, rivaling even those newly entering the realm of magic. The blood essence ignited the blade, causing it to shine as if imbued with magical prowess. Zhou Ming, witnessing this strike, felt a flicker of admiration. Good lad, your vigor is commendable, and your swordsmanship is superb, and no wonder you dare challenge me. However, you ought to address your dizziness. Clang! The sword sang as it was drawn. Faced with the overwhelming force of Huang Wei's blow, Zhou Ming thrust his sword forward, attempting to counter the assault with sheer strength. Boom! The clash of forces sent shockwaves through the air, raising a cloud of dust. Both combatants stumbled back, unable to withstand the titanic force. Huang Wei planted his foot firmly, halting his retreat, while Zhou Ming spun gracefully to dissipate the impact. As they assessed the outcome, a faint smile curled at the corner of Huang Wei's lips. After slaying relentlessly for 10 days in the mountains, it was not in vain to stand toe-to-toe with a practitioner of magic without faltering was a feat that even most geniuses could not achieve. In contrast, Zhou Ming's countenance darkened, his right hand trembling. Did I end this contest? He found himself lacking, relying on evasion to save face. Yet, despite not being humiliated, he felt utterly disgraced. Who was Huang Wei just a month ago? He had been a mere commoner, yet now he stood as an equal to Zhou Ming. The stark contrast was unbearable. How had this lad become so formidable? Was he truly a genius? No. A genius could not achieve such prowess in merely 1 month. That meant this lad must possess the White Lotus sect's inheritance. Zhou Ming, increasingly consumed by thoughts, pondered the significance of the White Lotus root, and White Lotus leaf, venerating the White Lotus as the epitome of the White Lotus sex trinity. However, he was acutely aware that the legacies of the other two should not be underestimated, that in a mere span of 20 days, the landscape had dramatically shifted. Zhou Ming revealed a gluttonous gleam in his eyes and inquired, "Young man, which aspect of the White Lotus sex legacy have you inherited? The White Lotus root or the White Lotus leaf?" "I do not comprehend your words," came the retort. Zhou Ming, filled with rage, exclaimed, to be facing death yet still speak defiantly. "Do you truly believe that your physical prowess can surpass my mastery of magical abilities?" Huang Wei displayed 8 gleaming teeth in response. "You'll find out soon enough." Zhou Ming raised his long sword to his chest, declaring, "When I capture you, I hope your pleas for mercy are not too loud, for the greater your suffering, the more exhilarated I shall become." Once again, the two engaged in combat, exchanging blows with swords and knives, sparks flying from their clash. Positioned not far from the city gate, the sounds of their weapons soon attracted a throng of onlookers. "Isn't that the county magistrate's nephew? It's Captain Zhou." As the superior officer of the constables and the magistrate's kin, Zhou Ming was a well-known figure in the city of Luo. The soldiers recognized the captain at a glance. "Let us rush to his aid." Seeing Zhou Ming battling a cloaked figure, the sergeant commanded his subordinates to charge in and subdue the man in black. "The do not move," Zhou Ming ordered. "I shall apprehend him myself." A mere peasant, unable to break through, would only be further humiliated if seen by others. A siege would be necessary to capture him. Such news would be detrimental to his reputation. The crowd, holding their long knives, was bewildered, unable to fathom why Zhou Ming did not simply slay the assailant. "What shall we do, Captain?" one soldier inquired. "Shall you swiftly run to the county office and report to the magistrate. We shall retreat and not disturb Captain Zhou. We need only witness his prowess." With a flicker of understanding, the sergeant grasped Zhou Ming's intentions. The captain was exceptionally gifted in martial arts, and capturing a man in black would be a trivial task for him. Thus, assistance was unnecessary. They merely needed to cheer him on. They must not overshadow Zhou Ming's glory. Captain Zhou was a formidable figure of magical prowess. It was nearly impossible to witness such a master in action. Now, as Captain Zhou showcased his skills, it was an opportune moment for observation, and the spectators were reminded to applaud at the thrilling moments. The crowd stepped back a few paces, their eyes fixated on the duel. Hands raised, poised to clap. However, as the fight progressed, they soon realized that Zhou Ming was at a disadvantage. Being pressed hard by the man in black, struggling to defend himself, he appeared increasingly beleaguered, as if swollen from the blows he received. Failing to execute any striking techniques worth noting, in contrast, the cloaked figure moved with the grace and precision of a master, whether in evasion or counterattack. "Intervene. Let us slay him together," Zhou Ming shouted in desperation. He had not anticipated Huang Wei's formidable skill. Not only was he immensely strong, but his techniques were also astoundingly refined, far from what one might expect from someone who had only trained for a month. A lowly commoner could ascend to genius status through the White Lotus legacy. If someone of Zhou Ming's caliber were to obtain it, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. A glimmer of greed flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes, quickly expanding and veiling his vision in crimson. That moment, he cast aside honor and shame, rallying the crowd to attack Huang Wei. Idea you wish to kill me? Huang Wei sneered, his eyes wide, exuding an aura that seemed to siphon vitality from Zhou Ming, a wave of weakness washing over him. The White Lotus sorcery. Zhou Ming was filled with dread, contemplating retreat. The White Lotus legacy was indeed valuable, yet one must be alive to claim it. Surveying his surroundings, an idea struck him that if these soldiers could expend Huang Wei's energy on his behalf, victory would surely follow. Charge! Subdue this man, and I shall reward each of you with 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing the promise of such wealth, the crowd's mouths watered. The sum was sufficient to secure a lucrative position. And if spent frugally, an ordinary person might never see such riches in a lifetime. For the silver, for the third concubine, the crowd erupted in cheers, brandishing their weapons as they closed in. Ha! Zhou Ming retreated, prompting Huang Wei to burst into laughter, reveling in the satisfaction of seeing an overconfident magical practitioner humbled in battle. What a delight! Truly exhilarating. Huang Wei cast aside his sword, boldly proclaiming, Zhou Ming, if you have any courage, do not let others die in your stead, that I shall forego my weapon and strike you with my bare fists. You go too far. As a scion of a prominent family, Zhou Ming's pride was deeply wounded by this insult. Fine, I shall once again test your skills. With that, Zhou Ming swept aside the crowd and engaged once more. Yet upon their first contact, Zhou Ming was immediately overwhelmed. The force behind Huang Wei's fists was staggering, leaving Zhou Ming dazed and disoriented, while he himself felt utterly weak, akin to a feeble chick. Dazed, Zhou Ming's vision blurred, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, the long sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. He stammered, words incoherent. With 2 crushing blows to his skull, blood flowed freely. Help me. With 3 strikes, his head sank into his chest, lifeless and beyond salvation. Ha ha! Huang Wei bellowed to the heavens. Zhou Ming has perished at my hands. Perished at my hands. 2.5 years prior, he had traversed into this realm, living in trepidation, grappling with the uncertainties of each day, existing on meager meals, devoid of hope. Just over a month ago, he had exhausted his entire fortune for a few buns, wishing for a stroke of luck. When that failed, death seemed imminent. Yet now, in the span of slightly over 40 days, he had the ability to slay a master of magical prowess. Such a shocking feat would be met with disbelief, and the vacant stare of Zhou Ming in death confirmed that no one would believe it. Run! Suddenly, a soldier shouted, and chaos ensued as everyone fled in terror. Every man bolting with all their strength, fearing they would lag behind their comrades. After decades of service, having encountered countless ruthless killers, the soldiers found themselves unable to maintain their composure when the shadow of death loomed over them. Huang Wei, however, felt no inclination to pursue them. With a swift kick, Zhou Ming's long sword floated in the air, spinning around and slicing through the throats of each fleeing soldier. All were slain. After completing this grim task, he spat upon Zhou Ming's lifeless form. "Pa, you dare call yourself a genius, yet you couldn't even unleash a fragment of your fate." Zhou Ming possessed no fate, nor did these soldiers. Yet every beast possessed one. What lay behind this disparity? Was it intelligence, or perhaps a lack of it? If intelligence was the measure, humanity undoubtedly surpassed beasts by a significant margin. Why then did beasts possess fate, while humans did not? The distinction between beasts and ordinary animals lay in their heightened intelligence. Thus, beasts were no longer severely intellectually impaired. As thoughts whirled in Huang Wei's mind, he felt as though he had grasped a fragment of insight. Realizing something had been overlooked, intelligence and lack of it intertwined, and the essence of fate stemmed from exceptionalism. All beasts emerged from the wild, standing apart from them. Hence they all possessed fate. For humans to attain fate, they too must exhibit exceptionalism in some regard. Indeed, the White Lotus legacy shines brilliantly in your hands. Suddenly applause erupted, startling Huang Wei. "Who goes there?" he barked as I point 2 figures emerged from the shadows, upon recognizing them. Huang Wei's eyes widened in alarm. The newcomers were none other than Ma Liang and his disciple, Ying Er. You two. Huang Wei's expression grew serious. The Yaoguang sect was unlike the Chongqing sword sect. He had killed Zhou Ming, confident in his ability to escape from them, knowing the Chongqing sword sect would be unable to track him down. However, the Yaoguang sect's headquarters was nearby, with numerous disciples present, capable of sending messages at any moment that in the event of a life-threatening crisis, powerful allies would arrive in haste, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Captain Zhou is presently engaged with the man in black. And many of our brothers are here. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance, signaling the arrival of reinforcements from the county office. Huang Wei glanced around, seeking an escape route, while simultaneously exerting all effort to flee. Captain Huang, you wouldn't want the news of your identity as a disciple of the White Lotus to become common knowledge, would you? Ying Er smiled sweetly, seemingly unfazed by his furtive actions. Huang Wei felt a pang of despair. What do you intend to do? This is not a place for conversation. Let us relocate elsewhere. Ying Er turned and ascended to the rooftop, while Ma Liang stood stoically by her side, with a long sigh. Huang Wei chose to follow. Chapter 21. What precisely is the White Lotus sect? A man and a woman, one in front and one behind, flanked him as they traversed eastward over the city walls, gliding past villages until they halted in a weedy clearing. Huang Wei, you truly possess audacity, daring to murder even the county magistrate's nephew. Ying Er's enchanting eyes shimmered with mirth, her tone devoid of reproach, instead brimming with admiration. Huang Wei declared with pride, a mere county magistrate's nephew. Should he be killed, so be it. Let it not be said that he is merely a nephew. Even if his father were to come, I would not hesitate to slay him. Are you aware that he is not only the nephew of the county magistrate, but also a distinguished disciple of the Chongqing sword sect? What of the sword sect? What of his esteemed status? If he provokes me, it leads only to death. The deed is done. Any regrets or remorse are of no consequence and will only invite derision. Observing their demeanor, which bore no intent to hold him accountable, he discerned either a rift between the factions or a personal vendetta. You must prepare yourself to be hunted by the Chongqing sword sect. When the time comes and you are being slashed and howling in agony, do not shed tears. Ying Er teased that as the saying goes, when a scheme fails, one often finds themselves exposed. That I actually hope the Chongqing sword sect sends forth some formidable experts. It would allow me to relish the unique pleasure of pursuing and retaliating. Based on the information Huang Wei had at hand, the realm of magical power was indeed, as the esteemed Taoist Qingshu had stated, the backbone of this world. That in the interactions he observed, most remained within the physical realm, with magical power practitioners being exceedingly rare. As for the higher realms, aside from knowing of the integration realm, he was entirely ignorant of the others, let alone having encountered any of the great masters. The great masters seldom emerged, and his strength lay above the physical realm, coupled with his formidable ability to intimidate. He could be deemed invincible within the bounds of magical power. His amiable conversation with the two was not born of fear, but rather concern that they might divulge his secrets. Against a multitude, even the mightiest of fists cannot prevail. His greatest dread was a collective uprising against him, for he possessed but two eyes, unable to gaze upon all. Ha! You truly are a remarkable person. Ying Er giggled, covering her mouth, but rest assured, the Chongqing sword sect is unaware of their disciples' demise. The masters of the integration realm, and even the celestial realm, are engrossed in unraveling the mysteries of the eternal path, while the realm of magical power remains but a child's play. Integration realm? Celestial realm? Huang Wei's heart stirred, and he eagerly inquired, is the integration realm the level above magical power? So, you are still a novice. Upon hearing his question, Ying Er erupted in laughter, her mirth causing Ma Liang's taut visage to quiver. Realizing he had become the butt of the joke, Huang Wei remained unfazed. The journey from weakness to strength invariably invites mockery and scorn. Those who deride him now for their ignorance would one day kneel before him, licking his toes in awe of his might. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to their ridicule, as he held no regard for their opinions. With both fists clasped, he humbly requested, I would be grateful for your guidance. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Ying Er finally managed to compose herself and explained, cultivators are categorized into 5 major realms. Physical. magical, spiritual, integration, and celestial. Among them, the physical realm represents the first stage of martial arts that I shan't delve into the subdivisions. Understanding or not is of little consequence. You need only know that with proper nourishment, care, and training, one can achieve great success in the physical realm. Once the physical realm reaches its pinnacle, one's strength naturally transforms into magical power. A seamless transition, typically without error. The realm of magical power accumulates energy, beginning to influence the spirit. However, as the spiritual realm is intangible and invisible, no one can ascertain whether they are on the right path. Thus, the realm of magical power serves as a dividing line among practitioners, with a staggering 99% of cultivators residing below it. Magical power nourishes the spirit, granting cultivators heightened senses. Upon reaching the spiritual realm, one acquires supernatural abilities and various extraordinary powers, making it a hallmark of the powerful. As for the final two realms, one is the earthly immortal, and the other is the heavenly immortal, realms beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Furthermore, as long as they are not slain, 8 out of 10 beings at the fourth realm will ascend to the fifth. Huang Wei listened, filled with fervor, that he possessed a destiny that would surely lead him to the fifth realm, a peerless powerhouse. With the inheritance of the Bai Lian sects by He Yi, achieving the fourth realm is but a trivial matter. Attaining the fifth realm would be within my grasp. Accepting that others believed he bore the Bai Lian sect's legacy, he embraced it. The two were initially taken aback before bursting into even more raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! You dare boast of receiving the Bai He Yi inheritance. Their reaction left him bewildered. When Zhou Ming inquired about the nature of his inheritance, he randomly selected one to mention. What is amiss? I feel utterly perplexed that you know what the Bai He Yi represents within the Bai Lian sect. Inger questioned that I do not know. What does the lotus leaf signify? It rises untainted from the mud, cleansed by the lotus yet remaining untainted. A symbol of purity, the legacy of the saintess. Ha ha ha! I can't take it anymore. This is too funny. Inger laughed uncontrollably. Huang Wei awkwardly rubbed his nose, conceding to yet another blunder. Had he known, he would have simply claimed the Bai Lian instead. Moreover, what of the Bai Lian, Bai O, and Bai He Yi? You must have heard Zhou Ming speak of it. Huang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, confirming the accuracy of the statement. The Bai Lian sect is named after the white lotus. The lotus and the leaf are not the same, are they? Huang Wei shook his head. The lotus is simply the lotus, and the leaf is the leaf. They are distinct entities. The Changxing Sword sect's understanding of the Bai Lian sect was superficial, being aware of only its surface, according to the elders of our Yaoguang sect. The Bai Lian sect should embody the essence of the pure white flower, the white stamen, and the white purity. The flower and stamen together form the lotus, with purity symbolizing the white lotus itself. Each offered their perspective, leaving Huang Wei confounded. Entirely unaware of his own identity, that he speculated whether the energy of the white lotus had been absorbed at the moment of his awakening, rendering him a hollow successor. Do you now know what your connection to the white lotus is? Inger inquired. Huang Wei's expression was one of bewilderment, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he replied, I do not know. I am entirely ignorant of my own nature. Having yet to gain any benefits from the white lotus, I am still practicing the 9 transformations of the white lotus technique. 9 transformations of the white lotus. Inger exclaimed incredulously, do you not feel an overwhelming weakness within your body each day at dawn? No, I feel fantastic. That he had never experienced any sense of weakness. His vitality was continuously on the rise. Thus, your practice of the 9 transformations of the white lotus is indeed correct, and you have not strayed from the path. Should you have deviated, it would have led to your demise. Huang Wei hurriedly asked for clarification. What do you mean by that? Inger gazed at Huang Wei with envy, marveling at his incredible fortune. The 9 transformations of the white lotus is the foundational technique of the Bai Lian sect. Successful cultivation allows one to advance to higher-level techniques, while failure results in becoming a 9 transformations white lotus pill, gradually transforming into a human pill. The process of becoming a human pill entails continued growth and cultivation, but one's consciousness and soul will gradually weaken until only a shred of resilient spiritual essence remains, clinging to the human pill, rendering it a superior elixir. Many of the Bai Lian sect's top-tier elixirs are crafted from human pills, which is one of the pivotal reasons for the sect's rapid rise. Listening intently to Ing's detailed explanation, Huang Wei's mind suddenly recalled an incident from his time trapped in the training ground that he had once forcefully seized an opportunity from Li Ping. Wondering why the opportunity had been taken, yet the other party still managed to succeed in cultivation. Following his words, everything became clear. The 9 transformations of the White Lotus indeed offered 2 paths, one leading to the heavenly road, the other a treacherous byway, that he had claimed the broad heavenly road while leaving the narrow path behind, that if the rebels treated human life as mere fodder, it was no surprise that the imperial court regarded life as a trifling matter. In such times, it was no wonder that rebels arose and chaos ensued. Huang Wei sighed deeply that in the twilight of the dynasty, neither heaven nor earth spared life, and humanity itself seemed intent on extinguishing existence. To survive, rebellion was the sole path, but he sensed that the Bai Lian sect was merely an appetizer, and even greater upheaval lay ahead. Since you have cultivated the 9 transformations of the White Lotus, it indicates a high likelihood that you have not obtained the core legacy of the Bai Lian sect. For throughout history, those captured or who defected from the Bai Lian sect have noted that the moment one is chosen by the White Lotus, a unique technique appears in their mind, ensuring they never practice a flawed method. The sudden change in your qualifications may very well be due to one of those Bai Lian leaders who was executed choosing you. As I mentioned earlier, the third realm possesses extraordinary power, capable of easily altering your qualifications. Huang Wei laid bare his circumstances, leading to a clear analysis from the two, were it not for the discrepancies with his situation. He might have believed it wholeheartedly. Chapter 22. A family must be complete. After hearing all this, Huang Wei sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you for sharing so much with me. It has allowed me to gain a clearer understanding of martial arts and myself. Knowledge is power, particularly in a world imbued with extraordinary abilities. Each fragment of knowledge bears a considerable price. Take, for instance, the realm of martial arts. The common folk know almost nothing, possessing only scattered insights into the basics of skin and blood refinement. Upon learning martial arts and stepping through its grand threshold, one becomes acutely aware of myriad essential considerations and gains a lucid understanding of the corporeal realm. However, when it comes to the realms of magical power and spiritual consciousness, such knowledge is either withheld by others or simply unknown. It is evident how precious knowledge truly is, a treasure beyond compare, and no need for thanks. These fundamentals are merely the foundation, and in due time, you will come to understand them all. I am simply imparting this wisdom in advance. Huang Wei, however, held a different opinion that if the two had not informed him, he would indeed be at a loss as to where to seek such knowledge. He felt a sense of gratitude, albeit tinged with irony, for he had failed to assist the duo in their endeavors. Having only been in his position for 3 days, he had already been ousted by Zhou Ming, rendering his efforts futile. Suddenly, Ing Er flashed a mischievous smile. If you truly wish to repay us, answer me this one question. Feel free to inquire. I shall divulge all that I know. Ing Er discreetly glanced at Ma Yang, a faint smile gracing her lips. Did you acquire anything unusual when you vanquished the mountain deity? A flicker of confusion crossed Huang Wei's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. How could such a clandestine act be known by all in the desolate expanse of the giant Deer Mountain range? Was he living in a Truman Show, seemingly cultivating immortality while surrounded by cameras? Such a notion was absurd. Was that not a mountain demon? Why do you all refer to it as a mountain deity? The Taoist Qing Su claimed it to be a mountain deity. And so did you. Does this world truly harbor deities? Huang Wei countered. The two exchanged cautious smiles but refrained from immediate responses. After a brief pause, Ma Liang elucidated. As for deities, we are equally in the dark. The old man Qing Su somehow acquired half of a mysterious method for nurturing deities, treating it as a treasure for over 30 years in the giant Deer Mountain range that he aspired to ascend to the 5th realm but has yet to witness any progress. It appears to be a mere pipe dream. You may not comprehend, but my understanding is even more limited. I have only been cultivating for a little over a month. Huang Wei blinked his large eyes, feigning innocence. Yet he held not a shred of belief in their words, for he had obtained divinity from the mountain deity, a power equivalent to an additional red fate. With this fate, he could eradicate all negative fates he bore and transform them into positive ones. A matter of immense significance for him. The strength of fate is formidable, and the divinity capable of transforming into fate is equally unparalleled. The elderly Taoist Qing Su, even over 30 years ago, had possessed the means to cultivate deities. Surely the Yaoguang sect would know how to create deities, perhaps even surpassing Qing Su in prowess. Their ambiguous words were but a ruse to test him. Perhaps they possessed methods to detect divinity. Should the divinity remain unabsorbed by the panel, it would likely reveal itself. Given this, Huang, you should return home promptly. We will keep Zhou Ming's matters confidential. Unable to extract any further information, the two ceased their inquiries. Thank you. Should either of you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Huang Wei smiled, yet his inner thoughts were laced with mockery from their first encounter. He had sensed the woman's malevolence. As a practitioner of the magical realm, she was aware that he was the highest force within this city, yet she still made a ruckus to draw him in. Had it not been for his fate, he might have met his untimely demise that very night. But today's reunion only reaffirmed his earlier suspicions. In a cup, we share drink. With a blade, we show no mercy. Should he ever find the opportunity, he would ensure that both of them faced dire consequences. However, until he devised a foolproof plan, he must maintain a facade of cordiality with them. Junior sister, do you believe this fellow is speaking the truth or fabricating lies? The two regarded Huang Wei's retreating figure, deliberating on his previous demeanor. I sense he is concealing something, yet based on the facts. I am inclined to believe his words are true. Dame Liang chuckled lightly. Junior sister, we must not let emotions cloud our judgment. We must rely on reality. As for this concealment, you have stumbled more than once. What others perceive as secrets or hidden truths often stem from cognitive biases, leading to vastly different conclusions that do not place too much faith in a woman's sixth sense. Ing'er pouted, brother. You do not trust me. Trust. Ma Liang's demeanor softened instantly. How could a brother not trust his sister? I hold you in the highest regard. Then help me with the task. You need only command me. Spread the word about Huang Wei's killing of Zhou Ming and his acquisition of divinity. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. Dame Liang replied affectionately. Without questioning her motives, he gazed upon his junior sister's lovely visage. He felt an irresistible urge to tousle Ing'er's hair, only to be deftly evaded by her. Oh dear, my new hairstyle. Ing'er huffed, pouting in annoyance. Ha. Ma Liang laughed heartily, resembling an adoring dog, his heart brimming with warmth. Upon returning home, Huang Wei was barely settled when a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by two officers with furrowed brows. Huang, the magistrate has summoned you. Huang Wei maintained a stoic expression. For what reason? Unknown. The magistrate merely instructed us to fetch you. Just as he had returned, the officers appeared at his doorstep. Could it be that Zhou Ming's death had come to light? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion. For one, he had worn a mask during Zhou Ming's demise, with only Ma Liang and his sister as witnesses that if his actions were indeed exposed, the magistrate would not have simply sent two officers to politely invite him, but would have dispatched a multitude to encircle him, leaving him no escape. Zhou has perished. The officer whispered, the magistrate's sister is in a fury. Your summons likely concerns the investigation into Zhou's demise. All the officers were aware of the magistrate's disdain for Huang Wei, and they were eager to witness his downfall. Zhou Ming's presence in the magistrate's office had allowed him to overshadow Huang Wei, but now that Zhou was gone, the officers, leaderless, immediately thought of the neglected Huang Wei. The two officers, aware of the situation, attempted to curry favor. What? Zhou has died. Who did this? Huang Wei's face contorted with rage, astonishment evident in his expression. The two shook their heads. We do not know. Huang Wei slammed his hand against the doorframe. Zhou was a master of the magical realm, yet he fell victim to a covert attack. These martial artists are becoming increasingly unrestrained. Quickly, lead the way. I must see the magistrate. Within the county office, the morning hall was elevated, and the sounds of lament echoed that a woman lay weeping over Zhou Ming's corpse, while the magistrate sat silently beside her. Huang Wei dashed forward, collapsing at Zhou Ming's side. Dear brother, tell me who has wronged you. How shameless! The woman, upon hearing his words, halted her sobs, turning her fury upon him. You, Huang Wei, as captain, why did you stand by while my Zhou was harmed? Stand by? The word struck a chord, igniting his wrath. His eyes widened, ready to unleash his fury upon her. Yet upon seeing the woman's aged and haggard visage, his anger subsided significantly. This wretched woman was unworthy of his concern. He would rather bestow his compassion upon a dog than this loathsome creature. It is all my fault. Had I returned sooner, Huang Wei declared with feigned sorrow, but rest assured, madam, I shall not allow Zhou to languish in solitude below. I will avenge him, that a family must remain united. He would ensure that none of them lived on while one of their own had perished. But what if you fail to fulfill your promise? The woman, disregarding societal conventions, seized his collar, demanding an answer. Chapter 23. The Envoy of Deqian. Taking liberties, Huang Wei responded, Since you wish for an account, I shall provide one. With that, he drew his long knife and plunged it into the woman's chest. Thud! Blood sprayed high into the air. Overcome by instinct, the woman clutched the knife. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at him, bewildered by his sudden aggression. Ugh! She pointed a trembling finger at him, attempting to articulate something, but her voice faltered, her head lolling as she succumbed to death. This shocking turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence. This was the magistrate's sister, the mother of a highly esteemed disciple of the Chongqing sword sect. Her stature was beyond compare. Yet, at her son's mourning hall, she lay slain by another. Huang Wei, what are you doing? The magistrate, roused from his stupor, exclaimed in a fit of rage. What am I doing? Huang Wei smiled faintly. You saw it. Did you not? I have slain your sister. You. The county magistrate was so incensed by these words that he was driven to the brink of apoplexy. Already with child, the tumult of emotions surged within him, causing him to faint away. Huang Wei, brandishing a knife, stepped forward, poised to end the magistrate's life. But upon a moment's reflection, he reconsidered. He wished to witness the spectacle of a man giving birth. If the mother were to perish, the child would be lost forever. Very well. He decided to spare the magistrate, for the child was innocent in this turmoil. Should he kill the man and drive the magistrate into a frenzy? The onlookers were left aghast, rushing out in a panic, fearing the repercussions of the chaos. Huang Wei made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he toppled all the candles, igniting the funeral hall. The room, draped in white cloth and constructed of wood, was a tinderbox, and soon a great conflagration erupted. Fire! The county office is ablaze! Quick, come and extinguish it! The flames illuminated the night, casting a crimson hue akin to a ripe tomato. The startled populace sprang into action, seeking water from every available vessel, buckets, basins, anything that could hold water. Unfortunately, the scant amount of water proved futile against the raging inferno, only serving to intensify the flames. Huang Wei seized the unconscious magistrate, leaping through the fiery chaos, and placed him in a safe spot before vanishing from sight. The fire consumed the county office of Laha, leaving it in charred ruins. Instead of fleeing, Huang Wei chose to hide himself in secret. The incident involving the White Lotus sect had drawn excessive attention. As a key player, he found himself in the spotlight, every move scrutinized by countless eyes. Despite his secretive facade, the humiliation of being exposed to public gaze tormented his psyche. Thus, he sought to use the inferno as a diversion, shifting the focus from himself to the flames. Ordinary individuals, when wishing to extricate themselves from a situation, often resort to creating an unrelated spectacle to draw attention away. Once the dust settled on the grand event, other distractions would ensue, making it difficult to return to the original matter at hand. Yet such tactics bore risks. Those with sharp memories or strong principles might delve into the events leading up to the calamity. As a denizen of the Blue Star, Huang Wei had experienced the flow of information from that realm and understood how easily matters could slip from memory, especially trivial ones. Thus, he orchestrated the blaze to obliterate the county office, resulting in the death of the magistrate's sister while sparing the magistrate himself. This peculiar act would certainly ignite much discussion for an extended period. The people of Laha would concoct various rumors to rationalize his actions. After ample fermentation and chaos, the tale would grow increasingly bizarre and illogical until it faded from memory. Step aside. Urgent business. At the end of the street, 3 horses galloped recklessly towards the funeral procession, refusing to yield and instead bellowing harsh reprimands. The mourners scrambled to avoid the oncoming horses, some tripping and falling amidst the chaos. The riders wielded whips, striking indiscriminately, leaving a trail of pain in their wake. Stop! This is a funeral for the magistrate's family. Have you lost your wits? Do you dare to obstruct the family of the magistrate? Cries of anguish erupted from the fallen, yet the horsemen paid no heed. Swiftly riding past, in the midst of this urgent rush, Huang Wei felt a stirring within him and slipped away from the crowd to follow. Upon reaching the county office, 3 individuals stood in shock. Where is the county office? All that remains is a wasteland of ash. They hurriedly inquired of the workers clearing the debris and turned their horses towards the temporary county office. Huang Wei, however, slipped into an unoccupied alley, emerging with a significantly altered appearance, having donned a coarse outfit. Upon attaining the pinnacle of physical mastery, he gained the ability to subtly alter his form, shrinking a bit in stature, shifting his facial bones, transforming his visage entirely. Now disguised, Huang Wei approached the back wall of the temporary county office, ensuring no one was around, and leaped over. Magistrate Liu, 500 able-bodied men and 200 soldiers are but a trifling number for Luohe. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. He pressed his ear against the wall and heard shocking revelations. The 3 envoys. It is not that I evade, but I am truly powerless. You have seen it. My county office was set ablaze 3 days ago, and many of my family perished, let alone common able-bodied men. Furthermore, you may have heard of the incident from over a month ago when the White Lotus sect was exterminated here, causing great upheaval. Many have already perished in this city, that if you ask for 500 able-bodied men and 200 soldiers again, I genuinely cannot comply. Luohe, with its flat terrain and abundant resources, lies merely 3 days' journey from the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty, Qianyuan City, thus attracting many merchants to its embrace. That it has nurtured a population of 100,000, making it one of the few large cities within the Great Qian. However, no amount of populace can withstand the relentless drain. The resurgence of the White Lotus sect has sparked significant turmoil in the 4 southern provinces, placing the Great Qian in a precarious position. How could he afford to refuse? Now is the time to demonstrate loyalty to the dynasty. Yet you cower and hesitate. Have you been swayed to respond to the White Lotus sect's uprising? Magistrate Liu, you are of considerable age. Do not allow yourself to be foolish. The death of your sister's son is trivial compared to the risk of missing the dynasty's opportunity for war. Even if you had 10 heads, it would not suffice. The 3 envoys took turns pressing him, their voices rising in intensity. Having reached the age of understanding, Magistrate Liu could hardly withstand the pressure, but he felt a tremor in his body, and a foul odor began to permeate the air. 3 envoys. I will comply. I will comply. Magistrate Liu's face twisted in despair as he slumped to the ground. Now that is more like it. Additionally, the White Lotus sect is causing havoc everywhere. We hope Magistrate Liu will alleviate the nation's concerns. With great reluctance, he raised a finger. I will donate 1,000 taels. The voices of the 3 rose an octave. Magistrate Liu gritted his teeth. I will donate 5,000 taels. Not enough. 3 years as a clean governor yields 100,000 taels of silver. Yes, I understand it. Magistrate Liu is insatiably greedy. Dining from gold plates and silver bowls. 10,000 taels. Before the envoys could finish, Magistrate Liu, eyes shut tight, declared his final limit, just 10,000 taels. If you ask for more, I have nothing left. The 3 understood they could not drive him to despair, exchanging glances, satisfied with their conquest. Very well, Magistrate Liu, you are indeed a pillar of the state, capable of sharing the nation's burdens. That I shall ensure your case is presented to the king for a baronage title and a personal commendation from the monarch. Chapter 24. The White Lotus uprising. The promise of a baronage title and a royal commendation struck Huang Wei, eavesdropping on the other side of the wall, as utterly ridiculous. Was this not merely a rehash of 500 coins and a banner? Magistrate Liu, a powerful official presiding over a major county, offered able-bodied men and 10,000 taels of silver, but in return received only a handful of hollow accolades. Truly a loss of monumental proportions. However, one must consider, as a servant of the state, one must share in its burdens. For many years, Magistrate Liu wielded power in Luohe, amassing a vast fortune, all thanks to the favorable winds of the Great Qian. Now that the ship had run aground, leaking from all sides, he found himself aboard, unable to remain aloof. He must become a shipwright to keep the vessel afloat. After the 3 departed with the banknotes, Magistrate Liu sat despondently on the ground, bereft of spirit, muttering incessantly, my silver, my money." His words echoed repeatedly, drawing laughter from onlookers. Huang Wei felt a pang of sympathy. This old fool had a child on the way. If he were to catch a chill from sitting on the ground and cause a miscarriage, he would have no choice but to take matters into his own hands, though he felt compassion. He could not reveal himself to assist Magistrate Liu, for he had more pressing matters to attend to that he needed to pursue the 3 envoys and seek clarity. The White Lotus had been extinguished. How could the new successor incite rebellion in the south within a mere month? Clearly, he too was a descendant of the White Lotus, and yet he languished in the realm of physical cultivation. Why should others soar to great heights while he remained grounded? I too wished to soar through the skies and wield command over legions upon the battlefield. Huang Wei harbored a sense of grievance as he closely followed the 3 figures who had exited the city. The trio rode swiftly on horseback, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at a desolate area overrun with weeds and devoid of human presence. Huang Wei revealed himself, positioning himself in front of their steeds. The 3, upon encountering an obstruction, displayed no surprise. With a flick of their whips, they lashed out at him. He extended his long sword, meeting the whip head-on. The 2 forces entwined, and with a surge of strength, the riders felt an overwhelming force that swiftly dislodged them from their mounts in quick succession. He seized the whips and sent the other 2 crashing to the ground. "Do you know who we are? How dare you block our way?" One of them barked, his tone a facade of bravado. Huang Wei flashed a grin. "I certainly do. Can you not discern from your attire, given that you recognize us as officials of the court? You must also understand that we carry out vital duties, that I advise you to release us, that if you jeopardize our mission, even if you are a formidable warrior, we will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Huang Wei reassured them. "Fear not. I do not intend to take your lives. I merely require you to answer one question." The trio exhaled in relief. As long as their lives were spared, all would be well. After all, who among them had not once been a target of the court's pursuit? In a moment of rage, they could easily be slain without regard for their status, that if this brigand spared them, negotiations could proceed amicably. "Feel free to ask," they replied. Huang Wei requested, "Relate to me the events surrounding the uprising of the White Lotus sect in full detail, leaving nothing unspoken." The 3 exchanged anxious glances, their hearts sinking. The White Lotus was a powerful force, igniting countless flames of rebellion, in no time. The news would resonate throughout the entirety of Deqian, just when the White Lotus was poised to unleash a tempest of war. An unexpected inquiry into their affairs arose. Their true intentions were likely far from noble. The probability of treachery loomed large. Seeing their hesitation, Huang Wei struck one of them with a whip. "Speak," startled into compliance. The 3 hastily divulged their knowledge. "I shall speak. I shall speak," one exclaimed. Commander Chu Tong previously executed members of the White Lotus sect in Luo City, but unbeknownst to him, he secretly inherited its teachings, swiftly becoming a pinnacle master of the 5th realm. Upon attaining such power, he reached out to various factions across the 4 southern provinces to incite rebellion. The governors of those provinces were either his allies or former subordinates, all of whom rallied to his side. They had prepared for an indeterminate time. Once they advanced northward, their momentum was unstoppable, with most regions of 3 provinces already fallen. The Deqian dynasty comprises merely 17 provinces, and within a week, half its territory was claimed. One voice rose above the rest. With the populace rallying behind him, responses from other border regions emerged in quick succession. Only in the vicinity of the capital, where news was silenced, did life continue in a facade of peace. Huang Wei felt a sense of detachment regarding Commander Chu Tong, that on the day the members of the White Lotus sect perished, he had been consumed by hunger, his vision clouded by the image of the saintess, leaving no room for others, that he had subsequently fainted, awakening in a prison cell with no recollection of the events. Upon regaining consciousness, he had heard whispers of the strange phenomena at the execution ground. White lotuses swirling in the air, selecting the next generation of successors. Little did he expect that the much sought-after legacy of the White Lotus sect would ultimately rest in the hands of the very executioner. It was, to say the least, somewhat absurd. With Chu Tong having obtained this legacy, his immediate rise to power and rebellion demonstrated that he had long harbored ulterior motives, merely awaiting the opportune moment. This brought to light the disparity between the 4th and 5th realms. The 4th realm is the harmonization realm, while the fifth is the celestial being realm. As the term suggests, the harmonization realm signifies a profound union of spirit and body, allowing one to influence reality through will. The celestial being realm transcends this, resembling neither heaven nor man. It enables the manipulation of celestial energies, altering the very fabric of existence. To attain the fifth realm is to become attuned to the world around, rendering one impervious to assassination, establishing a preeminent position. Though many at the fourth realm can ascend to the fifth, it is a matter of timing. Life is finite. If one delays their breakthrough, they may find themselves old and unable to act meaningfully. At 38 years of age, Chu Tong was in the prime of his life, capable of traversing the world for 182 years, with ample opportunity to achieve greatness. I too am a member of the White Lotus sect. Should I seek refuge with Chu Tong, perhaps I might share in his fortunes. Huang Wei contemplated, a flicker of desire igniting within him. In a world rife with chaos, a hidden dragon had emerged. Chu Tong was destined to leave a significant mark on the annals of Deqian's history. Should Huang Wei choose to follow him, he could soar to great heights, riding the winds of fate. As the saying goes, even a pig can fly when positioned at the right moment. The winds were indeed shifting, and soon, heroes would emerge in droves if he could board the vessel of the White Lotus sect. His name might well echo among the greats of the future. Tell me, how does one join the White Lotus sect? Huang Wei inquired. The three exchanged wry smiles, fully aware this question was inevitable. It seemed today was a dead end for them, with no chance of escape. Chu Tong had issued a call to arms against tyranny, a decree to eliminate corrupt officials. Anyone who could present the head of a greedy Deqian official could join the ranks of the rebellion. Furthermore, any peak cultivator under the age of 30 would be granted the position of centurion upon joining. With bated breath, the three awaited Huang Wei's response, their fates hanging by a thread. Are you three corrupt officials? Huang Wei's calm voice echoed ominously in their ears, akin to a death knell. I am not. He is. I am not. He is. I am not. He is in a dramatic turn of events. The three pointed fingers at one another in unison, each seeking to deflect blame. Accusations flew. He slanders me. Hero, you must believe me. He has just embezzled 10,000 taels of silver from County Magistrate Liu. You lie. That 10,000 taels was our agreed sum. Amusingly, the trio devolved into a cacophony of mutual accusations, each eager to cast their companion into the abyss while exonerating themselves. Huang Wei clapped his hands in delight. Here's the plan. Each of you will write down the crimes of the person you accuse, and I shall choose the one among you with the most grievous offenses as my token of loyalty. Instantly, the three retrieved paper and ink, documenting their allegations with fervor. Hero, I have finished. This is my denunciation of their crimes. Hero, I too have completed mine, detailing their many wicked deeds. Hero, read my account, and you shall understand what it means to be a beast. To be lower than a pig or dog. They awaited Huang Wei's judgment with expressions akin to anxious schoolchildren, yearning for praise. Huang Wei accepted their papers, praising, excellent, very good. Upon glancing at the charges they had penned, he exclaimed, what a fine collection. You have written of offenses against humanity, betrayal, and a trail of bloodshed. Better the death of a friend than the survival of a foe. You have truly outdone yourselves. On these three blank sheets lay a litany of the world's most heinous crimes, enough to condemn them 100 times over. Huang Wei drew his long knife and stated, I have reviewed the crimes you have recounted and have identified the most egregious among you. His gaze swept over the trio, locking onto his target. Moments later, amidst their terror-stricken expressions, he struck down the one on the far left that as they witnessed their companion's demise, the remaining two exhaled deeply. Their racing hearts momentarily calmed. Hero, you have vanquished an evildoer. May we take our leave? Yet just as they attempted to rise, Huang Wei's words sent their hopes crashing. Not yet. I may have made an error in my judgment. An error? You mean to say you could kill the wrong person? How terrifying. Their dread was palpable, for a mistake meant that one among them would still face death. Their hearts raced once more, cold sweat streaming down their faces. The harrowing transition from hell to heaven and back again had left them breathless, their veins seeming as though they might burst with fear. Hero, how could such a mistake occur? Please take a closer look. In a state of panic, they urged Huang Wei to examine the accusations anew. Indeed, let us scrutinize them closely. Huang Wei picked up the 3 sheets once more, studying them intently. After a thorough review, he suddenly thumped his thigh. "Ah, I truly misjudged. It is you who deserves death." With that, the second person perished, and he came to realize that Huang Wei was merely toying with them, harboring no intention of letting them go. However, the yearning for life compelled him to silently wish that Huang Wei was indeed a man of his word, despite the faint glimmer of hope. He understood that the individual who had met his demise was truly a villain deserving of death. Upon hearing Huang Wei's words, a flicker of belief in survival reignited within him. "If I am not mistaken, may I leave now?" Huang Wei responded with unwavering certainty, "Yes." The individual could scarcely believe that Huang Wei had genuinely spared him, trembling as he rose from the ground and turned to flee. "Wait a moment," Huang Wei called out. The man turned back in confusion, his expression one of puzzlement. "Your 2 companions have died. Will you not join them?" Confusion and bewilderment swiftly morphed into terror, that he opened his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a word, a blade struck, and he was sent soaring into the sky. Ascending higher and higher, his eyelids grew heavier. Moments later, a head tumbled into the grass, 3 lives extinguished. Huang Wei approached the corpses, discovering 50,000 taels of silver notes, along with a conscription order stamped by the emperor, indicating 200 able-bodied men from a small county and 500 from a larger one. There were no soldiers or silver required as stated. It appeared that these funds were illicitly collected by the THR, in such a corporeal state as yours. To endure 3 years of freezing and still persist in existence is truly remarkable. Huang Wei has indeed underestimated the heroes of the world. He believed that by altering his form, he could evade detection. Even if found, only those slightly more formidable than himself would pursue him, akin to a treasure boy sent forth, where the smaller are eliminated by the larger, and the larger by the elder. One after another, pursuers would come, each stronger than the last, yet all within his capacity to conquer, facilitating his rapid growth until he became invincible, subsequently annihilating all foes. The delightful news was that the treasure boy had indeed arrived, bestowing upon him unparalleled treasures of which he had never even heard. The unfortunate aspect, however, was that such formidable artifacts were beyond his endurance. Yet fear not, for he possessed an exceptional skill. Destiny! Activate! 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 The forms of the 4 individuals instantly grew, emaciated. That it was said that you had slain the mountain deity nurtured by the venerable Qing Su. Thus, hand over the items, and we shall spare your life. Huang Wei's eyes gleamed with a flicker of realization. This was a demand for divinity, that he promptly ceased his glare, realizing that since they sought something, there was room for negotiation. That if you are willing, merely shift your gaze, and I shall assist in liberating you from your constraints. Huang Wei immediately began to rotate his eyes with fervor. The one holding the mirror flipped it, casting forth another beam of white light. The freezing sensation instantly alleviated, restoring his mobility. "Young man, I advise you not to harbor any superfluous thoughts. Surrender the items obediently, or else I shall capture you and bring you back to my sect for a soul search, ensuring that you will find no means of existence nor escape." Huang Wei moved his stiffened body, assuring, "Rest assured, that item holds no value for me. I shall gladly relinquish it to you." His outward compliance belied an inner urgency as he pushed the glare to its utmost limit. Earlier, when his body was immobilized, he had harbored concerns about the mirror's binding magic being unbreakable, which would spell his doom. Now restored, he held nothing back, exerting all his strength to drain the 4 of their vitality. The sight of the 4's emaciated bodies and swollen bellies left the shopkeeper and the waiter in a state of shock. Feuds among the martial world are commonplace. Taking a life, severing a head, nothing remarkable. Those who wander the martial realm would feel embarrassed were they not to bear some scars. That it was common for inebriated heroes to flaunt their wounds, comparing and boasting in moments of camaraderie. They might even exchange a blade to perfect each other's scars. However, such an eerie scene as today was unprecedented for them. This was their first encounter with a mirror capable of immobilizing, and even more so, with the sinister art of draining life to distend the abdomen. Yet the 4 bore smiles, oblivious to their predicament. "Strange, too strange. Young man, cease your dawdling. Quickly produce the items." Huang Wei remained motionless, prompting the 4 to grow increasingly impatient, unaware that their strength was waning and their minds clouding. Very well, I shall present them to you. Seizing the long knife from the table, he deftly twirled his wrist. The gleaming blade flashing, and a sizable head flew from its body. With a single stroke, the head was severed, and the copper mirror fell from his grasp. Before it could touch the ground, he caught it with a kick, securing it within his embrace. Are you seeking death? You dare slay a disciple of the Chongqing sword sect? It seems you have grown weary of life. Young man, prepare to pay with your life. The moment their elder brother was slain, the three immediately conjured their powers, intent on vanquishing Huang Wei. Yet, they soon realized something was amiss within their bodies. Where has my power gone? Why do I feel so weak? And why is my belly swelling? The three looked down, each resembling a woman in the throes of pregnancy. Their limbs were slender, skin stretched over bone, yet their abdomens ached with swelling. What on earth has happened? Young man, is this your doing? To dare oppose the Chongqing sword sect, do you seek death? The abnormalities in their bodies, coupled with the death of their elder brother, made the trio realize that Huang Wei was no ordinary individual, but rather one endowed with strange abilities and a ruthless disposition. With their powers diminished and their brother dead, panic ensued. They sought to preserve their lives, yet felt the chances were slim. Thus, they unfurled the banner of the Chongqing sword sect, hoping to invoke some caution in Huang Wei. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated. Huang Wei feared nothing. Armed with a sharp blade and a thirst for blood, he possessed ultimate killing techniques capable of slaying even deities, rendering mere cultivators of minor realms inconsequential. Huang Wei advanced, dispatching each of the three with a single stroke, their heads severed, lifeless and unseeing. Waiter, why are you still in a daze? Bring forth the wine and food. Moreover, drag these four corpses outside and incinerate them. I do not wish to behold them. The waiter, jolted from his stupor, responded anxiously, Yes, yes, we shall serve the food at once. Trembling, the waiter retreated to the kitchen, emerging with prepared dishes and swiftly dragging the four from the Chongqing sword sect outside, setting them ablaze. The do not gawk. Hurry and eat. Huang Wei admonished the other patrons, with the spectacle at an end. The remaining guests hastily focused on their meals, eager to avoid incurring his wrath and inviting calamity. The battle had concluded with remarkable swiftness. After a brief exchange of words, for lives were extinguished. Unlike the typical brawls where blows land and blood spills. Just as interest was piqued, it had come to an abrupt end. How utterly unsatisfying. Chapter 27. The yellow ferret blocks the road, having feasted and quenched his thirst. Huang Wei dared not linger. After exchanging horses with a fellow traveler for the night, he plunged into the vastness of the night. Within his destiny lay a golden fate of a white lotus heir, which enhanced his gains when slaying righteous sections. Thus, he needed to hasten to the territory of the White Lotus sect to join their ranks, thereby maximizing the efficacy of his destiny. The night was thick and silent, save for the sound of hooves echoing. Relying on his peak corporeal state, Huang Wei's vision sharpened, allowing him to discern every detail in the darkness. This was his assurance for traveling under cover of night. Were it a common person, the perilous ground would likely lead to a fall after merely a few steps. That a chirp resonated from the treetops. Inconspicuous amidst the clamor of hooves, the insect sounds multiplied, reaching Huang Wei's ears. The hoofbeats shattered the stillness of the night, awakening the slumbering insects. Suddenly, a flicker of fireflies appeared, their faint glow flitting through the grass. That a single spark erupted, followed by tens, hundreds, thousands of glowing points, forming a colossal ribbon of light that illuminated the night as if it were day. In the radiance of this light, emerald gems emerged, hidden among the grass, flickering in and out of sight. A wolf's howl pierced the air, summoning hundreds of wolves to howl in unison. Huang Wei then discerned the multitude of wild beasts encircling him, both known and unknown, those he had slain and those he had not, closing in a menacing formation. The horse beneath him, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, faltered and knelt in fear, whimpering softly. Useless creature. Huang Wei kicked off, leaping from the horse. Drawing his long knife, he executed a sweeping strike against the encroaching beasts. With a swift cut, the blades met flesh, severing a ring of dog heads. The heads flew apart, blood gushing forth, revealing the glistening brain matter within. Blue Star S favor. You have acquired a spirit white fragment. Blue Star S favor. You have acquired a minor mental impairment, white fragment. The thrill of slaying beasts far outweighed that of vanquishing mere mortals, though he had only obtained fragments of spirit and minor mental impairment. It was enough. With divinity in hand, all negative fates would cease to be a hindrance. He could blend these with other fates to counteract adverse states, transforming negativity into positivity. The blade swept once more, claiming another dozen beasts, and his mind was flooded with notifications of acquired fate fragments. The origin of this beast horde remained a mystery, with a high proportion of them being demonic beasts. For every 10 slain, 1 or 2 were demonic. Furthermore, the horde displayed reckless bravery, devoid of any fear. This did not resemble a normal beast tide. It appeared as though someone orchestrated the events from behind the scenes. It was nearly certain that someone was manipulating them. The path he traversed was a thoroughfare, not close to deep forests where beast tide should arise. The Deqian dynasty was indeed in a state of decay, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, even in its dereliction, it should not have allowed a beast tide to breach the thoroughfare without any awareness that Yanqing village, the report of the demonic beast uprising would reach the county magistrate immediately, prompting him to dispatch someone to quell the beasts. Indeed, the magistrate had intentions to sideline him, yet it demonstrated the government's capability in handling urgent matters. With a flurry, Huang Wei wielded his long knife with relentless vigor. Ha ha! What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. The surge of blood and energy stimulated his nerves, and combined with the influence of his fate, he wielded the knife with increasing speed. Ever since he acquired the destiny of a martial arts prodigy, he found himself mastering various techniques with remarkable ease. Each time he executed a move, he felt a profound sense of enlightenment, convinced that he could achieve even greater feats, bolstered by his knife skills. Every swing not only spared his treasured blade from wear, but also adeptly utilized the skulls of animals to sharpen the edge further, leading to a seamless series of kills that seemed that with each moment. His 5 tigers breaking the gate technique progressed anew. The yellow guard's knife technique was fierce, unyielding even after prolonged engagement, that a yellow weasel in the dense forest observed this with mounting anxiety. Clawing at its own fur in frustration, scattering tufts of hair around in disarray, that if anyone were to witness this weasel, they would surely be taken aback, for it was speaking. How could humans be so formidable? When would our demon race rise again? The struggle between humans and demons had endured for millennia, shifting from initial dominance to a balance of power, and ultimately to the current state of subjugation for the demon race, which had faced countless humiliations. Thus, the demon race yearned incessantly to reclaim its lost glory. During a previous drinking session with a mountain demon, the latter, inebriated, had inadvertently revealed its divine nature, that Itea believed that hope was finally within reach. Only to learn, mere months later, that the mountain demon had perished at the hands of humans. Upon receiving this news, the weasel was consumed by shock and fury, as though the heavens had collapsed. After experiencing a glimmer of hope, it was abruptly plunged into profound despair. The thought of its companion being devoured and toyed with by humans was unbearable. Would the demon race truly remain forever subjugated? Unable to hold its head high? No. This outcome was unacceptable. It promptly reached out to various demon factions to discuss a grand plan, uniting efforts to track down the human responsible for the mountain demon's death. Yellow King, cease your tugging. You've nearly pulled off the character on my head. The surrounding area was littered with fur, and the tiger looked on in distress as its once glossy coat was reduced to patches of baldness. If other female tigers were to witness this, it would surely become a subject of ridicule, severely impacting its appearance. The weasel yanked at its own scalp. Silence, for the future of our race. I refuse to tolerate any interference with my decisions. This human was formidable. Judging by the sharpness of his knife technique, he was likely an exceptional talent among humans. Not a typical beast could withstand him. It seemed they would have to take matters into their own hands. With a sharp whistle, the weasel summoned all the beasts and demons, who immediately retreated at the sound. It then led a group of over 40 demons of the second realm forward. You, human, have taken what does not belong to you. Return it at once. The weasel perched atop the tiger's back. Huang Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the scene. What have I taken? I kindly ask you to clarify. Despite the laughter, Huang Wei sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the multitude of demons and immediately activated his unique ability. Gaze and behold. targeting the weasel. Observing the physical prowess and distinctive features of each demon, he discerned they all possessed strength beyond the second realm, especially the weasel, sitting atop the tiger, whose presence exuded an intimidating aura, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Spirit realm. This was a unique ability possessed only by those in the spirit realm. He dared not underestimate them. With a flick of his wrist, a mirror materialized in his hand. "You shameless human, you know precisely what you have taken. I shan't waste words on you. If you refuse to surrender it, I shall take your life." The weasel was acutely aware of its intellectual inferiority compared to humans, knowing that reasoning would only lead to its own detriment. Thus, it resolved to threaten this human's life. Seeking to compel submission through sheer force, Huang Wei raised an eyebrow. These creatures were entirely unwilling to engage in rational discourse. He had hoped to exhaust their energy using gaze and behold. But since that was unfeasible, he decided to engage directly instead. Unyielding, he summoned the red light from the mirror, pointing it at the weasel. The weasel, startled and furious upon seeing the mirror, could hardly believe a human possessed a magical artifact. It recalled countless memories of demons subjugated by such relics, wielding them to challenge their kind. As the red light surged forth, the weasel reacted with urgency, its body inexplicably elevating to the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Then, in an astonishing twist, it contorted its rear end towards the front, releasing a noxious cloud of pungent gas. The red light mingled with the stench, reflecting within but failing to penetrate the gaseous barrier, transforming the atmosphere into a vivid crimson hue. After multiple reflections, the red light diminished until it vanished entirely. Huang Wei was astonished that such a diminutive weasel could comprehend such profound principles, skillfully employing the noxious gas to form a formidable defense against laser-like attacks that he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Intensifying the frequency of gaze and behold, he tapped the mirror again. The weasel, a formidable presence of the third realm, exhibited a powerful resistance against his ability. Its robust physique concealed any signs of being affected by the technique. This time, he recognized he was facing a worthy adversary. With one hand persistently tapping the mirror's surface, his other hand moved rapidly to curve the red light around the weasel's gaseous defense. The light shot forth from the mirror, taking the form of a dart, ultimately converging upon the weasel. "Ow!" it cried out as the red light struck, leaving a burn mark upon its skin. "You insolent human! You have successfully provoked my wrath. I will capture you and feast upon your brain." With a commanding shout, the weasel rallied all the demons to charge at him. Huang Wei swiftly retreated, executing his movements with utmost precision, employing gaze and behold to target the weasel while simultaneously switching the mirror's focus to the other foes. Recognizing that he could not freeze the third realm opponent, he would instead target those of the second realm, confident that mere magical creatures would stand little chance against the artifact's power. As anticipated, the second realm demons were no match for the mirror's might. Any that were struck by the red light found themselves instantly immobilized. Huang Wei fought while retreating, his fingers weaving through the air, unleashing a torrent of red light into the ranks of the demon horde. "How dare you, human! You have gone too far. I shall not rest until you are vanquished," with his subordinates falling one by one to the immobilizing light. The weasel's fury reached a boiling point, its already limited intellect consumed by rage as it recklessly lunged at him. Huang Wei's agility was unparalleled. Amidst his evasive maneuvers, the weasel could not even graze his clothing. The other demons fared no better, becoming statues beneath the red light, their eyes wide with terror. As frustration mounted, the weasel's blood surged, mingling with the ethereal figure forming above. This spectral entity began to take shape, resembling a colossal version of the weasel, baring its teeth and gaping maw, ready to devour Huang Wei whole. Yet, every time the apparition attempted to breach Huang Wei's defenses and tear at his soul, a radiant glow of intertwined gold and crimson erupted from him, causing the soul and countenance alike were suffused with an insatiable greed, an urgent desire to seize the golden light for oneself. Yet, amidst the confines of limited intellect, it overlooked the frailty of the soul, the gradual emaciation of the body, and the protruding belly. It remained oblivious to the increasing heaviness of its steps, the arduous pursuit of Huang Wei becoming ever more taxing. The one embroiled in the situation is often blinded, While the observer sees clearly, it perceived nothing, but Huang Wei observed everything keenly. All the demonic beasts had long been immobilized, and the movements of the yellow-furred creature had also grown clumsy. Victory was merely a matter of time. At this juncture, the tautness of Huang Wei's heart began to ease slightly. Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. He remembered what Ma Liang and the others had said, that upon reaching the realm of the soul, one could already be regarded as a master. The power of the soul to interfere with reality could allow a master of the three realms to easily vanquish one of the magical realm. He was not even in the magical realm, but merely a peak physical realm practitioner. Always on guard against the soul attacks from the yellow-furred creature, he could not fathom why it had not unleashed the power of its soul. Huang Wei cautiously maintained a distance, ever vigilant of the other party's body, ready for any sudden changes that as time elapsed. The flesh of the yellow-furred creature was entirely devoured by the embryo within, its body reverting to its previous form, from that of a half-grown child to a mere young beast. Bang! Until its belly burst, the power within dissipated entirely, and the yellow-furred creature, raising its dazed gaze, finally realized that it had unknowingly revealed its true form. The sensation of weakness in its body, the discomfort in its swollen belly, and the strange feelings instilled a profound panic within it. How did I become like this? Human brat, what have you done? The yellow-furred creature's accusations would receive no answer, that a torrent of gestational sacs erupted forth, siphoning away its last vestiges of life force. Blessings of the Blue Star, you have acquired 8 fragments of the Purple Fate. With the demise of the Soul Realm Master, Huang Wei's anxious heart finally relaxed. The acquisition of the Purple Fate fragments brought him joy. Yet this was not the time for celebration. He brandished his blade and approached the immobilized demonic beasts. Swish, one stroke, one beast. Blessings of the Blue Star, you have gained spiritual essence. Blessings of the Blue Star, you have acquired mild intellectual deficiency. Slaying all the demonic beasts brought him no further surprises. He had grown accustomed to it. Ordinary humans possessed no fate, while ordinary demonic beasts had but 2 fates. This seemed to be predestined, difficult to transcend. With the death of the demonic beasts, he was set to embark on a new journey. However, he realized that his horse had been bitten to death by the beasts at some point. Alas, Huang Wei sighed. Now I must rely on my own legs to travel, that in less than a day. He encountered 2 waves of pursuers, all of whom sought the divine essence. It appeared that the utility of the divine essence exceeded his expectations significantly. However, the divine essence had transformed into fate. No matter how useful it might be, he could not delve into it further. The recently acquired Purple Fate fragments, however, sparked a glimmer of hope in his mind. If given the opportunity in the future, he could attempt to forge one. Purple Fate. You may grant wishes to others that wish. What a fantastical notion. It implied he could attain anything he desired. Regrettably, this was merely a fragment of Purple Fate. Its efficacy might not be as potent as described, and the resulting wishes would likely be diminished. However, he harbored other thoughts. This versatile ability could synergize magnificently with his other fates, such as the blessings of the Blue Star and the air of the White Lotus. He could wish to enhance the drop rate from enemies. Moreover, in the case of the cackling, if he were to seize another's opportunity, he could wish not to be discovered. Additionally, the ability to induce pregnancy in others could be combined to increase the likelihood of conception. Yet, the Purple Fate fragment required 100 pieces to forge a single fate. He could not hope to assemble them unless he encountered a multitude of his kind, all of whom possessed such fate. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to gather the necessary fragments in a cave within the giant Deer Mountains. A statue suddenly cracked open. The kneeling yellow-furred creatures gazed at the fissure, shrieking loudly. Their cries echoed through the mountains. Shortly thereafter, a throng of yellow-furred creatures surged into the cave from all directions. They congregated, chattering incessantly. After a prolonged moment, they settled down under the guidance of a towering yellow-furred creature. The beast sniffed left and right, seemingly in search of the source of some scent. Suddenly, one yellow-furred creature let out a shriek, prompting the others to encircle it, their noses pressed together. Sniffing the aroma, in a frenzy, they dashed out of the cave, racing down the mountain. Chapter 29. Dragon King relying on his horse for escape. Huang Wei was still pursued by 2 waves of assailants. Now bereft of his steed, He could only rely on his own two legs to flee, and he had lost the will to continue running. After a day of exertion, he needed to rest and gather his strength to confront the relentless pursuers. After walking 5 miles, he spotted a village. At the entrance stood a small temple, aglow with flickering lights. He hurried over and pushed the door open. Inside was an idol of the Dragon King. He circled behind the statue, shed his outer garments, and collapsed onto the ground, where he soon fell into a light slumber. The faint sound of his snoring filling the air, boom! Thunder rumbled outside, followed by a tempestuous wind and torrential rain, the raindrops falling thick as a tapestry. With the accompaniment of the rain, Huang Wei sank deeper into sleep. Bang! At a certain moment, the temple door was suddenly thrust open, jolting Huang Wei awake. He beheld water rushing in, forming a puddle in the blink of an eye. When he arrived, he distinctly remembered that this temple was situated on a high knoll. The terrain of the temple was not low. How could it gather such an abundance of water? As this thought crossed his mind, he listened to the relentless patter of the rain outside and realized that a torrential downpour must have been taking place, causing the rainwater to accumulate without being able to permeate the ground in time. Dragon King, I beseech you to quell your divine powers. The deluge has already inundated the entirety of Zhao Family Village. If this rain continues, Zhao Family Village will be utterly lost. An elderly voice cried out in anguish, pleading with the Dragon King to cease the torrential rains. Huang Wei peered outside and saw an old man with a head of white hair kneeling in the water. Behind him, a multitude of men, women, and children knelt in a sprawling mass, many more kneeling even outside the door. Dragon King, have mercy. Dragon King, I implore you to show compassion. Dragon King, I bow before you. To ordinary people, any disaster could prove fatal, especially large-scale natural calamities, which often accompanied a significant loss of life. The rising waters could submerge homes, but more critical was the matter of food. Ordinary people already struggled with insufficient clothing and food, making it arduous to pursue education. That a flood would ruin all their crops, leaving them with nothing but to discard the soaked grain. Without food, ordinary people faced a veritable dead end. Furthermore, floods could bring about plagues and mire. Plagues could sicken the populace, while mire could bury homes that, if not promptly addressed, both could become fatal factors that, if your hearts are sincere, I shall accept a pair of young boys and girls, and I can ensure 3 years of harmonious weather for you. The statue suddenly hummed, then fell silent. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. The crowd rejoiced to the point of tears, bowing continuously. Miraculously, the rain outside indeed diminished significantly. With no further influx of rain, the accumulated water on the ground flowed into the river, leaving only yellow mud as evidence of the previous rise in water levels. Villagers, gather everyone together. We must discuss an important matter. Rising from beneath the statue, the village chief began to outline a plan. Everyone, return home and bring all the children aged 3 to 8. Since the Dragon King has promised us 3 years of bounteous weather, we must select a pair of clever children. We must not take this lightly with the Dragon King. The miraculous appearance of the statue left no room for doubt among the crowd. They all believed wholeheartedly that the Dragon King had indeed spoken. The immediate cessation of the rain following the statue's pronouncement was an extraordinary sight that would astound anyone. Once the crowd dispersed, Huang Wei remained behind the statue, his brow furrowed in deep thought. That a being from Blue Star. He had been steeped in atheism and had never believed in the existence of deities. Even upon arriving in this world, he continued to dismiss notions of divine beings. For instance, the mountain goblin, which exuded divine essence, appeared godlike, but was easily dispatched by him. The 3-realm yellow-furred creatures, possessing the ability to obstruct treasures with their foul stench, were exceptionally powerful beasts, yet they too fell before him. Even those of higher stature, like the leader and priestess of the White Lotus sect, were not spared from execution by the executioner on the guillotine. Regardless of their prowess, they were still vulnerable to blades. Those formidable beings, physically frail as they were, resembled elementary school children. Once subdued, a single knife could end their lives. The immutable law that one would die once killed had not been broken. In this context, the so-called Dragon King demanding a pair of children for sacrifice was utterly unreasonable. Human sacrifices were the acts of heretics and warranted death. The Great Qian dynasty could not tolerate the rebellion of the White Lotus sect. let alone the havoc wrought by a man-eating river deity. It seemed certain that there were nefarious forces at play. Huang Wei immediately recognized the crux of the issue. It was not the malevolent cult that posed a threat, nor the wicked deity. Rather, it was the fear that someone might be colluding, obscuring the existence of this evil god, nurturing it, and engaging in heinous acts that would incite the wrath of heaven and humanity alike. The aftermath of the river god's presence clearly indicated that some individuals were undertaking audaciously reckless endeavors. When the earth is unjust, someone must intervene. When affairs are askew, someone must take charge. Though Huang Wei was in the midst of fleeing, he was not entirely on the run. With his fate in hand, he dared to involve himself in any matter. Especially in the face of such ignorance and malevolence, he was determined to uncover the identities of those behind it. Exiting the temple, he stealthily followed the crowd to the central open space of the village. Recently ravaged by a flood, the area lay in utter disarray. Numerous homes had been destroyed, and lives had been swept away in the torrents. The fortunate survivors were caked in mud, echoing the sorrow of a child crying, "Daddy, I want my daddy." The village chief addressed the villagers. "These years, our Deqian has faced numerous calamities. We must unite to weather this storm." Last night, the Luo River overflowed, causing the Ying River to breach, devastating many homes. Several villagers, including Zhang Yingyou and Li Dan, are missing, likely perished to combat this disaster. I led some villagers to the Dragon King's temple this morning to pray, and we were fortunate to receive a divine message. The Dragon King stated that if our village offers a pair of young boys and girls, he will ensure 3 years of favorable weather. Before the village chief could finish, a voice cried out in rebuttal, "You speak so lightly, yet you wouldn't offer your own child." Since inviting the Dragon King as presents, the villagers had been making sacrifices on every festival. They had tightened their belts and sacrificed everything to the river. Yet the Dragon King not only failed to protect them, but grew increasingly greedy. Now he demanded children. Was that even human? Huang Wei turned his gaze to the speaker, a young woman with sunburnt skin. Judging by the 2 children beside her, she could not have been more than 20 yet. The deep lines on her face bore the weight of someone far older. "Exactly. Why don't you offer your own children? You have 4 grandchildren. Just sacrifice 2 and keep 2. You heartless wretch. After we've just suffered a disaster, you want to rub salt in our wounds. Are you even human?" The villagers exchanged heated words, directing their ire at the village chief. His face fluctuated between pale and flushed as he struggled to suppress his rage, while he disdained his second son as family. They were still his blood. How could he willingly send them to die for the river god? His own grandchildren were precious, but the lives of others could be discarded. Thus, he could not unleash his fury. He had to persuade others to willingly send their children to their doom. Tears streamed down his face as he raised his voice. "What can I do? What else can I do but comply with the Dragon King's demands? If you're so unwilling, then you find a solution. I will certainly execute it." The villagers, having toiled in the dirt their entire lives, had never encountered such reasoning to the village chief's shout. They fell silent. The Dragon King was a figure of immense reverence. How could they, mere commoners, devise a way to appease his wrath? "Village chief, you must decide." After a moment of stunned silence, the villagers conceded, returning the decision-making power to the village chief. With a disdainful twitch of his lips, the village chief pretended to ponder for a moment before proposing a solution. "Let us sacrifice the children of Li Yin." "How dare you?" A woman immediately protested, the very same who had first challenged the village chief, that if you dare to use my children as a sacrifice, I will fight you. Li Yin raised her finger, poised to scratch the village chief, but was fortunately restrained by nearby villagers, allowing him to escape unscathed. The village chief, regaining his composure, sneered, "Who doesn't he know your children are clever and delightful? If we offer them to the Dragon King, perhaps he might be pleased and grant us additional years of favorable weather. When it comes to harming others, probability often plays a role, much like gambling. Gamblers believe that losing once does not equate to losing every time. There must be a winning moment that as long as they win once, they can recoup all their losses that in truth. Such notions are sheer folly that if someone were genuinely fortunate, they would not find themselves cornered and relying on chance." The village chief was convinced that the villagers had no means to confront the calamities that plagued them, and thus they must place their hopes in the Dragon King. Since the villagers were powerless, It was entirely up to him to resolve the situation. Whatever he said would be the law. If anyone dared to defy him, they would be defying the river god, for only he held the authority to interpret the will of the divine. Li Yin, I understand your anger. I do not hold your disrespect against you. However, you must consider everyone else that it is the season of torrential rains, and even if the Dragon King does not unleash his fury, it will be challenging to survive. But if we can win his favor, not only can we overcome this disaster, but we can also enjoy bountiful harvests. Such opportunities are rare. Do not be unwise. The village chief implored, laden with lofty reasoning. The villagers, upon hearing him, felt he was indeed considering their plight and deemed him a worthy village chief. Why don't you send your children? The Dragon King might prefer yours. Li Yin was deaf to their words. She was already overwhelmed by the village chief's rhetoric. The notion of sacrificing her children was unbearable for any parent. Her son and daughter, sensing their mother's fury, clutched her legs tightly, their wide eyes raised, confused as to why the adults were bullying their mother. Li Yin, your children are indeed brighter. That is common knowledge. Using your children would yield better results. The village chief turned his attention to Li Yin, prompting an acquaintance to chime in. You've just lost your husband, and being young, you will remarry. Bringing children into a new family would be burdensome. Why not offer them to the river god and have more later? Other villagers, seeing the chief advocating for the sacrifice of Li Yin's children, began weighing the pros and cons, seemingly helping her decide. But in reality, pushing her deeper into despair. Indeed, you are still in your 20s with many years ahead. Let us do this. After it's over, I will introduce you to a good family. After it's over. Huang Wei thought, feeling an urge to leap out and slay the woman who spoke those words. The demand that Li Yin sacrifice her children while offering empty promises was a vile act. Then let your children be the sacrifices. I will never allow my children to be offered to the river god. Li Yin clung to her son and daughter, terrified to let go, as if doing so would make them disappear. Li Yin, do not be foolish. It is the Dragon King's demand, not ours. If we anger the Dragon King and floods ensue, can you bear to see the villagers suffer? Children can be born again. But lives lost cannot be revived. At Li Yin, think carefully. Under the collective scrutiny, Li Yin trembled with rage, her chest heaving. She scanned the crowd, coldly observing these ravenous individuals. Just a moment ago, they had all condemned the village chief. Yet after his manipulation, they turned their ire upon her with zeal. Suddenly, she fell silent, leading her children away. She knew she could not win an argument against them, so she resolved to leave with her kids. What do you think you're doing? The village chief seized Li Yin's shoulder, forcing her to stop. Since you say I can remarry, I will go find someone willing to accept my children. Li Yin shook free from the village chief's grip and marched away with her children. Come back. The village chief, exasperated, clutched Li Yin's arm. Your children have already been offered to the river god. They are no longer yours. If you want them back, you'll have to bear more. Wang Long, Zhang Hu, quickly take the children. At the village chief's command, 2 villagers stepped forward and swiftly snatched the children from Li Yin's grasp. Already weakened from the storm and panic, Li Yin had little strength left. Her son and daughter were easily wrested away. Children, my children, Li Yin cried, her arms flailing in a desperate attempt to reach them. Mommy, I want my mommy. 2 children, upon hearing their mother's cries, began to weep as well. Yet, regardless of the profound sorrow expressed by the 3, the onlookers remained indifferent, coldly observing the scene before them. Having acquired the children, the village chief was thoroughly pleased. With a grand gesture, he declared, Let us proceed. We shall pay homage to Lord Dragon King right away. Children, my dear children, return my children to me. Li Yin lay on the ground, anguished as she watched her son and daughter being taken away. Living at the bottom of society, her life was numb, and it could be said that her children were her only source of spiritual support. Now, with her children seized and cast into despair, she found herself bereft of the will to live. Fixating on a nearby large tree, she contemplated crashing into it. But if I were you, I would certainly seek a way to save my children rather than perish before them. Huang Wei emerged from the shadows, standing before Li Yin. His words jolted her from her stupor. Yes, yes, I must save my children. I cannot die. My children have just lost their father. They cannot lose their mother as well. I must raise them. I must witness them establish families of their OWN. Yin staggered to her feet, taking a few faltering steps forward before slipping in the mud and collapsing. She erupted into an even more intense wail. I am but a woman. I cannot save my children. They are demons intent on casting my children into the river to drown. Falling to the ground, the spirit she had painstakingly mustered dissipated in an instant. A woman. She possessed no means to resolve her plight. With the death of her husband, she lost her anchor. With the loss of her children, she was devoid of any spiritual refuge. In utter despair, the only thought that crossed her mind was of death. Then why do you not seek help from others? Huang Wei inquired. Yin, her eyes vacant, murmured, Who could I turn to for help? It is the Dragon King. No one dares disrespect the river deity. Huang Wei smiled faintly. What a coincidence. You have someone right in front of you who does not fear the river god. What river god? What Dragon King? He was defiant. Superstitions kill. He intended to shatter the myths of this world. You? Li Yin was momentarily taken aback, her mind a muddled mess from her grief. Unable to comprehend, after a few moments of contemplation, Li Yin knelt before him, repeatedly bowing her head. Please, I implore you, save my children. I would be willing to toil like a beast if only you could bring them back to life. Huang Wei was more than eager to become embroiled in this matter. Deities, his mouth watered at the thought. Previously, he had slain a mountain demon and acquired a fate as precious as a red destiny. The power of that mountain demon was like dust compared to that of the Dragon King. Able to summon torrential rain and clear the skies, such abilities could hardly be overstated. Faced with such a formidable deity, he yearned to kill again, hoping for even more extraordinary fate to emerge. Let us go. Lead me to your children, and I shall bring them hope. Thank you. The woman bowed once more, then rose unsteadily, making her way, albeit unsteadily, toward the sacrificial site. Chapter 31. Disruption of the sacrifice. The waters of Ing River surged, overflowing the banks, transforming the land into a marsh. A group of people waded through the knee-deep river as they erected a wooden frame on the shore. Upon this frame sat a pair of children, dressed in red and green garments, trembling as they gazed at the rushing waters, bewildered by the intentions of the adults around them. Surrounding the children were offerings of livestock and fruits, with a large incense burner at the forefront. The village chief lit 3 incense sticks and led the villagers in prayer. Today, due to the torrential rains, the Ing River has suffered greatly, that we humbly present this pair of children as offerings, beseeching Lord Dragon King for favorable weather. Upon finishing his incantation, he commanded the villagers to cast the children into the water. Hurry, cast these 2 children as offerings to Lord Dragon King. 2 villagers stepped forward, lifting the children and moving toward the river center. That moment, the siblings realized their fate and began to struggle in terror. However, their strength was far too feeble to escape their captors. Gradually, they were submerged in the Ing River. As the water rose to their chests, they desperately flung their hands upward, but after a brief struggle, the siblings sank beneath the surface. Once the sacrifice to Lord Dragon King is complete, my heart shall be at ease. At last, we can live well. The 3 years of favorable weather were hard-won, and we must cherish it. Upon my return, I will cultivate more wasteland and plant more crops. The crowd, elatedly discussing their impending prosperous lives, remained oblivious to the still rising waters. As they turned to leave, a sharp-eyed individual suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures on the high ground by the riverbank. How come there are 2 children there? Everyone followed suit, spotting the distinctive red and green garments. Are those not the children of Li Yin? Indeed, they belong to Li Yan's family. Did these 2 children not drown? How have they reappeared? Bah! They did not drown. That was a sacrifice to the river god. As the crowd approached, they confirmed that the 2 children were indeed Li Yan's offspring. Not only had they survived, but their bodies were dry, as if they had not just emerged from the water. Children, how did you come to be here? The village chief asked, perplexed. Huang Wei, concealing a blade of grass in his mouth and lurking in the shadows, thought to himself, of course, I acted heroically. Unfortunately, this could not be spoken aloud. Before the children could respond, the village chief's expression shifted dramatically, darkening ominously to we offered a sacrifice to the river god. Yet the river god did not accept it. Could it be that the river god is displeased with our offerings? Moreover, the waters have not receded. They remain perilously high. This revelation sent the village chief into a panic. The children, equally bewildered, were at a loss for what had transpired. Only aware that after falling into the water, they had been swept away by an unseen force, that as they regained their composure, they found themselves seated on the riverbank. They shook their heads, having realized that the adults around them intended to end their lives and were not to be trusted. Thus, they remained silent. In the absence of answers, panic seized the crowd. The unknown always breeds anxiety, especially when it involves deities. Each heart was filled with trepidation, fearing they had angered the gods and would incur divine wrath. Village Chief, how could these children appear here? Could it be that Lord Dragon King is dissatisfied with our offerings? These children are the finest in the village. If Lord Dragon King is displeased, what are we to do? The extraordinary circumstances challenged the villagers' understanding, heightening their fears. The village chief pulled out his pipe and began to smoke nervously, contemplating this bizarre occurrence of the sacrificial children inexplicably returning to the riverbank. After much deliberation, he finally declared gravely, "Perhaps Lord Dragon King merely made an error. Let us cast the children back into the river once more. Perhaps this time Lord Dragon King will accept them." Following the village chief's orders, the crowd hastily lifted the two children once again and threw them back into the river. Returning with trepidation, they felt relieved only when they noticed the children were no longer in sight. "Let us return. Lord Dragon King has accepted the two children and will bless our village with favorable weather. However, it seems Lord Dragon King may not be satisfied with the children. Perhaps he will not bless our village for 3 more years." The village chief preemptively cautioned the villagers, anticipating potential future misfortune, leading to their discontent. How can Lord Dragon King behave in such a manner? We followed the instructions and offered the best children. Yet he reneges on his promises. Who knows what will happen? Just then, a woman voiced her grievances. The village chief, exasperated, struck her across the face. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to bring ruin upon our village? How dare you speak ill of Lord Dragon King?" The slap did not quell his anger. He kicked her again, the ignorant woman, complaining about the river god at the riverbank. Why could you not walk a few more steps and voice your complaints in the village? If the river god hears you, what could be the consequence? Village chief, please stop. I understand now, the woman cried, kneeling and bowing her head repeatedly toward the riverbank. Seeing her acknowledgement, the village chief ceased his assault. Though his anger remained, and he sternly admonished her, "Do not speak thoughtlessly in the future. Lord Dragon King protects us. He would never break his promises." Huang Wei, however, was uninterested in their ramblings the very instant the two children hit the water. He swiftly retrieved them once more. Watching the crowd retreat, he chose a more distant spot to place the children. As the group continued on their way, they unexpectedly stumbled upon the familiar figures of the two children, once again hidden amidst the thick grass. "Village chief, look! It is Li Yan's children." All eyes fell upon the sight, and a heavy silence enveloped them. The reappearance of the children once might have been a coincidence, but twice was an inevitability, proving that Lord Dragon King truly disapproved of this pair. "Village chief, what shall we do?" The woman's voice trembled, fearing her earlier complaints had angered Lord Dragon King, leading him to reject their offerings. The village chief seized the opportunity. You have put the entire village in jeopardy. If the Dragon King were to reject our offerings, you would be deemed the sinner of our village. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shall never speak foolishly again." The woman, in a state of utter confusion, continuously repeated her apologies. The village head, appearing to admonish her, was in truth absolving himself of any blame, reducing her to a state of profound embarrassment with just a few words that in reality, it was he who had summoned the river deity, and only he could communicate with the god. This time, under the pretext of the flood, the river god demanded a pair of children, a boy and a girl, promising him a chance for his grandson to enter the martial arts. He consented and orchestrated the entire affair. What perplexed him was why, after requesting the children, the river god would return them. It was indeed baffling that he did not comprehend the god's intentions, but for the sake of his grandson's opportunity in martial arts, he resolved to try once more. "Very well, it was an unintentional mistake on your part. Let us attempt again, and if it fails once more, I shall inquire about the reasons from the Dragon King." The village head, equally bewildered, could only mechanically repeat himself. Hoping to successfully deliver the children, that a throng of dozens returned once more, and on the third attempt, they cast the children into the river, only to cease when they witnessed the children sinking to the bottom. "Let us depart. This time should suffice. The village head declared that it was only then that the crowd realized their earlier anxiety had consumed them, their entire focus on watching the sacrificial offerings descend. As they turned, they were struck with a chilling realization. Their eyes fell upon two children seated on the high ground by the riverbank. These children were none other than the offspring of Li Yin, the very ones they had cast thrice into the water. The villagers stood frozen, staring at the children in bewilderment. Even the village head felt a tumultuous wave of shock, stuttering as he pointed at the children, exclaiming, "They have appeared again." He glanced at the river, then back at the children, utterly confounded as to how they had managed to circumvent him right under his nose. "Village head, what shall we do this time?" A villager inquired, and the village head trembled as he fumbled in his pocket for his pipe, lighting it uncertainly. After a few puffs, he hesitantly replied, "Since the Dragon King does not accept the children, we shall return for now. After I pray to the Dragon King tonight, we will make a decision." The village head had no other course of action. All he could do was delay truth. He bore no responsibility in this sacrificial affair. The Dragon King could not hold him accountable. Should any trouble arise, he would simply shift the blame onto others. There was no alternative. The villagers, left with no options, acquiesced to the village head's advice and chose to return to the village. Chapter 32. What river god? What evil deity? Mother, my children. Li Yin wept with joy as she embraced her children. Tears of relief soaking their garments. Reunited with her flesh and blood, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Do not rejoice too soon. The Dragon King's rejection of your children may signify they are gravely ill. I doubt they will reach adulthood, the village head remarked sourly, unable to bear the sight of their reunion. Upon seeing her children again, Li Yin felt an acute sense of unreality that moment. She fully believed Huang Wei's words, trusting that he would save her children. Consequently, she no longer rebutted the village head's remarks. "Regardless of whether my children are ill, they are still my flesh and blood. And I do not disdain them in the slightest. That I have heard that you are well acquainted with the Dragon King. Please assist me in inquiring how to cure my children's ailments." The village head was at a loss for words. How could he know how to treat them? He didn't even know if Li Yin's children were sick. His words were merely a reflection of his own resentment, intended to mock. Even if the children were afflicted, he had no inclination to aid them. He merely wished to witness Li Yin's suffering, relishing in her despair that if the village head remained silent, I shall take it as acquiescence. Thank you, village head. Unless there is anything else, I shall return home with my children, with her husband recently deceased, despite the body being washed away by the water. The rites of mourning could not be neglected. Yin offered a prayer and took her children home. Bah, what a disgrace. I shall eventually offer all your children to the river god. The village head glared at the trio's retreating figures, silently concocting schemes in his mind, that he could not abide the sight of this family not suffering calamity. He must visit the Dragon King's temple tonight to discern the reason behind this anomaly. As the rainy season prevailed, the downpour was incessant, often lasting days, even months. The dark clouds above had yet to disperse, and the accumulated rainwater fell once more. It's raining again. Everyone, quickly return and tidy up your homes. If we lose our shelter, prolonged exposure to the rain will surely lead to illness as the rain fell upon them. The villagers were reminded of the disarray in their homes in the aftermath of the flood. They had been so preoccupied with the offerings to the river god that they had neglected their own circumstances. With the rain pouring down, they suddenly realized that they had no place to shelter for the night. It was too late to consider that now. Their bedding was soaked, their food damp, and their clothes were wet. The night wind blew through, robbing them of warmth and leaving them shivering. Village head, we have nowhere to go. One villager complained. After a day spent serving the Dragon King, they had forgotten to kindle a fire to dry their clothes. The village head, growing older, could withstand the cold no longer. His body chilled while his head felt feverish, already showing signs of a cold. Villagers, please find a place to take shelter and light a fire to boil some porridge to ward off the chill. That I will go to the Dragon King's temple to inquire about today's events. After arranging this, he hurriedly departed. Cold and hungry, the villagers could no longer concern themselves with Li Yin and her children, each seeking warmth in pairs. Li Yin, clutching her children, trembled with excitement. She longed to flee this place filled with demons. But recalling Huang Wei's admonishments, She quickly regained her composure that a woman fleeing with her children would appear to others as three delectable morsels, most likely to be sold to different places. Thus, she could not run. She must stay and strive to continue living with her children. "Mother, we are so hungry." The children, having been in and out of the water thrice, still felt miserable despite Huang Wei's help in drying their clothes. "Be patient, my darlings. I will fetch you something to eat." From the moment they had agreed to Huang Wei's intervention to rescue the children, she had prepared food in anticipation of their safe return. Hearing her children's cries of hunger, Li Yin knew her preparations had not been in vain. "Children, let us return home. I have saved a bit of meat for you. Meat." "Wonderful." Just as Li Yin arrived home, Huang Wei stealthily followed the village head to the Dragon King's temple, hiding behind a statue. Before long, the village head entered, lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed his head in reverence. "Dragon King, why do you reject the offerings from our village?" Amidst the swirling smoke, a voice filled with rage replied, "There are other deities interfering." "Other deities?" The village head exclaimed in disbelief at what he had heard. How could the worship of a river god involve other deities? It should not be the case. Huang Wei, eavesdropping from behind, chuckled, feeling a sense of disdain for this river god. Where were the other deities? It was he who had dived into the water to rescue the children. This river god was merely spewing nonsense in an attempt to evade responsibility. Moreover, he had noticed that the river god seemed to possess no extraordinary qualities, oblivious to the true mastermind lurking behind it. Communication with followers was limited to distant, wireless exchanges. Even video calls were beyond their capacity to do not panic. "The matters of the deities shall be resolved by me. You simply need to bring that pair of children tomorrow. I am quite pleased with them. And at that time, I shall reveal my true form as the river god, ensuring that all will believe your words." The river goddess' comforting words filled the village head with joy. The Dragon King was willing to manifest for him. What a tremendous honor! In that moment, he felt an overwhelming excitement, convinced that even if he were to die at that instant, it would be worth it. "Thank you, Dragon King. I will not fail your trust. I shall offer that pair of children to you." The village head spoke with fervor, resembling a fervent devotee prepared to die for his deity. As the statue of the river god returned to tranquility, the village head's heart raced with anticipation that he needed to return immediately to share the news of the river goddess' forthcoming manifestation with everyone. This so-called river god was likely an evil spirit in disguise. Huang Wei stepped out from behind the statue, shaking his head at the village head's retreating figure. Turning back to gaze at the statue, he perceived an endless malevolence emanating from it. With a swift motion, he drew his long knife, aiming it at the river goddess' neck, that if you were indeed a deity, then predict your demise for tomorrow. In the stillness of the Dragon King's temple, silence reigned. "Umph." Huang Wei chuckled coldly, sensing that the river god was aware of its impending doom, which rendered it speechless. With a swift stroke, the blade severed the statue's head from its body. He continued to hack the statue into pieces, satisfied only when it lay in several segments. Today, he would collect some interest. Tomorrow, he would have his reckoning. The following day, by the banks of the Ying Shui River, a gentle drizzle fell incessantly from the heavens, showing no signs of abating, but rather intensifying. The village chief, accompanied by the villagers, returned to the riverbank. Coughing persistently, a number of weakened individuals had succumbed to the chill of the night. Others bore pale complexions, teetering on the brink of illness. The Dragon King had proclaimed that he would reveal his true form today to accept the 2 children. "Let us rejoice. Let us cheer for the arrival of the river deity." The village chief, invigorated, shouted fervently, "Thank you, Dragon King, for your blessings." The villagers wished to join in the celebration, but their bodies did not permit it. A sleepless night, scant nourishment, and exposure to the rain had rendered even the strongest men vulnerable to illness. Those who remained standing did so solely through sheer willpower, lured by the promise of 3 years of favorable weather. Recognizing the frailty of the crowd, the village chief spoke succinctly, "Let us present these children to the Dragon King once more." The villagers seized Li Yan's children once again, yet she remained silent, merely observing with cold detachment. She understood that as a mere woman, she had no capacity to resist. Her only reliance was on Huang Wei. Thus, she complied with his every command. Obediently, 2 robust men plunged into the water, carrying the children, and unceremoniously cast them into the river's center before retreating. However, mere moments later, a colossal serpent surged upward, with Huang Wei clutching the two children standing proudly atop its head. Dragon King. Look quickly, it is the Dragon King. The Dragon King has come riding his steed to collect the children. Everyone bow down. Do not anger the Dragon King. The village chief, breathless, urged the crowd to kneel, pointing at Huang Wei in the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, the villagers sank to their knees. Chapter 33. The formidable pursuers. Huang Wei scoffed. Beast, did you hear that? Do you also wish to claim the title of Dragon King? Do you even know your own worth? Infuriated by being scolded from atop a mere human, the river deity seethed with rage. Setting aside his divine status, as a formidable expert of the third realm of spiritual essence, he found himself unable to contend with this insignificant fleshly cultivator. His soul attacks sank like stones into the ocean. As if this individual possessed no spirit at all. Both magical and physical assaults required precision. Yet this human evaded him with the agility of an eel, slipping effortlessly in every direction, rendering him unable to strike. Human, if you have the skill, come down from my head. Watch me not tear you apart. Beneath the water, the serpent struggled to reach this human it envisioned, using its massive body to sweep him off balance. Hoping to secure a swift victory, to its astonishment, this human not only maintained his footing, but also had the strength to shield the two children, that if the children fell, it could enact a strategy to distract the human by attacking them. However, the human's martial prowess was unparalleled, leaving no opportunity for the serpent to strike. Why do you not tear me apart while I am atop your head? Is it beyond your capability? The serpent, adorned with a single horn, felt its fury reach a boiling point. Huang Wei firmly anchored himself on the serpent's horn, having discerned its bluster concealed a lack of true strength, brute force devoid of finesse. The serpent's fury reached its peak. Having roamed the rivers and seas for decades, it had never suffered such humiliation. Unable to endure any longer, it twisted its body, crashing into the water in an attempt to harm Huang Wei with the force of the waves. With a resounding splash, it plunged into the water, sending countless droplets into the air from dozens of meters above. For an ordinary person, such a fall would spell certain death. Yet, neither were ordinary. One was a physically robust serpent. The other a human master at the pinnacle of physical cultivation. From such a height, the plunge resembled a child's play. Village chief, have you not erred? That serpent is the Dragon King. The villagers gazed in awe at the spectacle. The struggle between man and beast seizing their attention. Huang Wei, perched atop the serpent's head with an air of authority, led them to believe he was the Dragon King riding forth. Interpreting the exchange, it became evident that the serpent was the river deity, not the human. Confusion gripped their hearts, prompting inquiries into the truth. The village chief, though aging, was neither deaf nor blind. He recognized his misjudgment. The human was not the river deity. The serpent was in matters of humans and beasts. One could not coexist. Where there was one, the other was absent. Should the court discover that he, as village chief, had covertly worshipped a malevolent deity, his fate would be sealed. According to the laws of the Qian, those who colluded with monsters faced extermination. Despite his intentions to secure favorable weather by sacrificing Li Yan's children, this was no justification. Beasts were notorious for sowing disaster to obtain human offerings. As village chief, he had heard numerous tales of such deceit. He was the one person who should not have fallen victim. Yet here he was, the most unlikely of individuals, ensnared. Bringing the beast to the village had ushered in calamity, resulting in the deaths of numerous villagers, leaving many displaced. That I did not err. That human is indeed the Dragon King. The village chief insisted stubbornly that in that moment. He resolved to maintain the ruse, clinging to a thread of hope. However, as he sought a glimmer of salvation, the river deity afforded him no respite. Caught in a stalemate, the river deity felt a sense of trepidation and desired to retreat. An alien entity could not long remain in human territory. If this standoff continued, the malevolent energy it radiated would attract certain humans adept at hunting monsters. The memory of such formidable exorcists haunted it, often waking it from nightmares during its youth. Human village chief, I am the river deity. You must kill a few humans to coerce the one above me to withdraw. Should he refuse to retreat, once he slays me and is free to act against you, your fate will be sealed. The serpent's desperation was palpable, believing that the village chief would kill for self-preservation. Upon hearing the river deity's words, the villagers stepped forward, encircling the village chief, their expressions scrutinizing as they regarded him as a beast. Sensing the villagers' hostility, the village chief panicked. How could I heed the words of a beast? I initially believed the river deity to be human, at worst a water spirit, akin to some spirits that required human sacrifices for certain rituals. He attempted to explain, but not a single villager would entertain his words. The village was in ruins, lives lost. No mere platitudes could suffice as justification. Human village chief, if you do not act, your demise is assured. The serpent, straining against its bonds, felt a surge of fear. Even as it splashed in and out of the water, capable of stirring massive waves, exhaustion would render it vulnerable. Even a butcher's knife could end its life. It yearned to survive, yet its hope rested solely on this aged village chief. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed as 4 or 5 figures descended from the sky, each standing atop a massive sword. The applause emanated from the foremost and that my friend has perished. I have come to avenge him, only to encounter a beast ensnaring humans. Yes, a human village chief. To be manipulated by a monster was truly a crime deserving of punishment. The man pointed, and the sword beneath him glimmered with light, that in an instant, a gaping wound opened in the village chief's chest, blood gushing forth. The village chief fell lifelessly, and the river deity, witnessing the human controlling the flying sword, was seized by terror, and no longer able to regard Huang Wei above. It plunged into the water, seeking to escape. Sensing the serpent's unusual behavior, Huang Wei hastily tossed the children toward the shore. The man on the bank reached out, catching the children midair. "Children! My children!" Li Yin cried out anxiously, arms outstretched. With a slight turn of his head, the man waved his hand, and the children landed safely in Li Yan's embrace. Then, with a swift motion, the massive sword shrank to about 3 meters, its speed multiplying several times. In the blink of an eye, it followed the river deity into the water. A harrowing roar echoed from the depths, and torrents of blood surfaced, bubbling as if boiling. The sword had torn through much of the serpent's flesh, nearly severing it in two. In agony, the serpent dared not linger, hastily channeling all its magical energy to retreat downstream. Huang Wei realized these figures were pursuers, intent on his death, and refrained from unleashing his gaze upon them. Instead, he subtly shifted his focus, targeting the pursuers with his glare. The serpent, well versed in the currents, moved through the water with astonishing speed, forcing Huang Wei to cling tightly to its horn to avoid being thrown off. Glancing back, the figures of the humans vanished from sight. Both the serpent and Huang Wei sighed in relief. The pursuers were formidable indeed. Was it truly necessary to create such chaos over a mere fleshly cultivator? Surviving a calamity, Huang Wei still felt a lingering fear. The existence of such extraordinary artifacts had truly broadened his horizons, unveiling a layer of mystery surrounding martial arts. The copper mirror in his hand, capable of immobilizing a person's body, was already an astonishing treasure. However, in comparison to the spectacle he witnessed today, Huang Wei found the copper mirror to be of little significance. The ability to soar through the skies on a flying sword, merely by extending a finger, effortlessly piercing through the souls of beasts at the realm of divine essence with a single strike, was a near-fatal blow. Such formidable techniques shattered his previous understanding of martial arts. Previously, he had believed martial arts merely involved strengthening the body and mastering techniques. Today's revelations revealed that the martial arts of this world were far closer to the realm of immortals, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, rendering one omnipotent. Blue Star's favor. You have obtained 7 fragments of the good water Blue Fate. Blue Star's favor. You have acquired a special Fate fragment of divinity. The sudden notification regarding Fate caused Huang Wei's expression to darken instantly. He had hoped the python would escape, yet it had perished that a single sword strike had slain a formidable opponent. Deepening his awareness of the strength of his pursuers, without daring to delay, Huang Wei plunged into a tributary, parting ways with the python's corpse. Chapter 34. Chaos. After swimming through the river for an entire day, Huang Wei finally dared to come ashore under the cover of night. Was it merely for killing one person that they dispatched so many powerful pursuers? Why were they not following the expected protocols? Pursuers should have been sent in a gradual manner. As a mere body realm cultivator, they ought to have sent only a few from the mana realm. Moreover, why resort to such powerful artifacts? If I were to retaliate, wouldn't it be both embarrassing and costly? Leaning against a tree, Huang Wei lamented about his adversaries. The unfolding situation exceeded his imagination, and the might of his pursuers filled him with dread. If this trend continued, even if he managed to eliminate this batch of enemies, the next wave would be even stronger. With relentless waves of pursuers, there would inevitably come a time when he could not withstand their onslaught. It seemed imperative that he hasten towards the White Lotus sect's stronghold. He vowed never to meddle in affairs again. The pursuers were unable to locate his whereabouts immediately. Rather, it was his prolonged stay that had led them to him. This indicated that there existed a temporal gap in their pursuit, that as long as he did not linger in one location for too long, he could very well evade them. However, to completely elude his pursuers, he would likely need to reach the southern provinces. Only upon entering the territory of the rebels would these pursuers hesitate to pursue him further. Time was of the essence. After a brief rest, he resumed his flight. The further south he traveled, the heavier the rain became, with water everywhere. Throughout his journey, he encountered few sunny days, and his clothes remained perpetually damp. After continuing on without pause, the pursuers indeed did not catch up immediately. The primary reason for this was likely due to his wealth. With several tens of thousands of silver notes in his possession, he could procure the finest provisions that a top-notch steed would allow him to travel tirelessly without worry. The pursuers, on the other hand, he did not believe could sustain their mana for 24 hours continuously. They could not remain airborne indefinitely. Eventually, they would have to compete on the ground. After traversing a dirt slope, he found himself confronted by a throng of several hundred yellow weasels standing resolutely in the path, all fixated on him. "Giddy up," he urged as he rode on without hesitation, prepared to charge through the assembly of weasels. With a mighty lift of his horse's leg, he brought it crashing down upon the head of a weasel, instantly shattering its bones and sending blood splattering. Blessings from the Blue Star. You have obtained 2 fragments of the purple fate of the banishment seat. Suddenly, the surge of fate caused his horse to halt. The purple fate fragments were indeed precious, compelling him to pause momentarily to orchestrate a grand massacre. A cacophony arose from the creatures as they vocalized in unison, blending into a haunting wail reminiscent of an infant's lament. The sound reached Huang Wei's ears, sending him into a daze as his head tilted, and he tumbled from his mount, crashing onto the ground. Upon hitting the earth, the nearest weasel lunged at him, its jaws snapping shut with a crunch. Its teeth shattered, yet his body bore not a single bite mark. Alas, his clothing, however, was left in tatters, rent asunder by dozens of gnashing teeth, transforming it into a beggar's attire. Remarkable. Moments later, Huang Wei regained his senses, only to be beset by a splitting headache, and no longer underestimating the horde of beasts, he sprang upward, leaping onto a nearby tree. The weasels below glared at him with furious eyes. Huang Wei, a man of considerable means, was not one to be stingy, as he had arranged for a guard to accompany his carriage, allowing him to voice any needs he might have, which the guard would attend to without hesitation. After wandering for days, it was a challenge to secure even a proper meal, let alone indulge in delicacies. The depletion of energy supply from the physical realm would inevitably hinder his advancement to the realm of magical power. Thus, once settled, he promptly brandished a silver note, requesting the guard to procure some meat for him. Upon sight of the silver, the guard's heart brimmed with joy as he accepted the 100 taels, assuring, "Rest assured, young hero, over the next few days, I shall ensure your satisfaction with meals, with the speed of the convoy." They would reach the provincial capital of Tianming in just a day and a half. That 100 taels could procure a feast fit to the point of excess, especially in the desolate wilderness where provisions were scarce. Save for the meager rations aboard and a few wild delicacies they could catch. Having acquired the funds, the guard tirelessly set about preparing a meal, managing to whip up a feast amidst the heavily laden ox cart. "Young hero, we have 5 pieces of wild game and a pot of white porridge." The food was ample enough for a family of 4, and the guard, aware of Huang Wei's evident prowess, had prepared a substantial amount. "Should this not suffice, procure more for me," Huang Wei urged. The guard, perplexed, replied, "This is ample for the 3 of us who are in the blood refinement stage, as you are aware." "Young hero," to which Huang Wei waved his hand dismissively, "I am at the pinnacle of the physical realm." Pinnacle of the physical realm? The guard's heart sank. For individuals like them, who spent their lives in the physical realm. Such a claim was unimaginable. Yet here was Huang Wei, appearing significantly younger, already at the pinnacle of the physical realm, hinting at an immeasurable future potential, perhaps even the realm of magical power or the soul, or even greater heights beyond that. The guard dared not contemplate what lay above, for he was unaware of the realms that followed. Noticing the guard's daze, Huang Wei prompted, "Is there a problem? If there are difficulties, speak freely. I possess an abundance of silver notes." Awakened from his stupor, the guard quickly responded, "No difficulties, merely some wild game, which costs nothing." In the midst of the turmoil of the great Qian dynasty, it was merely a trivial affliction. No one believed the dynasty would fall. Under this perception, the entire system of the great Qian continued to function, and silver notes remained redeemable at the banks. With silver in hand, one could procure medicinal remedies to enhance vitality. Such food would only marginally improve vitality, and most would not indulge, save for those like Huang Wei, who could afford to seek the utmost in their daily sustenance. To ensure Huang Wei could secure wild game, the guard employed monetary persuasion, rallying several companions to join in the hunt. Comforted by the ample provisions, Huang Wei reclined contentedly in the ox cart, digesting his meal, stealing a moment of leisure amidst the chaos of survival, relishing in the unique experience of savoring fine food, while on the run, is it truly this comfortable? A mocking voice rang from above, causing alarm bells to sound in Huang Wei's mind. With a piercing glare, he opened his eyes slowly, his expression grave. "It is you." 5 figures soared above on flying swords, casting a watchful gaze upon him. They were the very cultivators who had slain the python. "That you've quite the talent for evasion," they jested. Having fled from Intian Prefecture to Tianming Province, encountering numerous obstacles along the way, Huang Wei's mind remained sharp enough to concern himself with others' affairs. A cold smirk crossed his face. The individuals he had slain were all from prominent sects, none ordinary. These pursuers, during such chaotic times, should be seeking to uphold justice. Yet they chose instead to chase him over personal vendettas, a most unfilial act. "Where have you hidden your divine essence? Hand it over, and I may allow you to keep your corpse intact." Huang Wei was momentarily taken aback, with a not avenging a friend. Why demand the divine essence? Recovering within a second, his expression returned to its typical demeanor, filled with disdain for these individuals that he had initially believed in the bonds of brotherhood, only to find it was greed that motivated them. The world was indeed a wretched place. As a traveler from another realm, he bore the responsibility to cleanse it of its filth. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his crossing over? Let us commence. I declare you shall find it easier to conceive. Huh. What did you say? Huang Wei's sudden, nonsensical statement left the five bewildered. Conceive? What was he implying? Did he possess the ability to cure infertility? What a ludicrous thought. Unbeknownst to them, however, all five bore slightly rounded abdomens, quietly nurturing new life within. Child, do not speak nonsense as death approaches. Just reveal where you have concealed the divine essence. One of them, mid-sentence, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Collapsing, Kemming, the others exclaimed, rushing to support him and prevent him from falling. Brother! Each word from Kemming's lips expelled more blood. Those on the ground, witnessing the spectacle of sword-flying cultivators, gaped in horror as blood rained down upon them, chilling them to the bone. Ignoring their goods, they scattered in fright. Brother, what ails you? Speak. Yet Kemming could utter no more, his blood gushing forth as if it were without cost. His eyes dimmed, and his life seemed to slip away. The others were at a loss, but Huang Wei understood all too well that he recognized the two powerful purple destinies, yet he had not anticipated their combined strength to be so formidable. The previously slim chance of conception had soared to near certainty under the influence of the divine contract. Excellent, truly formidable. As Kemming's life ebbed away, the other four remained oblivious to their own transformations. Once they regained their composure and prepared to converse, they were struck with astonishment at one another's appearance. Kuyong, why is your belly also swelling? Kuji, your abdomen has also expanded, and you've grown thinner. Who has cursed us? They exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they were all afflicted with this strange condition. Who? Which powerful being has cast a curse upon our brotherhood? We are disciples of the Chongqing sword sect. We beseech you to show us mercy. Kuji, as the eldest brother, clasped his fists reverently in all directions. Yet the surroundings were desolate. Nothing was there, save for the convoy below. However, the cultivators in the convoy were mere mortals, their abilities paltry compared to his formidable soul, rendering them incapable of executing such a powerful curse. Brother, it seems we exhibit symptoms of pregnancy. That young man just now mentioned something about us conceiving. Kyong suddenly recalled Huang Wei's peculiar remark, and the others quickly grasped the situation. Ha! Ha! Huang Wei erupted into maniacal laughter. Only now do you realize the anomaly. Do you not think it a tad late? Though it had been less than 10 seconds, under his masterful skill, the bellies of the four were on the brink of bursting. That they still lived was solely due to their magical powers, shielding them from his destiny-altering force. Particularly for Kuji, a three-realm strongman, his belly was smaller than the others due to the obstruction of his soul power. It was you. Kuji's eyes widened in fury. He considered various reasons, but never expected this young man, whom he had pursued, to be the one behind it all. I should never have spared you. I should have captured you for a thorough inquiry. The White Lotus sect had endured for years. Its teachings profound and mysterious. Among them were countless intricate spells, including one that could allow men to conceive, which was no trivial matter. Boy, prepare to meet your end, with one brother slain and the others on the brink. Kuji could not afford to delay. With a thought, he commanded his flying sword to assault Huang Wei. Chapter 37. Secrets of Another World. As his body faltered, even directing his flying sword became a laborious task. Although he still wielded it with precision, the sharpness he once possessed had evaporated, akin to a tranquil boat drifting leisurely on a placid river, rather than a lone sail battling tumultuous waves. Huang Wei unsheathed his long blade, casually striking at the flying sword, causing it to wobble in the air, almost descending. Kuji quickly gathered his magical power to stabilize it, averting an embarrassing fall. Huang Wei, observing Kuji's struggle to maintain control, felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, even bursting into hearty laughter. The others, now filled with burgeoning life within, were merely a shadow of their former selves, teetering on the brink of death. Instead of fleeing, they dared to retaliate. It was as if they had grown complacent, unaware of the peril they faced. That in the fleeting moments as the flying sword approached, he unleashed countless iterations of his curse. Whoever you glare at shall conceive. Puff! 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 The bellies of the Dikuji let out a mournful cry, and in an instant, tears streamed down his face. All this, merely for the pursuit of a petty thief. Yet it culminated in the utter annihilation of his disciples. Was it his negligence to blame? Who could have foreseen that a mere body refinement cultivator would possess the means to slay those at the level of magical mastery? Even those of the soul realm? The lives were lost. All words now seemed futile at this moment. He was left with but one final path, the soul harvesting technique. With a fierce roar, Kuji pressed his foot down, and with a snap, his finger broke as it plunged into an acupoint. Then he proceeded to sacrifice his calf, thigh, and abdomen in the blink of an eye. 8 of his 10 fingers were gone, leaving only 2 thumbs intact. Upon completing this act, Kuji's abdomen shrank visibly, his body becoming frailer, yet a sickly flush surged upon his face, as if all his energy had been redirected to his head. Huang Wei, though unaware of what the adversary was concocting, sensed that a formidable spell was being prepared. He promptly ceased his futile attempts at intimidation and brandished the long knife in his hand to counterattack. Yet it was already too late. You shall pay dearly for this. Before the blade could reach him, Kuji abruptly inserted both thumbs into his temples. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon, and from within sprang a small, translucent figure, barely an inch tall, its visage twisted with malice. He had witnessed such a translucent entity before, faintly glimpsed atop the head of that 3-realm yellow weasel. But why was this figure now charging directly at him? Could it be attempting to seize control of my body? Huang Wei dared not underestimate the threat. He swiftly retreated, turning to flee. His speed was impressive, yet the surrounding trees and obstacles hindered him from achieving his full potential. The little figure, however, moved slowly and could weave through solid objects. Thus, in this dance of one gaining and the other losing, it was the little figure that outpaced him. Panic gripped Huang Wei that if that figure were to possess him, death would be all but certain. Resolutely, he altered his course, sprinting towards the open wilderness. After just a few strides, he stumbled upon the remnants of the fleeing caravan. The steward, seeing only one person in pursuit, assumed he had dispatched the others and hurried to greet him. "Young sir, what transpired? Have you slain those brigands?" Huang Wei, in the throes of flight, could not afford to be impeded. Such an obstruction would surely cost him his life. Anger surged within him, and he felt the urge to kill, yet he could not do so would only slow him down. "Get out of my way," he bellowed, attempting to push past the steward. "What?" The steward was taken aback, unable to comprehend the urgency in Huang Wei's voice, while several guards stood frozen in place, forming a barrier that blocked his escape. "Move aside," Huang Wei shouted again, and at last, they comprehended his command, hastily retreating. Yet it was too late. His rapid speed sent several of them tumbling to the ground. However, the wall of bodies impeded his momentum, causing him to slow significantly behind him. The little figure, filled with malice, revealed a glimmer of delight. It darted forward and leapt into his mind in that moment. Huang Wei felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being jolted. "Haha, your body is now mine. I shall avenge my fallen disciples." Kuji infiltrated Huang Wei's consciousness, exploring its depths, eagerly perusing his skills. "You possess a fateful essence. What manner of treasure is this? Able to elude detection like a divine power. No wonder we fell victim. Excellent. All of this shall be mine. I will inherit your capabilities." He gazed upon the powerful, fateful essences with uncontainable excitement that if this were to become his power, ascension to the fifth realm, or even beyond, would be within grasp. Blood Lotus of the White Lotus sect. "You are but an alien evil. I cannot allow you to thrive." Kuji beheld the towering skyscrapers, his heart racing with exhilaration at the sight of this wondrous new world. Prepared to perish, with no restraint, he plunged his soul into Huang Wei's mind, intent on seizing his corporeal form. Yet, what he encountered within was a shocking revelation that left him trembling. Surrounded by a myriad of luminous orbs, red, gold, purple, every hue imaginable, these orbs encircled the diminutive Huang Wei, growing stronger with each passing moment. Words failed him. He was rendered speechless by the sheer awe of it all. Perhaps the intrusion alarmed the orbs, for a gentle tremor rippled through, and in an instant, all the luminous spheres, along with Huang Wei's essence, vanished. All that remained was a solitary white and red lotus, standing still. An unformed blood lotus. Kuji gasped sharply at the sight of the lotus. Its impact on him was far more profound than anything he had encountered thus far. Others may have been astonishing, but they were mere illusions behind a veil of uncertainty. Yet this blood lotus was unmistakably real. Due to the recent upheavals within the White Lotus sect, all its secrets had been laid bare, and this blood lotus was the most indelible among them. It was no ordinary flower, but a duality of the White Lotus. If the White Lotus represents the righteous path of the sect, then the blood lotus embodies its clandestine, nefarious dealings. Should the blood lotus mature, it would become the sect's trusted ally, simultaneously posing a grave threat to the realm of Deqian. "I cannot allow it to flourish." Fully aware of the dangers posed by the blood lotus, Kuji inhaled deeply and resolutely enacted a secret technique, channeling his soul into a stream of light that surged into the lotus. He aimed to eradicate this danger at its inception, bearing the weight of the world upon his shoulders. "Who else but me?" Bang! A crimson lightning bolt erupted from the heart of the flower, shattering Kuji's soul into oblivion. Blessed by the blue star, you have acquired a fragment of the cultivation genius, purple, Fate Essence X6 is a descendant of the White Lotus. The fragments you have gained have been enhanced. That was a close call. Huang Wei awoke, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. The recent events had been the most perilous he had ever faced, mere inches from death. Had the lotus not countered, he would surely have perished. Yet, the manifestation of the fateful essence within his mind was truly beautiful. With Kuji's demise, memories flooded into Huang Wei's consciousness, imparting the knowledge of Kuji's experiences. In his mind, the luminous orbs danced alongside the white and red lotus. This constituted the entirety of his thoughts. His journey of survival had been entirely reliant on the fateful essence within his mind. Now, having witnessed the essence in its true form, he felt an overwhelming joy that moment. He also understood why he had not been attacked by other soul realm experts. It was because the white lotus within his mind had shielded him from soul-targeting assaults. Slaying the enemy restored his soul's balance, and Huang Wei stirred from his daze, emitting a sound of delight that as he regained his composure, the luminous orbs re-emerged, the lotus radiating brilliant light. The intertwining red and white hues gradually obscured the true form of the lotus, transforming it into a singular orb that joined the others, swirling around Huang Wei's essence. "Young sir, you have awakened. Have those brigands been dealt with?" The steward, having been knocked aside by Huang Wei's forceful charge, felt as if his body were in disarray. Seeing him return to lucidity, he promptly approached, concern etched upon his face. "Rest assured, they are all dead. You need not worry about them affecting you," Huang Wei reassured him. Upon hearing this, the steward felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Yet unease lingered. Masters capable of flight on their swords. He had only heard tales of such individuals in tavern boasts, never having encountered one in his life. To suddenly see five, even in death, left him restless. "Are you certain they are truly gone?" The steward pressed, anxiety evident in his furrowed brow. Huang Wei understood the steward's fears and offered reassurance that do not fret. "They are all dead and will not implicate you." Still, the steward remained unconvinced, as so many powerful figures have perished. Surely, there will be repercussions that as someone who secretly supplies grain to the White Lotus sect. "Do you not fear retaliation?" Huang Wei comprehended the steward's trepidation regarding the Chongqing Sword sect, as well as his own. If the Chongqing Sword sect pursued the matter, they would undoubtedly recount the events of the day in their entirety. The two parties were mere strangers. Should the truth be revealed, he saw no issue. Yet some might interpret such disclosures as betrayal, and once deemed treachery, the consequences would be dire. "It was not my grain," the steward stammered. Desperate to explain the origins of the grain, that in such times, supplying resources to rebels was tantamount to treason. Should it be discovered, his entire clan would be at risk. Huang Wei placed a reassuring hand on the steward's shoulder, signaling him to calm, that if anyone questions you, simply tell them it was all my doing. One by one is too tedious. It would be far more gratifying to eliminate them en masse. That he then handed the steward a flying sword. "If anyone inquires about me, just say it is all my fault. The realm of divine spirit has already produced masters, and there are but a few who have reached the level of fusion in ordinary sections. In a medium sect like the Chongqing Sword sect, only the sect leader and one esteemed elder have attained such mastery." Huang Wei could not fathom that the leader and the elder would personally pursue him. If those at the fusion stage do not intervene, he can eliminate as many as he encounters below that level. "Thank you, noble hero. Thank you." The steward gratefully accepted the flying sword, nearly kneeling in reverence. It is only just to keep such deeds discreet. Huang Wei's willingness to spare them could hardly be overstated as an act of great kindness. Enough of this coy demeanor. Let us hasten our journey. The White Lotus sect is close at hand, and I wish not to linger on the road in case of unforeseen events. Moreover, his fate could only be maximized by joining a villainous faction. Just as he had recently slain Ke Ji, the elevation of his fate had yielded 36 fragments of cultivation genius. The number of fragments that could be released ranges between 1 and 10. Thus, to obtain 36 fragments, he would need to eliminate at least 4 individuals. With the fragment of the White Lotus heir, each increment in probability signifies the demise of a formidable adversary. Another vital reason is that the heights one can reach are not solely determined by personal effort, but are also contingent upon the tides of the era. Should he refrain from joining the White Lotus sect and attempt to slay righteous figures alone, he would first lack the assurance of survival, and secondly, progress would be too sluggish. Those with fate scattered across the world are sheltered by various powerful forces, leaving him little time or opportunity to strike. However, the battlefield presents a different scenario, where fortunes align and strong warriors converge. The likelihood of encountering those with fate increases significantly, allowing him to freely eliminate them and bolster his strength. In the clash between the Qian and the White Lotus sect, every second of delay incurs monumental losses. Very well. I shall immediately summon the personnel and set forth. The steward, with a forced smile, turned to command the guards nearby. "Hurry, gather everyone back." Yes. The skirmish had frightened the caravan's members, scattering them across the wilderness. Several guards centered around the caravan to round up the scattered individuals. Perhaps the battle concluded too swiftly. The group had not strayed far, and soon they were all gathered once more. The caravan resumed its journey. "Noble hero, You are truly formidable. You have vanquished the enemies soaring in the sky. Noble hero, please tell us more about this flying sword. Noble hero, do you have a wife? Noble hero, how can we break through to the realm of magical power? Surrounding the ox cart, the guards formed a circle, eagerly inquiring about various martial arts matters. Their cultivation levels varied, yet all were at the corporeal stage, the most rudimentary level of martial arts. Naturally, they were curious about all aspects of martial arts. Seizing the opportunity to prepare food for Huang Wei, they occasionally posed questions. Huang Wei, kind-hearted and accommodating, answered each query earnestly. The flying sword is a magical treasure, an exceedingly powerful weapon that a true man considers the world as his home and cannot be ensnared by romantic entanglements. The corporeal stage is best cultivated through the practice of the young disciple technique, which significantly enhances your accumulation of vital energy. The young disciple technique, the crowd collectively shook their heads. They were self-aware of their own talents and understood that practicing the young disciple technique would yield little benefit. If one had the opportunity to practice the young disciple technique, one would also have the ability to embrace a partner and raise a few young disciples. Noble hero, we acquired a precious medicinal herb during our trade run, and I have prepared it into a medicinal dish for you to taste. The steward, beaming, presented a pot of medicinal stew. Steam wafted from the pot, and an enticing aroma filled the air. Such a fine herb. Without needing to taste it, Huang Wei could discern its extraordinary efficacy simply by its scent. Upon hearing his appraisal, the stewardess' face lit up. Noble hero, please eat while it is hot. Huang Wei scooped up the medicinal dish and tasted it. A strong bitterness enveloping his mouth, prompting him to furrow his brow as the stew entered his stomach. Warmth spread throughout his body, but he silently activated the 9-turn White Lotus technique, stimulating his entire vital energy to absorb the herb's potency. The medicinal power flowed through his digestive system into his blood, enhancing the strength within him, refining skin, blood, tendons, bones, and organs. This medicinal power washed over his body repeatedly, completing the physical refinement process of the corporeal stage once more. The 9-turn White Lotus technique reached its 4th turn. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, it shot forth like a sword, creating a resounding blast in the air, dissipating several meters away. Opening his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flickered within, then vanished without a trace. Noble hero, how effective was it? The steward asked expectantly. Remarkable. Its potency is formidable. This precious herb must be quite valuable. I presume. His 9-turn White Lotus technique had lingered at the 3rd turn for some time. And with the enhancement of fate, he could elevate himself simply by consuming everyday food, being just a step away from the 4th turn that it is worth little, merely 5,000 taels of silver. Noble hero, please indulge yourself. I have incorporated the entire precious herb into the stew. This precious herb was originally purchased by the steward for his son, hoping to set him on the path of martial arts. Encountering this incident and witnessing Huang Wei's might, his thoughts began to flourish that if he could secure a powerful master for his child, it would be far more beneficial than a single precious herb. No need, Huang Wei declined. A single taste is sufficient. One should not consume too much. Every medicine contains some poison. The potent medicinal power brings along impurities that are difficult to expel. Consuming too much would hinder progress in martial arts. If he truly desired to consume more, he ought to enlist an alchemist to refine the herb, extracting beneficial substances while eliminating harmful ones. Even so, some risks would still remain. When Huang Wei first delved into martial arts, he had followed the crowd and purchased medicinal herbs. Once his fate improved, he promptly abandoned them, relying solely on food to enhance his vital energy. Food, as a fundamental substance, possesses numerous advantages aside from being low in energy. Ah, you're not going to eat anymore. The steward looked at Huang Wei in astonishment, having only taken a sip from the medicinal stew, while there remained a large pot. Noble hero, at least have some more. It's all good stuff, and I spent 5,000 taels of silver on it. If I speak even one falsehood, let me be childless. The steward, anxious and frustrated, felt the sting of his expenditure without achieving results. 5,000 taels of silver would be wasted otherwise. Yet Huang Wei chose not to elaborate further. The steward, being an ordinary person, lacked understanding of the underlying principles. Explaining would be akin to speaking to the wind. Seeing him close his eyes and fall silent, the steward realized there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Everyone, let us depart. We must strive to reach Diqing Prefecture before dawn. The stewardess heart ached, urging the caravan to quicken its pace, that he needed to return home before the medicinal dish spoiled, to offer it to his son. Chapter 39. I have two daughters like this. The southern region is characterized by its abundant rainfall and high temperatures. Following a recent downpour, Diqing Prefecture resembled a vast sauna, leaving Huang Wei, who hailed from the north, feeling quite uncomfortable. Struggling to breathe as the caravan entered the city, throngs of people filled the streets, with no visible signs of warfare. It appeared as if life continued in peace and prosperity, even more bustling than Lu City. Noble hero, look at the buildings in Diqing Prefecture, so intricately arranged and closely packed. They rival even those in the capital. Dan Ti, you think? On the ox cart, the steward, with a beaming face, acted as a guide, pointing out the sights. Huang Wei chuckled inwardly. How could a remote provincial city compare to the capital's splendor? It was merely a touch more elegant and refined than Lu City, that a merchant by nature has a tendency to boast, especially about one's hometown, exaggerating beyond belief. This is a common trait of humanity, and he found no need to dispute it. After a brief agreement, he shifted the conversation. Upon entering the city, it is also time for us to part ways. Upon hearing this, the steward became anxious. No, noble hero, you are from the north and surely have no place to stay here. Why not come to my home? I will welcome you with open arms. For a master like Huang Wei, encountering him by chance would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That a warrior capable of soaring through the heavens is unimaginably powerful. Yet such inconceivable warriors had perished before him, truly leaving him in awe. He realized that this was the greatest opportunity he would ever encounter in his life. If he could seize it, his entire family would soar to new heights. Thus, he immediately offered his luxurious carriage to Huang Wei. Huang Wei politely declined, but the steward devised another plan, concocting a pot of medicinal stew worth 5,000 taels of silver. Though the stew had only been tasted lightly and had not yet shown its full effects, he was a renowned merchant in Diqing Prefecture. Ultimately, he managed to sit alongside Huang Wei on the ox cart, the two engaging in idle chatter throughout the night. That no need. I intend to join the White Lotus sect and will stand against the Diqian regime in the future. I shall not linger in one place for long. Noble hero, that is a grave misjudgment. The steward countered. You are still young and have yet to establish a family, correct? In the future, when you encounter a cherished maiden, you will surely want to provide each other with a home. Diqing Prefecture is not only the ancestral home of the King of Chu, but also the stronghold of the White Lotus sect. It is quite possible that the capital may one day be established here. At this moment, Diqing Prefecture remains inconspicuous, yet it is destined to shine brightly in the future. Thus, the hero must plan wisely. The reasoning behind these words is sound and compelling, almost resembling the truth. If Huang Wei were a native, he would surely be greatly tempted by such analyses. Unfortunately, he is not a native. He hails from a world rich in culture. Historically speaking, the White Lotus sect is bound to perish. Should he choose to deeply bind himself with the sect, it would be akin to embarking on a path of no return. Therefore, the association with the White Lotus sect can only last for a limited time. Once the sect's decline becomes evident, he must immediately extricate himself and seek a different path. The timing of this departure must be meticulously calculated. Leaving too early would mark him as a traitor, akin to El Bu, a figure of infamy. Conversely, departing too late would render him an outlier, targeted for extermination by rival factions. That a true man ought to focus on achieving great deeds, rather than being ensnared by romantic entanglements. Huang Wei resolutely declines. The steward, perplexed, finds himself at a loss, unable to penetrate Huang Wei's steadfast demeanor. Every attempt at communication seems to falter, as if both parties are operating on entirely different wavelengths. Is it really so difficult to seize the opportunity? It appears that only an extraordinary measure will suffice. I have a daughter who has just turned 18. Well-educated, gentle, and graceful, with striking beauty, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Huang Wei hesitates slightly. A man's ambition should flow like the river rushing towards the sea, and he must not become enamored with the comforts of a gentle abode. The steward, gritting his teeth, responds, I have two such daughters, twins. Huang Wei smiles faintly. I am yet to discern the recruitment criteria of the White Lotus sect. It seems I may need to trouble you for some time. Of course, We lack for nothing in our household. The steward exclaims with delight that he is a grain merchant in tumultuous times. A single phrase aptly describes him. He is financially robust. Wealth begets connections. His network spans far and wide across the realm of Deqian, from the southernmost regions to the northern seas, with friends scattered throughout. Not to mention, his stronghold is in Deqing Prefecture. Many of my friends hold positions in the military. And if you truly wish to join the White Lotus sect, I can inquire on your behalf. Huang Wei bows deeply. That would be of great assistance to Mu and deliver these goods, for I wish to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest. With his consent, the steward's joy is palpable, so much so that he neglects to oversee the delivery, hastening homeward with visions of a splendid familial union, navigating through streets and alleys, from the outskirts to the bustling heart of the city. The ox cart arrives before an imposing estate. Without waiting for the cart to come to a complete stop, the steward leaps down with urgency. Quickly, open the gates wide. I wish to welcome our distinguished guests. Yes, the guards hastily swing open the grand doors, and the steward, taking the reins of the ox cart, strides into the estate that goes summon the third lady. Instruct her to bring Mingyue and Xinyue to the parlor. Moments later, 3 women appear before Huang Wei. Mingyue and Xinyue are my 2 most cherished daughters, the apples of my eye, raised in seclusion for 18 years, never having shown their faces to the world. The 2 girls, shy and demure, offer a respectful bow before taking their seats at the table, their eyes cast down as their father extols their virtues. Upon seeing the 2 young ladies and observing their demeanor, Huang Wei finds himself increasingly convinced of the steward's words. Indeed, the beauty and grace of your daughters far surpass that of ordinary folk. Huang Wei offers praise, yet the steward remains unsatisfied that a young man, brimming with vitality, should not be indifferent to beauty. Even if he does not rush to the marriage bed, he should at least exhibit a desire that exceeds the ordinary. How could he remain so unperturbed? My lord, are you dissatisfied with my daughters? The steward's impatience begins to surface. For a young man, if beauty cannot stir his heart, then what chance is there for inner qualities to be appreciated? Satisfied, your daughters are indeed exceptional. Huang Wei is fully aware of the steward's thoughts. However, what the steward does not realize is that in his past life, during an era of technological explosion, while natural beauties may not have appeared significantly more alluring, technological marvels far surpass the charms of Deqian. Having grown accustomed to unparalleled beauty through the internet, the mere presence of someone breathtaking becomes somewhat mundane. Not to mention the capabilities of AI, which can generate beauty that rivals even the most ethereal beings. Thus, Huang Wei remains unfazed, unperturbed by the allure before him. That so, when do you propose I marry my 2 daughters? How about in 3 days? I have consulted the calendar, and it appears to be an auspicious date. Huang Wei, he truly does not possess such fervent desire. Not so urgent. First, please inquire about the recruitment situation of the White Lotus sect. The most pressing matter at hand is still joining the White Lotus sect. His fate is soon to change, and he must seize the opportunity to eliminate foes while his current destiny still allows for it. Very well, I shall inquire for you at once. Huang Wei's lackluster enthusiasm dampens the steward's spirits, who had hoped to leverage the beauty of his daughters to secure a prosperous future for the family. The hero can first engage with my daughters, allowing for early preparations for the impending marriage. As a businessman, one cannot simply retreat in the face of adversity. That a failed plan only necessitates the birth of another. If he is not enthralled by beauty, perhaps it is simply that he does not recognize its worth. That as long as both parties can familiarize themselves with one another, affection is bound to blossom over time. Huang Wei sips his tea, not fully responding to the steward's words. First, prepare a room for me. After days of travel, I require some rest. The steward readily complies. I shall immediately instruct the staff to prepare a room and escort the hero to rest. Once Huang Wei departs, the steward gazes at his daughters with exasperation. Can't you be a bit more proactive? Such an excellent suitor is a rare find. One might search a lifetime without encountering another. Chapter 40. Let us be maidservants. The 2 girls remain silent, quietly absorbing their father's reproach. The sudden arrival of their future husband sends a flutter of excitement through their hearts. The figure they had only ever encountered in dreams now sits before them, stirring their emotions into a whirlwind of confusion. Why do you blame the daughters? If someone is disinterested, can we really force them into affection? The third lady chides her husband that, "Dear wife, that is not my intent." The steward takes her hand in explanation. Rather, it is that a suitable groom is hard to come by, and having finally found an exceptional young man, if we let him slip away, it would be a loss for our daughters. What do you mean by loss for my daughters? I see it as your loss. The third lady sharply counters, piercing through her husband's feigned concern. The steward chuckles awkwardly. You truly understand me, my dear. The third lady retorts, somewhat irked. After so many years sharing a bed, I know you all too well. You always have a way of sidestepping the truth. However, putting that aside, I have never seen you so invested in a young man before. General Han's eldest son and Governor Shun's youngest son, along with a host of other talented youths, have all sought to marry our daughters, and you have always said to wait. Why are you so determined to marry them off to this one? Businessmen are driven by profit, and the third lady recognizes that her daughters might be leveraged as bargaining chips in her husband's dealings. The two daughters remain in their chambers not because they cannot find suitors, but because none have captured their father's interest. Today, with such urgency to marry both daughters to the same man, she does not think her husband has lost his mind, but rather that he has found an excellent candidate. I fear you may not believe me when I tell you. The steward teases. The third lady playfully punches her chest. Are you toying with me? Stop beating around the bush. The steward leans in, speaking in hushed tones. This young man has slain several warriors who could soar through the skies on swords. What? The third lady gasps, her teacup slipping from her grasp and shattering on the floor. She rises abruptly, disbelief etched across her face. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Do not be so alarmed. The steward gently urges her to sit down, that I witnessed it with my own eyes. And he even gifted me a flying sword. The steward undoes his belt and extracts a black cloth-wrapped object. That as he unveils it, a glimmer of cold light flashes, momentarily blinding the third lady. Oh! The third lady squints, tears streaming down her face. I am blind. I am blind. She clutches her husband's hand, her voice trembling with excitement. That in less than 3 seconds. Light floods back in her eyes. That I am not blind. I am not blind. She weeps tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. That of course, she wouldn't be blind. This is merely one of the artifact-s effects that behold, such a treasure is worth any temporary inconvenience. The steward gently caressed the sword's blade, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes and a smile gracing his lips. Madame San felt an eerie familiarity with this scene. It mirrored the gaze and expression her husband wore on their wedding night 18 years ago. That dead man, she spat softly to herself, yet she found herself swayed by her husband's words. This young man truly seemed to be the epitome of a suitable match for marriage, that if only she could wed her daughter to such a warrior, their lives would be filled with endless wealth and splendor. Observing her two daughters, shy and hesitant, caught between the desire to speak and the fear of doing so, Madame San let out a silent sigh. Raising daughters so well had its own set of troubles. Contemplating her daughters' futures, her eyes subtly shifted, and a plan began to form in her mind. How about assigning her daughters to serve Huang Wei as attendants? Tending to his daily needs, the steward, alarmed, interjected. Our daughters have never even touched water from the spring. Realizing halfway through his protest the intent behind his wife's suggestion, he exclaimed, "Brilliant, truly brilliant. It is indeed you who possesses the wisdom." He then planted a kiss on Madame San's cheek. "Get away with that," she retorted, both inviting and resisting, her cheek leaning in while her hand gently pushed him away. "That if I do not consider my daughter's lifelong affairs, should I entrust them to you, a carefree idler?" The couple exchanged playful banter, with their daughters caught between wanting to watch and yet unable to, their faces blooming with embarrassment. "That my apologies, I've spilled the water." Mingyue and Xinyue clutched their garments, clearly flustered. Huang Wei, equally at a loss for words, surveyed the two young women, each standing at a height of nearly 1.7 meters and weighing no more than 100 pounds. It seemed absurd to expect these delicate maidens to attend to him. "You need not concern yourselves with my needs. I can manage on my own." Huang Wei was acutely aware of the intentions of the girl's parents. However, marriage was not a matter of forced arrangements or a simple transaction, but rather a lifelong companionship founded on mutual affection. A forced union would only breed his disdain. That don't just stand there. "Go out and ask your father how he fared with the task I entrusted to him," Huang Wei instructed, opting not to directly dismiss the two young women. They had come at their family's behest, and driving them away would only place them in a conflict of commands, forcing them to choose sides. Caught in such a predicament, they would likely feel guilty for their perceived shortcomings and remain where they were. By providing a legitimate reason for their departure, Huang Wei aimed to liberate them from the awkwardness of the moment and restore their composure, thus achieving his goal of sending them away. Let us attend to this at once. Surrounded by a strange man, the discomfort was palpable. After receiving Huang Wei's directive, the two young women instinctively made to leave without a second thought that, women are indeed a source of trouble. Forever hindering my stride, Huang Wei lamented with a wry smile, solidifying his resolve never to marry, viewing it merely as a diversion from his otherwise monotonous existence. The steward kept Huang Wei's situation at the forefront of his mind. Upon returning home, he promptly sought connections, wasting no time. Initially intending to surprise Huang Wei with the results, this plan was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of his daughters. "You too," the steward scolded, frustration evident as he pointed at them. "How is it that you, usually so clever, turn into two foolish piglets in the presence of a man? I sent you to serve him, not to be mere maidservants, but to aspire to be his wives." The daughters, meek and silent, dared not retort against their father. "He is your future husband, not your master. Whatever happened to the household etiquette you learned?" The steward's voice thundered as he struggled to comprehend the sudden decline in his daughter's wit. Could love truly render one foolish? It seemed implausible. Had they not even engaged in anything yet? Why such a temper first thing in the morning? Was the waking grumpiness from the previous night not fully dispelled? At that moment, a voice resonated from outside as Huang Wei entered, guided by a servant. The steward immediately adopted a smiling demeanor, exclaiming, "Managing a household is no easy feat, yet someone in the family always seems to act foolishly." Every family has its own struggles. Even wealthy individuals like yourself are not exempt. It is merely a matter of getting used to it. Also, I sent my daughters to inquire, and you summoned me. Does that mean there is progress? Huang Wei showed little interest in the steward's domestic troubles. His only concern was when he could join the White Lotus sect. My friend, not only is there progress, but I have numerous positions available for you to choose from. The steward continued. Select whichever appeals to you. He handed Huang Wei a sheet of white paper. As Huang Wei scanned it, a smile broke across his face. The list contained a variety of positions, from the most basic soldiers and sergeants to cooks and miscellaneous roles. That higher-ranking positions came with detailed requirements, martial skills for military roles, and academic credentials for civil ones. The majority were military positions, likely due to the steward's assumption that Huang Wei was a rough individual with little education. After perusing the list, Huang Wei shook his head. Are there any positions closer to Chu Tong? The steward mused inwardly. As expected, he is indeed targeting Chu Wang. It remains uncertain whether he seeks to ally with Chu Wang or cause trouble. There is indeed one, the steward replied, retrieving another list. Chapter 41. Inner Palace Guards and Eunuchs. Upon seeing the first position, Huang Wei could hardly contain himself. Chu Tong was a rebel, having just defected a month prior, and now he was already employing eunuchs. The presence of eunuchs suggested a horde of beautiful women had been seized, necessitating a strong defense to prevent them from being lured away by others. Initially, it seemed certain that the White Lotus sect would be obliterated. But now the possibility of Chu Tong's demise appeared almost inevitable. The original rebel forces had risen under the banner of resisting tyranny, thus taking care to maintain a respectable image to avoid scandal. Few rebels like Chu Tong would immediately gather numerous beauties and expand their harem upon taking power. Huang Wei continued reading through the list. The second position was the Inner Palace Guard, followed by the third, which was also an inner servant. The subsequent roles all belonged to the palace's standard offerings that by the heavens. He truly does not regard himself as a rebel. My friend, which position piques your interest? The steward inquired, noting Huang Wei's lingering gaze on the first option. Feeling a twinge of concern, he desired a son-in-law of noble character, not a ruthless individual willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Tell me about the Inner Palace Guard, Huang Wei urged. The steward's worries finally eased. The Inner Palace Guard would be ideal, providing ample time for Huang Wei to settle in, whether he intended to join the White Lotus sect or infiltrate. With time on his side, he had faith that Huang Wei would not be able to resist the allure of his two sweet, gentle daughters. Surely, Huang Wei would become lost in the pleasures of romance. giving way to all his best qualities that a soaring eagle cannot be caged by a mere couple of canaries, that he did not expect Huang Wei to remain by his daughter's sides indefinitely. What he hoped for was that before soaring to great heights, Huang Wei could leave behind a few offspring with his daughters and impart some martial arts secrets, thereby aiding the family's transition from a merchant lineage to one of martial prowess. Clearing his throat, the steward began. The inner palace guard requires proficiency in martial arts, though the specifics are flexible. However, one must undergo a rigorous evaluation to gain entry. According to my friend, the elimination rate is quite high. That is of no concern. You are aware of my capabilities. Please register me for the inner palace guard. Huang Wei replied confidently. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. The steward departed to seek connections. Huang Wei suddenly realized he had been duped once again. The two young women before him exchanged furtive glances, their hands nervously fiddling with the edges of the tablecloth. Alas, as a single man, Huang Wei found himself completely inexperienced in dealing with young ladies. When it came to enemies, he could simply resort to violence. With friends, he could indulge in hearty feasts and copious drinks. Yet with women, he felt utterly lost and You too, Huang Wei stammered, feeling like a fish out of water, a lump lodged in his throat, seated on pins and needles. Tiny beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he struggled to find the right words. Just as the awkwardness reached its peak, Mingyue softly spoke, I heard from my father that you are a martial arts master. A martial arts master, indeed. Huang Wei seized the opportunity, eager to escape the discomfort. Have you both studied martial arts? The two young women nodded in affirmation. Are you interested in it? They nodded again. What a coincidence, Huang Wei said, producing a manual from his possession, that I have a book here on the innate skills of a young practitioner, capable of cultivating both internal and external abilities that IT will serve you well on your journey to mastery, even aiding in advancing to the realm of divine consciousness. The innate skills of a young practitioner. At the mere mention of it, the cheeks of the two young women flushed even deeper. Isn't it inappropriate for young ladies to read such things? Huang Wei, agitated, barely noticed their reactions as he sought to flee the scene. I have heard your father mention that you two are well-versed in propriety and exceptionally intelligent, so I am sure you can comprehend the text. This secret manual is first presented to you. Peruse it at your leisure, but under no circumstances should you practice its contents until I have concluded my affairs and can impart the teachings to you. What more can the two ladies say, but nod in agreement? Huang Wei, as if granted a reprieve from a great punishment, declared, Then I shall busy myself now. After his departure, the two women exchanged wide-eyed glances, their previously tense emotions alleviated somewhat. Sister, are we truly to wed young Master Huang? Xinu inquired curiously of her elder sibling. Huang Wei was handsome, with a resolute countenance and a robust physique, embodying the ideal partner for both sisters. They would have no qualms about sharing a husband. Mingyu pondered for a long while, unsure of how to respond, her gaze falling upon the table where the words innate child skill were inscribed, suddenly sparking her interest. Sister, how about we take a look at the manual? All right. Xinu readily agreed. One sister held the book while the other turned the pages, and upon reaching the first chapter, diagram of meridians, they both blushed deeply. The innate child skill was not meant for women. It was exclusively designed for men. In the palace of King Chu, adorned with intricately carved beams and exquisite artifacts, lotus flowers decorated the surroundings. Today marked the selection day for the inner palace guards. One could only wonder how much the steward had spent or how many connections he had leveraged for Huang Wei to stand amidst a crowd for the selection examination. As the sun ascended, the weather grew increasingly warm, and a throng of people gathered under its rays, soon breaking into a sweat. Each contestant took turns lifting a 500-pound stone block, holding it aloft for 10 breaths to advance to the next phase of the assessment. Failure to do so would result in 10 lashes. Suddenly, a burly man bellowed the rules, prompting the candidates to line up and hoist the stone block. The 500-pound requirement was a rigid rule for the palace's recruitment of inner guards, leaving no room for error. Those who came to apply were all martial artists. Even the most basic practitioners of skin refinement could easily meet the 500-pound standard. Inability to lift it would indicate disregard for the rules, resulting in the punishment of 10 lashes. As the crowd passed through, each person managed to lift the stone block and hold it for the requisite 10 breaths. Soon enough, all had completed the assessment, passing successfully. Next up, the lotus seats. On the ground beneath them, lotus seats would rise, and those who could claim a seat would continue in the examination. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a lotus flower slowly emerged beneath Huang Wei's feet. Taken aback, Huang Wei promptly sat down without hesitation. The number of lotus seats was scant compared to the number of applicants. Having secured a position meant that others would miss out, that a few who failed to claim a seat were unwilling to depart in defeat and resorted to attacking those nearby with fists and feet. 3 individuals set their sights on Huang Wei's position, each extending 3 fists towards his face. Truly, they exhibited a lack of martial ethics. Huang Wei inwardly cursed, swiftly extending his right index finger forward. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as all 3 suffered broken fingers. Ouch! The pain from broken fing you are the foremost, and I hereby appoint you as the captain to lead the newly promoted Inner Palace Guards. Commence your patrol training immediately. Yes, Sun Chong, standing in the center, wore a look of joy as he received a golden token from the burly man, its front inscribed with the character for team, and the back bearing the character for long. Ding Ming and Jiang Li, you two shall serve as vice captains, ensuring the safety of the palace alongside Sun Chong. Yes, the 2 received silver tokens. Similarly adorned with the character for team on the front and vice on the back. 40 individuals, each clad in a uniform, lined up into 2 rows. Each person will follow a vice captain. And we shall begin the palace inspection now. The crowd swiftly mobilized, positioning themselves before their familiar vice captains. Huang Wei, without any acquaintances, found no issue standing idly where he was. Before long, the teams were organized, and Huang Wei trailed behind Ding Ming as they patrolled the vast palace. The palace was immense. A common person would require an entire day to traverse it. However, as cultivators, and for the sake of ensuring palace safety, they must complete the entire route within 15 minutes. The palace was divided into the outer palace and the inner palace, the latter serving as the residence for the royal family, where even the guards were at least at the 3rd level of physical cultivation. In the future, as your cultivation improves, you may have the opportunity to personally guard the royal family. Huang Wei nearly laughed at the thought. When did guarding someone become a form of honor? Yet, upon reflection, he found it understandable. Some individuals were indeed overjoyed to serve the strong, and considering guarding as an honor was not so surprising. Ding Captain, will we really have the chance to patrol the inner palace in the future? A youthful voice inquired with hopeful anticipation. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Someone truly believed that guarding could elevate one's status. Huang Wei turned to see a young man, not much older than himself, posing the question, of course. Just as generals emerge from the ranks of soldiers, the guards of the inner palace are not born into their positions. Trust me, as long as you are willing to work hard. You can become a guard in the inner palace if anyone reaches the 3rd level of physical cultivation. Be sure to inform me, and I will personally write you a letter of recommendation. Thank you, Ding Captain. I will certainly strive to do my best. The young man replied with unwavering determination. Well said. No wonder you were able to pass the selection for the Inner Palace Guards. You possess true spirit, Ding Ming commended, giving the young man a shoulder and encouraging pat before continuing. The Outer Palace is where the future political discussions of the Dalian Kingdom will take place. However, due to King Chu's campaigns, the Outer Palace remains unused, and thus it has been granted for the residence of those working within the palace. And let me tell you all, Ding Ming's tone suddenly grew serious. We will also have the opportunity to reside in the Outer Palace, 1 room per person. Huang Wei's lips twitched. He suddenly perceived that this individual was not merely a scion participating in the assessment, but rather a member of the White Lotus sect infiltrating the examination to bolster the loyalty of the new Inner Palace Guards. The White Lotus sect, a long-established cult, employed various insidious methods to entice individuals, making such actions unsurprising. What was peculiar, however, was the considerable excitement exhibited by many that we can also reside in the palace. Living here fills me with immense honor. I will certainly do my utmost to not disappoint King Chu. Huang Wei was left speechless. He glanced around, taking in the overgrown weeds and the lowly structures that stood amidst them. It bore no resemblance to a palace, instead resembling a slum. Could this really evoke such enthusiasm? Chapter 43. Life of Beasts to provide for everyone's welfare. King Chu specifically instructed that all individuals could construct a house of their liking. Constructing one's own home? Goodness, this was merely an alternative version of a loan-based job. In a barren expanse, individuals would gather materials and build their own houses. Eventually, under some pretext, these buildings could be demolished, providing a wealth of free materials to erect grander and more opulent palaces. Here, skilled artisans were available to construct palaces for King Chu, all ready to design beautiful homes for everyone at no cost. Huang Wei thought to himself. He had assumed King Chu merely wanted their materials. But to his astonishment, he was demanding that they finance the construction of palaces. The majority of those present hailed from ordinary families, their pockets lacking the means to cover housing expenses. In immediate silence fell. So quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Observing the silence, Ding Ming refrained from pressing further. Pushing too hard could easily expose his true intentions. After all, these individuals were bound to work here. And eventually, they would need to build houses of their own. This area served as a communal living space, and moving further ahead would reveal the houses constructed by the artisans. As they advanced a few steps, the scenery shifted dramatically, revealing grand and majestic buildings that starkly contrasted with the cramped and lowly structures behind them. Behold, these are the houses built by the artisans. Do they not uplift your spirits upon seeing them? Once you reside within, you will experience the advantages firsthand. Everyone gazed upward in admiration, enviously eyeing the splendid houses, envisioning the delightful experience of living there in the future. Huang Wei, however, disdainfully scoffed internally. What a cult! You may entice people all you wish. When you bear children and seek a larger home, let us see if you still boast. He harbored no goodwill toward Ding Ming and his exploiting class, silently resolving that he would confront every high-ranking palace official he encountered in the future. With the establishment of the new Lian Kingdom, order was still being formed. Thus, we are required to patrol for 16 hours daily, leaving the remaining time for meals and rest. 16 hours. Not even beasts are subjected to such treatment. Everyone's expressions soured slightly, concerned they might not endure the intense workload, and even more worried about losing time for cultivation. Falling behind as a result. Since King Chu established the White Lotus sect, assassins had consistently targeted the palace, and with King Chu's repeated victories on the front lines, the frequency of attacks had escalated. Therefore, it was imperative that any unusual occurrences during patrols be promptly reported while detaining the assassins, ensuring none escaped. Upon hearing these words, the others' faces tightened, yet Huang Wei's lips curled into a smile. Excellent, just what I hoped for. More assassins. And these assassins are likely all from the righteous path. This is even better. The righteous are all good people, and they can reveal more fateful connections. I relish interactions with those from the righteous path. King Chu declared that anyone who captured an assassin would be rewarded. Each captured assassin would earn 1 Huang Yadan. This potent elixir could only be exchanged for 1 per month based on contributions. Capturing 10 assassins would grant one the opportunity to join the inner palace guards. Huang Yadan. Huang Wei gained a deeper understanding of King Chu's stinginess. This was because this particular elixir was a rather inferior one, posing significant risks to those at the physical cultivation level. Huang Yadan, made primarily from Huang Ya rice and various medicinal ingredients, served as a basic elixir for boosting vitality. Consuming one was equivalent to feasting on 10 pounds of beef. However, due to the selection of materials and the refining process, it contained impurities difficult for those at the physical cultivation level to expel. An elixir for physical cultivators, if they could not eliminate the impurities. What else could it be but trash? Huang Wei was aware of the dangers posed by Huang Yadan, while others remained oblivious. Within their limited understanding, all medicines were regarded as beneficial, especially elixirs. Huang Yadan, they are actually rewarding us with elixirs? I've heard this elixir can significantly enhance vitality, and consuming one can sustain a month of rigorous training. The crowd's spirits were instantly lifted. Eagerly inquiring about the effects of Huang Yadan having endured hardship, these individuals were accustomed to it. Suffering was nothing to them as long as they could glimpse a brighter future. News of free elixirs being distributed, along with avenues to acquire more, swiftly dissipated any lingering discontent. After completing a thorough patrol and explaining all necessary precautions, Huang Wei and the others were officially on duty. During the patrol, they frequently glanced around, anticipating the arrival of assassins. 1 assassin for a Huang Yadan, and capturing 10 could lead to joining the inner palace guards. Under such tremendous temptation, everyone was as vigilant as a watchful cat. Under the bright sun, the heat bore down heavily, permeating the air. Even the cicadas ceased their chirping, leaving no trace of human presence. Beneath the scorching sun, sweat soaked the linings of their armor, creating puddles on the ground that evaporated almost instantly, leaving only a white residue. The severe dehydration left everyone dizzy, their focus waning, and they could only rely on sheer willpower to continue walking. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma of rice wafted into their nostrils. The enticing scent of food made everyone unable to resist swallowing hard. Even Huang Wei perked up, filled with anticipation. From now on, we will eat in shifts. At long last, the moment for a meal arrived. Yet there was no respite to indulge in the feast. Instead, two individuals pushed a small cart, trailing behind the crowd, serving food to 3 people at a time. Once the trio had finished, they would move to the front of the line, perpetually rotating through the process, consuming their meals while on the move. When it was Huang Wei's turn, the dishes, though scarce, were nonetheless bountiful, featuring a delightful array of both meat and vegetables. The martial arts practitioners, with their hearty appetites, devoured their portions, and the royal palace spared no expense in this regard. As he savored the meal, Huang Wei pondered how to establish connections with the higher echelons of the White Lotus sect. With the impending conclusion of Stare, and You Shall Conceive looming in less than 5 days, he aimed to execute a decisive move before his fate was sealed, accelerating the downfall of the White Lotus rebels. After finishing their meal, the patrol resumed, and soon the night deepened that a gentle breeze arose, dispelling the oppressive heat, prompting Huang Wei to shift his body within the confines of his armor, seeking to invite the coolness within to alleviate the heat. The prolonged hours of patrolling rendered everyone weary, their steps inevitably slowing. Keep your spirits up. This period is the prime opportunity for the thieves to invade as long as we hold our ground for these 4 hours. The palace will remain secure, and we can all enjoy a restful sleep. Ding Ming bellowed nearby. Huang Wei inwardly scoffed. It's easy to speak when you're not the one standing here. This deputy captain often wandered off, never fully participating in the patrol. Observing his vigorous demeanor, one could only speculate that he was likely resting somewhere out of sight. Stand tall. Lift your legs higher. Stride with purpose. Show some energy. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, startling everyone to an enemy attack. A Ding Ming's exclamation morphed into a horrific scream as he clutched his neck and collapsed. Huang Wei was taken aback. A zombie had fallen backward, lifeless. Chaos ensues. He possessed a fate that rendered him fearless in one-on-one combat, yet the prospect of a chaotic melee was daunting. Kill, a thunderous command rang out, as several cloaked figures sprang forth. Swords drawn, charging into the throng. The guards, inexperienced recruits, stood little chance against these seasoned assassins. Upon contact, the palace guards were swiftly dispatched one after another, blood spraying and screams echoing as the massacre unfolded. Crimson torrents cascaded down, splattering Huang Wei's visage, transforming him into a ghastly figure. The blood served as a shroud, momentarily shielding him from death's grasp. However, he still needed to activate Stare, and You Shall Conceive. With blood obscuring his vision, how could he vanquish the foes? In desperation, he triggered his tear ducts, blinking rapidly to clear his sight. With the blood diluted, he regained clarity of the battlefield. Fate, activate Stare, and You Shall Conceive. May the cloaked ones be beset with pregnancy. Who dares disturb the royal palace? A voice thundered like celestial wrath. In an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. Chapter 44. Regardless of who you are, any task I assign must be fulfilled. With a deafening crash, the lightning illuminated the night as bright as day, striking with ferocity, incinerating several assailants into charred remains. Blue Star's favor. You have obtained 2 fragments of the arrogance, green fate. Heir of the White Lotus. Your acquired fate fragments have been enhanced. Arrogance, a fate that suggested no good could come of it, yet Huang Wei welcomed it with open arms, with divinity in hand. Even the most wretched of fates could be gradually refined into something extraordinary. His eyes darted about, scanning for targets, regardless of whether they were cloaked enemies or formidable members of the White Lotus sect. Anyone within range would be met with his wrath. Activate! Activate! The fate surges forth. Old 5, do not linger in battle. We must swiftly infiltrate the palace and wreak havoc, observing the arrival of a powerful adversary. One of the cloak figures spoke in a deep, commanding tone, calmly orchestrating the chaos. The other assassins, upon receiving the orders, ceased their slaughter and began to retreat, employing swift movements towards the palace's interior. Upon my arrival, instead of fleeing, you dare to resist. Impressive courage indeed. Thunder rumbled as the dark clouds coalesced into a massive entity, an incessant roar reverberating through the air. The words left his lips. A dozen even thicker bolts of white lightning cascaded down. The cloaked figures, witnessing this, hurriedly retrieved a strange object from their pockets, combining them to form a large structure with a pointed tip aimed skyward. Crack! The lightning struck, curving unnaturally to strike the apparatus, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Huang Wei could scarcely believe his eyes. A lightning rod. These ancient folk possessed such ingenuity. No wonder they dare to infiltrate the palace under the protection of a master of lightning arts. They came prepared. The master of lightning, concealed in the shadows, had been remotely guiding the bolts. Upon witnessing his lightning arts being thwarted, he was consumed by rage. You think disrupting my lightning will render you invulnerable? A jest, do not forget. I am a third realm powerhouse. Dealing with you is child's play. Boom. As if something shattered, a figure soared into the sky, proclaiming, all surviving palace guards immediately converge on the inner palace for support. Support for the inner palace? Huang Wei's heart soared with delight, and he sprang into action, wiping the blood from his face as he dashed towards the inner palace. The inner palace. A haven filled with strong warriors. Perfect for my large-scale offensive. The guard station at the inner palace had already retreated, leaving no obstacles in his path, allowing him to enter with ease. Word, so many. Huang Wei gazed upon the chaos, figures clashing, limbs severed, and flesh flying amidst a sea of blood that threatened to obscure the very sky. The cacophony of wails surged, igniting the primal instincts within all present. The ghastly scene. The realm of magic is not akin to a mere cabbage. Rather, it requires a gradual cultivation of vitality and strength. Only when one's essence surges forth can one transcend into the realm of magic. Even renowned sects, equipped with superior techniques and esteemed mentors, cannot disguise the arduous journey of nurturing magical prowess. Each individual who attains the magical realm stands as a pillar of strength. How could they be so easily sacrificed? A faint smile crept across Jiang Baishan's lips as he felt he grasped the underlying truth. With that understanding, it was time for him to unleash his formidable might. With a swift motion, he brandished a gleaming sword, charging at the cloaked adversaries with fervor. Excellent. Huang Wei, observing from the sidelines, was tempted to applaud. Both the Deqian and the White Lotus sect were nefarious entities deserving of demise. It would be ideal if they all perished together. Jiang Baishan's return attack resulted in an even more terrifying tally of foes vanquished. Huang Wei instinctively refrained from utilizing his destiny powers, only striking to claim the final blows as the cloak figures neared their end. Blue Star's favor. You have acquired the fragment of the remarkable green Destiny Power X4. Blue Star's favor. You have acquired the fragment of the well-developed white Destiny Power X9. Blue Star's favor. You have acquired the fragment of the Second Realm Practitioner, a rarity among mortals. Possessing destiny power is truly commonplace. Within a brief span of time, the notifications regarding destiny powers flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dazzled by a surge of wealth. Since his arrival in this world, it was the first time he had encountered such a diverse array of destiny powers. Once synthesized, they would suffice for him to create multiple purple destiny powers. Huang Wei longed to synthesize them immediately to see what extraordinary powers he might conjure. Yet, reason held him back from acting impulsively. The battlefield was still fraught with danger, and should he divert his focus to synthesize destiny powers, he might be slow to react to external threats that if he were to produce an exceptional destiny power. The excitement could easily lead to a lapse in vigilance. Pride must not cloud his judgment. This is an unshakable principle. After some time, the cries of battle gradually diminished. The cloaked foes had been nearly obliterated, and only a few Imperial guards remained, most having succumbed in pools of blood. Leaning against his sword, Jiang Batian breathed heavily, feeling fatigue even with his level of prowess after such a fierce conflict. With the clamor of battle silenced, those within the residence dared to emerge and assess the situation outside. Chief Jiang, have all the enemies been eradicated? As the matriarch of the harem, He Weiniang had encountered such scenes before. With experience came composure. She stepped forward to inquire about the well-being of the head of the Imperial Guards. Your Majesty, all enemies have been eliminated. Hearing this affirmative response, He Weiniang felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thank you, Chief Jiang. When Prince Zhu returns, I shall commend you for your efforts. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the chief, he had long relinquished worldly desires. His sole aspiration remained the path of martial arts, that he had also heard whispers that upon reaching the realm of celestial beings, one could freely transform between genders. With his talents, it was unlikely he would ever reach such heights. However, he had listened to Zhu Tong's accounts, which suggested that the White Lotus sect possessed multiple methods for ascending through the realms. Thus, he dutifully guarded Zhu Tong's palace, hoping that one day, when Zhu Tong possessed the ability to elevate others to the fifth realm, he too would be granted an opportunity. That it was a pity that so many fine young men had perished at the hands of their enemies. After inquiring about Jiang Batian, He Weiniang lamented the loss of the Imperial Guards. The recent assassinations have become increasingly frequent, and the lifespan of the guards we recruit has significantly dwindled. Should I report this to Prince Zhu and request reinforcements? Yet alas, I fear it may play into the enemy's schemes and distract the prince. Faced with such grave concerns for life, He Weiniang found herself at a loss that no one had told her what to do. She could only feign calmness before the harem's ladies, exuding the composed demeanor expected of a primary consort. Even in Jiang Baishan's presence, she dared to reveal but a hint of unease, fearing that too much emotion might incite panic. The queen need not worry. The enemy's desperation only underscores their ineptitude, indicating they cannot contend directly on the battlefield and resort to petty tactics. Jiang Batian, detached from the chaos, remained unfazed, allowing him to perceive the situation with clarity. What appeared to be utter disarray seemed poised to collapse at any moment. However, a solid foundation lay beneath it all. The loss of Imperial Guards was unfortunate, yet they could be replaced in this world. What was scarce was not people that as long as he, a third realm expert, remained vigilant, and as long as the Zhu family's ancestors in the depths of the palace survived, all would be well. One can only hope, He Weiniang murmured uneasily, turning her thoughts to the future of palace security following the loss of so many guards. Your Majesty need not fret about this. The White Lotus sect possesses an abundance of martial arts manuals. We need not fear a lack of applicants. Jiang Batian spoke with calm assurance. Martial arts is a path to transcendence, a lofty pursuit that everyone aspires to tread, as long as we provide ample elixirs. We can attract as many practitioners of the corporeal realm as needed. With sufficient incentives, there will always be those willing to pursue profit, even if it means flinging themselves into danger. I am but a mere woman, lacking understanding. I shall leave all matters in Chief Jiang's capable hands. Reassured by Jiang Baishan's guarantee, He Weiniang felt a significant weight lift from her shoulders. Men were risking their lives on the front lines. It was imperative to maintain stability in the rear. Should instability there distract her husband, she would be remiss in her duties as queen. Although she lacked martial prowess, she wielded control over the entire palace and even the realm of Diqing. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall oversee everything. This place is drenched in blood and gore. Let not the filth tarnish the queen's sight. He Weiniang nodded and retreated to her chambers. Once the queen departed, Jiang Baishan's smile faded as he addressed the remaining Imperial Guards. Everyone, quickly cleanse this filth. If we can complete the task before dawn, I shall reward each of you with a Huangya pill. With the promise of generous rewards, the guards, still shaken, suddenly found renewed vigor. They hurriedly began to clear away the blood and remnants, and all surviving guards report to the inner palace for duty. Each shall receive a Huangya pill after 3 days. The situation was dire. They could no longer recruit individuals who were not only unpaid, but also had to expend their own resources to serve. The Imperial Guards have been cycled through multiple times, with those of exceptional talent and skill having perished due to his negligence. The current recruits were not only vastly inferior, but there was a fundamental disparity that if he failed to cultivate them, allowing the Imperial Guards to perish, the next recruitment might yield only ordinary applicants. If that were to happen, the entire palace would be devoid of security. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. In their weary and panicked state, the guards found a flicker of strength in their delight, exclaiming their gratitude loudly. Huang Wei, however, remained indifferent to it all. The elixirs held no allure for him. His interest lay solely in another matter, the queen. He Wanying, who had just conversed with Jiang Bai as the queen. He Wanying exuded grace and dignity, inspiring within him a wild and audacious thought. What if he were to ensure that the entire harem of Zhu Tong became pregnant? How would Zhu Tong react? Perhaps he would be enraged and immediately send someone to investigate, or he might choose to address the issue of his burning backyard only after stabilizing the front lines. Yet, regardless of his response, he could not remain unmoved. Upon Zhu Tong's return, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of gazes. Many would likely seek to devise ways to keep Zhu Tong in Duqing forever, effectively obliterating the White Lotus sect. At this moment, Zhu Tong was an emperor, commanding an army and possessing an unparalleled connection to the heavens. Should he separate from the army, the severance of that connection would make eliminating Zhu Tong significantly easier. Huang Wei could not stand idly by while the White Lotus sect's brutal regime flourished. He must find a way to eradicate in the process of their elimination. He would also strive to diminish the Qian's combat capabilities, weakening their strength to facilitate the rise of a true sovereign who could overthrow the Qian. Gazing at the brilliantly lit palace, Huang Wei's mind raced with ideas, yearning to implement his plan immediately. However, considering the formidable Jiang Batian, a third realm powerhouse, he dismissed all such thoughts. The palace was fortified. He had no inkling of how many strong warriors resided within. Acting rashly would only invite disaster upon himself. With several days remaining until the arrival of Destiny Powers, there was no need for haste. Opportunities would present themselves in due course. Once he secured a position as a guard in the inner palace, he would have ample chances to wield his Destiny Powers. Huang Wei poured bucket after bucket of water, as if wishing to wash away all his thoughts. Before dawn, the area was cleared. Jiang Batian kept his word and indeed distributed a Huangya pill to each surviving guard. By this time, Huang Wei was utterly exhausted, dragging his weary body back to the steward's residence. Upon his return, the steward promptly emerged to greet him, worry etched across his face. "Hero, what transpired in the palace? It sounded as if there was an explosion half the night, and you did not return. My two daughters are filled with unease and have been reluctant to sleep." Huang Wei replied, "The two beside me, Xinyue and Mingyue, are clearly sleep-deprived, forcing themselves to stay awake." Upon seeing him return, they managed to muster faint smiles. "Young master, you have finally returned. We were quite worried about you. Fear not. Go to sleep. There was merely an assassination attempt in the palace, which caused my delayed return, but all has been dealt with." The steward was deeply troubled. Recently, the number of assassins had surged, and the city had scarcely enjoyed a day of peace in over a month. Huang Wei yawned and remarked, "It is indeed tumultuous. If you can escape, do so swiftly, for significant events are destined to unfold." "What events?" The steward pressed eagerly, but Huang Wei was reluctant to elaborate. "Knowing too much will not benefit you. You need only understand the urgency of fleeing from this place." "Well, I am exhausted and require rest. You should also retire early and leave at the first opportunity." He was utterly fatigued and yearned for sleep. Wishing to say nothing further. Chapter 46. A melange. Upon returning to his quarters, Huang Wei did not choose to sleep immediately. Instead, he eagerly examined the spoils of the day. The assassins and the Imperial Guards had resulted in the deaths of approximately 300 to 400 individuals. Among these, the white fate fragments were the most abundant, numbering over 2,000, but the green fate fragments were significantly reduced, totaling less than 500, but the blue fate fragments further dwindled to 87. Surprisingly, the purple fate fragments were plentiful, reaching 123. After reviewing his gains, Huang Wei synthesized the fate fragments one by one, that the over 2,000 white fate fragments were combined into more than 200 white fate fragments, while 500 green fate fragments yielded 25 green fate fragments. The 200 white fate fragments could further be combined into 80 green fate fragments. After several layers of synthesis, he produced 2 purple fate fragments. Melange, purple, a peculiar fate fragment formed by amalgamating various fates, capable of temporarily unleashing a power surpassing one's own cultivation by one realm. Melange, purple, a peculiar fate fragment formed by amalgamating various fates, capable of granting a slight permanent enhancement in power, disregarding realm limitations. Both were melanges, with their powers fundamentally similar. Displaying comparable strength. Point 1 provided a temporary increase in power by one realm, while the other offered a modest permanent enhancement. Despite being one-time use fragments, each was undoubtedly valuable, that he could envision scenarios where he might turn the tide against insurmountable foes or breach barriers at certain cultivation levels using these fragments. After thoroughly examining the two purple fate fragments, he briefly scanned the other blue, green, and white fate fragments to keep them in mind for future use. Once he completed his assessment, the thrill dissipated, and weariness overwhelmed him. After a series of yawns, he collapsed into sleep. When Huang Wei donned the Imperial Guard's armor once more to patrol, he had transitioned from the dilapidated outer palace to the exquisite and opulent inner palace. Everyone was reminded to keep their eyes slightly averted towards the outer palace walls while remaining vigilant for any unusual occurrences, lest they inadvertently offend the nobles within. With fewer than 100 Imperial Guards remaining and all captains and vice-captains having perished, Zhang Batian hastily promoted a seasoned inner palace guard to captain, who explained the rules to the inexperienced outer palace guards. The inner palace was filled with the relatives of the Chu king, each one possessing unparalleled beauty that if the Imperial Guards did not control their gazes, it could lead to regrettable incidents. Huang Wei, however, paid no heed to the captain's warnings. Upon spotting a beautifully adorned woman, he activated his fate fragment, his gaze swiftly following suit. For the women without cultivation, he could indulge once, while those with physical cultivation could be engaged twice. This ensured that the harem of Chu Tong had an equal chance of bearing offspring. Everyone, expedite your pace. We must complete a circuit of the palace within 10 minutes. The new captain vociferously commanded the team. Jiang Zhongguan stated that at the end of our shift, each of you will receive a Huang Yadan. As long as there are no issues in the palace, there will be additional rewards. Receiving a Dan each day was a joy unimaginable to ordinary folk. Suddenly, their fatigue seemed to vanish, their legs felt strong, and they were invigorated. Having just endured an assassination attempt, patrolling the inner palace had become even more frequent. Even the stingy were willing to part with their wealth. Huang Wei welcomed this development. Increased patrols meant he could interact with more noble women, thereby increasing the chances of their pregnancies. As a beautiful princess passed by, Huang Wei immediately fixed his gaze upon her, activating his fate fragment. As they brushed past each other, the princess suddenly felt a swelling in her abdomen, accompanied by an unexpected discomfort. Why would this happen? The princess maintained her composure, hesitant to rub her belly for fear of appearing undignified before the guards. Only after they had departed did she hastily summon her maids, saying, "Let us return quickly. I find myself unable to hold it any longer." The two hurried away, while Huang Wei was unconcerned, as he had already set his sights on another noblewoman. Fate fragment activated. The second princess departed, clutching her belly. Yet he did not focus solely on the female nobility. Passing by anyone, he ensured the arrangement of twins, affirming that both genders were equal, with men being the stronger of the two. Not only were arrangements made for the males, but he also aimed for an even greater number. Besides men and women, he did not spare the palace's domesticated beasts either, 3 puppies at a time, 2 birds daily. Moreover, he sought to invoke the double effects of the fate fragments, ensuring continuous reproduction. In summary, the mantra was clear: conceive as much as possible, and where it was feasible, conceive even more. As this day's patrol concluded, he urged everyone to return and rest well, emphasizing the necessity of vigilance without a hint of negligence, perhaps due to the multitude of assassins the previous night. The evening was remarkably tranquil and stable. When the shift ended at dawn, the captain distributed Huang Yadan to each guard, encouraging them. Upon receiving their Dan, the guards were overjoyed. "Thank you, Captain. I shall ensure a good night's sleep. If only there were more to distribute, I would sleep even more soundly. Truly, you are insatiable. Why not request a barrel to take home as sweets?" Amidst their banter, their tense hearts finally found some relief. "Let us head to Yichuan Courtyard for drinks. A few cups will soothe our bodies and ensure a sound slumber. After a long day, you still have the energy for revelry. Beware of collapsing from exhaustion." Laughter erupted as the guards gathered to discuss ways to relieve stress and fatigue, while Huang Wei returned to the steward's residence. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The courtyard's various belongings had been completely cleared. Nothing remained. The ground was uneven, with many plants missing and replaced by fresh soil. "Quickly, move everything onto the cart. We must act swiftly and ensure all is transported by noon at the latest. Huang Wei looked up at the sky, the moon and stars shining brightly. Glancing at the bustling individuals in the brightly lit courtyard, he was utterly perplexed that is it possible they are dismantling the house so early in the morning. "Hero, you have returned." Upon seeing him, the steward approached with a smile, inquiring affectionately, "What brings you back? What is this? You mentioned that a significant event was to unfold in Diqing Prefecture, urging us to relocate overnight. I have heeded your advice and aim to have everything moved before today." Huang Wei was utterly bewildered. When had he instructed this family to relocate overnight? He had merely suggested they expedite their departure. Pregnancy would take a considerable time to become apparent. There was no need to leave immediately. However, it made little difference. Moving sooner would allow for a quicker escape from danger, given the incessant assassinations targeting the royal palace. With imperial guards perishing in droves, if they were cornered, the palace would surely recruit able-bodied individuals from the city's families to defend its safety. Leaving now demonstrated foresight. Well done. Just don't tell me you sold the land deed as well. Of course not. How could that be? The steward immediately grasped his meaning. Did I in your room? All decorations and items remain untouched till we are leaving, and since the house will no longer be of use to us, it shall be left for you. With that, the steward produced a land deed from his clothing, revealing that he had been prepared all along. This is too generous. Huang Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. Despite knowing the place was now empty, with only a vacant courtyard remaining, receiving the deed still felt weighty in his hands. You are right. The White Lotus sect holds no hope, so I plan to relocate my entire family to the capital. Should you ever visit, please do come. My 2 daughters are quite taken with you. Huang Wei thought to himself. Such a generous offer of daughters and property makes for an exceptionally good father-in-law. Had I encountered this person at the onset of my journey, I would have willingly accepted the role of a son-in-law, forsaking all ambitions of fame, fortune, and martial longevity. You are too gracious. I already feel guilty for the disturbances of these past few days. I would not wish to impose further. Nevertheless, I shall certainly visit the capital. Let us drink and celebrate then, and I hope you will not decline. Absolutely. Receiving a positive affirmation, the steward's smile grew even brighter. You must be exhausted after a long day. Please, go rest and I shall instruct my subordinates to be quieter, ensuring not to awaken you. Truly, a merchant was a merchant, considerate in all aspects. Huang Wei was highly satisfied with the arrangements. Indeed, I am weary. You may continue your work. Huang Wei ambled towards his bedroom, leaving the steward's family to empty the house. Chapter 47. The show is about to begin, awakening to the demands of work only to return home to slumber. The days have swiftly passed in a relentless cycle of toil, leaving no moment of respite. During this time, the palace has faced numerous assassination attempts, each more perilous than the last, resulting in the tragic demise of many guards. However, Huang Wei, with his extraordinary footwork, has deftly navigated through the chaos, managing to survive. With the ranks of the guards dwindling, patrolling forces have become increasingly strained, revealing significant vulnerabilities in the palace's defenses that in a bid to bolster these defenses. Jiang Batian has embarked on an aggressive recruitment campaign for guards, offering salaries that are tenfold higher than before. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that the position of a palace guard has become a perilous gamble, one that few are willing to undertake willingly. Respectable individuals are disinclined to leap into such a deadly predicament, and the affluent youth shy away from the role of a protector, leaving only ordinary folk as potential recruits. While ordinary people may yearn for power, they must also consider the fragility of life. After all, what use is a martial art if one cannot survive to practice it? Moreover, the age-old adage of wealth and literature, strength in martial arts, rings true. It is impossible for the impoverished to bequeath martial arts manuals to their descendants when they are barely able to afford sustenance. For the destitute, acquiring a martial arts manual is akin to grasping a tome of ancient wisdom. Yet without the means to pursue its teachings, it becomes futile. Attempting to forcibly cultivate skills without the requisite foundation is a path to certain doom that recruitment efforts fell short. Jiang Batian further enhanced the incentives, ensuring ample provisions of meat and vegetables, as well as 3 Huang Yadan pills daily. He promised that every recruit would reach the physical realm within 10 days, and in the event of death in battle, substantial compensation would be awarded, guaranteeing that the fallen's descendants could at least complete their blood refinement. This promise attracted many eager souls that AS numbers swelled. Jiang Batian made the rare decision to reduce the patrol hours from the grueling 16 to a more manageable 12, thus allowing 4 hours for cultivation. Huang Wei, amused by this adjustment, recognized that if they could not find individuals to perish, they would simply have to train them to do so. How infuriating, with salaries steadily increasing. The ranks of the guards grew significantly over the course of a month, swelling from fewer than 100 to nearly 1,000. With such manpower, the patrol hours continued to dwindle, eventually requiring only 8 hours per day. Rumor had it that even 8 hours was deemed excessive by Jiang, who contemplated reducing it to 6. That this new schedule of 6 hours of patrol, 6 hours of cultivation, and 2 hours for meals and personal hygiene yielded a more manageable existence for all, significantly lightening their burdens compared to the previous 16-hour shifts. Yet, amidst this newfound ease, vigilance was paramount. Any lapse could result in punishment, including 3 days' salary forfeiture and half an hour of flogging for each transgressor. With the elderly passing and new recruits rising, Huang Wei, having attained the pinnacle of physical cultivation, was appointed as a vice-captain, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. Speed up. Aim to complete a patrol within 38 minutes and 42 seconds. He urged, chastising and motivating his team as they marched forth. Suddenly, a princess passed by, overcome by nausea, prompting the guards to turn in concern. "Do not pause. Continue your patrol," Huang Wei commanded, brandishing his whip in the air. His voice laced with authority. After addressing his team, he approached the princess, inquiring, "Might I offer assistance, Your Highness?" The princess, retching and struggling to maintain her composure, was supported by her handmaidens, unable to spare a moment to answer. After several agonizing moments, her vomiting subsided, but the toll of prolonged gastric distress had drained her color, leaving her lips glistening with saliva. "Turn away. It is most unbecoming to stare at a lady, especially one of royal blood," Huang Wei admonished himself, acknowledging his duty, yet forgetting the chaos of the times in which they lived. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I approached out of concern for your sudden distress. Not with any ill intent that I beg for your pardon for my thoughtless actions," he expressed, while inwardly contemplating how to deal with the haughty handmaiden, wishing to reward her with quintuplets to do not fret. "I shall muster my strength," the princess replied, waving her hand weakly. "There seems to be an outbreak of some illness in the palace, causing everyone to vomit incessantly." As she spoke, another wave of nausea hit her, and her maid quickly produced a handkerchief to assist. "It is unclear if someone has poisoned us. Yet despite Zhang's investigations, nothing has been found. Strangely, only the palace's consorts and a select few exhibit these symptoms, while others remain untouched. Oddly enough, the hens in the palace have been laying eggs more frequently, as if they too are affected by this condition." Upon realizing the implications, the princess's demeanor shifted, and with the aid of her handmaidens, she rose. "That I must excuse myself, Captain Huang, that I have pressing matters to attend to. Your Highness, I bid you farewell," Huang Wei replied respectfully, unable to suppress his smile as the curtain of drama began to unfold. In less than an hour, the winds of pregnancy had swept through the palace, leaving the consorts in a state of panic at the shocking news, their composure shattered. The absence of their husbands only added to the scandal of unexpected pregnancies, a revelation that could leave many jaws dropping in disbelief. The gravity of the situation compelled the consorts to refrain from summoning a multitude of imperial physicians for treatment. Instead, they called upon a frail old doctor to examine them all. The physician, seasoned and wise, assessed the situation and, with a clasped fist, proclaimed, "Congratulations, Lu Guifei, you are with child." Rather than rejoice, Lu Guifei collapsed into her chair, her eyes vacant, her voice trembling as she protested, "I am innocent. I have not left the palace. How can I be pregnant? The king has not touched me in over 2 years. If I am indeed with child, I shall have no face left to show the world. I might as well die." As she wept, her furtive glances fell upon He Weining, whose expression remained unreadable as she absorbed the news. "Do not despair just yet. I do not hold you accountable," He Weining finally said, her brow furrowed with concern. "I convened everyone for a reason. Let us wait until all have been examined before we discuss further." He Weining directed the consorts. Next, the physician repeated his examination. "Congratulations. Jean Guifei, you are also with child. Next, congratulations, LV Guifei. You are expecting twins. Next, congratulations, Tang Guifei. Your pulse is strong, and the vitality of your fetus is robust. After a series of examinations, silence enveloped the room. The revelation that all were with child sparked a peculiar calmness among the consorts. While one pregnancy might raise suspicions of infidelity, the collective condition of all consorts rendered such thoughts moot. It was the absence of a child that would now seem suspicious. Only He Weining remained unexamined. And all eyes turned to her, eager to know what lay within the queen's womb. With a composed demeanor, she addressed the physician, "Please, examine me as well." Certainly, after a brief examination, the physician delivered the same news. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you are expecting triplets." Yet, rather than elation, He Weining's expression turned cold. "Guards," she commanded, and 2 palace guards rushed in. "Seize this charlatan and beat him to death." "Yes," as the guards dragged the bewildered physician away. He protested, "I speak the truth. You are indeed with child, as are the others. It is genuine." His desperate cries fell on deaf ears as He Weining, unwavering, ordered, "Do not let him speak. Execute this quack." The sounds of violence erupted outside as the physician, frail and aged, succumbed to the relentless blows, his life extinguished amidst the chaos. The punishment continued unabated, transforming him into a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 48. All are expecting within the chamber devoid of men. Over 100 beautiful women were gathered, each adorned in exquisite silks and jewels, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet this assembly of stunning women wore expressions of frost, their lips sealed in silence, as if confronted with an unspeakable calamity. After a prolonged pause, He Weining broke the stillness, addressing her fellow consorts. "Sisters, let us pool our thoughts and devise a plan." That a chorus of troubled expressions met her words, as each consort exchanged glances, unsure of how to address the sudden appearance of children within their wombs. "Ryun, you speak." Silence enveloped the gathering, and in this absurd situation, He Weining felt constrained to speak. Should her thoughts diverge from the consensus, it would undoubtedly lead to complications that if Ryun's family shared a close bond with hers, akin to that of sisters, their union through the marriage to Chu Tong would intertwine their fates even further. Thus, it was preferable for her to be the first to break the silence. "Ahem, since my sister insists, I shall voice my thoughts," Ryun declared, clearing her throat as she stepped into the center of the crowd. "The origins of the children we bear remain a mystery to us all, akin to an inexplicable seed that has taken root and flourished within us. Yet we can assert with certainty that we have not engaged in any illicit acts. To alleviate unnecessary distress, I propose we consume some abortifacients to terminate the pregnancies." With that, Ryun retreated, allowing the stage to be occupied by others. The others wrestled with their inner turmoil, yet no one dared to speak. In matters of great significance, caution was paramount. That He Weining scanned the assembly, her displeasure mounting. She had already urged them to speak, yet they remained timid. Was she to bear the burden alone? "What are you all waiting for? Speak up. The source of the children within us is unclear. Do you wish for the king to return and interrogate each of you?" He Weining's voice rose in anger, invoking the formidable presence of Chu Tong as a means of intimidation. A man who dared to marry over 100 wives and swiftly rose against the odds could hardly be regarded as an amiable figure. Upon hearing Chu Tong's name, an expression of fear flickered across the faces of the assembly. One voice, tinged with trepidation, suggested, "We are all women of the king. Perhaps it would be prudent to inform him of these developments." "No. The king is engaged in battle at the front lines, a matter of utmost importance. Our predicament pales in comparison. We must not allow our pregnancies to hinder his efforts." Today, as soon as this thought was voiced, an immediate rebuttal arose. The crowd began to engage in fervent discussion. "But we are not the only ones pregnant. It is rumored that even the men within the palace are expecting. It is said that Chief Steward Jiang is with child multiple times over. Indeed, the creatures in the palace seem to be in a similar state. Even the hens are laying eggs more frequently than before. The anomalies within the palace did not solely pertain to the concubines. Peculiarities abounded throughout. The assembly indulged in a delightful exchange of recent rumors and oddities. "But what if the children we carry were orchestrated by the king?" A remark from one of the concubines silenced the crowd. They feared that if Chu Tong were to uncover their pregnancies, the children might be seen as illegitimate. Yet if this were all part of Chu Tong's design, what if the children were not bastards, but rather heirs of destiny? The concubines fell silent once more, casting their eyes back to He Weining as the king's consort. She held the authority to decide their fates. Listening to the opinions of the assembly left He Weining equally uncertain of what course to take. Indeed, they were all women of the king, and everything belonged to him. There should be no secrets among them that he was not privy to. However, at such a critical juncture, with the king charging forward with unyielding momentum, any disruption to his morale due to their predicament could lead to dire consequences for them all. To inform him or to remain silent. He Weining's mind was a tumult of indecision. Sister, why torment yourself? Rian observed He Weining's internal struggle and interjected, the children we carry did not arise from tryst with some rogue. They appeared as if by divine intervention, perhaps as a gift from the heavens, bestowed to support our king in his rebellion against the tyrannical rule of the Qian dynasty. Her words struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating He Weining's understanding. Her fears were merely concerns over the possibility of the palace's women being violated, bearing children deemed illegitimate. Yet, as the royal physician had indicated, the timing of the pregnancies among the women was remarkably synchronized, suggesting they had all conceived simultaneously, that if it were but one woman, she could not believe it. She could not fathom that a man could possess the audacity to engage so many women without detection by the world, that a man of such capability and proclivity should not be a nameless figure, but rather someone of renown. If multiple women were involved, she found it even less plausible. A clandestine organization infiltrating the palace guards to ensure the conception of all the concubines overnight was a preposterous notion, eliminating all improbable scenarios. The truth became glaringly evident. Chu Tong had employed some extraordinary means to ensure the pregnancies of the women in the palace. With this realization, He Weining rose and commanded, quickly convey my decree. The splendid news of the pregnancies of the 167 concubines must be delivered post-haste to our king. At the front lines of the impending battle, within the encampment of King Chu, he sat in his tent, engaged in discussions with his generals and advisors regarding the military strategy. Your Majesty, I have established contact with the border troops in the northwest and the army of the Zhe Kingdom. They have pledged to support your initiative from the northwest, advancing towards the royal capital. Suddenly, a messenger burst into the tent, interrupting their deliberations. Your Majesty, a message from Lady He, urgently dispatched. The palace. Was there an attack on his home? With only women remaining, an attack would bear little consequence. Various implications flashed through his mind. He spoke solemnly. Proceed. The messenger unfolded the letter. Your Majesty, rejoice. 167 concubines in the palace have successfully conceived, not having disappointed your earnest efforts. Today, the messenger's words were abruptly cut short as Chu Tong seized a command token from the table and thrust it into the messenger's skull, sending it flying into the air. With a flick of his fingers, the letter rose without wind and landed in his grasp. The more he read, the more astonished he became, his expression darkening with each line. At last, he slammed his palm down on the armrest, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Instead of confronting me directly, they resort to these vile tactics." Everyone in the tent had heard the messenger's proclamation and understood why Chu Tong was furious. To endure hardships on the battlefield only to have his home invaded was a disgrace. The thought that over 100 of his wives had been secretly impregnated, only to send him a letter of congratulations, was utterly ludicrous, an affront beyond imagination. The assembly exchanged glances, stunned by the contents of the letter, maintaining a cautious silence, fearful that a single misstep would lead to a fate akin to that of the messenger. Esteemed advisors, examine the letter and advise me on how to proceed. Chu Tong's voice was frigid as he tossed the letter to one of his aides. The aide, trembling with fear, hesitated to read the letter, for the mere notion of Chu Tong being publicly humiliated by 167 cuckoldries was a capital offense, let alone scrutinizing it closely. Unless he wished to condemn his entire lineage, he found himself paralyzed. What are you waiting for? Read. Chu Tong's pressure bore down on the aide. With a heavy sigh, the aide resigned himself to his fate, knowing he could not avoid reading. Serving a king was akin to treading with a tiger. One often found themselves in a predicament where any choice could lead to beheading in that moment. His only escape was to accept death. As the letter trembled in the air, the aide nervously unfolded it, reading aloud the content he had already seen. Then moving on to the latter part. The heavens have felt the lament of the world, and thus the concubines have become pregnant. The aide paused, realizing that this was not what he had anticipated. His heart steadied, and the trembling of his hands ceased as he continued reading. The tyrannical reign of the Qian dynasty must be overthrown. Hence the heavens have bestowed upon you 167 holy children, signifying that you are the chosen one to dismantle the Qian rule. Chapter 49. A nation in shock, your majesty. Rejoice, great tidings. Fortune has descended from the heavens. The aide fell to his knees, exclaiming, even the heavens have chosen you, sending you 167 children, signifying that you are the sole candidate to overthrow the tyrannical Qian dynasty. Upon reading the latter part of the letter, the aide realized that the concubines intended to turn misfortune into joy. He immediately sought to align himself with their sentiment, further embellishing their claims to flatter the king. By transforming the green hats into red, the juxtaposition of colors obscured the truth from all, rendering them colorblind to the reality of the situation. Chu Tong smiled faintly. That's so. My concubine's pregnancies are indeed a good omen? His calm tone betrayed no emotion, leaving the kneeling aide unsure of the king's feelings. After a moment of internal struggle, he resolutely affirmed, it is indeed a good omen. The heavens have chosen you as the father of the holy children. You shall lead them to inherit the legacy and restore order to this world. Chu Tong smiled in silence, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. Very well, my loyal minister, your words are commendable. What do the rest of you think? The others, quick to grasp the king's intent, immediately knelt in unison, proclaiming, congratulations, your majesty, on the arrival of the holy children. A long silence ensued until, after the burning of a stick of incense, Chu Tong's eyes opened, gleaming with a fierce intensity as he reiterated, if they are holy children, they must learn from me, mastering my skills in order to overthrow the Qian dynasty. Relay my decree. Chu Tong suddenly rose, declaring, mobilize 100 elite soldiers to return to the city and bring back the holy children. As the leader of the White Lotus sect and the king of the Lotus Kingdom, Chu Tong's every action captivates the hearts and minds of countless individuals. When he suddenly departed from the front lines of battle, hastily making his way back to his stronghold, this strange maneuver immediately prompted widespread investigation. The Duqing Prefecture was not an impenetrable fortress. The news of the concubines' pregnancies was well observed by the guards, especially with Huang Wei stirring the pot and widely disseminating the information. The rumor of King Chu being cuckolded spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge throughout the city that I in the grand palace of the Qian. The emperor laughed heartily upon hearing such absurd tidings that ha ha ha. Chu Tong thinks to steal my home, yet he cannot even safeguard his own. After thoroughly mocking Chu Tong, the emperor astutely recognized this as a prime opportunity to eliminate him. With Chu Tong severed from his army, unable to utilize the White Lotus secret method to connect with the fortunes of others, the possibility of striking him down emerged. General Han, Chief Tao, the emperor commanded, and a general stepped forth from the assembly while a short eunuch glided in from behind the scenes, both kneeling before the throne. I am at your service. I am here. I order you both to set forth immediately and slay the traitor Chu Tong. In the misty realms of the Tiantian, an elderly Taoist with white hair waved his whisk, summoning a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe from the void. The fortunes of the Qian have not yet perished. It should not be in a state of utter defeat. You must descend the mountain this time to eliminate Chu Tong and resolve the crisis facing the Qian. I shall obey the master's command. The middle-aged man bowed and vanished once more into the ether. At the Yaoguang sect, Ma Liang stood beside his junior sister, offering her a bowl of medicine. Inger, take your medicine. It is a concoction made from freshly picked herbs to calm the pregnancy. No, I shall not take it. Inger forcefully pushed him away, her face filled with despair, resembling a madwoman. Why? Why can't I rid myself of the child within? Why has the abortifacient proven ineffective? Leave. Just leave. Inger shoved Ma Liang, pushing him out the door. Since discovering her pregnancy, Inger had become frantic, desperately seeking physicians and mentors for treatment, yet none could discern the nature of the child within her. A young maiden, untouched by the world, found herself in the absurd predicament of bearing twins. To clear her name and restore her honor, she even pleaded with the female mentors for an examination. Yet the results confirmed her innocence. Those around her believed in her character, confident that she had not strayed. Yet, the child could not be expelled. No matter how many abortifacients she consumed, the child remained firmly anchored within her womb, impervious to all efforts to dislodge it. Ultimately, when shown to her mentor, the latter could only shake her head helplessly, declaring that the child must be born dead a young maiden. Upon hearing this conclusion, Inger was consumed by rage. She was still a child herself. How could she possibly bear another? Moreover, should she give birth, what hope would she have of marrying in the future, reluctantly accepting her fate and Ma Liang's kindness? She buried the image of her charming, skilled brother Wang deep within her heart, vowing never to mention it again. Junior sister, Ma Liang burst in with delight that I believe I have uncovered the reason for your pregnancy. What? Inger's anger transformed into joy in an instant. Tell me, what is the reason? News from the sect indicates that all the concubines of White Lotus Sect's leader, Chu Tong, have suddenly become pregnant. White Lotus Sect? Is that the place where Huang Wei is gone? Inger inquired eagerly. Indeed, Ma Liang continued, this matter is likely due to some wicked sorcery that Huang Wei has learned that if we can capture him, there will surely be a way to rid you of the child. Let us go. We must depart at once for Diqing Prefecture. Inger sprang to her feet, disregarding everything as she sought to confront Huang Wei. Meanwhile, Huang Wei was engaged in a game of chance with a group of palace guards. Boys pay 1 to 1, girls pay 1 to 2, twins pay 1 to 5, and triplets pay 1 to 10. I bet on boys, I bet on girls, I bet on twins. A throng surrounded a large table, debating how many children Jiang Batian was carrying. Huang Wei smirked, confident that they would never guess that Jiang Batian was carrying a staggering 15 children. Place your bets. In 8 months, we shall see. With a swift motion, he gathered all the silver into his embrace. Brother Huang, my martial skills are lacking. Could you give me some private lessons tomorrow? A young man approached. Offering a stack of silver notes, without a second thought, Huang Wei pushed the notes away. I do not offer private lessons. Everyone is waiting to enhance their skills. Once the news of the concubine's pregnancy spread, all palace guards were cleared, forbidden from stepping foot in the inner palace again. Coupled with the sudden absence of assassins, the guards became lethargic, indulging in various amusements, realizing that he could not face the world alone. Huang Wei discreetly established a martial arts training program to cultivate a foundation for his efforts. Thus, while engaging in gambling, he was secretly recruiting talents among the participants. The young man, rebuffed, chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his money. Captain Huang, you're doing well. With so many of us, if each one sought private lessons, there would be no time left. Chief Jiang has hired several martial arts experts to teach. Why not take your silver to consult them? Indeed. We barely have time to play, let alone work. They urged the young man to leave, as he was hindering their enjoyment. Working in the palace meant risking life and limb. One could die at any moment. So they seized every opportunity to relish life. Huang Wei was indeed eager to engage with ambitious young individuals, but not at this moment. With the news of the concubine's pregnancies echoing through the palace, he speculated on how Chu Tong, far away in Tianda province, would react upon learning that all his wives were with child. Would he turn a blind eye or take specific actions? Huang Wei could not know. However, he was aware that this information, once revealed to the world, would undoubtedly be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the door frame to shake. Bang! The doors flew open, sending the cards on the table fluttering wildly. What a strange wind to arise so suddenly. The guard sprang to close the doors, only to witness a colleague rushing in at full speed. This is dire news. King Chu has returned. What? The crowd erupted in shock, though some remained skeptical. Did he not deceive us? Or you shall feel the weight of my fist. It is true, he is already outside the city. Chief Jiang has gone to greet him. He commanded me to gather all the captains and organize a patrol. The crowd gasped again, astonished by his rapid arrival. Huang Wei's face lit up with excitement. The moment he had been awaiting had finally arrived, that he quickly urged everyone. What are you all standing around for? Hurry home, don your armor, and prepare to welcome King Chu. The crowd snapped out of their stupor, descending into chaos. After a flurry of activity, everyone vacated the gambling den. Huang Wei watched them depart, and once the space was empty, he slowly rose, humming a whimsical tune as he strolled outside. Chu Tong galloped into the city, not even sparing a glance at Jiang Batian, continuing his rapid pace. Jiang Batian felt a tightening in his chest, his complexion paling. He had thought that upon becoming the White Lotus King, Chu Tong would be indifferent to the frivolities of court life, preferring the thrill of conquest. However, today's display made it clear that he had misjudged. Chu Tong was not only concerned, but profoundly so. Otherwise, he would not have taken time away from his ambitions to address the matter of his concubine's pregnancies. Alas, Jiang Batian sighed inwardly, hastily spurring his horse to follow down a middle-aged man on a tall steed charged forth. Huang Wei recognized him as the executioner who had overseen the beheading of the White Lotus Sect's members and the master of the palace he guarded. "I pay my respects to King Chu." As Chu Tong approached, Huang Wei quickly instructed everyone to pay their respects. Yet, Chu Tong did not even glance at them, riding past with indifference. Huang Wei sneered. "No courtesy whatsoever. It serves you right to wear a green hat's discontent brewed among the rebels." A glimmer of sword light surged from the crowd, akin to a comet striking the moon. Swiftly arriving before Chu Tong, the by the heavens, a master has concealed himself among them. Chu Tong remained unfazed, his expression calm, while Huang Wei was taken aback. How had he failed to notice a formidable opponent lurking so close? Had this individual come to end his life, he would have perished countless times already. Chu Tong fixated straight ahead, his horse seemingly attuned to its master's aura, displaying no hint of trepidation. Clang, with a deft motion, Chu Tong extended his hand, his index finger poised directly at the sword's tip. The convergence of two immense forces proved too great for the blade, which shattered into 3 fragments under such overwhelming power. Yet, that was not the end. A 1-inch shard of the sword's tip was drawn to Chu Tong's fingertip by his formidable magical prowess, remaining intact amidst the sword's disintegration. As he trembled his finger, waves of air rippled outward, and the sword tip flowed like water, its sharp edge and base twisting around. With a swift motion, the tip shot forth, piercing through the assassin's chest. The body fell with a thud, eyes wide in death. However, the spectacle continued. As the corpse hit the ground, a swift flash of black light surged forth, engulfing the body in an instant, transforming it into a swirling mass of darkness that rushed towards Chu Tong. Black Demon Disintegration Technique. He uttered slowly, his expression as still as a tranquil pond, but he then extended his palm, upon which a white lotus began to spin gracefully. The dark light, upon seeing the white lotus, darted into it like a turtle spotting a green bean, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Rebel, you shall perish," the assassin spat a venomous curse, yet the white lotus absorbed every trace of it, leaving nothing behind. Upon reaching the palace gates, Chu Tong halted his steed and dismounted. "Rebel, come and face me." Just then, a blinding cold light shot up like a white rainbow, piercing the sky. "What the hell?" Another one? A second figure flew from behind Huang Wei, sword drawn, charging at Chu Tong. The fierce intent of the blade sent shivers down his spine, rendering him unable to look directly at it. When the assassin lunged forth, only then did he dare turn his head back to observe to his astonishment. A group of individuals, usually meek and submissive, now bore an aura of heroic defiance in their eyes. Huang Wei quickly turned away, unable to bear the sight. With a crash, the second assassin met the same fate, dissolving in a black light, consumed entirely by the white lotus, before Chu Tong could catch his breath. 2 more figures soared forth behind Huang Wei. This is madness. How is it that all these assassins are from my own ranks? If Chu Wang investigates this, it would spell doom for me. Fortunately, this time, not just the 2 behind Huang Wei emerged, but 7 more appeared from various directions. 9 figures ascended into the sky, yet the delicate figure now exudes a distinctly feminine charm. One could even assert it possesses an abundance of allure. With every gesture, she radiates an air of coyness. Huang Wei mused, believing that it was perhaps a woman he had once inadvertently wronged who had come seeking his responsibility. "Ha ha ha, what other means do you possess? Feel free to unleash them." "Useless. All of you are worthless. Do you intend to pester me with these ineptities?" Suddenly, Chu Tong burst into laughter. Huang Wei looked up, realizing that the surrounding assassins had vanished without a trace. Chu Tong stood amidst the void, one hand wielding a colossal palm, the other cradling a lotus, exuding an aura of invincibility. The white lotus in his grasp, upon absorbing the black souls, had turned even more pristine. emanating a transcendent essence. Since your fellow disciples cannot contend with you, shall I take my turn? Amitabha, an unknown monk, appearing out of nowhere, twisted the beads in his hands, speaking with a tone filled with compassion. With that, he abruptly spread his arms, and 27 beads scattered with force, trapped. The beads fell around Chu Tong, encircling him, as numerous arcane runes flickered in between as soon as the runes touched the White Lotus. They crackled ominously, that a brilliant light shone forth, obscuring the situation within. You bold donkey dare to obstruct the fifth realm. Ha! Chu Tong laughed heartily. Truly, you have the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. A mere bald donkey thinks himself a savior. Since you are so obstinate, then enter my White Lotus and enjoy my path of the White Lotus. The White Lotus blazed forth. The lotus in Chu Tong's hand emitted a blinding light, nearly consuming the heavens and the earth. As the brilliance flashed, the monk vanished in a thin air. Upon closer inspection, a struggling bald head appeared on the lotus's wall, having appeared unbeknownst to anyone, having inherited the legacy of the White Lotus. Chu Tong was no longer an ordinary fifth realm. If this battle continued, it would merely result in needless deaths. The delicate figure recognized Chu Tong's formidable strength and found the notion of a suicidal attack unpalatable. The hidden figures amongst the guards, witnessing their comrade's demise, had calmed themselves. They awaited an opportunity, poised to deliver a fatal blow the moment Chu Tong revealed a flaw. Long had they heard of the White Lotus sect's unparalleled prowess, and today's encounter was truly extraordinary. Following the monk's demise, a figure clad in green approached on a sword. Chu Tong, upon seeing this person, felt his pupils constrict. Old Taoist Jiang, you two have come to stir this murky water. The green-clad Taoist sighed. It is not my desire to wade through this quagmire. It is simply that the fate of De Qian should not be extinguished. Fate should not be extinguished? Ha ha! Chu Tong scoffed coldly. De Qian has long oppressed the people, subjecting them to unbearable suffering. Yet you remain hidden. I have merely garnered a modicum of public support, and you are all too eager to reveal yourselves. The green-clad Taoist did not confront the issue directly, instead choosing to evade. De Qian has its own destiny, which should not be recklessly determined by you. What a joke. The fate of De Qian is fate. But the lives of ordinary people are not. You treat human life as mere chaff. What difference is there between you and beasts? Chu Tong spoke with righteous indignation, yet Huang Wei was not in agreement. De Qian had reached its twilight years, breeding chaos. However, the White Lotus sect was not in a much better position. The two were merely rivals, differing little in essence. The White Lotus sect had won the people's favor by eliminating a faction of old aristocrats and ushering in a new elite. The new aristocrats were bound to the White Lotus sect by their interests. Nothing more, not out of any genuine benevolence. You have fallen into delusion. It is futile to reason with you. The only way to free you from your arrogance is to subdue you, thus revealing the extent of the calamity you have wrought. Chu Tong chuckled coldly. Ultimately, you seek my life, do you not? Then let us see the truth of your intentions. With that, he pointed into the air, and an enormous hand instantly dissipated into a radiant glow. Chapter 52. The power of the intrusion from the female realm. The dissipating colossal hand merged into a swirling brilliance converging towards Chu Tong. Moments later, a lustrous white sword materialized in his grasp, while the White Lotus he held gently descended, halting just a foot above the ground. Chu Tong lightly leaped, seating himself cross-legged atop the White Lotus. Old Taoist Jiang, since you were so intent on seeking death, come forth. Allow me to personally escort you. The green-clad Taoist leisurely adjusted his whisk. I am well aware of the depth of the sect leader's power, and that I alone cannot contend with it. Hence I have summoned several experts. As he spoke, several figures leaped into the air from the crowd. A woman with ample exposed skin, adorned with tattoos. A muscular, robust man, a figure barely 4 feet tall with a flat face, and an unremarkable young man. Guiji, Renemo, Luo Banjie, and Tianju Shun, 5 Fifth Realm experts have come to face me alone. You truly hold me in high regard. Confronted with these formidable foes, Chu Tong did not falter. Instead, an overwhelming sense of battle fervor surged within him. The White Lotus's might, its profound spells, had birthed countless Fifth Realm masters over the millennia. With techniques evolving through the ages, each generation stronger than the last in solitary combat. None of us would fear you. However, to subdue you, 5 individuals seem more prudent. Fifth realm against fifth realm, all are of the celestial realm, wielding the power of heaven and earth, and a resolution will not be reached in a short time. The chance to eliminate Chu Tong is but once, should he return to command his army and regain his control over fate. The tables would turn, and their safety would be at stake. With the treasure of the White Lotus in hand, who lives and who dies remains uncertain. Let you 5 join forces. I shall not shy away. Chu Tong was utterly arrogant, relying on the teachings of the White Lotus, showing no regard for these individuals that we are indeed well aware of the White Lotus's might. Thus, we have not come empty-handed. At some point, each of the 5 wielded weapons, radiant with an ethereal glow, evidently extraordinary treasures. Having reached this point, what are we waiting for? Let me see what you are truly capable of. Chu Tong brandished his sword, urging the Lotus forward. Intending to charge at the 5, he sought to confront 5 adversaries with his solitary strength. In contrast, the 5 showed no inclination to engage in battle. Guiji called out, "Wait. Do you not wish to know who has impregnated your harem, who has placed the green hat upon you?" Chu Tong did not respond, advancing with his sword toward the robust man, ignoring her words. Guiji understood he would not yield easily. To Tio break him, one must first weaken his resolve. The one who has placed the green hat upon you is none other than the palace attendant beside your consorts. Huang Wei. Big Ji pointed accusingly at Huang Wei. Huang Wei was bewildered. How had the blame suddenly fallen upon him? A mere shrimp. Did these individuals truly expect him to share the burden of Chu Tong's wrath? The invasion of the female realm has commenced. You lie. I have had no relations with the consorts. Huang Wei shouted, indignantly defending his innocence that he felt utterly wronged. The consort's pregnancies were due to fate. How could these matters be laid at his door? In the heat of battle, instead of focusing on how to confront the enemy, they sought to use him as a scapegoat. How outrageous! Behave yourself! The delicate figure behind him struck his shoulder hard, this time with considerable force, causing his shoulder to swell. The intense pain made him grimace, forcing him to comply. Even so, Guiji was not yet finished with him. With a flick of her hand, an overwhelming force surged forth, drawing his body involuntarily into the air. Huang Wei gasped in shock, hastily activating his fate again. "Why heaven's conscience? I have not been with the consorts. You cannot kill me." Guiji emitted a charming laugh. "Who said we wished to kill you? I merely wish to inquire how you made Chu Wang's consorts pregnant." She floated closer to the crowd. Guiji promptly dispelled her magic, causing Huang Wei to plummet. From a height of 100 meters, should he fall, he would surely become a mass of flesh and blood. Huang Wei realized this strange woman harbored ill intentions. She must have learned of his involvement with Chu Tong's consorts through some means. However, she likely lacked evidence that if she had proof, she would not resort to intimidation but would present facts and reason. Therefore, he remained silent, projecting an air of defiance. Yet inwardly, he activated his fate. These individuals would not allow him to perish. They would save him. 2 fates clashed in succession, and he felt no fear. Allowing himself to fall faster and faster without begging for mercy, but he was certain they would rescue him. Indeed, just as he was about to crash to the ground, at a distance of merely 5 meters, the force above re-emerged, swiftly pulling him back into the air. What a lad! You still possess some manliness, willing to face death rather than reveal the truth of your transgressions with Chu Tong's harem. Huang Wei, slander. This is blatant defamation. He is but a man, not a monster. How could he possibly violate a multitude of individuals? Huang Wei protested. Chu Wang, I swear, I have never had relations with the consorts. And I am certainly not the father of the children. This is all slanderous talk from these individuals. Do not be deceived. I have always defended the palace with unwavering loyalty. Chu Wang. Upon hearing the words of Chu Tong, he found a measure of truth in them. How could a mere mortal cultivator of the body realm possibly engage in carnal relations with his multitude of consorts, setting aside the presence of Jiang Batian and the other guards? Many of these consorts possess their own cultivation. It is inconceivable for a single man to simultaneously impregnate 167 women. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Even Chu Tong, gifted as he was, had only a handful of offspring prior to receiving the teachings of the White Lotus sect and could not achieve the impregnation of all his consorts. Only a handful of adept celestial beings specializing in such matters could accomplish this. Guiji, as the master of the Valley of Joy, I ask you, can you achieve the simultaneous impregnation of 167 individuals? With a charming smile, Guiji replied, as easy as flipping a hand, utterly effortless. And therein lies the crux. Only you possess the ability to so effortlessly impregnate such a multitude. No one else shares this capacity. As the conversation progressed, Chu Tong's tone grew stern. Guiji, while you indulge in merriment within your Valley of Joy, you dare to meddle in the grand affairs of the Dragon Strife. I see you are ignorant of the meaning of danger. Guiji longed to assert her innocence, for while she indeed held the power to induce pregnancy in groups, the offspring of Chu Tong's consorts were not her doing. Moreover, the revelation was not of her own discovery, but rather unearthed by the enigmatic overseer of the Qintian Bureau, who discerned it through the analysis of the cosmic energies. Yes, it is you who cries thief while stealing. You cast baseless accusations. Huang Wei immediately instigated a diversion, creating chaos. Chapter 53. I want it all. It is neither Guiji nor this fellow. The 4-foot-tall man smirked ominously, redirecting his ire toward him. This lad not only has the ability to impregnate women, but can also cause all manner of beings to conceive. The county magistrate of Lewis City, a female cultivator from the Yawang sect. And even this eunuch by your side, all the children within them are a result of this lad's actions. Huang Wei retorted loudly, you speak nonsense. If I could make men pregnant, why are you not with child? The 5 were unaware of Huang Wei's specific method of inducing pregnancy, having merely heard it from the overseer. Thus, they invoked the name of the overseer. This is not mere conjecture. It is the conclusion drawn by your superior, whose capabilities I believe you are aware of. Hehe. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tong addressed Jiang Batian. Step forward. Jiang Batian complied, ascending into the air, trembling as he approached the 7. The formidable presence of the 5 realms enveloped him. Their auras as unfathomable as the abyss. Merely standing near the 6, he felt his legs quaking. Your Highness, Jiang Batian called out, only to be seized by Chu Tong, who placed 2 fingers upon his pulse. Feeling the pulse, Chu Tong was momentarily taken aback, for within Jiang Batian's abdomen resided not 1 or 2, but a staggering 15 vital rhythms. For an ordinary person, the peril of childbirth was ever present, with the chances of miscarriage for triplets or quadruplets nearing 100%. Yet here lay 15, an alarming figure. Do not struggle. I shall assist you in removing the children. No. Chu Tong sought to alleviate Jiang Batian of his burdens, yet faced rejection. Observing the hint of uncertainty in Chu Tong's unwavering gaze, Jiang Batian managed a wry smile. Your Highness, as a eunuch, this is a rare opportunity for me to conceive. Please allow me to bring these children into the world. Bring them to term? Chu Tong's brow furrowed. Have you thought this through? You are a eunuch, and with so many children within you, it is unlikely you will endure until the day of their birth. Chu Tong did not dismiss the request, and Jiang Batian felt a surge of joy. Your Highness, my physique is robust. I am not an ordinary man. Might you consider preserving the children within me and merely reduce their number? Chu Tong nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall assist you in reducing it to 10, that with your physical strength, you should be able to endure. Jiang Batian's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. Thank you. Your Highness, I shall finally have children of my own. While the 2 deliberated on the matter of offspring, Guiji interjected. Hey, we are discussing your consorts all being pregnant, not arranging for your subordinates to carry to term. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through the hearts of the SIX to in the midst of battle. How could they be engaged in idle chatter? Shouldn't they be locked in a fight to the death? It was all rather peculiar, too peculiar. Huang Wei observed the casual conversation among them, a smile gracing his features. Truly, the invasion of the feminine realm is formidable. They effortlessly lead the narrative, demonstrating immense power. With this realization, he felt a renewed sense of security. You speak utter nonsense. Unable to confront His Highness directly, resorting instead to schemes. The matter of pregnancy remains unresolved, and you cannot evade responsibility. Now you seek to prevent His Highness from assisting Chief Jiang in reducing his burden. What exactly are your intentions? Huang Wei pressed on, determined to prevent the others from regaining clarity. The fate of the destiny was not omnipotent. It could not encompass every aspect. Should these individuals develop new thoughts, they could easily break free from its constraints. Guiji, I understand your intentions. You fear the precious White Lotus and wish to amplify my emotional turmoil, thereby diminishing my control over it. You underestimate me. Even if my harem were to all give birth before me, I would not so much as flinch. You persistently provoke me, truly believing you have me at your mercy. To oppose the White Lotus is to prepare for death, that I shall not disappoint your expectations, and will send you all to your demise. Chu Tong raised his sword to the heavens, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. The others dared not take it lightly, hastily channeling their powers to defend themselves. However, this force was not directed at the five realms. The energy shifted, encircling Jiang Batian and Huang Wei as it descended toward the ground. Batian, tend to your children. I shall take care of these individuals first. Keep a close watch on this lad. Do not let him escape. As Jiang Batian landed, he promptly complied. Yes, Your Highness. He seized Huang Wei by the neck with one hand while firmly grasping his arm with the other, ensuring close supervision. Ow, 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 the intense twisting of his arm toward his nerves, inciting waves of agony. Chief Jiang, I am innocent. I am but a victim. Huang Wei, employing the power of destiny, pleaded. Yet Jiang Batian remained unmoved. You scoundrel. Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall take your life. Though the power of destiny was formidable, it still adhered to inherent logic. Jiang Batian's unwavering loyalty to Chu Tong diminished the influence of destiny over him. A solution must be found, otherwise his arm would surely break. Huang Wei's eyes darted around, spotting a pale-faced youth lurking in the distance, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Chief Jiang, be wary. You have witnessed how numerous rogues attempted to assassinate His Highness. Those individuals have not all been eradicated. Do you see that pale-faced youth? He may very well be the mastermind behind the chaos within the palace. Jiang Batian followed Huang Wei's pointing finger. Spotting a youthful figure with a fair complexion, strikingly handsome, it was as if a light bulb had illuminated in his mind. He was now certain that this pale youth, if not the true culprit, was at least an accomplice. You speak the truth. The presence of a pale youth among the Imperial Guards is indeed suspicious and warrants investigation. Huang Wei quickly concurred, we should confront this pale youth immediately to unveil his facade. Jiang Batian nodded in agreement, escorting Huang Wei toward the hiding place of the pale youth. Hiss, with each movement, Jiang Batian's grip on Huang Wei's arm tightened, causing him further pain. Chief Jiang, please release my arm. I shan't flee. I couldn't even if I wanted to with you holding me. How can I confront the pale youth? Realizing the logic in Huang Wei's words, Jiang Batian loosened his grip while warning. Do not even think of escaping. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Huang Wei had no intention of fleeing. With so many experts present, he wished to exploit their deaths to unleash the power of destiny. Previously, he had been unable to utilize the power of destiny to extract it from the recently fallen three realms, that he could not afford to miss a single one of the remaining experts or the six from the skies. Activate the decree. When all perish, it shall be deemed my victory, and the power of destiny shall be revealed. Chapter 54. The battle begins, bang. The clash of the six formidable cultivators erupted into chaos. The lotus platform beneath Chu Tong radiated dazzling white light as a multitude of lotus leaves quickly sprouted, encasing him in a protective barrier. Wielding his pristine white sword, he struck at the most towering figure among them. To his surprise, the giant did not evade. Instead, he charged directly toward the blade, seemingly eager for it to pierce his flesh. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Tong discerned the giant's intentions. With a cold snort, he relinquished his sword, sending it hurtling toward the giant's heart. In the next instant, a surge of radiant light erupted from the lotus platform, and a new long sword materialized in his grasp. The giant let out a sinister laugh, welcoming the sword's advance. Rather than retreating, he pressed forward, brandishing a lollipop-shaped mace, aiming a fierce blow at Chu Tong's head. The human head is exceedingly fragile and devoid of any protection. Should that blow land with force, Chu Tong might well find his skull shattered and his brain matter splattered. Chu Tong was taken aback by this desperate strike, realizing that the attacker was willing to risk his own life to disrupt his rhythm. thereby allowing others to converge upon him and secure his defeat. Infuriated yet amused, he declared, "Renemo, since you seek death, I shall oblige." With a thought, a lotus leaf surged forth, spinning rapidly through the air, slicing through the surrounding atmosphere with a series of explosive sounds, manifesting waves of white froth. Die. The longsword thrust into the burly man's body, while the lotus leaf followed suit, cleaving into him in the next instant. Sizzle. As the lotus leaf met flesh, it did not penetrate as effortlessly as the energy sword. Instead, it was thwarted by the golden armor, producing a jarring screech of friction. Recognizing the golden armor, Chu Tong immediately grasped the situation. Very well. You have even summoned the sect's treasured artifact. Are you not afraid of perishing here and leading your Xian Yuan sect to extinction? Enough of the chatter. Having summoned our sect's treasured artifact, I am resolute in my victory. At that very moment, the other four also wielded their magical treasures to attack him. Chu Tong, you ought to be more concerned about your own life. Boom! Tianju Shin formed seals with his hands, and the twisted faces suppressed beneath the white lotus re-emerged, all howling in unison before self-destructing, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that caused the white lotus to tremble. The light screen atop the lotus flickered ominously, appearing as if it could shatter at any moment. Chu Tong, how does it feel to taste the bitterness of my disciples? Tian Jushin sneered, calling upon the other three. Jiang Laodao, when will you strike if not now? Good. The Qingyi Daoist flicked his dust and joined the fray. The Giji also giggled, scattering a handful of multicolored beans toward Chu Tong. The five unleashed their full might, intent on eliminating Chu Tong in one fell swoop. The aerial battle erupted, generating an overwhelming clamor. Meanwhile, the conflict below was on the verge of igniting. Xiao Balian, observing the grim expressions on the faces of Huang Wei and his companion, realized their intentions. He then placed his fingers in his mouth and whistled. The whistle, though faint amid the cacophony of battle, resolutely echoed in all directions. Upon hearing the signal, a number of individuals emerged from the shadows. Having avoided the battle's fallout, 22 in total, no less than 22 individuals of the Third Realm stood against them, while their side had only Jiang Batian as a representative of that realm. The disparity in power was staggering. Huang Wei's scalp prickled as he exclaimed, Jiang Guanju, do you have any backup plans? They have over 20 individuals. One punch from each could easily dispatch you. Coward, you bolster others' confidence while diminishing your own. Jiang Batian retorted, unsatisfied with Huang Wei's attitude. Huang Wei was taken aback. Could this eunuch truly possess the courage of 100 men? Yet, Jiang Batian's next words left him utterly astonished. With a sharp tone, Jiang Batian remarked, while I fear not, I must consider your burdensome presence. Should you perish, it would spell trouble for me. Huang Wei responded, if you cannot defeat them, admit it. There's no need to flaunt your bravado. He felt compelled to belittle Jiang Batian before he would relent. The arrangements in Daqing Prefecture do not rely solely on my third realm. There is also an ancestor of the fourth realm slumbering underground. In this dire moment, I cannot afford to hesitate. I shall awaken the ancestor to eradicate our foes. Jiang Batian swiftly articulated his plan, then bellowed with fervor, Ancestor, please reveal yourself swiftly. Ancestor, please reveal yourself swiftly. Ancestor, please reveal yourself swiftly. He repeated the call thrice, as the final plea echoed. The ground trembled ominously, and a mound of earth erupted, gradually expanding until it resembled a grave that it then shattered, revealing a pitch-black coffin suspended half a foot above the ground. Clang! The sound of a sword resonated as a golden broad sword shot upward, standing before the mound. Upon closer inspection, faint inscriptions were visible upon it. Grave of the ancestor of the Chu clan. Whoosh! The broadsword spun and cleaved through the coffin's lid that a deep, ominous laughter emanated from within. Little Batian, as your kin battles in the heavens, why call me forth to meet death? Death is inevitable. It would be better to let me remain in slumber and perish in peace at such a critical juncture. Ancestor, please refrain from jesting. Jiang Batian implored. The crisis facing the Chu clan was dire, with Chu Wang and several Fifth Realm warriors engaged in fierce combat above, while beneath, some scoundrels sought to harm the Chu clan that if they could not eliminate every last one, the Chu clan would be doomed. Oh, is that so? To dare plot against the Chu clan is truly a sign of impatience. Boom! The coffin splintered into countless pieces, revealing a decrepit figure with a dark complexion, elongated fangs, and the appearance of a zombie before all present. To provoke the Chu clan, let me show you the might of my zombie king. The fragments of the coffin seemed to be drawn back, assembling into a uniquely shaped throne beneath the zombie. Its body stiffened, the ancestor of the Chu clan bent its legs and assumed a grotesque posture atop the throne, its right hand's nails suddenly growing uncontrollably. The grayish-black nails intertwined, gripping the hilt of the broad sword tightly. Scoundrels, prepare to meet your end. With a single swing, a massive wave of gray-black energy surged forth in a semicircle toward the crowd below. Fear not. The ancestor of the Chu clan has merely forcibly ascended to the fourth realm through zombification. He is not significantly stronger than us. Quickly, form a formation, and we shall surely vanquish this fiend. Though the zombie was animated, it existed in a state between life and death. Each exertion of power hastened its demise. Moreover, the ancestor's fourth realm strength had been conferred through Chu Tong's enigmatic secret art, inherently weaker than a true fourth realm, being that if the 22 of them united in formation, they might yet have a fighting chance. Chapter 55. Confrontation. All present understood that their survival hinged on their ability to withstand the zombie. Thus none dared to be complacent. Sacrifice. They each struck their chests, expelling crimson blood. The blood merged, then compressed desperately into a small black orb, veil of shadows. The orb suddenly burst, unfurling tendrils of blood that enveloped their heads. The bloodlines intertwined above, forming a vast blood-red net at this moment. The massive black wave loomed overhead, crashing against the blood net and stretching into a terrifying distortion. As the black and blood-red forces clashed, a cacophony of corrosive sounds erupted. The two powers contended, draining immense energy with every passing second. The rising black and blood-red mist shrouded the onlookers, obscuring their view of the conflict. Amidst the struggle, Huang Wei stood at the epicenter, unable to quell the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind as he witnessed the stunning spectacle. The clashes between the Fifth Realm powerhouses evoked awe, yet failed to elicit any profound sentiment from him. However, as he observed the Chu clan's ancestor in the sky and the resistance below, the mingling sense of blood and decay filled his nostrils, igniting a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Is this what it means to be powerful? Is this the martial path of this world? The brilliance of martial arts unveiled its enigmatic veil before him for the first time. The realms of physical prowess and magical mastery had not exceeded his expectations. The realm of the soul was within his comprehension, yet the realms of integration and transcendence seemed to transform mere mortals into deities. Possessing immense power with every gesture, every breath capable of invoking cosmic shifts, can I also become such a formidable being? Huang Wei questioned himself, only to be met with the resolute voice within. Yes. Of course, to become a strong individual, one must possess unyielding courage, tenacious will, and indomitable perseverance. All qualities Huang Wei possessed, he proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Fate. Activate. The styles of combat shifted dramatically, as if both sides were now intent on mutual destruction. The ancestor of the Chu clan no longer held back, unleashing waves of power, while the blood from Xiao Balian and his companions flowed freely, as if it were of no consequence. Witnessing the situation tilt favorably, Huang Wei smiled, feeling as though he need not exert further effort to reap the rewards. Yet one lingering threat still needed to be addressed. Jiang Guanju, the ancestor, appears to be in dire straits. Perhaps you should assist him? Jiang Batian hesitated, contemplating whether to help or abstain. That was a dilemma. Though he was a third realm master, he was merely that one individual against over 20. He was not so reckless as to believe he could trample over his foes and obliterate them all. The sight of the freely flowing blood filled him with dread. One cannot withstand it. Huang Wei discerned Jiang Batian's indecision. Hesitation leads to defeat. He must not waver. Thus, he tempted Jiang Batian, Jiang Guanju. If you can eliminate even one of those assassins in formation, it will shatter their array, allowing the ancestor to effortlessly dispatch the remaining foes. The fateful mechanism has been continuously activated, never ceasing. As the fierce battle between the two sides escalated into a boiling point, Huang Wei relentlessly manipulated the fate mechanism, incessantly correcting the outcomes, whether it was an invasion from the female camp or the demand for a sealing of fate. His sole desire was to tread the path of mutual destruction. Deprived of the ability to instill fear with his glare, which could render anyone pregnant, he resembled a toothless tiger, utterly devoid of any offensive power. Should he fail to achieve the most favorable outcome of shared demise, irrespective of who remained in the end, be it the 5 realms, the 4 realms, or the 3 realms, it would be beyond the capacity of a mere 5-turn practitioner of the 9-turn White Lotus technique to withstand. Jiang Baishan's expression shifted, his demeanor wavering. After a prolonged internal struggle, he eventually acquiesced to Huang Wei's persuasion. It is but the 3 realms. I shall go and slay a few to alleviate the pressure on the ancestor. Huang Wei encouraged the trifling 3 realms. The steward can handle with ease. Jiang Batian stepped forward, but suddenly recalled something. Turning back to admonish, do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. The matter is not yet clear. If you run, I shall not spare you. Huang Wei retorted, should I not consider the words I speak? Above, the 5 realms clash, while below, the 3 and 4 realms are embroiled in chaos, with cries of battle echoing from afar. In such a perilous battlefield, do you think I could escape? Unless I have lost my senses. Rest assured, great steward, a man of honor takes responsibility for his actions that I declare I have not engaged in relations with the princesses. The steward may proceed. I shall pray for his success and cheer for his triumph, eagerly anticipating his victorious return. Jiang Batian nodded slightly, greatly pleased with Huang Wei's demeanor. Hesitation faded, replaced by boundless ambition. In the midst of a fierce clash among the strong, the world trembled that if he could showcase his prowess in this grand conflict, he would undoubtedly etch his name in history, celebrated by countless generations. With this thought, he no longer hesitated, brandishing his weapon and plunging into the throng of assassins. Huang Wei dared not be negligent. The fate mechanism activated in succession, bestowing blessings upon the crowd as Jiang Batian prepared to depart. He insisted on sending blessings to his adversaries. True to his word, he did not shoot blanks. However, being a person of great love, he would not bless an individual alone, but rather extend his blessings to the collective, ensuring no one was overlooked. Chu Tong, you can slay the enemy. Zhang Lao Dao, you too can slay the enemy. As long as one was present, as long as they participated in the battle, Huang Wei silently guided them through the fate mechanism, striving for a grand conclusion for all. Those engaged in combat would ultimately meet their end together. The battle among the 5 realms was distant, its energy fluctuations immense, rendering it difficult for him to discern clearly. He could only vaguely see individuals being hurled from the fray, blood painting the sky. The ground battle, however, was vividly apparent to Huang Wei, especially as Jiang Batian joined the fray, swiftly dispatching 2 adversaries. His heart leaped in apprehension, questioning whether something had gone awry. In the next moment, the fallen duo transformed into a mass of black ichor that coiled around Jiang Baishan's calves. His movement faltered, alleviating his worries. Steward Jiang, why must you cling to delusion? Today, the Chu family shall meet its demise, and Chu Tong must die that if you merely flee, no one will pursue a mere 3 realms practitioner. Yet if you engage with us, you wager only your life. Consider this carefully. With 2 fallen comrades, the young master grew anxious. The 4 realms above they could barely withstand, and now another 3 realms killer had emerged. How could they possibly hold their ground? Jiang Batian, a loyal steward, would naturally not be deterred by the enemy's mere words. His magical prowess showed no signs of waning as he continued to unleash his full force. Chapter 56. The young master goes mad. The 5 realms are relentless, their magical power inexhaustible. Should a fight break out, it would take 3 days and nights to reach a conclusion. You, a mere 3 realms practitioner, dare to recklessly determine the fates of others? Truly, you are audacious. Come, meet your demise. Jiang Batian charged toward the young master. The young master, having witnessed Jiang Baishan's might, dared not confront him directly. He retreated into the crowd. Brothers, if we can slay this castrated dog, we shall have a chance at survival. Blood erupted from their bodies, spraying into the sky to obstruct the Chu family's ancestral attacks. Deprived of blood, they grew dizzy and listless. Struggling to accurately interpret the young master's words, they only heard of a potential escape, which instantly invigorated them, raising their weapons to strike at Jiang Batian. The young master, retreating behind the crowd, wore an even more furious expression. Had he been facing an ordinary Three Realms practitioner, he would have dismissed them entirely. Yet now, among a group of half-damaged individuals, none could muster the presence of a true Soul Realm powerhouse. They were treated like mere fodder, slaughtered with impunity. Though he bore the brunt of the Four Realms assault, he bore no resentment. He accepted defeat. However, facing a fellow practitioner of the same realm, especially one he deemed beneath him, how could he swallow this humiliation? Brothers, hold firm. I shall invoke a curse to show this man some severity. The young master waved his hands, hurriedly forming seals. Jiang Batian felt a face-like entity creep up his leg. Coiling around his waist, 1,000 thoughts devour. The face promptly split into numerous smaller faces, biting fiercely at Jiang Batian. With a hiss, a sudden numbness shot through Jiang Batian's waist, halting his movements. The faces bit down in unison, resembling a swarm of ants gnawing at his flesh, causing an unbearable itch. It itches. It itches. I cannot endure. He could not help but scratch, his fingers clawing at his abdomen relentlessly. Humans endure pain best, and the common folk can withstand great suffering. Even the loss of limbs draws but a frown. Yet when it comes to itchiness, none can bear it. Once the itch erupts, reason flees, and one must scratch to find relief. However, this itch emanated from within, not from the surface, tormenting him from beneath his skin. Oh, the itch, the itch. The face-like entity continued its relentless gnawing, eventually pushing Jiang Batian to the brink of endurance, causing him to drop his weapon with a clang. The sound of the weapon hitting the ground momentarily restored a sliver of his sanity. Thus, he made a frenzied decision. Thrusting his hands into his own abdomen, he tore open his belly, scratching within. His 10 fingers found fleeting relief, the maddening itch subsiding momentarily, bringing forth a wave of comfort that further anchored his senses. What a clever curse. Even I have fallen victim to your scheme. Yet, this was where it would end. Jiang Batian retrieved a lotus-shaped vial from his pocket, uncapping it and pouring its contents over himself. The potion seared the face-like entity, dissipating vast clouds of black mist. The intense, exhilarating rush stimulated his central nervous system, prompting him to pour even more of the potion over himself. Jiang Batian moaned in ecstasy, followed by a raucous shout. Refreshing. Delightful. In his frenzied state, he paid no heed to the blood pooling beneath him, nor the intestines that lay scattered. Jiang Batian glanced down, one hand mindlessly scratching his belly, the other holding as a perplexed assassin grasped the sword that pierced through him and inquired, "So, Yi Changsheng and my junior sister have engaged in their tryst. Why must you kill us?" The pale-faced youth suddenly realized, indeed, what reason do I have to slay my junior brothers? The strong draw their blades against the mightier, while the weak target the feeble. I should seek justice from Yi Changsheng and my master. No, wait. My life hangs by a thread. Only by eliminating my brothers can I temporarily harness the power of the heavens to facilitate my escape and confront my master afterward. Yes, that is it. With clarity dawning upon him, the pale-faced youth intensified his assault, deliberately exploiting the vulnerabilities of his fellow disciples. Each strike aimed to be fatal. These junior brothers, not only do they refuse to assist me, but they also hinder my progress. Could they be Yi Changsheng's clandestine agents planted beside me? Certainly, it must be so. Otherwise, how could they remain indifferent to the liaison between the two? With a single stroke, he claimed a life, causing Huang Wei, lurking in the shadows, to tremble with fear. The influence of fate was formidable, rendering even a third-level warrior, as if driven mad, ruthlessly slaughtering his companions. Yet, Huang Wei was also aware that such fate amplified the likelihood of being affected by it. The pale-faced youth, ensnared by the specter of death and weighed down by immense pressure, found that even the slightest disturbance could alter his mindset. The prolonged absence of hope distorted the pale-faced youth's psyche, ultimately leading him to ruthlessly turn against his own kind. Chapter 57. Chaos upon chaos. Kill. Kill, kill. You are all sycophants of my junior sister. You deserve to die. You are all accomplices of Yi Changsheng. You deserve to die. You are the ears and eyes of my master. You deserve to die. You have come here to harm me. You truly deserve to die, die, die. The pale-faced youth's eyes blazed with fury. As if he had plunged into an abyss of madness, he wielded his sword, sparing not a single soul. Even as those around him lay dead, he continued to slaughter the lifeless bodies on the ground. The crowd, having paid the ultimate price with their lives, unleashed their curses. Upon death, their corpses would dissolve into a mass of darkness, merging into the blood web, leaving no remnants for him to torment. Kill, kill, die, die. The sword's aura surged, shattering the stone tiles beneath, creating a vast chasm in the soil, yet he showed no signs of ceasing. Boom! It was not until a black throne crashed down from the heavens that the pale-faced youth finally lifted his gaze. His eyes widened in horror, and his heart momentarily stilled. Before him was a face, rotting and decayed, with dark, bulging eyes and foul yellow fangs that emitted an unbearable stench. The pale-faced youth's heart sank. Why has the zombie king descended? I have yet to make my escape. A confrontation between a third-level and a fourth-level opponent was imminent, and his demise seemed assured. The thought crossed his mind. The vibrant life force within him was siphoned away by the ancestral spirit of the Chu family. The pale-faced youth's vitality waned, diminishing rapidly. I am filled with hatred. My junior sister, my foremost disciple, my position as sect leader. The thoughts in his mind grew fainter, and his body became rigid. His eyelids felt weighted down, as if 1,000 pounds pressed upon them. His life force flickered like a candle flame, ready to extinguish at any moment. Clang! The sword fell from his grasp, the sound reverberating like the final straw that broke the camel's back. His life force shattered completely. With that, he closed his eyes and collapsed into the earthen pit. Crack! At that moment, the ancestral spirit of the Chu family transformed the throne back into a coffin, which settled within the mound of earth containing both of them. Subsequently, a golden broadsword descended from the sky, cleaving through the dark clouds and the blood web, plunging into the grave. The violent tremor caused the tomb to shudder. Dust enveloping it, a well-formed grave emerged. The broad sword shimmered, and the inscription tomb of the Chu family ancestor glowed brightly. Upon closer inspection, 6 small characters accompanied it. Buried together, pale-faced youth, they finally perished. Observing the mutual destruction of the Chu family ancestor and the assassins, Huang Wei felt a sense of relief that he understood that the demise of all was not by mere chance, for a voice resonated in his mind. Heralding the influence of fate, Blue Star's favor. You have obtained 6 fragments of the nurturing children. Gold, fate. Blue Star's favor. You have acquired 17 fragments of the Pride's curse. Purple, fate. Heir of the White Lotus. The fragments of fate you acquired have been enhanced. The ancestral spirit of the Chu family had exhausted the life force of the assassins in one fell swoop. Huang Wei received the fate prompt, aware of the fate of the others. The pale-faced youth, however, remained oblivious. He only knew that he was crumbling. Both sides were engaged in a battle of attrition. To survive, one must find a way to exhaust the other's strength. Thus, he turned against his fellow disciples, attempting to amplify the curse's power to achieve mutual destruction with the ancestral spirit of the Chu family. With both sides' powers waning, the dark mist and blood web in the sky were once more pierced by the broadsword. From the breach, the intensity of the opposing energies surged, generating a stench 10-fold greater than before. Fortunately, rays of light streamed through the opening, illuminating the surrounding darkness and hastening the evaporation of the black mist. After about 2 hours, the black fog dissipated entirely. Now, it was up to Chu Tong and the others of the 5th realm that, in comparison to the 3rd and 4th realms, Huang Wei felt a greater concern for the 5th realm. The 5th realm represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, with each individual capable of extraordinary feats. Even though his fate power was remarkable, he remained apprehensive about whether he could successfully achieve his objectives. He could not participate, and all he could do was pray. Huang Wei clasped his hands together, silently activating his fate. This battle raged for 5 days and nights, shrouding the world in darkness, obscuring the sun and moon. Just as one individual conjured spells to veil the sky, another would pierce the firmament with a powerful artifact. By nightfall, the clash of the 5 grew ever more formidable, their brilliance illuminating the heavens like a grand disco hall. The radiant light pierced the darkness, and the cacophony echoed for miles. All the residents of Ducheng Prefecture were stirred into action. Those who feared for their lives immediately fled, taking their families far from the tumultuous scene. Yet some intrepid individuals with cultivation bravely observed from a distance, watching the battle unfold. Huang Wei concealed himself among the crowd, recognizing many familiar faces, including several aged members of the royal court, concubines, maidens, guards, and eunuchs. They all gazed anxiously at the sky. The Battle of the Six was not merely a conflict of six individuals. It was a struggle that would determine the fate of both the Great Qian and the White Lotus sect. Should the White Lotus sect prevail, the Great Qian would suffer grievous wounds, allowing them to surge forth to the royal capital and slay the Qian emperor. That if they were to lose, the White Lotus sect would surely plunge into an abyss of despair. And all who had once soared would bear the brunt of this failure, with no hope of resurgence. Huang Captain, what are you doing? Everyone's focus was on the heavens, yet Huang Wei appeared out of place. Lost in thought, upon hearing He Weining's voice, he opened his eyes and smiled faintly. This is a blessing from my homeland. Whenever a family member finds themselves in distress, their kin will pray in this manner. And it is said to be quite effective. Is it truly effective? He Weining inquired with delight. Huang Wei assured her, indeed, it is very effective. That I wish to try it as well. Huang Captain, please teach me, so that I may send blessings to the king. Is it done this way? He Weining mimicked the gesture Huang Wei had just demonstrated. Oh dear, a girl should not extend her middle finger. That gesture is reserved for boys. What should I do then? He Weining asked earnestly. Do it like this. Kneel on the ground, extend your arms straight, then interlock your fingers, placing your chin atop your fists. This completes the gesture. Next, close your eyes and concentrate on your wish. He Weining followed Huang Wei's instructions, shutting her eyes to pray for Chu Tong. She certainly did not believe that Huang Wei, a mere internal guard, could truly wield any power. Yet, amidst the collective anxiety and the intensifying panic around her, one individual engaged in a unique act of prayer for the Chu king, stirring ripples in her heart. Concern breeds confusion, and chaos compounds chaos. Chapter 58. The Western Diamondback Rattlesnake Princess. Do not heed his words. What power could he possibly possess? Moreover, you are with child. How can you kneel on the cold ground? Slap. He Weining spun around and struck the maid's face. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I shall not spare you. The maid held her face, her head buzzing, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Having been by the queen's side since childhood, they had grown up together like sisters, sharing everything. The princess had always been gentle and kind, never uttering a harsh word, let alone striking her like today. Princess. The maid attempted to argue further, but was silenced by the icy tone in He Weining's voice. Huang Captain, merely uttering his name. She conveyed her intent, and Huang Wei immediately understood. The maid, too, comprehended, for the chill in He Weining's gaze and her tone was something she had never encountered before. Princess. The voice of the maid suddenly rose to a shrill pitch, prompting Huang Wei to swiftly cover her mouth. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he subdued the overbearing maid and handed her over to the other guards for further handling. Yes, the guards dragged her away, as if she were a lifeless pig. Huang Wei, come here. Once the matter was resolved, He Weining immediately donned a different expression, a smile gracing her lips. The blessing is not yet complete. Come pray with me. Yes. Huang Wei knelt beside He Weining, raising his middle fingers in supplication. Blessings from the Blue Star. You have obtained the charming bone gold, Destiny Fragment X7, the blessings from the Blue Star. You have obtained the blissful life, gold, Destiny Fragment X6. Blessings from the Blue Star. You have obtained the martial arts genius, purple, Destiny Fragment X4, the blessings from the Blue Star. You have obtained the polyamorous, purple, Destiny Fragment X9, blessings from the Blue Star. You have obtained the Mother Yasha, purple, Destiny Fragment X6. Blessings from the Blue Star. You have obtained the knowledgeable and insightful, purple, Destiny Fragment X4, the blessings from the Blue Star. You have obtained the Everyone's Husband, blue, Destiny Fragment X1. After kneeling for just a moment, the overwhelming influx of Destiny notifications caused Huang Wei to stand at attention. 2 gold for purple and 1 blue, along with a plethora of green and white fragments. He had never imagined that one individual could possess so many fragments, so numerous that they were beyond counting. What is wrong? He Weining inquired, her mood soured as she prayed for the king. She had been interrupted twice in succession. If Huang Wei could not provide a valid reason, he would have to accompany the maid he had just dealt with. Princess, it seems that King Chu has triumphed? Huang Wei spoke with a mix of uncertainty and affirmation. What? Is that true? He whinnying exclaimed, her surprise evident as she stood up. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something heavy struck the ground. The crowd looked up to see a figure falling from 100 meters away. Princess, it appears to be the woman who fought with King Chu. With the destiny notifications, Huang Wei needed not to scrutinize further to recognize the fallen individual. The enigmatic sister, the leader of the Twin Cultivation Valley. Could be no one else. The battle above continued, affirming that the one on the ground could only be an enemy. He Weining instantly grasped the truth of Huang Wei's words and exclaimed joyfully, I knew the king would win. His martial prowess is unparalleled. He is the chosen one destined to be our future ruler. He cannot lose. After speaking, as if struck by another thought, she turned to Huang Wei and remarked, Oh, by the way, your method of prayer is quite effective. I shall ensure the king rewards you afterward. Tio's share in the king's burdens is my duty, Huang Wei declared, though in truth, he was already tallying today's gains. Charming bone. Every movement exudes allure, with a remarkable talent for special techniques. Blissful life. You will experience joy until death. Polyamorous. Besides 97 genders, you will also engage in interspecies romances. Mother Yasha. Your reputation is known far and wide. Knowledgeable and insightful. Your memory is exceptionally strong that everyone's husband. At the moment others of any gender or species encounter you, they will yearn to become male. That as time slowly passed, the anticipation weighed heavily on everyone. All awaited the conclusion. Yet even until midnight, with the moon at its zenith, no other souls perished. Huang Wei, think of a way to retrieve that corpse with a hook. I wish for the king to see his spoils upon his victorious return. In her anxious heart, but with no action to take, He Weining's thoughts drifted elsewhere as she contemplated helping her husband collect the complete spoils, a commemoration of this earth-shattering battle. That's simple. I shall have someone retrieve the body right away. The battle raged on ahead, flashes of lightning and fire illuminating the chaos. Tio seized the body by hand was cumbersome and uncertain, but with the right tools, it would be far simpler. Brothers, grab your weapons. Tie a rope to the hook and retrieve that body that fell from the sky. Observing the clumsy demeanor of the crowd, He Weining added with concern, just be careful not to damage the body. The group had been staring at the sky for 5 days, their necks sore, without discerning any valuable insight. Were it not for the presence of the princess, they would have long since indulged in drinking, feasting, and gambling. Now with the task at hand, the crowd immediately perked up, thumping their chests in assurance. Rest assured, princess, this is our specialty. Moreover, that is the corporeal form of a 5 realms being, having fallen from the heavens. It is intact. You think too highly of us. Even if we lived 100 more years, we could not damage it. He Weining realized she had been overly concerned and nodded in agreement. The group fashioned several hooks, each attaching a rope, and aimed to toss them toward the corpse of the enigmatic sister. After a few attempts, they successfully hooked onto the body. I got it, a young man exclaimed joyfully, showcasing the weight of the rope as he tugged vigorously. That moment, the words female frequency invasion trembled gently, transitioning from red to gold, transforming into 7 gleaming golden characters. Western Diamondback Rattlesnake. Gold when you sound the horn of victory. You may shake your hips at a certain frequency to increase the yield of destiny fragments. Huang Wei mused. Having previously received a single red fragment was already a surprise, and now I acquire another golden one. Is the power of destiny fragments truly random? Must I not gather before obtaining a powerful fragment? Since his awakening, he had received a total of 4 fragments, all formidable, yet they required his own development. His lowly prowess meant that should he receive a fragment capable of direct attack, his strength would be significantly enhanced. Even if he did not receive an attack-type fragment, acquiring one akin to the female frequency invasion would suffice. He remained amidst the chaos of battle, unaware of the outcome. Such fragments would not enhance his chances of survival. Was the granting of this type of fragment a portent that the battle above had concluded? Huang Wei attempted to sway his hips, testing the newly acquired fragment. Upon seeing his new movement, He Weining mimicked his actions. Captain Huang, does this movement hold any significance? Huang Wei replied, there is a significance, but I cannot quite articulate it. Chapter 59. I am merely a source of amusement. He Weining had just prayed with Huang Wei, and an enemy had perished, although she knew there was no correlation. She chose to believe in miracles once more. Boom! Just as her question left her lips, a second corpse plummeted from the heavens. That He Weining's face was a canvas of disbelief. Before Huang Wei could speak, she began to mimic his movements. Huang Wei, engrossed in the emerging destiny fragments, had little mind to attend to He Weining. He hurriedly instructed her, "Learn from me," while scrutinizing the fragments that had just manifested. Premature demise, gold, it is fated. You will die young. Small misfortune to great fortune. Gold, minor misfortunes yield minor fortunes. Great misfortunes yield great fortunes. Where there is misfortune, there must be fortune. Afflicted by illness, gold, you are perpetually susceptible to negative energies that induce ailments, adversely affecting your entire life. This time, the golden fragments outnumbered the previous ones, yet one was a negative fragment. Huang Wei was taken aback upon seeing this, that if a golden premature demise could survive, how powerful must the individual's family be to protect one destined for an early death? Incredible. Truly incredible. Golden fragments are no trifling matter, nor are they a joke. The potency of these fragments he had witnessed profoundly affects one's life. Yet this formidable power had been mitigated. This astonished him even more than seeing a golden fragment. What astonished him further was that such a person had perished at the hands of Chu Tong. He immediately scrutinized the figures in the sky, seeking the one corresponding to this fragment. That a burly man did not seem afflicted by illness. The celestial deity and the green-clothed Taoist did not fit the bill either. The only resemblance was that of a half-sized individual barely 4 feet tall. "Your Majesty, we have retrieved the body. It is that short fellow." This time, without waiting for the Queen's command, the guards proactively brought the person back. Huang Wei focused intently and confirmed, "Indeed, it was that individual." "Excellent. Captain Huang, if you distribute 10 taels of silver to each person, I shall consider it a benefit for everyone. Afterward, I will ask the king to commend you." He Weining, as a woman of the harem, should not make decisions on behalf of the king. However, at that moment, she could not afford to consider such matters. During this fervent time, she needed to offer some sort of reward to bolster everyone's courage. Yet, she possessed no wealth, and her maid had just been executed. She had no choice but to seek assistance from Huang Wei nearby. Huang Wei was known for his gambling, a fact she was well aware of. It was said that he carried hundreds of thousands in silver notes. When in high spirits, he could generously reward people with over 100 taels. Moreover, it seemed his wealth was inexhaustible. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I possess no possessions. Apart from some money, I have nothing of note to offer. Fortunately, Your Highness is in need. Feel free to take whatever you require." Huang Wei reached into his robe and pulled out a thick stack of silver notes. Gasp! Those nearby gasped as they beheld the stack of silver notes, thicker than a thigh. How much could that possibly be? Goodness, I have never seen so much money in my life. Captain Huang is exceedingly generous. If this money were given to me, I could spend it for 10 lifetimes. Given to you? You must be dreaming. How did I end up dreaming? The princess mentioned that within it lies my 10 taels of silver, which she intends to present to me shortly. It is not only the guards who exhibit a blatant desire for the banknotes. Even He Weining feels a wave of dizziness that I asked the matriarch of the harem. She is accustomed to overseeing the daily provisions and the tributes of others, all of which pass through her hands. Despite her familiarity with silver, the sheer volume of money before her is astonishing. The most silver she has ever possessed at one time was merely several tens of thousands of taels, which pales in comparison to the current multitude of banknotes. Captain Huang, you are too courteous. It suffices for one person to receive 10 taels, she asserts. Lacking any virtues, wealth remains the greatest asset. The rebellion against the Deqian dynasty by King Chu relies not solely on skilled warriors, but also on countless ordinary soldiers. These common soldiers require sustenance and daily expenses, necessitating significant financial resources. Having such a wealthy subordinate ensures the stability of power and minimizes the risk of major upheaval. That at your command, I shall promptly distribute the silver to everyone. Huang Wei declares, turning to call out, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, take a few brothers and distribute the money to all. Yes. The 2 guards received the banknotes from him and immediately summoned several others to assist in the distribution. Captain Huang, with Chief Jiang deceased, the position of Grand Master of the Inner Court is vacant. That if you are inclined, I shall recommend you to King Chu. Huang Wei freezes momentarily, his hand retracting from the banknotes. Why should it come to this? I am merely lending a hand. Why must I be brought into the palace? Is helping another a crime? My apologies, I misspoke. The position of Grand Master of the Inner Court does not necessarily require a eunuch. Chief Jiang was a eunuch by nature, not due to the title itself. According to the hierarchy of the Qian, the Grand Master is a position that requires utmost trust in a eunuch. However, within the palace, with everyone already pregnant, there is no longer a need for such precautions. The immediate priority is to secure this wealthy Grand Master of the Inner Court for the king. After a year or so, transitioning smoothly to the next position will not appear abrupt. Upon hearing He Weiniang's explanation, Huang Wei begins to comprehend. This may not be appropriate, that my abilities are lacking, and my contributions are minimal. To hastily assume the role of Grand Master of the Inner Court may not command respect, that in truth, he wishes to sever ties with the White Lotus sect entirely. Having slain two formidable opponents of the Fifth Realm, Chu Tong is indeed exceptionally powerful. Yet, according to his established plan, Chu Tong will continue to engage the remaining three Fifth Realm warriors until the very end. Once the battle here concludes, and he acquires the lifeblood of all Fifth Realm warriors, the White Lotus sect will become merely a vestige. Ordinary individuals seldom possess lifeblood. Even if they do, he would not commit the grievous act of slaying them. He only targets enemies and those of heinous malevolence. That He Weiniang smiles gently, her thoughts aligning with Huang Wei's. Often, individuals require affirmation. That as the saying goes, if you say you can, then you can. Even if you cannot, you still can. With the endorsement of others, especially those in positions of power, it becomes easier to solidify one's convictions and remain undistracted by external influences. That He Weiniang believes that Huang Wei, having grown accustomed to the lower echelons, harbors a degree of insecurity, which is entirely natural. With a gentle nudge from her, he can regain his confidence. Once Huang Wei's self-assurance is restored, he will appreciate her support and become her loyal subordinate. Do not fret. I will take care of everything. Pay no heed to what others may say. Remember, you are mine, and there is no need for outside commentary. Huang Wei muses. If he were a child, he would undoubtedly be weeping profusely, clinging to He Weiniang's legs in fervent supplication. That if he were a youth, he would be kneeling heavily on the ground, with reddened eyes, vowing to follow her for life. If he were a young man, he would ardently declare his unwavering dedication. Alas, he is none of these. He is merely a jester from Blue Star. Therefore, he sways gently, locking eyes with He Weiniang, who also sways lightly. The two share a moment of silence. Chapter 60. The Power of the Blood Lotus Bang. Just as the awkward tension between them thickens, a third corpse plummets from the heavens, bang, before anyone can react. A fourth corpse follows suit, golden, so much gold. If golden light could manifest outwardly, Huang Wei's eyes would undoubtedly sparkle with shimmering brilliance. Blood like wolf smoke, gold, your vital energy is immense, surging like a tempest. Martial arts paragon, gold, you can ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. Loyalty to the sovereign, gold, should one harbor treasonous thoughts, one shall no longer be a subject. This individual is even more formidable, possessing 3 golden destinies, all of which are exceptionally powerful. It appears that this Fifth Realm powerhouse is likely a notable figure within the Deqian court, holding a high-ranking position. The fourth Fifth Realm warrior that descended is significantly inferior, possessing only a single golden destiny. Celestial powers of the heavens, gold, your soul is extraordinarily strong, and while traversing the skies, you often encounter extraordinary phenomena. However, this destiny is Captain Huang. 2 more enemies have fallen, leaving only one adversary to contend with the king. He Weiniang exclaims joyfully, pulling him to share in her elation. Huang Wei feels a bittersweet sensation akin to praying for a husband's swift demise in the presence of a delighted wife. While Chu Tong is indeed a villain, He Weiniang remains innocent. Setting aside her status, she is simply a woman concerned for her husband. The gentle sway of her form betrays her underlying anxiety and unease. In her quest for her husband's victory, she even resorts to the ethereal notion of gathering luck. One wonders what her demeanor will be when Chu Tong descends from the heavens. Sigh. Huang Wei lowers his gaze, reluctant to witness the queen's disillusionment. Captain Huang, am I performing the movements correctly? Captain Huang, your homeland must be fascinating. Are there other methods of prayer? Huang Wei, being in the harem, seldom interacts with outsiders, with the death of the maid, his sole conversational partner, and with a desire to win her favor, He Wei-Ning unwittingly speaks more than intended. "Hey, listen, it seems the sounds of battle have ceased from above," a guard calls out, prompting everyone to strain their ears. Indeed, it is true. Others repeatedly confirm that there is no longer any sound of combat. King Chu has triumphed. King Chu has triumphed. King Chu has triumphed. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating King Chu's victory, joyfully embracing one another. Wait. Huang Wei douses their enthusiasm with cold water. Why hasn't King Chu descended yet? Yes, why hasn't King Chu returned? If King Chu has won, he should come down to reunite with everyone. Why is he still absent? Let us go see. He Wei-Ning, most concerned for Chu Tong's safety, immediately prepares to investigate. Stop. Huang Wei intercepts her. The battles of the Fifth Realm are no trifling matter, as evidenced by the palace reduced to ruins below. Even from a distance, we are not immune to the remnants of spells that could either injure or kill, that as a mere mortal. How could you possibly withstand it? Huang Wei fervently attempts to dissuade her, but He Wei-Ning refuses to listen. The battle has already subsided. If King Chu is injured, he requires aid now more than ever, that I must go check. Observing He Wei-Ning's resolute gaze, Huang Wei realizes he cannot sway her, yet he insists firmly. If the princess insists on proceeding, do not blame your subordinate for his rudeness. You dare. He Wei-Ning exclaims sharply, striding forward. Huang Wei contemplates before ultimately relenting, choosing not to obstruct her. He Wei-Ning, driven by concern for her husband, bravely faces the specter of life and death. He, being an outsider, has no obligation. Huang Wei found himself in a state of indecision. Hesitant to step forward, he was acutely aware of his actions, and, during the discussion among the six, had come to understand that there were indeed extraordinary individuals in this world capable of discerning the connections between various matters through the manipulation of qi and destiny. Deprived of the influence of the female realm, he was at a loss on how to reason with Chu Tong. Relying solely on a petition for a mandate, he had little confidence that it would yield any significant advantage. Huang Wei, hurry over. He Wei-Ning called out, her urgency palpable. Huang Wei remained rooted in place. As long as he had not received news of the 2's demise, he would not budge. Yet, unexpectedly, it was she who approached him, flanked by several guards who bore the lifeless forms of two individuals before him. With a gaze imbued with complexity and sorrow, He Wei-Ning implored, Huang Wei, you must strike down this Taoist in green. That my husband has said that only you possess the ability to kill him. Huang Wei resolutely declined. How could I possibly slay one of the 5 realms? It is simply impossible. Frantic, He Wei-Ning pressed on. Just moments ago, my husband claimed that you possess the power of the Blood Lotus. If you channel that energy within you, it could aid him in defeating the Taoist in green. Blood Lotus power. This was a concept entirely unfamiliar to him. That I'm sorry, but I have no knowledge of what Blood Lotus power entails. Not only was he unaware, but even if he had been, he would not come to Chu Tong's aid in terms of public duty. Chu Tong was a rebel, not a wise sovereign. Saving him would only lead to future calamities. Privately, he wished to preserve his own life. Chapter 61. What the hell? Why is it me? Chu Tong and the Taoist in green were entwined in a fierce embrace, their legs tangled and hands clasped, resembling a devoted couple. You two shall perish together. Huang Wei silently activated his mandate. Perish together. Perish together. Perish together. After countless repetitions, their bodies began to crack, and from within emerged 2 identical figures. The discarded bodies seemed to be cleaved by an invisible blade, revealing intricate patterns without a drop of blood spilling forth. Even their hearts were seen beating, blood vessels continuing to pulse with life. Help me kill Qing. A wave of spiritual energy resonated from the depths of Huang Wei's heart. He paused, bewildered. Help me kill Chu. Another wave of spiritual energy echoed within him. Help me kill a pig. His confusion deepened. Did I at that time of year again to slay pigs? Besides, I've never even slaughtered one. To invite someone to kill a pig so casually seemed rather inappropriate. Chu Tong and the Taoist in green experienced a violent fluctuation of their souls, teetering on the brink of annihilation. The mighty were being toyed with by mere mortals, a tale sure to invite ridicule. Observing Huang Wei, the only one capable of assisting, unwilling to lend aid, they both understood that death was inevitable, either theirs or Huang Wei's. Battle-hardened and resolute, They would not falter in the face of yet another life-or-death struggle. Kill! They shouted in unison, charging back into the fray. The collision of their souls transformed their intertwined bodies into a unique battlefield, unleashing a multitude of martial arts against each other. The internal struggle was fierce, yet the exterior remained calm. Onlookers could only witness the gradual diminishing of their souls, becoming increasingly transparent. "Captain Huang, I beseech you, save my husband." The corporeal forms were reduced to mere outlines. Even He Wan-ing, unversed in martial arts, could perceive her husband's descent into death. Upon their first meeting, her husband had uttered fragmented words, which she barely grasped, but she recollected Huang Wei being able to assist him. Thus, she implored him desperately, "Captain Huang, if you are willing to save my husband, I will do anything you ask." Overwhelmed with grief, He Wan-ing dropped to her knees, only to be lifted by Huang Wei mid-air. "It's not that I am unwilling. I truly cannot," Huang Wei explained with exasperation. The outcome of their mutual destruction was the result of his red and purple mandates, painstakingly refined over 5 days and nights. Now, to alter the outcome once more was impossible. He had already lost the red mandate. "I truly do not know how to help," Huang Wei lamented, feeling powerless. "Just use the Blood Lotus power. The Blood Lotus power can save my husband." He Wan-ing clung to his arm, her entire weight leaning upon him, her desperation palpable. "Do you even know what Blood Lotus power is? Do you know how to wield it?" Huang Wei inquired. He Wan-ing fell silent, utterly ignorant of such matters. Yet she refused to concede defeat. "My husband said you must save him, which means you understand. You surely understand." Huang Wei shook his head. "I do not understand." "No, you do understand. You must." He Wan-ing would not accept Huang Wei's denial, convinced that he simply did not wish to assist her husband. "I beg you, save my husband, save him." Her last words echoed like a mournful lament. As the wail resounded, the two figures faded into nothingness. Blue Star Favor. You have obtained the Eagle Eye and Wolf Watch Gold. Mandate Fragment X4. Blue Star Favor. The mandate fluctuations intensified. Both individuals' gold mandates reached an astonishing 5, while the purple mandates soared to 20 or more. Despite being gold mandates, the disparity between them was vast. Not to mention the stark contrast between positive and negative mandates. Even among the positive mandates, those conducive to martial cultivation were evidently more suited to this world than ordinary ones did know. As Chu Tong's figure vanished into thin air, He Wan-ing cried out in despair, collapsing to the ground. Her head hung low, hands covering her face, the hairpin in her hair dislodging during her earlier struggles, her long hair cascading forward as she wept quietly. Life and death separations are significant events in one's life, and Huang Wei could not help but be affected by the sorrowful atmosphere. He wished to offer comfort to He Wan-ing, but was at a loss for words. After all, he was the architect of this tragedy. After much inner turmoil, he resolved to leave promptly. Just as he began to speak, Chu Tong's body emitted a faint glow, illuminating from head to toe. Countless specks of white light swirled in the air, coalescing into an exquisite white lotus. The lotus turned slowly, revealing intricate patterns upon its petals, reminiscent of the moment when the founder of the White Lotus sect forged the lotus, or of others soaring skyward upon receiving it. Each scene contained a story, yet Huang Wei gazed upon them, unable to discern any meaning. As the White Lotus completed its display, a blank image suddenly materialized, followed by delicate outlines sketching a figure that took shape. "What the hell? Why is it me?" Huang Wei exclaimed. The White Lotus was a harbinger of trouble. He had no desire to be its master. Coveted by all, with a mandate in hand, he could easily ascend to the 5 realms, needing no White Lotus at all. Yet the Lotus paid him no heed, charging directly towards him. Huang Wei felt a surge of dread. Envisioning the days ahead when he would be relentlessly pursued, he hastily activated the petition mandate. "White Lotus, choose another master. Do not select me." Perhaps due to the figure already being etched, or because the lotus was not human. The petition mandate bore no fruit. The White Lotus continued its relentless approach. "Do not come at me. If it must be so, at least conceal yourself, or find a false master." Upon hearing this, the White Lotus hesitated. "There is hope," Huang Wei continued. "First, create a facade and flee from sight. Once I escape, you can acknowledge me as your master." In an instant, the White Lotus erupted in brilliance, its ethereal white glow vanishing completely. The next moment, a thick crimson hue engulfed the lotus, transforming it from an ethereal white into a corporeal blood-red flower, grotesque and sinister. The intense, eerie red faded within mere breaths, coalescing into a minuscule red lotus that shot toward Huang Wei, embedding itself within his body. Chapter 62 Ascension to the Realm of Power. The powerful essence surged within Huang Wei, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Sixth transformation, seventh transformation, eighth transformation, ninth transformation. The blood essence within him gradually transmuted into spiritual energy, trickling through his meridians and converging in his dantian. Ascension to the realm of power. However, compared to the vast blood essence released by the lotus, the energy required for this ascension was minuscule. The blood lotus continued to emit blood essence within him, and due to his lack of cultivation in the techniques of the realm of power, he could only passively undergo transformation. That's right. I possess the techniques of the realm of power. In this urgent moment, he recalled a time when a being from the soul realm attempted to possess his body, only to be vanquished by him. The memories of the techniques filled his mind, and learning them was swift. Yet a novice is still a novice. No matter how fast, a novice remains a novice. His successful transformation into spiritual energy was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the overwhelming blood essence. Blood Lotus, exit my body at once. In this dire situation, Huang Wei urgently activated the petition mandate to expel the source of the blood essence from his body. However, the Blood Lotus remained unresponsive. Behaving as if it were an inanimate object, the blood essence continuing to surge forth uncontrollably. Was this the end? Huang Wei, steeped in pessimism, contemplated the outcome that in an instant, the vigor within him vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Just as confusion enveloped him, a voice resonated in his mind, accompanied by the emergence of a new cultivation method, the Bai Lian Du Shijing, blessed by the blue star. The fate of the Bai Lian heir has transformed. Ascending to the Tianming Blood Lotus. Tianming Blood Lotus, read by a twist of fate, you have been chosen by heaven and earth, favored by fortune. When you vanquish your foes, the quantity of fate fragments released will steadily increase. At the moment the fate appeared, the Bai Lian abruptly halted, altering its flight trajectory towards the distance. The 36 petals of the lotus leaf shimmered with the ever-changing visage of a person. Flickering unpredictably, look, the Bai Lian has taken flight. Quickly pursue it. Do not let the Bai Lian escape. This Bai Lian is a treasured artifact of the Bai Lian sect, guarding a pathway to the 5 realms. If one could obtain it, they would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the 5 realms. The crowd, initially believing that Huang Wei would claim the Bai Lian, felt a wave of disappointment as they tightened their grips on their blades. Ready to strike should anyone dare to seize the Bai Lian soared higher. The spectators quickly realized they had been deceived. Observing the transient images upon the lotus leaves, it became apparent that the Bai Lian had yet to select its master. Although they all understood their own lack of possessions, a lingering thought persisted. Fortune is unpredictable. What if the Bai Lian deemed one among them the most promising? What if the Bai Lian, in its desperation, sought refuge in their embrace? In that fleeting moment, many fixated on the airborne Bai Lian, their thoughts spiraling into chaos as they recklessly chased after it, yearning to possess the elusive treasure. Once the crowd dispersed, only Huang Wei and He Weining remained. Unbeknownst to him, He Weining had risen at some point, her gaze fixed upon him with an emotionless intensity. This indifferent stare made Huang Wei feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to explain, I truly did not neglect to save you. I am simply powerless. After uttering these words, he fell silent, recognizing that the death of a husband is among life's greatest sorrows, breeding an endless torrent of emotions that render it difficult to truly absorb the words of others. Thus, he did not press for her understanding that if you can still bear to hear me, flee while you can. Chu Tong is dead. The Qian will not spare your family. Having offered this well-meaning warning, Huang Wei resolved to escape. Caught in the maelstrom of chaos, he felt as if he were bathing in the muck beside a latrine. The faint, unpleasant odor in the air blurred the distinction between the two pools, rendering them indistinguishable. Remaining here posed a grave danger. He risked being killed by those lurking to uncover the Bai Lian secrets. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air caught Huang Wei's attention, that he turned to see a figure in the distance, brandishing a long sword, hurtling towards him, followed closely by another. "Little thief, prepare to pay with your life." The familiar voice echoed in his ears. He had not engaged in any significant conflict with others. Why would someone abandon the Bai Lian to pursue him? It defied logic. "Little thief, I shall dismember you 1,000 times to quell my hatred." What the hell? Upon closer inspection, Huang Wei was astonished to recognize the approaching figure as Ying Er from the Yao Guang sect. With her senior brother Ma Liang in tow, it was evident they were there due to the pregnancy issue. The Yao Guang sect was a prominent faction, and if others knew of Huang Wei's connection to Chu Tong's child, it was only natural that Ying Er would have learned of it from her seniors as well. With enemies closing in, Huang Wei immediately fled without a backward glance. He had just ascended to the realm of magical power and lacked the means to confront the two. That little thief. You dare to run? If you have the courage to act, then have the courage to admit it. The woman behind him was frantic with rage, while Huang Wei merely let out a cold laugh. What a joke. Why shouldn't he run? Was his life not valuable? Should he allow himself to be slaughtered like a mere pig? Not only would he flee, but he would also seek vengeance upon the two. Summon the decree. Activate. Your magical power will wane, and then I shall slay you both. Boom. A spell detonated beside him, the shockwave propelling him forward a considerable distance. Huang Wei immediately realized his mistake. The gradual effectiveness of the fate fragments meant that by the time their magical power diminished to the point where he could kill them, he would likely have perished many times over. My friends, I harbor no enmity towards you. We have had no grievances recently. Why pursue me with such fervor? You have chased me all the way from Le City to Diqing Prefecture. As he turned to question them, he activated the decree of fate, causing the two to become entangled in disagreement and abandon their pursuit. Killing him was no longer a viable option for them. Although the two were unaware of how long they had been in the realm of magical power, the explosive nature of their spells indicated their seniority. Thus, he chose not to confront them directly, instead quietly studying techniques related to body movement. Having previously learned some skills in the realm of physical strength, coupled with his violet talent, his chances of successfully escaping were markedly enhanced. Simultaneously, he resolutely activated the mixed bag decree. In an instant, magical power surged through his meridians, flowing ceaselessly, even sending tingling sensations throughout his soul, as if something were on the verge of breaking free. Yet ultimately, nothing emerged. His meridians merely brimmed with magical energy. "Kid, you think you can squirm your way out of this? Speak. How did you get my junior sister pregnant?" Huang Wei thought to himself, surely it cannot be so blunt. Though they were all rough individuals, could they not be a touch more tactful to save face for each other? Nevertheless, Huang Wei remained unfazed, while Ying Er grew increasingly agitated. She abruptly halted, gripping the sword hilt tightly, and jabbed it towards Ma Liang behind her. "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you say he is responsible for my condition? My master said I am still pure, a maiden untouched." Ma Liang realized he had misspoken and quickly offered a conciliatory smile. "I apologize. Junior sister, I shall deal with this scoundrel at once and avenge you." A prime opportunity. He possessed magical power but lacked combat prowess. Moreover, this magical energy could only be sustained for a brief time. Making it ideal for escape, he immediately surged with magical power and fled swiftly. Watching his retreating figure, Ying Er felt a surge of resentment towards Ma Liang. We have traveled so far to capture him. Yet he escapes. Where shall we pursue him now? Ying Er was infuriated with Ma Liang, and without uttering a word, she turned to leave. However, Ma Liang did not pursue her immediately. Instead, a mysterious smile crept upon his lips as he chose to follow Ying Er after a brief interval. Chapter 63. The Furnace of Flesh. The simultaneous deaths of Chu Tong and 5 others from the 5 realms sent shockwaves across the world. At Happy Valley, the 2 leaders of the Xian Yuan sect lamented their losses, donning mourning garments amidst the sound of weeping. The deaths of 2 prominent figures from Diqian similarly inflicted grave wounds upon the realm, severely depleting its vitality. It is noteworthy that every individual in the 5 realms possesses a name and a face. The death of even one sends ripples throughout the world, let alone the demise of 6 at once. With the loss of skilled leaders, factions vied for the position of sect leader, and rival sects grew increasingly restless. The atmosphere resembled a storm brewing on the horizon. However, the most tragic impact was felt by the Bai Lian sect. With the demise of their leader, they lost their greatest pillar of support. Without the Qian's intervention, the sect splintered into numerous factions. Those who surrendered did so. Those who were exterminated met their fates, while the remaining few struggled to resist. Other factions that had allied with the Bai Lian sect fell silent, retreating into the shadows. With the most prominent figure eliminated, others felt insufficiently prepared to assert themselves. Yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents surged with greater intensity than before that Qian had lost a renowned general and a powerful eunuch, leading all to realize that the once mighty Qian was no longer the same. This dynasty had reached its twilight, and with Chu Tong's devastating blow, its flag, once unfaltering, was now severed. Confidence shattered, the downfall of the Qian seemed inevitable. A matter of time. However, in the present, those inclined to resist still hesitated, choosing to observe, to settle, to gather strength that in the grand scheme of things, the winds of change were ever shifting, making it challenging for anyone to grasp the underlying currents. The only certainties lay in the small matters concerning oneself. Having escaped the pursuit of Ing Er and Ma Liang, and distanced himself from the Bai Lian, Huang Wei had finally earned a moment to breathe. Word of the Bai Lian's whereabouts spread throughout every tavern he passed, as wandering martial artists spoke loudly, allowing him to discern its movements without needing to inquire deeply that on this day. Huang Wei rode a rather shabby horse. Ambling along the official road, 6 individuals from the 5 realms had collectively dropped 19 different types of golden fate fragments, and with the addition of the western spotted rattler's boon, a total of 267 golden fate shards had fallen. Excluding Hebanki's negative fate fragments and the peculiar fate of the strange princess, he could only synthesize a single golden fate fragment. Only a single golden fate can be synthesized. Thus Huang Wei naturally approached the task with utmost caution. Having previously experimented with the synthesis rules of fate, he possessed a considerable understanding of the process. As long as the majority of fate fragments were of a positive nature, the resulting fate would undoubtedly be positive as well. Therefore, he harbored little concern regarding the synthesis. The 4 fates he detested: premature demise, chronic illness, innate allure, and a life of unbridled pleasure, totaled less than 30 fragments, a meager sum compared to the abundance of positive fates. Even if all were included, he could proceed with confidence in the synthesis. 200 golden fragments would yield a single golden fate that he began by incorporating fragments that would enhance his martial arts practice. Blood like smoke, ultimate martial arts, ocean of all rivers, Taoist, embracing the origin and guarding the one. Upon pouring in the 200 golden fragments, radiant golden light coalesced into a new fate, body as a furnace, gold. The moment the fate manifested, Huang Wei felt as though a sun had ignited within him, emanating boundless warmth that enveloped him in a comforting embrace. Name: Huang Wei Cultivation, Magical Realm, First Transformation, Technique, Lesser Transcendence Sutra Fate, Blessings of the Blue Star, Favor of the Goddess of Fate, Destiny Blood Lotus, Body as a Furnace, Western Diamond Pattern Rattlesnake, Spirituality, Dragon's Essence, Tiger's Ferocity. Previously, he had endeavored through various means to embark upon the martial path, dreaming of refining blood and organs, that it was only upon truly entering the realm that he realized the corporeal realm was merely a foundation, easily attained through indulgence, while the magical realm marked the genuine commencement of his martial journey. The techniques of the corporeal realm could be chosen freely, as long as they facilitated the accumulation of vitality. However, the techniques of the magical realm demanded meticulous selection due to the diverse characteristics of magical energy, such as searing heat, frigid cold, and gentle softness. Magical energy with specific attributes exhibited greater offensive prowess and survival capability compared to its formless counterpart. Yet this came with a caveat. Once a particular attribute was chosen, further cultivation could only be pursued in that direction, rendering the transition to other higher-tier techniques exceedingly difficult. Huang Wei, naturally unconcerned about various risks, eschewed the White Lotus Sutra bestowed upon him by the Blood Lotus and instead selected a technique devoid of bias from the memories of a previous master of the Soul Realm. His reluctance to choose the White Lotus Sutra stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he had no desire to tread the path of the White Lotus, a sect with a millennium of history, brimming with formidable experts, shrouded in uncertainty regarding the depth of their hidden machinations, that he felt neither familiarity nor comfort with the White Lotus, instead harboring a deep-seated fear of unwittingly becoming a puppet of its influence. Secondly, the White Lotus was far too conspicuous that a tradition that had endured for a millennium, albeit notorious for its extermination, suggested that its power was not elite, having never reached the pinnacle. Securing the White Lotus could lead to a dead end if discovered. Hey, esteemed guest. In the midst of his contemplation, a tavern attendant suddenly leaped to the roadside. Their ice and tea another and within 100 miles. Would you care to rest here? Huang Wei scrutinized the individual. Noting his tall stature and prominent muscles, he appeared more like a highwayman than an ordinary innkeeper. Dismounting, he handed the reins to the attendant with a smile. Given your appearance, I trust your establishment is not a den of vice. The attendant, undeterred by the jest, replied gruffly, Of course not. We operate a legitimate business. Please help me feed the horse. Huang Wei chose not to delve into whether it was truly a den of vice and strolled into the inn. Upon entry, he was met with a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood, an indication that the inn had recently slaughtered livestock. However, the mingling of a distinctly human scent within the blood hinted at recent death. Although he paid it no mind, those skilled in the arcane were emboldened. The magical realm allowed him to navigate the world of ordinary mortals without concern. Bring me 10 pounds of fine wine, 2 pounds of beef, and a plump chicken. After ordering a hero-esque feast, Huang Wei settled at an empty table as dusk approached. The inn grew busier, filled with patrons engaged in raucous conversations, drinking, boasting, and reveling in merriment. Have you heard? The White Lotus sect has been exterminated. Go on. Who doesn't know that? I even know the whereabouts of the White Lotus. As the banter escalated, laughter erupted among the crowd. The White Lotus had journeyed north from Diqing Prefecture. With countless eyes upon them, acquiring information was hardly a challenge. They exchanged tidbits of knowledge, revealing insights unknown to many as they clamored for the latest news. Chapter 64. The first martial arts tournament of the world hero. Your wine and meat have arrived. A barrel of wine, a platter of beef, and a roast chicken were placed before Huang Wei. That he leaned closer, detecting a hint of knockout powder da. So it is indeed a den of vice. Yet, the powder was not mixed into the food or wine, but rather dusted atop the platter, as if the dish had been rinsed in water laced with the substance, leaving only a trace, a subtle attempt at subterfuge. This meager dosage of narcotic was unlikely to incapacitate someone of the magical realm. Thus, he savored his meal, relishing the meat, wine, and the lively banter around him, finding amusement in the camaraderie as the evening deepened. The influx of patrons increased. Once solitary, he now shared a table with several burly men, the atmosphere thick with the aroma of alcohol and rising noise levels. Bring us each 2 pounds of wine, a pound of beef, and 10 flatbreads. 2 officials, appearing to be in their 30s, entered and ordered a hearty meal. Certainly, esteemed guests, please have a seat. At this juncture, the main hall was devoid of empty tables, forcing them to sit on the benches at the counter. After unbuckling their swords and downing a couple of bowls of wine, the officials succumbed to the urge to boast. You lot are droning on about the same old tales. Can't you conjure up something fresh and interesting? The crowd, comprising wandering heroes, bristled at the taunt, retaliating with jeers. You think you're something special just because you wear that uniform? Bah! What can you possibly contribute? Speak up, we're all ears. The uproar intensified as the crowd united in their verbal assault against the 2 officials. Undeterred, the officials chuckled. I've heard that the Qian Emperor is convening with the leaders of various sects to organize a nationwide martial arts tournament, open to all practitioners at the 5th refinement stage and above who have completed the corporeal organ refinement. What? Is that true? The officials ignored the skepticism, continuing, moreover, the Qian Emperor stated that those who rank will not only receive various rewards, but also opportunities to join the court and major sections. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is this real? We truly have a chance to join the court and sects. As wandering heroes, they were deeply invested in martial prowess. The prospect of joining a sect was a dream they had scarcely dared to entertain. Many had learned rudimentary techniques through sheer fortune, believing they had embarked on a path to greatness, only to discover that genuine cultivation was far more arduous than anticipated, lacking skilled mentors, resources, or techniques. They were left stagnant, trapped in a cycle of frustration for years. With all eyes on them, the officials reveled in their newfound prominence. 1 foot resting on a bench, the other on the counter. The stench of their feet made the innkeeper grimace. Yet he suppressed his discomfort, straining to catch every word that we're all wanderers here. And I know you may not believe me, but after a good night's rest. You can check the county office for the official notice tomorrow. The officials left a tantalizing cliffhanger, prompting the patrons to seek the truth for themselves. You scoundrel. How infuriating. Speak plainly, or I'll smash your insolent face. Spill it. You're an official. Surely you have insider information. Just tell us. The din of voices rose in a cacophony, leaving the officials momentarily overwhelmed, that I in a fit of frustration. One patron tore off a few strands of hair from the untouched beef and stuffed them into his ears to drown out the noise. What a bold fellow. It seems only a beating will tee in the event of a brawl. All are adept fighters. Yet, when it comes to reading, even a collective effort cannot decipher half of what is inscribed on the notice. Just as the crowd found themselves in a quandary, Huang Wei stepped forth and seized the proclamation. Allow me, by the decree of the Celestial Empire, the Qian Emperor proclaims, with the White Lotus eradicated, peace shall return to the realm, that I hereby resolve to host the inaugural martial arts tournament, open to those at the pinnacle of both the corporeal and magical realms. Truly, it is indeed real. There exists a martial arts tournament. I cannot wait another moment. I shall participate in the tournament at once. Let me see it. Some, unable to read, attempted to snatch the notice from Huang Wei's grasp, scrutinizing it intently. Others rushed out of the inn, their belongings in tow, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Huang Wei understood the fervor of the crowd. When he consumed the blood buns, his hunger surpassed theirs. Now, with everything he desires within reach, he need not scramble like the others, thus maintaining his composure. Waiter, prepare a private room for me. The innkeeper promptly led him. Esteemed guest, right this way, regardless of the uproar below. Huang Wei lay upon the bed and fell asleep, that I in the dead of night. As tranquility enveloped the outside, a sudden rustling noise pierced the stillness that he opened his eyes to the door and windows. Noticing a bamboo tube thrust inside, from which billows of white smoke erupted, filling the room. Humph! With a cold smirk, Huang Wei waved his sleeve, and the smoke was instantly drawn back into the bamboo tube. Bang! The figure outside collapsed. Approaching the window, he peered through the hole in the paper to find the fallen man was none other than the burly brute who had obstructed him on the road to the inn. A den of iniquity, a cannibalistic establishment. It is sufficient for a business to profit, yet to conspire against the lives of travelers is utterly condemnable. He swung the door open and plunged a knife into the brute's chest, sending him to his demise with simmering anger. Huang Wei listened intently. Within the inn, 3 more paper windows had shattered, the sound of the intoxicating smoke wafting through. There were a total of 4 individuals in the inn, a manager, a server, and 2 cooks. Listening to the commotion, it became evident that all within the inn were miscreants. Brandishing his blade, he stealthily approached a corpulent cook who was waiting for the drug's effect to manifest after blowing the anesthetic. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Wei drove the knife into the cook's heart. Chapter 65. The selection begins with each strike. Huang Wei executed his blows with unwavering resolve, showing no mercy. Truly, one must possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard to disregard even your father Huang. It is an insurrection against heaven. Upon entering the inn, he had already expressed a sentiment to the server. Alas, the server was either lacking in discernment or believed in the formidable might of his establishment. He recklessly sought to rob him. Given the scent of blood he detected upon entering, Huang Wei would not spare this establishment. Unexpectedly, these individuals sought death with fervor, hastening towards the underworld, thus saving him considerable effort in gathering evidence. After punishing the bandits, Huang Wei stifled a yawn and returned to his chamber. Sleep is the most beautiful aspect of the day. Having disturbed his sweet dreams, he yearned to return and continue them. The following morning, the patrons discovered that the innkeeper and staff had been thoroughly dispatched. Upon investigation, it was revealed to be a den of iniquity, leading to a chorus of curses as they embarked on their journeys. When Huang Wei finally awoke, the sun shone directly upon the roof that he leisurely donned his attire and descended the stairs, only to find his horse feasting on fodder in the stable. These wandering folk possess a sense of honor. They did not steal my steed. Approaching, he untied the reins and mounted, continuing his slow journey northward. The border troops in the northwest stirred restlessly, exchanging glances with foreign powers, inciting several disturbances. he intended to discern if any opportunities lay therein. After traversing 100 miles, he arrived at a county town where notices had been posted outside the county office, and the air was thick with discussions about the inaugural martial arts tournament. A makeshift arena was being erected, indicating that the Qian Emperor was indeed serious about gathering the finest martial talents from across the land. However, this held little relevance for him. He merely wished to swiftly locate a rebel faction to further his ambitions of overthrowing the great Qian dynasty. As he journeyed northward, occasionally veering westward, he noted that each county he passed had arenas under construction. Even towns had registration points, enabling teams to head to the county to participate in the tournament. On the 5th of August, the inaugural martial arts tournament officially commenced. Huang Wei, not rushing, paused in a city to observe the duels. Hey. On the stage, two pinnacle corporeal realm practitioners clashed, prompting him to shake his head in disapproval. The vigor of these two was abundant, yet not formidable, clearly indicative of their incomplete training. What they termed as mastery was merely superficial. Their techniques lacked any semblance of true martial artistry. To him, their moves resembled little more than rudimentary brawling. Halfway through the duel, he resolved to no longer watch. Having contended with disciples from renowned sects for months and witnessed countless exquisite techniques, these crude maneuvers hardly captured his attention. Well done, strike his ribs, steal his kidneys. Though he found little pleasure in it, many others were enthralled. Ordinary folk, aside from raising children at home, seldom encounter anything of interest. Witnessing Masters' duel was a rare spectacle, and not a single resident in the city lacked curiosity as they eagerly set up benches in front of the arena, awaiting the matches to commence. The visceral clashes ignited the crowd's fervor, leading them to cheer and shout encouragement to him. The corporeal realm was merely a pursuit of indulgence. Yet for the common folk, any technique that could bolster their vigor was deemed extraordinary. To learn even a single technique from these masters would be an unimaginable stroke of fortune. Thus, the spectators remained spellbound, their eyes glued to the stage, applauding at the thrilling moments. Have you heard? The Qian Emperor has commanded the National Master and the 5 realms to open a secret realm in the Jiulu mountain range. That a secret realm. Hearing the conversation between two burly men in the crowd, Huang Wei's expression shifted, and he leaned in closer. It is said that the final contest shall take place within this secret realm, where life and death contracts must be signed and casualties are disregarded. A secret realm? What is a secret realm? I have never heard of it. You must be exaggerating. I am unsure, but the way others speak of it sounds credible. Huang Wei absorbed every word of their dialogue. One treated it as a novel occurrence, while the other, half believing, regarded it as mere storytelling. That a faint smile graced his lips, for he had gleaned a fragment of knowledge from the memories of the ethereal realm that had previously invaded his mind. For centuries, masters of the 5 realms have proliferated like the tide, continuously emerging to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world. One must possess extraordinary talent and intellect, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Thus, upon attaining mastery of the 5 realms, the exploration of the realms beyond became one of the foremost objectives for these practitioners. While no realms beyond the 5 have yet emerged, many have still grasped powers that transcend the 5 realms during their quest for understanding. Divine qualities, magical artifacts, and secret realms serve as pathways to this end. Among these, secret realms are the most enigmatic, often formed as legacies upon the death of a master beyond the 5 realms, preserving their heritage. However, when a secret realm severs the connection between heaven and earth, it establishes a peculiar relationship with the cosmos, giving rise to unique phenomena within. What these phenomena entail does not concern Huang Wei. Rather, he is more intrigued by another piece of news. Life and death are disregarded. His White Lotus disciple has just ascended to the fate of the Red Lotus, and when vanquishing foes, there is no longer a chance involved. Each victory is a certain augmentation. Those who can enter the secret realm are the chosen of heaven, proud and arrogant, quick to draw swords at the slightest provocation, perfect for him to impart lessons upon these prodigies with his newfound destiny. Brother, do you know what qualifications are required to participate in the martial arts tournament? With the intention of competing, Huang Wei patted the shoulder of the man, divulging information about the secret realm. The man responded dramatically, "No way. Little brother, have you just emerged from the mountains? This is common knowledge across the land." Huang Wei felt an urge to remove his shoe and deliver a few sharp slaps to this individual. Those who delight in grandiloquence often disregard the emotions of others, instead seizing upon a point to deliver scathing critiques. Huang Wei was momentarily rendered speechless by the man's loud outburst. All around him, curious gazes fixed upon him as if he were a country bumpkin, with dozens of peculiar eyes scrutinizing him. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if he promptly covered his face and fled, planning to return and confront the man. "Hey, don't go." The burly man seized his wrist. "If you're venturing into the world, you must have a thicker skin. Indeed, you look nothing like a martial artist. You resemble a scholar. I think you look more like a big girl." Laughter erupted among the crowd, yet some articulated the rules. Those at the pinnacle of the corporeal realm must register at the arena, with only 10 selected from each county, while those of the magical realm could directly participate in the final competition in the capital. Having heard the information he sought, Huang Wei no longer held back. "Might I request you to release my hand? I have something to present to you." The burly man paused, retracting his grip. "Present me with what?" Huang Wei raised his left foot and, using his right hand, removed his cloth shoe. "I bestow upon you 2 worn shoes." Smack, smack. 2 resounding slaps landed, leaving the burly man with a bruised visage, resembling a pig's head. Laughter erupted once more. Huang Wei let out a hearty laugh, and with an agile leap, he placed a foot upon the head of a burly man, soaring away from the crowd towards the capital. He had made up his mind to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 66. Journey to the capital. As he reflected upon his adversaries, they included the Chongqing Sword Sect, the Ma Liang siblings of the Yawang Sect, and the family of the magistrate of Luohua County. Among them, the Chongqing Sword Sect had sworn an undying enmity against him, having repeatedly dispatched individuals to hunt him down after he had slain one of their members at the Divine Soul stage. They had fallen silent, that it remained uncertain whether this silence stemmed from their fear of approaching the stronghold of the Balian sect, or if the sect had abandoned their pursuit altogether. The reasons behind the Ma Liang siblings' attempts to hunt him were far less compelling. The matter of pregnancy could be easily explained, and the 3 shared no irreconcilable hatred as for the magistrate of Luohua County. There was nothing to worry about. The aged fellow was even expecting a child, and his time was limited. Thus, the only true concern was the Chongqing Sword Sect, which allowed him to feel at ease as he ventured towards the capital. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament was in full swing, with countless individuals vying for glory on the arena, striving to secure a coveted spot. After 7 days of fierce competition, the top 10 from each county emerged. And 3 days later, the masses gathered in the capital. Huang Wei had arrived early, taking up residence in the home of the steward. "Xinyue, Mingyue, you need not remain by my side constantly. Attend to your own matters while I practice my martial arts in preparation for tomorrow's Grand Martial Arts Tournament." With the 2 women beside him, Huang Wei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing slightly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had scarcely engaged in casual conversation with women, let alone experienced such close proximity. The abrupt closeness made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Despite the subtle fragrance that wafted to his nostrils and the soft touch of their arms brushing against him, stirring the hormones within him, he found it decidedly unpleasant. "Brother Wei, when you take to the stage tomorrow, we shall cheer and support you." The 2 women's enchanting eyes sparkled as they spoke in soft, melodious tones, gazing at him with the adoration befitting a beloved. For over a month, their father had instilled in them the belief that Huang Wei was an exceptional husband, rare to find. The 2, lacking independent thought, increasingly convinced themselves that Huang Wei was indeed a man worthy of lifelong commitment. As they pondered, they gradually blurred his shortcomings, remembering only his virtues. Upon their reunion, without their father's prompting, the 2 proactively expressed their goodwill. "No, no, no," Huang Wei exclaimed as if confronted by venomous serpents, waving his hands in protest. "You are young ladies, and it would not be prudent for you to expose yourselves in public. Moreover, I have enemies, formidable foes. Even I must evade the limelight, should anyone discover your association with me. It may bring you trouble, Brother Wei," Xinyue called out, her voice rising before dropping to a whisper. "Father said that spouses should stand united in heart and effort, sharing both fortune and adversity." What a profound notion of sharing fortune and adversity. Huang Wei retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. However, what did it mean to speak of 3 spouses? It was clearly a matter for 2 to return home now. I appreciate your kind intentions. The battle draws near, and I cannot afford any distractions. Please depart swiftly. Huang Wei urged them to leave, and being young women, they were bashful, offering him a deep bow before exiting his courtyard and returning to their father's main residence. The 2 recounted the scene of the 3 of them together in vivid detail to their father. Upon hearing their account, the steward fell into deep contemplation. The events that transpired in Diqing Prefecture had stirred a considerable uproar, and he still found it hard to believe. What was this talk of the harmonization stage, the celestial human stage? Terms he had never encountered before were now being whispered throughout the land. He had previously worried that Huang Wei might perish in the upcoming battle, yet here he was unscathed, appearing in the capital over a month later. This deepened his understanding of Huang Wei's strength and solidified his resolve to keep him close. After a moment, the steward spoke. Do not rush. First, cultivate a friendship with him. The strong often walk a lonely path, their hearts cold and hard. Only a gentle heart can truly open the soul of a strong individual. And you both possess that quality. What nonsense, the third lady interjected, casting a disapproving glance at the steward. A forced union bears no sweetness. Given our daughter's beauty and character, if he is not interested, then he truly is not. Even if we were to compel him, the outcome would likely be dismal. Did I end this world? One might find that many things do not elicit love, yet it is impossible to find someone who does not appreciate beauty. To resist the allure of beauty without stirring emotion is a rarity indeed. Few things can penetrate such a steadfast heart. The third lady, well aware that Huang Wei was no ordinary man, chose not to press her husband further, believing that everything should unfold as fate would have it. That my dear, you are aware of the events that transpired in Diqing Prefecture. While we may not know everyone, surely you recognize that great general and the powerful eunuch from the imperial court? Both were formidable figures who fell at the hands of Chu Tong. Yet Huang Wei, a mere bodyguard, managed to escape from such exceptional talents. His strength must far exceed our imagination. The third lady understood all too well about the rotating guards, having observed them closely. However, knowing that he was a powerful figure, she found the idea of attempting to bind him to be unwise. Even if it were a blatant scheme, it would still be unappealing. Even if it ultimately succeeded, she did not believe Huang Wei could bring significant benefit to their family. The notion of loving one's home and all within it was an illusion. In reality, simply maintaining such love was a challenging endeavor. You merchants are too driven by profit. I cannot sway you I can only hope that Huang Wei truly is a man of virtue. Their exchange of opinions yielded no consensus, with neither party convincing the other. The following day, Huang Wei made his way to the Jiulu mountain range. The Jiulu mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, encompassing the area from Luohua City to the capital. The secret realm, opened by the National Master, was located at the southern end of the main vein of the Jiulu Mountains, approximately 50 miles from the city. After 20 minutes of travel, Huang Wei beheld a colossal light barrier standing upon the mountainside. Behind the barrier, a shroud of mist obscured all visibility in front of the barrier. Numerous figures stood in awe, marveling at this wondrous sight, lingering for some time before entering. Upon arriving, Huang Wei gathered his energy and descended, following the crowd into the barrier. Moments later, the cacophony of sounds vibrated through his eardrums. As he focused, he noticed that a pair of combatants had just concluded their match on the arena below. The victor is Guo Tianlong. The defeated lay lifeless in a pool of blood, their body twisted beyond recognition. Indeed, life and death hung in the balance. Huang Wei felt a shiver of anticipation for the battles that lay ahead. Moreover, there was not merely one arena below. There were 20 distinct platforms, each hosting 40 individuals engaged in simultaneous combat. With over 1,000 counties in the Diqian Empire, along with various sects and clans, the total number of participants exceeded 20,000. That if every individual were to fight, it would take 10 days and nights to complete the matches. Surrounding the arenas were rows of seating, already filled with numerous spectators. In the vacant spots, people would occasionally materialize, appearing bewildered for a few moments before regaining their composure. Chapter 67. The Temporary Market. This arena was designated specifically for cultivators at the physical body stage, established for their exclusive use. Each arena would yield 10 victors, totaling 200 cultivators who would proceed to the ultimate showdown alongside those of the magical power stage. Competing for the final rankings, Huang Wei scrutinized each arena intently. The duels unfolding were spectacular, far beyond the ordinary physical body practitioners he had encountered in the county. Each combatant exhibited unique skills and techniques, with some wielding magical artifacts capable of unleashing magical energy, rivaling even the magical power stage practitioners.